An unforeseen incident has transported Chen Lu to a parallel world where everyone possesses beast companions. Initially, he believed he could ascend to become a formidable beastmaster. However, he soon discovered he was merely an orphan, relegated to contracting the most rudimentary of pets, a toothy hound. Unexpectedly, he awakened a super pet fusion system. What? You assert that the hound lacks an evolutionary form? Shall I not create one? A reigning beastmaster inquired. What manner of pet is this? I have never encountered such a creature before. Chen Lu merely smiled faintly and replied, It is but an unremarkable toothy hound. Xiaotian remarked, When Master Lu is present, I do not take offense at being called a hound. Now that Master Lu is absent, what do you dare to call me? How master? How master? There's only the most extraordinary and no greater extraordinary. Chapter 1. You even dare to. The principal's wife. According to media reports, at precisely 14:57 yesterday, 3 senior high school students from our city, upon acquiring their pet companions, directly entered a level secret realm, only to meet their unfortunate demise therein. Here, the director advises everyone to refrain from reckless arrogance that could obliterate their promising futures. One must remain rational. Rational. Ever rational. Lychee? How can you expect me to lychee? The dish I adore. Chen Lu, who had been dozing off in the last row of the classroom, reflexively lifted his head. The classmates in the room turned their gazes toward him, their eyes brimming with anticipation and curiosity. In the next moment, the entire classroom erupted into laughter. Standing at the podium was the middle-parted class teacher, Tua Yinjing, whose countenance was so dark it seemed it could drip with water. His brows furrowed tightly, his gaze as frigid as ice. Whoosh! A piece of chalk was snapped in two and hurled towards Chen Lu. Aha, I've got it. Chen Lu had long anticipated this. He effortlessly extended his arm and deftly pinched the flying piece of chalk between his fingers, executing the motion with fluid grace. This maneuver instantly elicited exclamations from his classmates. Brother Lu is impressive. As expected of my brother Lu, his chalk pinching technique is already extraordinary. Extraordinary, my foot. Silence. Director Tua bellowed, slamming his palm on the podium. The sound reverberated like thunder, causing the students to instantly hush. Chen Lu, you possess quite the ability, do you not? You come to school daily to either sleep or disrupt the class. Do you truly consider this school your home? Stand up. Chen Lu scratched the back of his head, reluctantly rising while muttering softly, This is merely the instinctive reaction of a true fan. Chen Lu, what are you mumbling about? Tua Yinjing's voice bore impatience and ire. What instinctive reaction? Explain yourself. Director, just a moment. Chen Lu said, glancing at Wang Jiu, who was drooling in slumber beside him, a sly smile creeping onto his face. He leaned close to Wang Jiu's ear and whispered, Brother Yu, there are black stockings. Wang Jiu jerked his head up, his eyes filled with anticipation and delight, glancing around. Black stockings? Where? Where? The entire class burst into uproarious laughter. At that moment, Chen Lu suppressed his laughter, saying, Director, this is the instinctive reaction. Tua Yinjing's expression darkened further, his eyes seemingly aflame as he bellowed at the two. You both, follow me to the office. With that, Tua Yinjing turned and strode toward the office without looking back, while the two followed closely behind. Along the way, Wang Jiu glared at Chen Lu in a fit of rage, exclaiming, Damn it, Chen Lu, you've set me up again. Chen Lu, however, calmly brushed the chalk dust from his hands and replied leisurely, If the director finds out you deflated his bicycle tire. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiu's complexion changed dramatically, and he adopted a sycophantic grin, his tone softening several degrees. We're brothers, right? Is it not merely a trip to the office for scolding? I'll accompany you. I still want to munch on crispy chicken and sip on bawang tea. Chen Lu, do not push your luck. Chen Lu lazily cast him a glance and replied nonchalantly, You even dare to? Wang Jiu hastily covered Chen Lu's mouth, panic-stricken as he said, Brother Lu, you have the final say, just go ahead. In the office, Tua Yinjing sat leisurely in his chair, slowly lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag. I have not served as a class teacher for many years. This year, by chance, I took on the role of class teacher and did not expect to encounter two such talents simultaneously. The director truly is fortunate beyond measure. Chen Lu scratched his head, smiling bashfully. Director, do not say such things were not that remarkable. Wang Jiu chimed in. Indeed, Director, we would be embarrassed. Tua Yinjing was incensed by their remarks, rising to slam his hands on the desk, roaring, Two fools. Do you truly believe I am praising you? Wang Jiu, Wang Jiu, consistently placing last in every exam. With your caliber, what good university could you possibly enter? You might as well return home to inherit your father's sweet potato stand. Teacher, my family does not own a sweet potato stand. Wang Jiu retorted. Chen Lu could not help but burst into laughter. Tua Yinjun glared at him, jabbing a finger at Chen Lu's nose. What are you laughing at, Chen Lu? You placed last, and you placed second to last. What right do you have to laugh? At least Wang Jiu can rely on his family to contract a relatively decent bronze quality pet. What about you? You cannot even afford a bronze quality pet and are left with no choice but to contract a hopeless iron quality pet. Pet? What pet? Chen Lu was utterly bewildered, completely lost in the situation. Just as he wore a perplexed expression, an electronic voice surged like lightning in his mind. Ding, suitable host detected. Would you like to bind? Chen Lu's entire body trembled as if struck by lightning. Dog system? As someone who spent his days idly consuming content and immersed in web literature, he was well acquainted with systems. It was the golden finger of all travelers. Yet the problem was, he had not traversed it all. Wait, did Director Tua just mention pets? Surely not. System, what functionalities do you possess? Chen Lu inquired. This system is a divine pet fusion system, capable of enabling pet beasts to undergo fusion evolution, thereby becoming exceedingly powerful. Isn't that merely hybridization? Is that all? No, that is not the case. Furthermore, please be mindful of your terminology, as it is not hybridization, but fusion. May I inquire if you wish to bind? Chen Lu silently lamented. Others possess golden fingers that render them invincible or immensely wealthy, yet mine has devolved into a mere hybridization system. Hybridize your XXX, hasten to bind. Otherwise, this system will obliterate you. Do not be so hasty, I will bind. All right? Ding, the system is currently binding complete. It has been detected that the host currently possesses no pet beasts. Please contract a pet beast within 1 day to activate system functionalities. Chen Lu exclaimed. Is that not the case? Protagonists who bind systems typically receive novice gift packs, yet you cannot even activate basic functionalities. What a truly useless system. It has been detected that the host has insulted the system's persona. Should the host fail to contract a pet beast within 1 day, the system will ensure both the host and itself are reduced to ashes. Please, dear system, I acknowledge my mistake. However, no matter how fervently Chen Lu shouted in his mind, the system remained silent. He regained his focus and happened to overhear Director Ta say, All right, you may leave now. This time, I shall let slide. Just as the two had taken a few steps, Director Ta suddenly furrowed his brow, as if recalling something significant, and called out to Chen Lu. Chen Lu, tomorrow morning it will be your turn to collect a pet beast. Remember to bring your student ID. Understood. Chen Lu felt a surge of joy. Being able to collect a pet beast was sufficient. The two exited the office and walked towards the school gates. Along the way, Wang Jiu noticed Chen Lu remained silent with his head down, assuming he was preoccupied with thoughts of the pet beast. Thus, Wang Jiu offered words of comfort. Luzi, do not fret when I return home. I will have my father procure a bronze-quality pet beast cub for you. We're brothers for. Chen Lu, touched by this gesture, glanced at Wang Jiu and replied, It's nothing. Perhaps I will be fortunate enough to stumble upon a great find tomorrow. I am, after all, the child of destiny. Very well, but if you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to inform me, Wang Jiu said. Rest assured. Chen Lu waved his hand and boarded a bus, hastening towards his rented accommodation. He was now increasingly convinced that something had transpired in this world. He must swiftly uncover the truth of the situation. Chapter 2. Is that you, Howling Sky? Upon returning to his rented apartment, Chen Lu locked the door and drew the curtains. Power on. Oh wait. Boot up, boot up. At this moment, the world around him felt both eerily familiar, yet incredibly foreign. The people surrounding him were known, while the environment was unrecognizable. The miserly hybrid system had crashed once again. With no other option, he resorted to searching online. After an interminable 5 minutes, his dilapidated 8-fingered computer finally powered up. Ignoring the notification in the bottom right corner indicating he had defeated 1% of the booting process, he opened the browser. Instantly, several trending topics popped up. Unbelievable. 4 silver beast tamers from the White Elephant Kingdom took turns violating a silver-tier ferocious beast, the long-tailed giant lizard, for an entire hour. The scene was utterly grotesque. Goodness. A female student from a high school in Lingjiang resorted to selling her body to the principal for a silver-tier pet, only to be discovered by the principal's wife, who publicly beat her and stripped her of her clothes. In Sioux City, A youth's pet suffered from diarrhea after consuming a top-grade delicacy brought from Huagua, and upon examination at the pet hospital, it was found to be missing a kidney. Staring at these shocking headlines, Chen Lu was left speechless. Where were morals? Where lay the boundaries? What about dignity? And where were the videos? As he eagerly clicked on the links, disappointment washed over him when he discovered that there were no videos to be found. Nevertheless, he soon became engrossed in exploring the information about this world. In the span of just 2.5 hours, Chen Lu's worldview felt as if it had undergone a cataclysmic upheaval, shattering completely and then struggling to reassemble amidst the ruins. It dawned on him that this was truly not Blue Star. It was not 2024, but rather the year 684 of the spiritual awakening era, approximately 7 centuries prior. The world had erupted with various ferocious beast realms, as if Pandora's box had been opened. Each realm was inundated with ferocious beasts that launched relentless assaults across countries worldwide. Initially, humanity managed to fend off these creatures with an array of firearms. However, as the number and strength of these beasts escalated, certain nations began to fall, with some regions completely overrun and turned into paradises for the ferocious beasts. There was no denying that these creatures were astonishingly formidable. Chen Lu recalled seeing a beast in his past life, reminiscent of Godzilla, which had withstood a nuclear bomb without sustaining a scratch. Fortunately, the emergence of these realms also rejuvenated the spiritual energy of Blue Star. Through relentless exploration, ancestors gradually mastered the art of forging contracts with ferocious beasts. Those beasts that entered into contracts with humans were designated as pets. This led to the creation of an entirely new profession, beast tamers. Under the guidance of a senior King-tier beast tamer, the Dragon Kingdom eventually transitioned from defense to offense after 3 centuries of arduous struggle, gradually reclaiming lands once occupied by ferocious beasts. Of course, beyond the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, commonly referred to as the wilds, numerous ferocious beasts still roamed. Over the next 2 centuries, the Dragon Kingdom largely restored social order and embarked on a path of vigorous development. Although the occasional realms still manifested within the kingdom, they were typically small to medium-sized, and the highest-level beasts encountered did not exceed the golden tier. Such creatures were swiftly contained by powerful beast tamers, transforming the realms into training grounds. Other nations experienced similar circumstances. Consequently, the status of beast tamers soared, becoming the most esteemed profession. A powerful beast tamer equated to authority, fame, and wealth. Moreover, students were now required to take a mandatory course in beast taming. So, has this meant that I have traversed into another world? A parallel realm where one can tame beasts? Goodness, does this mean that starting as an orphan spells doom for me? Wait, I still have the hybrid system. Instantly, Chen Lu's expression shifted, and he urgently called out to the system, Big Brother system, are you there? Not here. Haha, as long as you're around, I'm relieved. You scared me. From now on, I am the boss, and you are the second in command. Work hard to help me become a powerful beast tamer and reach the pinnacle of life. Warning, 20 hours remaining until mutual destruction with the host. Don't. Big Brother system, I can always arrange for you to take a few more sisters-in-law, can I? Chen Lu quickly brushed up on the fundamentals of beast taming before settling in for a good night's sleep, as he had to select a pet the following day. The next morning, bright and early, Chen Lu hurriedly purchased soy milk and steam buns before rushing to the pet cub-raising base in Guangming City. Upon arriving at the entrance, he noticed a sparse line of people waiting. These individuals were likely as financially constrained as he was, unable to afford a pet. Chen Lu sighed while stuffing a bun into his mouth and moved to join the queue. 10 minutes later, after the staff verified his student status, he was permitted to select a pet. Countdown, 8 hours, 32 minutes, and 55 seconds. Glimpsing the countdown on his system, Chen Lu began his leisurely selection process. Sunflower? Can that even be considered a pet? A dopey turkey? How hideous. Absolutely not, no way. After a thorough inspection, Chen Lu found himself dissatisfied with the surrounding pets until he noticed a group of students pointing and commenting on a toothed dog in its designated area. This toothed dog is incredibly lazy. The others are busy gnawing on nearby bones, diligently honing their biting skills. Yet, it lies there in sloth, surely. Whoever chooses it must be out of their mind. Shaking their heads, the group moved on to inspect other pets. The toothed dog, however, wore a smug expression that seemed almost human-like, then resumed its slumber. Become a human's pet? Work tirelessly? And still not guarantee a meal? No way. This dog isn't that foolish. At that moment, Chen Lu's eyes lit up as he sprinted towards the scene like an arrow released from its bow. He shouted at the toothed dog, "Is that you, Howling Sky? Toothed dog? This human is quite strange." The toothed dog turned its head away, returning to its deep slumber, entirely ignoring Chen Lu. Unperturbed, Chen Lu casually tossed a meat bun towards it and continued, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am your soon-to-be master, the future mightiest beast tamer in the world. Become my pet. After gulping down the meat bun, the toothed dog turned its head away, resuming its slumber. What a joke. You think a mere meat bun is enough to entice me? Dream on. The toothed dog would never submit to servitude. Seeing this, Chen Lu's lips curled into a smile as he declared, as long as you follow me, you'll have all the meat buns you desire. Before his words had even settled, the toothed dog dashed over to him like a gust of wind, joyfully wagging its tail. Toothed dog never submits to servitude, unless it comes with food and lodging. Without hesitation, Chen Lu bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall before the toothed dog. Without any resistance, the toothed dog obediently signed a contract with him. In an instant, Chen Lu felt his body grow significantly stronger, and a new connection formed with the toothed dog. Additionally, a paw-shaped mark appeared on the back of his index finger. Chen Lu was aware that this was the pet space that accompanied his new identity as a Beastmaster. Chapter 3. The Simulation Fusion Furnace. From now on, your name shall be Howling Sky, he declared after a moment of contemplation. Why should I accept that? Howling Sky retorted disdainfully. Don't think just because you've become my Beastmaster that you can give me orders. I won't tolerate any disrespect. Howling Sky boasted arrogantly, exuding an air of superiority. I didn't expect you to be so articulate. Chen Lu clenched his fist, suppressing his anger, yet a dangerous smile danced upon his lips. Naturally, you should consider who I am. Howling Sky replied proudly, his tail held high, brimming with self-satisfaction. Chen Lu was instantly infuriated by Howling Sky's arrogance, his temper flaring as he lunged at him without a second thought. Dogmaster, I call upon you. 3 minutes later, both the man and the dog stood battered and bruised, sporting swollen faces. Howling Sky's ears drooped, and his tail tucked between his legs. A smirk of triumph crossed Chen Lu's face as he asked, So, you're the Dogmaster, huh? No, just call me Howling Sky. Howling Sky quickly corrected himself, his canine face plastered with a grin. Whatever you say, Master Lu, it shall be so. Ha. Little brother, your awareness is commendable. I have high hopes for you. Chen Lu affectionately patted Howling Sky's head, his heart swelling with excitement. He had finally become a pseudo-Beastmaster. Only when a pet reached the Black Iron level could one truly be considered a Beastmaster. By the way, he had also completed the system's task. With this thought, he began to summon the system. System, come forth and behold the lovely JK. Congratulations to the host for successfully contracting a pet and acquiring the Divine Pet Fusion System. System Data Viewing function has been activated. Fusion Evolution function has been activated. Artificial Intelligence partially activated. Is that all there is? How lowly. Chen Lu dismissed, deciding to first examine Howling Sky's attributes. He directed his gaze towards Howling Sky's data panel and compared it with the data of other canines in the area. He was instantly astounded. Name, Canine. Level, Juvenile. Potential, Black Iron. Skills, Guardian. Bite. To his surprise, Howling Sky was indeed impressive. Most of the other canines either lacked skills or had only mastered the bite skill. However, Howling Sky not only possessed the bite skill, but also the exceedingly rare Guardian skill among canines. The Guardian skill was precious because it could protect the Beastmaster at critical moments, shielding them from fatal harm. Although battling Beastmasters was strictly prohibited within the realm of Longhua, the beasts in the secret realms did not adhere to such rules. Canines that possessed the Guardian skill were undoubtedly the kings among their kind. Yet, at the end of the day, it all relied on the system. And it was a much larger system at that. Why do I say this? The classification of pets is as follows: Juvenile, Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Extraordinary, and Monarch. Every level, except for the Juvenile stage, is further divided into 9 stars. Pets can enhance their potential and level through evolution, mutation, and other means. Only when a Beastmaster's pet reaches the next realm can they contract another pet. However, creatures like the canine, which lie at the bottom of the pet hierarchy, lack even evolutionary forms. This means that under normal circumstances, despite Chen Lu's utmost efforts, Howling Sky could only reach the pinnacle of Black Iron. Furthermore, he would be unable to contract any additional pets. However, I am a man with a system. Even a humble creature can be transformed into a formidable beast of the Monarch level. With a mischievous grin, Chen Lu directly invoked the fusion evolution function of the system. Immediately, 10 smaller furnaces appeared around a larger one before his eyes. What does this mean? System, please elaborate. This is the fusion simulation furnace, where the host can simulate the fusion evolution of pets with other pets or materials. The main furnace can only contain pets, while the auxiliary furnaces can hold either pets or materials. The host can review compatibility, potential, skills, etc. after simulation, and then proceed with fusion evolution in the fusion space. Once compatibility reaches 90, the fusion space will unlock. The pet in the main furnace will not lose consciousness, while the pets in the auxiliary furnaces will have their consciousness erased. Using the fusion simulation furnace will consume mental energy, so the host should simulate cautiously. It sounds quite decent. But where am I supposed to find the funds for other pets and materials? Chen Lu inquired. That is beyond the system's control. System, my XXX. After a bout of exasperated complaints towards the system, Chen Lu resignedly decided to return to his rented apartment. After completing the registration of Howling Sky, he withdrew him back into the pet space. Upon returning to his apartment, Chen Lu released Howling Sky, casually stating, "Feel free to cook whatever you like and sleep wherever you wish. Just treat this place as your home. I'll take a little rest." With that, he collapsed onto the sofa as if reuniting with a long-lost relative. Howling Sky looked utterly bewildered. "You want a dog to cook? Are you even speaking human language?" Chen Lu ignored Howling Sky's protests, lying on the sofa and pondering. Although I may be a bit impoverished now, it doesn't mean there's no hope. Let's try the simulation. With this thought, Chen Lu activated the simulation fusion furnace. Upon clicking the main furnace, images of various ferocious beasts surged forth like a tidal wave. Observing the diverse array of beasts, Chen Lu couldn't help but exclaim, "There are just too many types. It's practically a living bestiary. Ferocious beasts with extraordinary potential. Godzilla? Isn't that the Godzilla I watched on television in my past life? And then there were the Monarch-level beasts. The Scythe Beast. The Nine-Nether Spirit Python. The Purple Cloud Dragon." He remembered that the first Monarch-level Beastmaster of Longhua had a signature pet, the Purple Cloud Dragon. It was said that when this Monarch-level Beastmaster was only at the extraordinary 7 stars, he faced 5 extraordinary 9 stars beasts along with countless others. With just 3 moves, Star Motion, Reverse Dragon Swallowing Sun, and Thunderous Dragon Roar, 3 extraordinary 9 stars beasts, and over 1,000,000 ferocious beasts perished on the spot. Just gazing at these beastly images left Chen Lu exhilarated. After 2.5 hours of browsing, he had gained a preliminary understanding of most of the ferocious beasts. Now it was time to commence the simulation. Chen Lu located the Black Iron Potential Canine and clicked to confirm. The moment he confirmed, 8 of the 10 auxiliary furnaces extinguished in the blink of an eye. Is Howling Sky really that incompetent? Chen Lu sighed. Well, let's see what the first auxiliary furnace can offer. Sunflower, long-tailed owl, laughing baby, green-striped snake. Without a doubt, all these pets were of Black Iron potential. In a moment of reckless hope, Chen Lu first selected a sunflower from the initial auxiliary furnace. He then contemplated the options available in the second auxiliary furnace: Tianchi mushrooms, phantom stones, fire cloud rock, the teeth of a bubble crocodile, and the stinging spines of a needleball cricket. A plethora of materials lay before him. He chose one at random: the teeth of the bubble crocodile. Fusion. In an instant, a blinding white light illuminated the surroundings. Before him, the once pitch-black hide of the toothed dog transformed into a vibrant yellow, with 4 sharp teeth protruding prominently, and a sunflower blossomed upon its tail. What is this? A sunflower toothed dog? Chapter 4. System, am I giving you face? Amidst his astonishment, Chen Lu eagerly examined the data of the fused evolution. Name: Toothed Dog Fusion. Potential: Bronze. Skills: Guardian, Spirit Fire, Sharp Teeth. Compatibility: 60. Success rate: 96. No, I'm already overpowered. How can its potential be merely bronze? It should at least be silver. He had seen in the illustrated compendium pups of gold and even platinum rank. This bronze quality is utterly disappointing. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Lu commenced the next round of simulation. He firmly locked the main furnace onto the toothed dog. Next, he selected a sand serpent from the first auxiliary furnace and a bronze-grade azure ore from the second. Fusion. After a flash of brilliance, the fused form appeared before Chen Lu. This time, the appearance was significantly improved. Not only did a cluster of azure ore sprout atop its head, but its entire body also transformed to a grayish yellow, resembling a suit of formidable armor, with its tail taking on the spiny shape of a sand serpent. Name: Toothed Dog Fusion. Potential: Silver. Skills: Guardian, Sand Concealment, Azure Crystal Shield. Compatibility: 91. Success rate: 96. Upon careful inspection, the system's voice gradually resonated. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the fusion space. Ha ha ha. It seems I possess some talent after all. Unable to contain his excitement, he promptly chose to enter the fusion space. In an instant, Chen Lu felt as though he had stepped into a mysterious realm. This vast domain unfolded before him, where the main furnace and 10 auxiliary furnaces lay like slumbering giants, vividly materialized in his sight. Gazing at the expansive space, Chen Lu could not help but inquire, is this place truly this enormous? Can I reside here? No, prolonged activation will lead to system dormancy. Chen Lu scoffed disdainfully. How lowly. Hint. Using a fusion furnace once will deduct 10 million alliance coins. Upon hearing this, Chen Lu immediately retorted, Hold on, system, am I giving you face? You might be lowly, but 10 million? Do I look like I have 10 million? Unconvinced. If you disagree, this system will self-destruct right now. This time, Chen Lu showed no signs of retreat and boldly confronted the system. Go ahead. You go ahead. I'm already a penniless orphan with nothing to lose. If I die, so be it. But you, dear system, if I'm not mistaken, you should be a newly birthed system, am I correct? These words rendered the system momentarily silent. After a while, the system's voice returned, albeit with a noticeably softened tone. Host, this system also faces hardships. For the first fusion fee, this system will waive it for you. But if you don't pay next time, this system will truly fall asleep. Seeing the system's attitude improve slightly, Chen Lu felt a surge of joy, knowing his gamble had paid off. And thus he unabashedly stated, "Call me Lord Dear. Lord Dear. That's more like it. From now on, be more proactive for Lord Dear. Understood?" The host is bullying the system. All right. Dear system brother, how about you let me earn money to upgrade your system level from now on? That's more like it. Last night, he had indulged excessively. Simulated excessively. His body felt utterly drained, leaving him incredibly weak. Fortunately, hard work pays off. He had finally simulated 6 fusion beasts with compatibility exceeding 90, and he had even named them. Among them, 1 had a bronze potential, 3 possessed silver potential, and 2 reached the gold level. Despite being utterly exhausted, Chen Lu still yearned to simulate a platinum potential fusion beast. The system, unable to bear witness any longer, interjected, "A black-tier pet can only fuse up to gold potential." Upon hearing this, Chen Lu's heart sank. It was finally over. His vision blurred, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. He did not awaken until the following noon. As he prepared to wash up, Chen Lu gazed at his pallid visage in the mirror, a shiver coursing through him as he muttered, "Am I about to die? I haven't even touched a girl's hand yet." Host, do not panic. It's normal for the face to be pale during simulations. Just eat more meat to recover. Fine, as long as I'm not dying. After washing up, Chen Lu exited the bathroom and cast a glance at the soundly sleeping Xiaotian. "Damn it, it's all because of you, you foolish dog." Chen Lu gritted his teeth and muttered under his breath. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he could not resist delivering a swift kick toward Xiaotian. Xiaotian, jolted awake from its slumber, opened its bleary eyes, appearing utterly bewildered. Then, with a sudden snap, it opened its maw wide, fiercely attempting to bite Chen Lu. Quick-witted, Chen Lu grabbed a nearby mop and swung it forcefully at Xiaotian's head. Instantly, Xiaotian halted its movement, its fierce demeanor shifting to clarity, ultimately wagging its tail at Chen Lu, adorned with an expression of contrition. This foolish dog is surprisingly quick to react. Chen Lu shook his head in resignation, letting out a sigh. He had originally contemplated finding an excuse to sever its egg, but now he had to abandon that thought. After all, one should not strike a smiling dog. Xiaotian. Thankfully, the dog master is quick-witted. Chen Lu pulled out his phone and checked his dwindling balance of over 3,000 alliance coins. Frowning, he gritted his teeth and resolved to spend 600 alliance coins to order 10 portions of barbecue. Just as he prepared to take a brief rest, his communicator buzzed. As he was about to lie down, his communicator rang again. Chen Lu glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Director Tuo. At that moment, he suddenly remembered he had skipped class today. He quickly answered the call. "Chen Lu, are you alright?" The concerned voice of Director Tuo came through the line. "The director already knows you've contracted the lowest tier tooth dog. Please don't lose hope." Upon hearing Director Tuo's words, Chen Lu was taken aback. Lose hope? How could he? Although his system was lacking, it was still a golden finger. It seemed Director Tuo thought he had contracted the toothed dog and was feeling despondent. Realizing this, he replied, "Director Tuo, I'm fine. It's just that I'm feeling a bit unwell and would like to request a few days off." "Feeling unwell? Do you need a teacher to visit you?" "There's no need, teacher. I'll be fine after a few days of rest." "Very well. But remember that we have a preliminary competition in 3 days. Make sure to attend punctually." "All right, teacher. Goodbye." As Chen Lu hung up the phone, he was about to lie down when a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside the door. "Is the food delivery really this efficient?" he murmured, half asleep. "It arrived just a few minutes after I ordered." Without further thought, he waved his hand, signaling Xiaotian, who was lounging nearby, to open the door. Xiaotian darted to the entrance and pressed down on the doorknob with his paw, causing the door to creak open. Standing outside was not the delivery boy, but a panting Wang Zhiyu. Upon seeing the door opened by the canine, Wang Zhiyu's expression turned sour. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "You contracted a toothy dog? How could you do that?" His words brimmed with incredulity and reproach. "Did I not tell you to reach out to me if you were in trouble?" Chen Lu was not in the mood to explain, merely waving his hand dismissively. His voice weak. "My adopted son is here. Come in and have a seat. Don't be shy." After Wang Zhiyu closed the door, his brow furrowed as he sat across from Chen Lu. He was about to say something when he noticed Chen Lu's pallid complexion, worry etched across his face. Chen Lu, how much have you endured? I haven't tea, Chen Lu replied, a frown crossing his face. Just as he was about to clarify, he was interrupted by Wang Zhiyu. Even if you signed a contract with a black iron tier toothy dog, you shouldn't be this despondent. Rest assured, I have contracted a bronze tier flame tortoise, which may even evolve into a silver tier explosive tortoise in the future. He thumped his chest, adamantly assuring Chen Lu that he would be fine. Chen Lu was deeply touched by Wang Zhiyu's words. However, he truly hadn't lost hope. Chapter 5. The adoptive father sends money to buy materials. Chen Lu longed to inform Wang Zhiyu that he was, in fact, a man endowed with a system. Yet, as the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, the system immediately warned him. If you dare to speak, I shall collapse. With no alternative. He scratched his head and earnestly said, Brother Yu, do you trust me? Wang Zhiyu paused momentarily, then patted his chest. Of course I do. What's the matter? Chen Lu's eyes darted as he lowered his voice. If you trust me, lend me 100,000. I'll give you a surprise at the preliminary competition in 3 days. Without hesitation, Wang Zhiyu pulled a bank card from his pocket and slapped it onto the table. Chen Lu picked it up, glanced at the balance, and nearly leapt up in astonishment. Holy cow! 200,000. Adoptive father. Realizing his exclamation was out of place, he quickly looked at Wang Zhiyu, puzzled. Where did you get 200,000? Wang Zhiyu shrugged nonchalantly. Of course, it's from my father. Chen Lu raised an eyebrow. Your father would give you that much money? Of course not. I stole it. Hearing this, a warm rush filled Chen Lu's heart, and his eyes glistened with emotion. He understood that Wang Zhiyu had resorted to theft merely to assist him in acquiring a bronze-tier pet beast. Little did he know, Chen Lu had already successfully contracted with Xiaotian. Yet, even with this knowledge, Chen Lu believed he could never ascend to the rank of a bronze-tier beastmaster. Wang Zhiyu, without a hint of hesitation, lent him 200,000. He was determined not to squander his good brother's kindness. He silently vowed to secure a king-tier pet beast for Brother Yu in the future. Brother Yu moi. As Chen Lu spoke, he puckered his lips. Ready to plant a kiss. Get lost. All right, Brother Yu. Shortly thereafter, the barbecue takeout Chen Lu had ordered arrived. Wang Zhiyu had come in such a hurry that he hadn't even had time for lunch. The trio, 2 boys and a dog, immediately began to feast heartily. Chen Lu, are you a pig? Why did you order so much? What do you know? The system says that eating meat aids in recovery. Who has the system? The male lead from the MV. Half an hour later, the trio lay contentedly sprawled on the sofa, their bellies round and full. Wang Zhiyu patted his stomach, exclaiming, eating only meat is bliss. Especially that honey mustard flavor. It was simply explosive. Chen Lu reclined against the armrest of the sofa, his complexion much improved. A hint of color returning to his cheeks. Even his voice carried a note of satisfaction. Of course. However, I still prefer the taste of tomato salad. Refreshing and delightful. He turned to Xiaotian, who was sprawled on the floor, and asked, What do you think, Xiaotian? Xiaotian immediately lifted his head, barking excitedly. Woof, woof, woof. Suddenly, Chen Lu seemed to remember something, scratching his head in realization. Wait, aren't we supposed to have class today? Wang Zhiyu grinned widely, a glint of mischief in his eyes. I took a leave. Did Director Tua grant you a leave? Wang Zhiyu shook his head proudly. Of course not. Then how did you manage it? Chen Lu pressed. Wang Zhiyu leaned in closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Well, there's also the principal's wife. 666. Half an hour later, Wang Zhiyu stretched lazily and stood up, preparing to leave. He waved his hand. All right, adopted son. See you at the preliminary competition in 3 days. Once Wang Zhiyu departed, Chen Lu wasted no time and summoned the system. Since he had promised Wang Zhiyu a surprise, he would not let him down. Yesterday, he had simulated 6 fusion entities with compatibility exceeding 90. Yet, he had merely glanced at their qualifications, without thoroughly examining them. Now, it was time for careful consideration. First, he dismissed the bronze tier options, then evaluated the 3 silver tier and 2 gold tier candidates. The silver tier options were the thorned blue crystal dog, the electric tail beast, and the 3-eyed circle dog. The gold tier candidates were the serpent-tailed horned wolf and the leaf spirit dog. Next, he needed to consider the success rate of the fusion. The success rate and compatibility were interconnected. The success rate indicated the likelihood of fusion, while compatibility determined the strength of the fused beast. The higher the compatibility, the stronger the resulting creature. If the system didn't T-charge for fusion, he could easily create a beast with 100 compatibility. However, given his current situation, he had only one chance. He could not afford to take risks and had to choose the option with the highest success rate. At present, the highest success rates were the silver tier thorned blue crystal dog and the gold tier serpent-tailed horned wolf, both exceeding 95. He should not have hesitated. If he was going to do it, it should be the gold tier serpent-tailed horned wolf. However, The conditions for fusing into the serpent-tailed horned wolf required a black iron tier black evil serpent and a bronze tier golden scale beast longhorn. The black evil serpent was relatively inexpensive, available for under 10,000 alliance coins. However, the bronze tier golden scale beast longhorn was quite costly. Although the golden scale beast was a bronze tier ferocious beast, it could evolve into a gold tier giant horned golden scale beast. While the conditions for evolution were rather stringent and the success rate low, its price was not comparable to Wang Zhiyu's bronze tier flame tortoise. The market price for the flame tortoise was around 150,000 to 200,000. In contrast, the market price for a golden scale beast cub ranged between 350,000 to 500,000. With only 200,000 alliance coins in hand, he could not afford a golden scale beast cub. Wait, why did he need to buy a golden scale beast? He could simply purchase a horn instead. With that thought, he slapped Xiaotian on the face. Curse it. It's all your fault, you foolish mutt, for infecting me. Xiaotian barked in response. Woof, woof, woof. Oh. It seems you have truly become irate, no longer speaking in human tongue. Very well, I shall cease this jest. Master Deer will soon facilitate your evolution, liberating you from the constraints of your insufficient foundation. Fearing retribution, Xiaotian refrained from further speech, though skepticism was evident upon his visage. Evolution? Are you jesting with a dog? If I had the capacity to evolve, would I choose a penniless wretch like you as my leader? Chen Lu offered no explanation, promptly activating his 8-handed computer and logging into the Beast Treasure app provided by the Dragon Country. The Beast Treasure app differs vastly from the certain marketplace of a past life. Theoretically, counterfeit goods are non-existent. Should any fraudulent merchandise be discovered by the authorities, the implicated store and individuals would face exorbitant compensation demands and potential imprisonment for up to 30 years. This is not the same as the previous world, where a mere token fine sufficed. Chen Lu searched for the keyword Golden Scale Beast. 2 shops pertaining to the Golden Scale Beast appeared, the Dandong Golden Scale Beast Breeding Base and the 100 Beast Chamber. First, the Dandong Golden Scale Beast Breeding Base. As anticipated, the only items for sale were golden scale beasts, with no related materials available. The prices varied considerably. A golden scale beast cub costs 350,000. A black iron level golden scale beast ranges from 500,000 to 1,000,000. A bronze level golden scale beast is priced between 3,000,000 and 10,000,000, while a silver 1-star giant horn golden scale beast is set at 50,000,000. Next, the 100 Beast Chamber presented its offerings. A black iron 6-star golden scale beast for 500,000, a black iron 9-star for 800,000, a bronze 9-star for 10,000, golden scale beast horns for 100,000 and 300,000, and golden scale beast scales for 30,000 and 100,000. The 100 Beast Chamber indeed sold golden scale beast horns, yet the prices varied significantly. He speculated that this was related to the golden scale beast's rank. Dog system manifest. Host, what is the matter? Is it not the case that the higher the rank of the golden scale beast's horn, the greater the success rate? Not necessarily, host. The simulated beasts and materials used are of average quality. Speak plainly. To illustrate with the example of the snake-tailed horned wolf, the first auxiliary furnace contains the black fiend snake, ranked at black iron 5-star. The second auxiliary furnace features a golden scale beast horn, sourced from a black iron 9-star golden scale beast. If the host utilizes a higher ranked beast or superior materials during fusion, the compatibility and success rate may deviate. It could either increase or decrease. Why was such crucial information not disclosed earlier? You did not inquire sooner. As the veins on Chen Lu's forehead became increasingly pronounced, the system hastily remedied. Once the host successfully fuses their first pet beast, the auxiliary fusion furnace will unlock functions for precise beast and material ranking. Why do I sense this is merely a patch you added after forgetting? That is certainly not the case. It is a test for the host. Very well. With the tension in his forehead subsiding, Chen Lu opened the 100 Beasts Chamber, prepared to inquire about the price of the golden scale beast horn. Chapter 6. The Backpack Girl's Remnants of Dreams. Are you there? Customer Service 003. Hello, dear. How may I assist you? Is the golden scale beast horn still available? Customer Service 003. Dear, we only have 2 types of golden scale beast horns left, priced at 200,000 and 270,000 respectively. Can you offer a discount? Customer Service 003. Unfortunately, no. Is it impossible even if I am a high school student? Customer Service 003. No, unless you are a student from one of the top 10 prestigious universities. Gazing at the chat interface, Chen Lu paused his fingers over the keyboard, a flicker of hope rising within him, only to dissipate just as swiftly. He leaned back in his chair, lips twitching as he muttered to himself, top 10 universities? One would need at least a pet beast of golden qualifications. Even if I am certain to attend one of those esteemed institutions in the future, it is of no consequence at present. After calculating his savings, he realized he only had the 200,000 given by Wang Zhiyu and a little over 2,000 of his own. If he were to purchase the 200,000 golden scale beast horn, he would be left with a mere 2,000. Hardly enough to acquire even a black fiend snake cub. He sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Why is life so arduous? After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to inquire whether the Dandong Golden Scale Beast Breeding Base offered any materials for sale. Are you there? Customer Service 08. What is it? Do you sell the Golden Scale Beast Horn? 1 minute. 2 minutes. Chen Lu stared at the screen, his anticipation gradually morphing into disappointment. He rubbed his forehead, muttering, "It seems I have no choice but to purchase from the 100 Beasts chamber." Just as he was about to close the chat window, the screen lit up, and a business card suddenly appeared from the other side. Customer Service 08. Save it, green bubble. In less than 10 seconds, the sender retracted those 2 messages. Chen Lu, wide-eyed and astounded, managed to save the image just in time. This is promising. Elation surged within him as he swiftly scanned the card. ID, Crazy Potato Thunder. Avatar, a cartoon image of a radiant fire rabbit. Add friend. Note, Golden Scale Beast Horn. Upon instant approval, Chen Lu was about to inquire when the other party immediately sent a message. Crazy Potato Thunder. Hello? What rank of Golden Scale Beast Horn do you require? Chen Lu, around Black Iron 9-star. He pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding to adhere to the system's requirements. Crazy Potato Thunder, 150,000. Chen Lu, can I pay upon delivery? Crazy Potato Thunder, address? Chen Lu, number 6, West Unit, 6th floor, Community, number 8, Chongqing Road, Guangming City. Moreover, I am a handsome and charming high school student. Crazy Potato Thunder. Chen Lu, can you deliver? Crazy Potato Thunder, 160,000. Delivered by noon tomorrow. Chen Lu, I'll add another 10,000 if you can purchase a Black Iron 5-star Black Fiend Snake along the way. Crazy Potato Thunder. Okay. After closing the chat, Chen Lu stretched contentedly, then compiled the conversation into a compressed file, a sly grin gracing his lips. He scheduled timed messages to be sent to Wang Zhiyu, the landlady, and his former orphanage director. These were the only 3 individuals he could think of. A contingency for himself, or perhaps a farewell. After all, this was an unofficial offline transaction, and it bore a hint of risk. The following noon, Chen Lu, deep in slumber, was jolted awake by the sound of knocking at the door. He hastily tossed his Xiaotian aside, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he approached the door. They've arrived, he mumbled groggily. Upon opening the door, he was met with a charmingly delicate face, short hair, a small backpack slung over her shoulder, and an earnest expression, though she stood only about 1.6 meters tall. Hello, are you the buyer of the Golden Scale Beast Horn? She inquired, her voice ringing clear. A girl? Chen Lu exclaimed in surprise, eyes widening. The girl, her face marked by displeasure, retorted, does it not resemble that? Chen Lu quickly donned a smile, replying, not at all, please do come in. The girl waved her hand dismissively, coldly stating, no need, just take a look at the items. She unstrapped her backpack and produced 2 spatial spheres. Chen Lu accepted the spheres and pressed the central button. In an instant, a long, pale golden horn tumbled to the ground. Chen Lu bent down to retrieve it, feigning earnest observation while inwardly summoning the system. System, verify the authenticity of this item. After evaluation by this system, it is confirmed to be the long horn of a golden scale beast of the Black Iron 9 stars. Furthermore, the second spatial sphere contains a black fiend snake of the Black Iron 5 stars. Upon hearing the system's report, Chen Lu's heart swelled with joy, though he maintained a calm facade, stating, excellent, the items are genuine. The girl raised an eyebrow and inquired, aren't you going to check the black fiend snake? No need. I trust you. She nodded, replying, then, let us settle the payment. The girl nodded again and retrieved an array of payment tools from her backpack, exuding professionalism. Chen Lu, feeling slightly embarrassed, waved his hand, saying, I can just use my card. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he produced the card given to him by Wang Zhiyu and swiped it on her card reader. Once the payment was received, the girl's mood visibly brightened. She extracted a business card and promptly stated, for the swift yet modest buyer, should you require anything in the future, feel free to contact me. Chen Lu chuckled helplessly. All right. By the way, what is your name? Can Dream, the girl responded. Suddenly, a dark magical shadow emerged behind her, enveloping her in an instant before vanishing. A pet beast? Chen Lu's eyes lit up as he accessed the system to lock onto the information of the beast. Name, Li Hun. Level, Silver 2 stars. Potential, Golden. Skills, Shadow Magic Hand, Demon Fire, Shadow Flash. To think it was a Li Hun evolved from a ghost. Chen Lu was astounded, realizing that it might even evolve into a soul devourer of diamond potential in the future. He silently rejoiced, grateful that this formidable seller was an honest one. And he too considered himself a trustworthy buyer. Closing the door, he gazed at the business card in his hand, somewhat perplexed as he muttered to himself. Didn't I already receive a green bubble? Why the need for a contact? Approaching the computer, he confirmed that indeed, the other party had been deregistered. Unable to contain his frustration, he grumbled to the system. Did you see that? This is what professionalism looks like. Are you still considering fusion? If not, I might just take a nap. Fusion. It must be fused. Chen Lu immediately responded. No sooner had he spoken than he withdrew the snoozing Xiaotian back into the pet space. Xiaotian, still half asleep, let out a grumble, clearly displeased at being disturbed. Chen Lu then picked up the two spatial spheres, inhaled deeply, and mentally beckoned the system. Enter fusion space. Understood, host. With a sudden whoosh, Chen Lu vanished from his spot, instantly appearing in the fusion space. Chapter 7. Successful Fusion, Serpent Tail, Horned Wolf. As Xiaotian entered the fusion space, confusion washed over its face. It couldn't help but ask, Boss, where is this? Chen Lu replied with a mysterious smile, a place for your evolution. Can I really evolve? I had no idea. Xiaotian raised its head, bewildered. Enough chatter, do you see that massive furnace? Jump in. Boss, I was wrong. Upon seeing the gargantuan furnace, Xiaotian suddenly knelt, biting Chen Lu's pant leg and crying out, I promise I won't eat so much again, and I won't show off in front of you anymore. Tears and snot streamed down Xiaotian's face. Please don't cook me, boss. Chen Lu's lips twitched as he resisted the urge to facepalm, saying, I've told you. It's for your evolution. How much meat do you have to spare? I don't believe it. I'm not going. Xiaotian held tightly to Chen Lu's leg, refusing to let go. With no other option, Chen Lu explained the situation regarding the fusion furnace to Xiaotian. After all, Xiaotian was his pet. They shared fortunes and misfortunes alike. Upon hearing this, Xiaotian hesitantly loosened its grip, pondering, is this real or fake? Reminder to the host, within the fusion space. The host possesses absolute authority. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why have I been wasting time talking to this silly dog? Chen Lu thought to himself. With a wave of his hand, Xiaotian began to float. What is happening? Xiaotian exclaimed in terror as it looked at its ascending form. Boss, I believe you now. Please put me down. I'm afraid of heights. With another wave, Xiaotian plummeted back to the ground. Stop dawdling, get in there. Even if it fails, you won't come to harm. Xiaotian gazed at the imposing furnace, apprehension gnawing at its heart, yet ultimately gritted its teeth and declared, for the sake of Dog Lord, I'll take the plunge. Worst case, I'll be a good dog again in 18 years. With that, Xiaotian sprang into the main furnace. Next came the black fiend snake and the golden-scaled beast's long horn. Chen Lu activated the spatial sphere, and a black snake, venom oozing from its mouth, appeared before him. The black fiend snake initially looked bewildered before its expression hardened, and it spat a glob of venom at Chen Lu. The black fiend snake could not evolve. It would remain a black iron 5-star for life. However, its venom was potent enough to incapacitate any beast below the black iron 9 stars. In essence, it was a fighter among the black iron tier. Unfortunately for it, in the fusion space, Chen Lu was invincible. With a mere gesture, he dissipated the venom in midair. Without hesitation, he seized the black fiend snake and the golden-scaled horn, unceremoniously tossing them into the auxiliary furnace and closing the lid. System fusion, Chen Lu commanded. As soon as he spoke, the 3 furnaces began to spin rapidly. System, it should succeed, right? Chen Lu felt a twinge of anxiety. The system is uncertain, given the 5 failure rate. Damn, Chen Lu's heart sank, unable to suppress a curse. Xiaotian, you better deliver. He gazed at the whirling furnaces, his lips twitching. Your master is out of funds. Approximately 20 minutes later, a flash of golden light illuminated the room as the lid of the main furnace clanged open. Xiaotian had grown a third larger, sprouting 2 golden horns atop its head. Its fur remained black but glimmered more brilliantly, and its short tail had transformed into a snake's head radiating violet light. Xiaotian exuded a rare and precious aura, howling into the surroundings, a woo. What are you howling about? Chen Lu chastised, delivering a swift slap to Xiaotian's face. Startled, Xiaotian blinked before exclaiming with excitement, Boss, I really did it. I feel significantly stronger, and I can at least break through to silver now. Boss, you truly weren't boasting that day. Xiaotian was so ecstatic it nearly leaped up. Chen Lu, equally delighted, chuckled and patted Xiaotian's head, saying, Of course, when has Lu ever boasted? And it's not silver. It's golden. Upon hearing this, Xiaotian's eyes sparkled with newfound hope, thinking, Dog Lord might just become a golden deity. Upon confirming the transformation of Xiaotian, Chen Lu led him out of the fusion space to examine the data. Name, Serpent-tailed Horned Wolf. Level, Black Iron 2 stars. Potential, Gold. Skills, Loyal Guardian, Mist Erosion. Golden Scale Defense, Sharp Fangs. Chen Lu nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, indeed. The Guardian has upgraded to Loyal Guardian. The Loyal Guardian skill allows the Beastmaster to transfer fatal damage to their pet. Now, it is certain that Xiaotian will only perish before me. The attack move bite has transformed into Sharp Fangs and now inflicts bleeding damage. The Mist Erosion skill poisons the opponent, diminishing their defenses, while the Golden Scale defense enhances both attack and defense. Essentially, it is perfect. He glanced at Xiaotian, who was grooming himself, and pondered, Next, how do I facilitate your upgrade? There are essentially 3 methods for upgrading: self-cultivation in the beast space, consuming potions, or engaging in combat. The latter 2 are temporarily ruled out, leaving only self-cultivation. At this thought, Chen Lu felt somewhat disgruntled. Is this really the only option, even after I've gained such advantages? He questioned mentally, System, do you possess any means to elevate my level? If not, your mother's health may need to be reconsidered. Foolish host. The exclusive cultivation elixir for the serpent-tailed horned wolf has been uploaded. Chen Lu nodded in satisfaction. Now that's more like it. He opened the exclusive cultivation recipe for Xiaotian. This elixir is named Soaring Pill. It can enhance Xiaotian in all aspects. The manufacturing process ranges from simple to complex, specifically requiring the collection of essence blood from various levels of ferocious beasts and some auxiliary materials to refine in a fusion furnace. Refinement requires expenditure of alliance currency. For instance, the soaring pill used by Xiaotian at the black iron level necessitates 5 types of black iron ferocious beast essence blood and the black iron material, Beiwa, along with 100,000 alliance coins. Upon reading this, Chen Lu couldn't help but scoff. Really, system? 100,000 alliance coins for black iron. So silver must be 1 million? Not quite. Silver is 10 million, and bronze is 1 million. Can it not be a bit cheaper? Not possible, host. This system does not require currency, but this is the power of rules, and the system cannot assist with that. Well, rules, huh? Unquestionable matters. He paused for a moment, rolling his eyes in resignation, muttering to himself, It seems I must first earn some money. Thus, he plopped down in front of the computer. He first disabled the scheduled messages. Then he opened the search engine and typed, How to make money. The answer was, Raise chickens. Chen Lu was taken aback, nearly flipping the keyboard as he sighed. Raising chickens, seriously? Unwilling to accept that, he reformulated his question and searched, How can a novice Beastmaster earn money? This time, the responses were considerably more reliable. There were suggestions to enter secret realms to acquire resources for sale, undertake Beastmaster tasks for income, and even cultivate pets for others for profit, among others. Chapter 8. Commencing the money-making venture. After perusing for a while, Chen Lu found no tasks suitable for him. Entering secret realms to search for materials and resources? Wouldn't that be risking his life? He had no combat experience. Going in would be pure folly. Cultivating pets for others? No one would trust this black iron-level novice. Besides, he wasn't sure how to accept those tasks. What a dilemma. After expressing his frustration, Chen Lu laid his head down on the table. Just then, he noticed the business card in his hand. Why not consult the esteemed Jianming? But would they even bother with him since he wasn't buying anything? Regardless, he decided to reach out. He pressed the contact information on the card. ID, the little sorceress who loves Suffle. Avatar, Ferocious Beast Spectre. Note, I am the buyer of the golden scale beast from earlier. His request was accepted almost instantly. Jianming, is there a problem with the item? Chen Lu, no issues, esteemed one. Jianming, Chen Lu, please don't take offense, but I would like to ask if you have any tasks available for earning money. After a moment of silence, Jianming sent him an app for Beastmaster exchanges. The app was named Idle Shark. Jianming, your Beastmaster level is too low to undertake my tasks, but you can look for suitable tasks within this app. Chen Lu, thank you, esteemed one. You are indeed a kind-hearted person. Jianming, I've sent you an invitation code. Please register yourself. Chen Lu, okay. After concluding the chat, Chen Lu swiftly registered an account and logged in. Indeed, there were numerous tasks and requests. Seeking evolution methods for the Flame Cave Lord. Requesting the dual wings of the gold-level material, Winged Frenzy Dragon. After browsing for half an hour, Chen Lu had a basic understanding of how to utilize this app. He locked the region within Guangming City. Beastmaster level, Black Iron level Beastmaster. Sure enough, a dozen tasks appeared. Cleaning ancient behemoth waste, 5,000 per day, minimum 1 week. Feeding white plum deer, 3,000 per day, minimum 1 week. He scrolled through several, but none were to his liking. It wasn't that he couldn't endure hardship or that the pay was inadequate. Rather, he had a preliminary competition at school the day after tomorrow. Timing was tight. Should he forego the preliminary competition? But he had promised to give his adopted son a surprise. Chen Lu contemplated. Surprises can come at any time, but earning money is paramount. With that thought, he picked up his pager and called Director Tua. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, the number you dialed is currently in conversation. Please try again later. Disconnected? Chen Lu was bewildered. Assuming Director Tua had dialed incorrectly and tried again. The phone rang for several seconds before finally being answered. At that moment, Director Tuo's voice came through. Hello, Jejia. I told you, my wife is home. Don't make random calls. Chen Lu was stunned for a few seconds. Jejia? Soon, Director Tuo's voice echoed again. Jejia? Why aren't you speaking? Chen Lu immediately realized and replied. Director, I am not Jejia. I am Chen Lu. Chen Lu? He heard a loud thud from the other end, as if something had fallen. Then came the sound of Director Tuo's anguished cry. Director, are you okay? Chen Lu couldn't help but ask. After a minute, Director Tuo's voice finally came through slowly. I'm here. What do you need? Director, I wanted to inform you that I won to be attending the preliminary competition the day after tomorrow, Chen Lu stated. Director Tua paused, asking, not going? Why? Director, this preliminary competition is crucial. The school mandates that all senior students must participate. Even if you have contracted a toothed dog, you must attend. This is related to the college entrance examination and class assignments, and it will be recorded in your file. Moreover, there are rewards for all participating students. Even if you come in last, you will receive a bottle of black iron level cultivation fluid. Cultivation fluid? Why wasn't I informed about this earlier? Chen Lu inquired. What reward is there for the first place? Director Tua blurted out on the other end of the phone. A bonus of 1 million alliance coins. 10 bottles of black iron grade nurturing liquid, and personal instruction from a silver grade mentor. Upon hearing the figure of 1 million, Chen Lu was momentarily taken aback, failing to catch the latter part of the rewards. 1 million? Does this mean I can forego working altogether? With this thought, Chen Lu promptly declared, Director, I'm in. That's the spirit. Director Tuo's voice radiated with satisfaction. I believe in your potential. Thank you, Director. I'll hang up now, Chen Lu hurriedly replied. All right. Prepare well for the competition. And remember, I haven't mentioned anything earlier, the director added. Of course, Director, I won't disclose anything about you and Jia to Shermo. Chen Lu teased. Wait, Director Tuo's voice suddenly grew urgent. Chen Lu, you. Not waiting for Director Tua to continue, Chen Lu swiftly ended the call, his mind racing with possibilities. If he could secure a top position, resources from the Black Iron Grade for Xiaotian would be assured, and he could repay Wang Jiyu. However, as these thoughts swirled, Chen Lu's expression dimmed. After all, achieving first place would undoubtedly be challenging. Even within their class, there were several affluent heirs. Obtaining a silver-grade beast was hardly a hurdle for them. Though Xiaotian had successfully fused and evolved into a gold-grade beast, it had only reached Black Iron 2 stars. Even if it could fight above its level, it wouldn't stand a chance against those possessing Black Iron 5-star or 6-star beasts. If only there were a way to enhance Xiaotian's prowess. Chen Lu mused to himself, a hint of helplessness creeping in. Unfortunately, he had only 1 day left, with no opportunity to boost his strength. As Chen Lu pondered, his hand unconsciously scrolled across the mouse. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he spotted a post and quickly clicked on it. Task details, practice partner. Task requirements, Black Iron Grade. Task reward, 10,000 per day. Task location, number 001, Baihe Villa District, Guangming City. Note, there is a risk of death for the beasts of beast tamers. This task was excellent. Not only could he earn money, but he could also train Xiaotian's combat skills. As for the final note, Chen Lu paid it no mind. After all, Xiaotian was now a gold-grade beast. Even if it faced defeat, death was unlikely. Without hesitation, he accepted the task. After shutting down his computer, Chen Lu glanced at Xiaotian, who was playfully batting at its tail, and said, Tomorrow you'll face some hits, so today, let us treat you to a feast. Upon hearing the word feast, Xiaotian perked up, leaping onto Chen Lu's lap. It's big, what eyes fixed on him. Master, did you say food? With a resigned smile, Chen Lu patted Xiaotian's head and ventured out to purchase 300 yuan's worth of ribs. Upon returning home, he rarely took to the kitchen himself, preparing a fragrant stew of ribs for Xiaotian. Xiaotian, today you shall indulge. Tomorrow, your performance will be scrutinized. Chen Lu chuckled as he observed Xiaotian devouring the meal, its face gleaming with grease. Chapter 9, Xiaotian's strength. Early the next morning, Chen Lu reluctantly hailed a taxi toward the Baihe Villa District. It was unavoidable. Public transport simply did not reach such an upscale area. In an effort to save money, he opted for the cheapest taxi available. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for. The cab was no exception, filled with a pungent odor reminiscent of stale feet, mingled with sweat and the scent of rotten eggs. As soon as he entered, the stench overwhelmed him, causing Chen Lu to nearly swoon. The driver, noticing Chen Lu had fallen asleep, remarked, "Youth is a blessing. They can just drop off to sleep." Approximately half an hour later, the taxi halted at the entrance of the Baihe Villa district. "Young man, wake up, we've arrived." The driver called. Chen Lu groggily opened his eyes, feeling as though he had just crawled out of a sewage ditch. Holding his breath, he handed the driver 20 yuan and hastily opened the door, gasping for fresh air. After a moment, he exhaled deeply, muttering, "Damn, that was close. I'm never taking a cheap taxi again." Once he regained his composure, Chen Lu approached the entrance of the villa district, only to be halted by a voice. "This is a villa area. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted entry." An elderly security guard, looking to be in his 50s, stated sternly, "Sir, I'm here to accept the task as a practice partner," Chen Lu explained, determination gleaming in his eyes. Upon hearing this, the guard's expression softened slightly, and he pulled Chen Lu aside, lowering his voice. "Young man, heed my advice and leave. The Wind family's little scion's beast has maimed several others these past few days." Eagle hatchling? Chen Lu furrowed his brow, a fierce little hawk flashing through his mind as he pressed on. A silver-grade beast? It can evolve into the golden-grade Ransha Eagle, or even the platinum-grade flying Ransha Eagle King in the future, the guard spoke with evident reverence. Upon hearing this, Chen Lu immediately recalled the eagle hatchling's evolutionary forms, gaining some assurance. Even if it would eventually become a platinum-grade beast, it was still just a fledgling black iron now, not a cause for concern. He nodded and smiled at the guard. "Thank you, sir, but I must undertake this task." With that, he strode confidently into the villa, heading straight for the door of Villa Number 1. The guard watched him go, sighing and shaking his head. "Young people are so ambitious," he muttered, his eyes filled with a mix of resignation and an inkling of sorrow. Alas, yet another beast destined for ruin. Chen Lu knocked on the grand door of the villa. Though it was termed a villa, it resembled a small island with mountains and water, seemingly endless. From the outside, it merely appeared to be a larger-than-average mansion. Chen Lu surmised that some spatial manipulation techniques were likely at play. A servant escorted him to a vehicle that would take him further in, and Chen Lu seized the opportunity to admire the scenery along the way. Spotting several fish swimming in the river, he couldn't help but exclaim, "There are even bronze-grade three-tailed blue fish in the river. And what is that on the hill? A bronze-grade lion dog?" Although both creatures were merely of bronze grade, they were still worth at least 200,000 each. How incredibly wealthy. Chen Lu raged inwardly. After a while, they arrived at a training ground the size of a bird's nest. There, a girl around 17 or 18 commanded an eagle hatchling against a bronze-grade gopher. Directed by another boy of similar age, the eagle hatchling swooped down, seizing the gopher and lifting it into the air before dropping it mercilessly. The gopher landed in a daze, blood spilling from its mouth, its eyes swirling as it muttered, "I think I just saw my great-grandma." "Gopher," the boy gasped, rushing forward. Fortunately, the gopher was only severely injured and had not perished. The boy hurriedly took it for treatment. Meanwhile, the girl scoffed, "These people are utterly useless." The eagle hatchling didn't even use its skills and still easily defeated them. Chen Lu observed the scene, rendered speechless. "Sister, are you not bullying him?" he remarked. Setting aside the issue of aptitude, even a typical large mouse could hardly rival a young eagle. As Chen Lu pondered these thoughts, the young girl spoke up. "You over there, you must be the new sparring partner. I advise you, if your strength is lacking, it would be wise to retreat early." The young eagle does not hold back. "You wouldn't want your reward to be eclipsed by medical expenses." Chen Lu, unfazed by her words, replied, "Even if you can fly." "What of it? Xiaotian is not to be underestimated. Fear not, my companion is far from weak." The girl, sensing his confidence, responded with a hint of skepticism. "Very well, I hope you can bring some excitement." Chen Lu nodded, stroking his index finger, and called out, "Come forth, Xiaotian." Xiaotian appeared, bewildered, glancing around. "What is it, boss?" Chen Lu pointed to the young eagle above, grinning as he said, "Xiaotian, this is a sparring partner arranged by Lord Lu to enhance your combat prowess." "All right, boss. I've been eager for a fight," Xiaotian exclaimed, bouncing with excitement, its fur bristling as if it were a warrior poised for battle. To Chen Lu's surprise, Xiaotian was particularly obedient this time, ready to engage in combat, evidently emboldened by its recent evolution. The girl, upon seeing Xiaotian, was momentarily taken aback. She had never encountered such a creature before. This wolf, no, this dog, appeared rather peculiar. She mused. However, not dwelling on it, she commanded her young eagle, "Eagle, attack." Chen Lu also began to issue commands. The eagle and the dog launched their assaults from above and below, respectively, their claws clashing in a stalemate. The girl observed this with a flicker of excitement in her eyes, thinking, finally, some fun. Windblade, she shouted, as the young eagle flapped its wings, sending a gust of wind toward Xiaotian. Chen Lu, unfazed, calmly instructed, Xiaotian, activate golden scale shield. With a fierce roar, Xiaotian's small horns radiated a golden light, enveloping its entire body. After employing the golden scale shield, both its attack and defense were bolstered, and the wind blade merely sheared off a few tufts of fur. The girl was momentarily stunned. No way, this unfamiliar creature has such formidable defense? Chen Lu smiled slightly, directing Xiaotian, now it's our turn to attack. Xiaotian, leap and use sharp fangs. The girl snapped back to reality, quickly commanding, Eagle, use wind to evade the attack. Despite her command, the eagle was too slow and found itself bitten on a wing by Xiaotian. Fortunately, the wind ability was executed, enhancing its speed. The girl, pleased with the successful maneuver, thought to herself, my eagle is only at the black iron 4-star level. Yet, with the boost in speed and the advantage of flight, it should remain undefeated at this level unless it exhausts its stamina. She recalled how she had previously defeated many black iron 5-star, and even some 6-star non-flying creatures with this tactic, filling her with confidence. Meanwhile, Chen Lu couldn't help but chuckle at the girl's self-satisfaction. He discerned her thoughts, but he knew his companion was no ordinary black iron creature. It was indeed a kingly beast. Even if the eagle utilized its speed and aerial advantage to engage in a war of attrition, Chen Lu felt no concern. Xiaotian's sharp fang skill had a bleeding effect, though it appeared similar to a standard injury, causing continuous blood loss until healed. It would not recover on its own without treatment. This meant that the eagle would continue to bleed until the battle concluded, which made it clear that the eagle could not sustain a prolonged fight. However, the girl remained oblivious to this fact and continued to command, Eagle, unleash Windblade. Chen Lu, unconcerned, told Xiaotian, take a few hits. Xiaotian, initially expecting a clever strategy from Chen Lu, it was instead told to endure blows. Fine, if I must take the hits, so be it. It doesn't hurt anyway. After the eagle unleashed 3 consecutive wind blades, the girl finally sensed something amiss. Under normal circumstances, her eagle could unleash 10 wind blades without tiring. Why was it struggling after just 3? Was it the opponent's creature's skill? But it had never attacked her eagle. It wasn't until she glanced at the eagle's wing, still dripping blood, that she realized Xiaotian's earlier attack was not merely a simple damaging blow, but potentially carried additional effects. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she muttered, no way. This dog is so cunning? With no immediate prospect of subduing her opponent's creature, the girl declared to Chen Lu, the sparring is temporarily concluded. Chen Lu nodded lazily, summoning Xiaotian back to his side. The words of the employer were law. The girl signaled to a nearby attendant, who promptly produced a distress signal device, stating, Mrs. Creature is injured, medical team, hurry. Within moments, the medical team arrived at the training ground to tend to the eagle's wounds. Chen Lu watched this scene with envy, jealousy, and bitterness, muttering to himself, being wealthy is truly wonderful. As the medical team treated the eagle, the girl approached Chen Lu from the opposite side of the battlefield. Upon raising his gaze, he finally beheld her features, which took him by surprise. She bore a resemblance to the innocent green tea girl archetype from his previous life. For specifics, one could consult certain platforms. She was indeed beautiful, yet Chen Lu felt no stirrings of affection. He had simply seen too much. The girl spoke. My name is Feng Yuyan. Her voice rang clear like a lark, tinged with a hint of defiance. May I inquire, what creature is yours? I have never seen anything like it. Chen Lu replied calmly, Miss Feng, greetings. My creature is merely an ordinary toothed dog. Feng Yuyan gazed at him in disbelief. Toothed dog? How is that possible? Toothed dogs are typically gray and black, and how could yours possess horns? It is clearly not a toothed dog. Chen Lu chuckled. It is indeed a toothed dog, though it has undergone a slight mutation. Mutation? Feng Yuyan's eyes widened as if she had heard something unbelievable. Indeed. Chen Lu responded earnestly. Regardless of whether others believed him, he only needed to bite to the death. In this world, fusion evolution was impossible. Fusion implied conflicts of consciousness, physique, and other aspects. Should it fail, the creature would perish instantly. Only with his system could he achieve fusion. Feng Yuyan regarded Chen Lu's innocent eyes and remarked, You are quite fortunate. Her tone conveyed a mix of envy and reluctance. Chen Lu nodded in agreement. Mutation, in essence, often results in a decline in quality, with only a scant few evolving into formidable beings, heavily reliant on fortune. Miss Feng, shall we engage in battle again? Chen Lu inquired. No need. My eagle chick cannot breach your defenses. Feng Yuyan replied with a hint of resignation. And what about mine? Chen Lu asked tentatively. Rest assured, your reward will not be diminished. Feng Yuyan waved her hand dismissively. Then I extend my gratitude to you, Miss Feng. Chen Lu said with a smile. Following this exchange, he took his leave from the Feng residence after receiving his reward. As he departed, Feng Yuyan contemplated enticing Chen Lu further, yet he politely declined. After all, he was a man with a system. It was unthinkable to submit to another. Fortunately, she held him in little regard, in her eyes. Defeating her was merely a matter of luck on his part. After all, how powerful could a mutated hound truly be? Merely transitioning from black iron to bronze quality. And even if it were to reach silver quality, what of it? It could not evolve further. Her eagle chick, on the other hand, could evolve into the platinum tier Gale Hawk King. A silver tier Beastmaster was hardly a rarity in the Feng family. Chen Lu, however, paid little heed to such matters. Calculating the funds he had on hand, over 40,000 remained, but he still needed another 60,000 for the fusion elixir. Truly, he could not afford it. With a forlorn expression, he muttered inwardly, "This dog system is utterly worthless." With no other option, he resolved to purchase a vial of black iron-level nurturing liquid, hoping it would bolster Xiaotian's strength. Chen Lu swiftly acquired the nurturing liquid and, on the way, also purchased a piece of black iron-level beast meat from a boar. Upon returning home, he retrieved the nurturing liquid, noting its faint blue hue and lack of odor. "System, could you analyze the contents of this nurturing liquid?" Chen Lu asked languidly. "Why? Are you dissatisfied?" "Of course. Speed it up. System analysis in progress, 1 complete. Estimated time, 1 hour. Oh dear, little black? In that case, I shall prepare a meal first." The beast meat was known to enhance the physical strength of both beastmasters and their beasts, making it highly coveted. That piece of boar meat cost him a staggering 6,000. He patted his pocket, feeling as though his wallet were weeping. Earned 10,000 today, spent 21,000. I'm in debt by 11,000. A crow seemed to fly through his mind, cawing, caw, caw, caw. Under normal circumstances, he would never have acted so recklessly. However, with the impending mock examination tomorrow, securing first place would grant him a sponsorship of 1 million from the school. Thus, he made the purchase. It was not indulgence, but rather an investment. Indeed, Chen Lu convinced himself of this, as though all was perfectly reasonable. After devouring the meat, he felt a marked improvement in his physical capabilities. Previously, he could manage a maximum of 10 shots in a day. Now he could easily double that. It seemed he must consume beast meat more frequently. He sighed contentedly, patting his stomach. Then, he inquired of the system. "By the way, has the analysis of the nurturing liquid been completed?" "Analysis complete. According to this system's assessment, the nurturing liquid is derived from a golden-grade material known as celestial vine, albeit diluted 1,000-fold. 1,000-fold? Are there any adverse effects?" "None. Except that effects may diminish with continuous use." "How does its effectiveness compare to Xiaotian's potions?" "This system is not boasting. The two are not comparable." "Very well." He had initially contemplated using the nurturing liquid as a substitute if funds were insufficient. It seemed he would have to earn money honestly instead. Poverty. Chapter 11, Mock Examination. Wang Jiu, Earth Demon, please respond. Chen Lu, Earth Demon received, awaiting instructions. Wang Jiu, urgent task, head to school. Chen Lu, I'm a bit drowsy. Wang Jiu, today is the mock examination. Chen Lu, let us gather at the pancake stand at the crossroads. Wang Jiu, OJKB. After hanging up the call, Chen Lu groggily opened his eyes to find Xiaotian sprawled on his bed. He promptly delivered a slap. "Silly dog. How did you end up on my bed? Go back to your space and sleep." Xiaotian gazed at him with a look of reproach, murmuring softly, "You were the one who wanted to cuddle with me last night. Now you're acting like you don't know me. Scoundrel." Chen Lu rolled his eyes. "Where did you learn such nonsense?" Xiaotian proudly waved a paw towards the nearby computer. 5 minutes later, under Chen Lu's stern guidance, Xiaotian was left with a bruised face. Sleeping in the pet space. After stretching his wrists, Chen Lu stepped outside. Soon, he encountered Wang Jiu. The two savored steaming pancakes as they walked towards the school. Chen Lu, with a mischievous smile, initiated the conversation. "So, you haven't been caught stealing from your dad, right?" "Rest assured, I've pilfered from my dad's secret stash." "Nice. My buddy's fire turtle is already at black iron 3 stars. He might just place." Wang Jiu boasted proudly. "Impressive," Chen Lu replied. "Black iron 3 stars is indeed commendable. My Xiaotian has just reached that level as well. By the way, 3 days ago, you mentioned you had a surprise for me. What is it?" "What surprise?" Wang Jiu asked curiously. Chen Lu smiled mysteriously. "You'll find out during the competition." All right. Wang Jiu replied, refraining from probing further. They soon arrived at the classroom, took their seats, and subsequently began to catch up on sleep. After an indeterminate time, the familiar voice of Director Tuo resonated from the podium. "Students, we are about to commence the testing of your pets." He surveyed the classroom, emphasizing that the results would determine class placements. He paused, his brow furrowed slightly. I hope everyone can give their utmost effort alongside their pets to achieve outstanding results. The students exhibited a spectrum of reactions. Some were eager, rubbing their hands together, while others appeared anxious, their legs shaking uncontrollably. A few brazen boys were shamelessly ogling the girls in class, creating quite the commotion that roused the drowsy Chen Lu. Habitually, Chen Lu stretched and surveyed his surroundings before directly addressing Director Tuo. When exactly will the pet battle commence? I've been waiting forever. The class leader in the front 2 rows, Jin Xiaoyu, scoffed. With your pathetic contract hound, what purpose would it serve to participate? Perhaps you should take a long, hard look in the mirror and assess whether you truly deserve to act so brazenly. Upon hearing these words, Chen Lu furrowed his brow, taken aback and perplexed. It was not the revelation that Jin Xiaoyu had contracted a toothy beast that surprised him. Rather, it was the audacity with which he now dared to flaunt his arrogance. Chen Lu recalled that in their previous world, Jin Xiaoyu, initially emboldened by his position as class monitor, had looked down upon his peers with a haughty demeanor. Coupled with his affluent background, he had conducted himself with an air of superiority, often issuing orders and threatening his classmates as though he were a local tyrant. The other students, though seething with indignation, could only endure in silence, their teeth clenched in frustration. It was only a matter of time before Jin Xiaoyu inadvertently crossed paths with Chen Lu and Wang Jiyu, 2 notorious troublemakers. The outcome was predictable. The duo seized Jin Xiaoyu and dragged him to the restroom, their eyes glinting with menace. They delivered a thorough lesson that left Jin Xiaoyu begging for mercy. He had anticipated that invoking his father's influence, known as the Money Leopard, would intimidate Chen Lu and Wang Jiyu into retreating. To his astonishment, they seemed invigorated by the prospect. After all, it was his father's intervention that had caught them when they previously attempted to sneak out for internet access. Fueled by both new grievances and old grudges, they once again pummeled Jin Xiaoyu mercilessly. What left Jin Xiaoyu trembling was Chen Lu's solitary threat. We are all third-year students, and according to the laws of Long Country, your father cannot touch me. But I, Chen Lu, am different, a mere orphan. Should you provoke me? I am well aware of where your family resides. Perhaps it was the dread instilled by Chen Lu that led Jin Xiaoyu to adopt a more subdued demeanor thereafter. Refraining from seeking assistance from Chen Lu and Wang Jiyu for homework, and even avoiding disturbing them during their rest. However, this restraint was limited to the 2 of them, as he continued to exhibit his usual brazen demeanor towards others. To Chen Lu's surprise, Jin Xiaoyu was once again brimming with bravado. Chen Lu raised an eyebrow, disdainfully regarding Jin Xiaoyu. Humph, even in a parallel world, this brat dares not challenge me, he mused internally, unless he possessed a formidable beast contract. Observing Chen Lu's silent scrutiny, Jin Xiaoyu only grew more audacious, taunting, "What are you staring at? If you have the guts, come at me." At that moment, Wang Jiyu awoke, and upon hearing Jin Xiaoyu's provocations, wasted no time rolling up his sleeves and charging at him. Chen Lu immediately followed suit. They had no choice but to comply with Jin Xiaoyu's challenge. Watching from the sidelines, Director Tuo couldn't help but smile, contemplating. Let your father vie for my position as the director of education. Let him try. It wasn't until Jin Xiaoyu was on the verge of collapse that Director Tuo intervened, halting the 2 assailants. Jin Xiaoyu, clutching his face, shouted furiously, "You 2 dare to hit me? I'll make sure my father has you expelled." In response, Chen Lu shrugged nonchalantly. "You were the one who invited us to hit you, and the other students can attest to that. What can you do?" The other students chimed in, echoing their agreement. Left with no outlet for his fury, Jin Xiaoyu could only retort vehemently. "Chen Lu, if you have the guts, let us have a beast battle." "Why would I want to engage in a beast battle with you, you fool?" Chen Lu scoffed. Jin Xiaoyu, misinterpreting this as fear, insulted him further. At that moment, Director Tuo interjected, "Silence. If the 3 of you do not wish to take the college entrance examination, continue your bickering. Otherwise, return to your seats." Once they resumed their places, Director Tuo elaborated, "The top performer in the preliminary competition will receive 1 million alliance coins. The second place will earn 500,000, and the third place will gain 250,000. Additionally, all participants will receive a state-sponsored subsidy, including a vial of black iron-grade nurturing liquid. However, post-class division, school resources will be allocated solely to the most outstanding students. Are there any questions?" The room fell silent. "If there are no inquiries, let us proceed to the testing room." The students began to line up, preparing for the evaluation. Chen Lu and Wang Jiyu had intended to give Jin Xiaoyu another beating, but to their dismay, he dashed to the front of the line, forcing them to abandon their plans. Wang Jiyu, lagging behind, turned to Chen Lu and remarked, "Good brother, let us meet up in Class 9. Class 9 was known as a class with a high probability of failing to gain university admission. Chen Lu recognized Wang Jiyu's attempt at consolation and confidently replied, In this preliminary competition, I will at least place in the top 3. Wang Jiu paused for a moment and then responded, absolutely. My brother Lu will definitely be in the top 3. Chen Lu, sensing Wang Jiu's skepticism, chose not to elaborate, preferring to let his abilities speak for themselves. Chapter 12. The Electric Mouse. Before long, Director Tua led them to the testing room. At the entrance, several teachers and students from other classes awaited the arrival of their peers. After a brief wait, once everyone had assembled, the proctor, Teacher Zhang Wu, cleared his throat, stretched his stiff arms, and with a broad smile and a slightly hoarse voice, warmly addressed the students below. Greetings, students. Congratulations on becoming beast tamers. With that, he patted his chest. I am Zhang Wu, your overseer for this event, a silver-level beast tamer. As soon as his words fell, he waved his hand, and a fiery monkey, standing over a meter tall, materialized before them. Upon its appearance, the fiery monkey unleashed a torrent of scorching heat into the air, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the gathered students. Teacher Zhang Wu, noticing their reactions, smiled with evident pride. After recalling the fiery monkey, he unleashed a bronze-level electric mouse resembling a hamster, continuing, students, the task for this test is quite simple. You are to have your beasts battle the electric mouse. The longer you can withstand its attacks, the better your score will be. Are there any questions? At this declaration, the students erupted into chatter. A bronze-level beast could probably defeat us in one hit. Indeed. How is that even possible? Amidst the commotion, a sudden voice broke through. Teacher Zhang. What if our beasts defeat the electric mouse? The crowd turned to see Jin Xiaoyu, brimming with confidence. Soon after, a chorus of voices emerged from the other students. Who is this guy? So cocky. Chen Lu and Wang Jiu joined in, with Chen Lu exclaiming, he is short and ugly. It's clear he is just putting on a show. Wang Jiu added, and I heard he spied on a female teacher while she was bathing. With their taunts igniting a flurry of rumors about Jin Xiaoyu, he felt a surge of anger at their slander, yet he refrained from exploding. Instead, he repeated his question. Teacher Zhang Wu's expression shifted uncomfortably, internally lamenting, you expect a black iron-level beast tamer to defeat my electric mouse? What will that do for my reputation? However, he feigned indifference and responded, if you can defeat my electric mouse, I will personally reward you with 100,000 alliance coins. Jin Xiaoyu's eyes lit up, and he stepped back into the line. Observing the silence that followed, Zhang Wu declared, let the testing commence. Class 1 students, step forward. The students from Class 1 promptly lined up to take their turns. The first to take the stage was a girl whose companion was a snowball rabbit of bronze quality. She approached with caution, immediately enveloping the rabbit in an icy shield. Unfortunately, the electric mouse, without even needing to unleash its abilities, dispatched the snowball rabbit in a mere swipe. Li Sisi, 8 seconds. Next, Zhang Wu coldly announced. Wang Fan, 3 seconds. His tone remained devoid of emotion. Meanwhile, Chen Lu scrutinized the information regarding the electric mouse from the sidelines. Name, electric mouse. Attribute, lightning. Level, bronze 1 star. Potential, silver. Skills, thunderous Fang. Electric spark, evolution path. Oh, it possesses an evolution path and an attribute? Chen Lu mused, noting the system's evident progress. Upon delving into the evolution path, he discovered 2 potential forms for the electric mouse, the golden quality thunder mouse and the golden quality rampaging Fang. Neither seemed particularly remarkable. After closing the information, he resumed watching the ongoing contest. The current champion in terms of endurance was Class 1's Li Nanzi, whose black iron 5-star flying raccoon had managed to last for 43 seconds, leveraging its aerial advantage, but ultimately fell to a single electric strike. Soon, it was finally Class SIX's turn. Next, Jin Xiaoyu. As he stepped onto the stage, someone in the crowd shouted, look, it's that guy who just molested an 80-year-old lady. Before the words could fully register, Jin Xiaoyu seemed struck by lightning, stumbling and falling awkwardly. The crowd erupted in laughter. Rising clumsily, a furious expression adorned his face as he glared at the onlookers. Internally, he seethed. You lot are in for a surprise when I defeat the electric mouse. With that, he released his companion, the curl-tailed lizard. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Lu checked the details of the lizard. Name, curl-tailed lizard. Attribute, earth, poison. Level, black iron 5-star. Potential, bronze. Skills, dig, venom. Evolution path. To his astonishment, Chen Lu discovered 3 evolution paths, the silver quality steel rock lizard, the silver quality mountain giant lizard, and the golden quality ground poison claw lizard. Realization dawned upon him. Now he understood Jin Xiaoyu's arrogance. He possessed a companion that had the potential to evolve to golden quality, and with the skills of dig and venom, he could indeed pose a threat to Zhang Wu's electric mouse. Exiting the information, Chen Lu muttered to himself, what a pity, my howling sky is already at golden level. You are destined to be beneath my feet. What are you mumbling about? Are you hoping to see Jin Xiaoyu get beaten? Wang Zhiyu remarked, puzzled by Chen Lu's comments. Snapped back to reality, Chen Lu replied, right. The curl-tailed lizard just entered the arena. Before Zhang Wu had even announced the start, Jin Xiaoyu commanded his lizard to unleash venom, and it struck true. Zhang Wu immediately grasped Jin Xiaoyu's intent, but was unfazed. After all, the electric mouse was renowned for its speed, and he doubted Jin Xiaoyu could land a hit. It was unexpected, however, that Jin Xiaoyu would resort to such underhanded tactics. Yet, Zhang Wu couldn't call for a halt without losing face. He instructed the electric mouse to swiftly eliminate the curl-tailed lizard. Despite the poison coursing through it, the electric mouse surged forward with acceleration. Dig! Jin Xiaoyu shouted, and the lizard burrowed into the earth. Zhang Wu was taken aback, not anticipating that the lizard possessed such skills. However, its digging skills were lacking, and it surfaced after a mere 3 seconds, allowing the electric mouse to land a decisive blow, severely wounding it. Just as the electric mouse was poised to finish off the lizard, it suddenly turned a sickly green. The poison has spread, Jin Xiaoyu exclaimed, urgently commanding the lizard to attack the electric mouse. Zhang Wu smirked contemptuously, seemingly unperturbed by the electric mouse's predicament. As the curl-tailed lizard struck with its tail, the electric mouse retaliated with a single swipe, obliterating the lizard. Jin Xiaoyu 96 seconds. Chapter 13. The Test, Howling Sky's Might. Although Jin Xiaoyu had failed to conquer the electric mouse, he bore no disappointment. He was now the one with the best score. Just as he anticipated that the crowd would be in awe of his performance, Chen Lu's voice cut through the air. That short, ugly four-eyed brat is truly shameless. Chen Lu scoffed, his disdain palpable. Teacher Zhang hadn't even called for the start before he resorted to an ambush. And in the end, he was still dispatched in a single blow. Chen Lu squinted, the glee on his face unmistakable. At these words, those who had previously regarded Jin Xiaoyu with a modicum of respect began to join in the ridicule, emboldened by Chen Lu's boldness. Even Zhang Wu relished the moment in silence. Enraged, Jin Xiaoyu glared at Chen Lu, his teeth clenched. Your little pet won't last a second, will it? Who do you think you are, my father? Chen Lu shot back defiantly. Jin Xiaoyu's fury only intensified as he fixed his gaze on Chen Lu. Knowing that beast tamers were prohibited from directing their companions to attack ordinary individuals, otherwise, he would have long since instructed the curl-tailed lizard to deliver a venomous bite to Chen Lu. Meanwhile, Zhang Wu merely administered an antidote to the electric mouse before announcing the continuation of the match. Though the electric mouse had sustained some injuries, it remained capable of dispatching its foes with ease. Lu by 6 seconds, Zhang Wu declared. Next, Wang Zhiyu. Upon hearing his name, Wang Zhiyu turned to Chen Lu and declared, watch me show you a thing or two. Those who went before barely lasted 10 seconds. Do you truly believe you can defeat the electric mouse? Chen Lu inquired, intrigued. Wang Zhiyu confidently replied, no, I can at least hold out for 10 seconds. Bravo. Half a minute later, Wang Zhiyu descended from the stage, defeated. True to his word, he had lasted only 5 seconds, with the flames akin to a tortoise retreating into its shell. The remaining 5 seconds were merely due to the fact that the flames had already succumbed to unconsciousness, thus extending his time by a mere technicality. This performance would undoubtedly place him at the bottom of the rankings, likely in either class 8 or 9. Yet, Wang Zhiyu remained unfazed, believing Chen Lu would cover for him. Next, Chen Lu. As Wang Zhiyu exited the stage, it was Chen Lu's turn to take the spotlight. The moment he stepped onto the stage, Jin Xiaoyu couldn't contain his anticipation, wearing a smirk of schadenfreude. Yet, Chen Lu had no intention of granting him that satisfaction. Come forth, Howling Sky. Awoken from its slumber in the pet space, Howling Sky stretched and yawned. The teachers and students, including Zhang Wu, were rendered speechless by the sight. What manner of companion was this? One they had never encountered before. Howling Sky, bewildered by the many eyes upon it, glanced at Chen Lu and shook its fur. Boss, are your kindred not quite right in the head? They seem utterly awestruck by your formidable presence. Chen Lu replied, stifling a laugh. Really? Or is it a ruse? Xiaotian inquired, casting a dubious glance at Chen Lu, his intellect markedly enhanced. It is indeed true. Do you see that electric mouse over there? Defeat it. Tonight, you shall feast on meat to your heart's content. Upon hearing the promise of meat, Xiaotian's eyes sparkled with excitement, drool nearly spilling forth as he surged toward the electric mouse like an arrow released from its bow. Wait, you foolish canine, I haven't enhanced you yet. Chen Lu called out urgently. As expected, the electric mouse, noticing Xiaotian's reckless charge, let out a derisive snicker and effortlessly swatted him away with a single claw. Xiaotian crashed to the ground, dazed and disoriented, his ears in a tangle. Fortunately, his tough hide meant he only sustained minor injuries. Shaking his head, he regained his footing. Silly dog, use your golden scales for protection. Chen Lu urged promptly. Xiaotian, comprehending the cue, activated his golden scales, enveloping himself in a radiant golden light. With his offensive and defensive capabilities heightened, he shook his body and charged once more at the electric mouse. Electric mouse, unleash Thunder Fang and finish it, Xiang Wu commanded. The electric mouse released a sphere of lightning, hurtling towards Xiaotian. Dodge and use Misty Erosion, Chen Lu shouted. Xiaotian promptly dropped to all fours, evading the lightning sphere, then raised his serpentine head, its eyes glowing with a violet light as if resurrected. It opened its mouth wide, unleashing a cloud of black mist that enveloped the electric mouse. The toxicity of Xiaotian's venom far surpassed that of a tail-wagging lizard. In an instant, half of the electric mouse's body turned purple, succumbing to the poison, its tail stiffening. Xiang Wu's expression shifted drastically. Realizing he could no longer afford to delay, Electric Mouse, strike with Thunder Fang and eliminate it, he commanded, as the electric mouse's teeth crackled with electricity, glinting ominously as it lunged at Xiaotian. Piercing fangs, Chen Lu lamented, recognizing that dodging was not an option for Xiaotian. They could only fight with all their might. After all, the enhancement had been granted, and if they could not win, then so be it. The mouse and dog charged at each other in a flash of electricity and fire. The electric mouse, agile as ever, deftly evaded Xiaotian's assault. Just when Chen Lu thought all hope was lost, Xiaotian's serpentine head and tail glimmered once more with violet light, and he sank his fangs into the electric mouse. The electric mouse struggled against the currents of electricity coursing through it, attempting to break free. However, the venom took effect, causing its eyes to roll back as it collapsed. Legs in the air, rendered unconscious by the toxin. This spectacle left the onlookers, both on and off the stage, utterly astounded. Mouths agape as if their eyes might pop out. Xiang Wu stood in disbelief, his jaw dropped wide enough to fit an egg inside. He could scarcely comprehend that a black iron-level pet could truly defeat his electric mouse. Chen Lu, however, was unfazed. He only remembered that defeating the electric mouse would net him 1 million alliance coins. Noticing the absence of payment, he couldn't resist calling out, "Teacher Zhang, will you be giving me the 1 million now?" Chen Lu asked, a broad grin stretching across his face, his eyes narrowing to slits. His words jolted Xiang Wu back to reality, his expression souring as if he had swallowed a fly. Yet, under the scrutiny of the crowd, he reluctantly handed Chen Lu a card. He then rushed to the electric mouse, clumsily administering an antidote and recovery potion. Before long, the electric mouse regained its composure, glaring at Xiaotian with a look of utter indignation. Chen Lu accepted the card, confirming the amount was correct, and discreetly tucked it into his pocket, his heart brimming with joy. Just as he was about to return Xiaotian to the pet space, he noticed the corner of Xiaotian's mouth twitching. "Are you all right, Xiaotian?" Chen Lu inquired. "I'm fine, boss, just a bit numb," Xiaotian replied, looking quite aggrieved. "As long as you're all right," Chen Lu reassured him before recalling him to the space. Subsequently, Chen Lu made a point to approach Jin Xiaoyu, who wore a face of concern and flashed a large, mischievous smile, saying, "See you at the school gate after class." Jin Xiaoyu froze, his complexion draining to a ghostly pallor, as if haunted by past terrors inflicted by Chen Lu. Ignoring his ashen face, Chen Lu strode towards Wang Jiyu. Seeing Chen Lu approach, Wang Jiyu exclaimed with excitement, "Lu Gu, you're incredible. After today, you'll be famous throughout the school. I promise to give you a surprise." Chen Lu replied proudly. Just as the two prepared to engage in lively conversation, Director Tua appeared before them, a cigarette dangling from his lips, a serious expression plastered on his face. "You two, come with me." They were instructed. Puzzled, yet compliant, the two followed him. After their departure, the testing continued. However, this time, Xiang Wu was far less casual. Nearly every other participant's pet was swiftly dispatched by the electric mouse. Chapter 14, News from Shenlong University. In the office, Director Tua sat in his chair. Admiration etched across his face as he fixated intently on Chen Lu. "My goodness, a black iron 3-star pet managing to defeat a bronze 1-star. We have never had such an exceptional student in the history of Guangming No. 3 High School. Please, enlighten me on how this transpired." Director Tua implored eagerly. Chen Lu adopted a serious demeanor and replied, "Director, allow me to explain. While I was out for a stroll with my pet, I inadvertently encountered a black serpent. Guess what? My pet swallowed it whole and then fainted. And then what?" Wang Jiyu interjected impatiently. "Then, when my pet awoke, he had mutated," Chen Lu declared, brimming with pride. "What about the horn on his head?" Director Tua inquired with curiosity. "Perhaps it sprouted due to genetic mutation," Chen Lu responded nonchalantly, confident that no one could trace his acquisition of the golden scale beast's horn. Director Tua regarded Chen Lu as if he were a fool, his expression suggesting, "Do you take me for a 3-year-old? After a pause, Director Tua adopted a serious tone, stating, "Chen Lu, regardless of the circumstances surrounding your pet. I suspect it now possesses at least silver level or even golden level potential, making it entirely capable of aspiring to some prestigious universities. If possible, I would prefer you not to join the rocket class and instead enroll in the class I teach. Upon hearing this, Chen Lu mused. So this old fellow is trying to recruit me. He directly asked, what benefits do I stand to gain? You're quite direct, aren't you? Director Tuo replied confidently. As long as you achieve bronze 1 star before the college entrance examination, I can assure you a place at one of the top 10 universities, Shenlong University. Shenlong University? What qualifications do you have? Chen Lu inquired with curiosity. Director Tuo spread his hands and said, I am merely a bronze 9 star. Aside from the principal and the silver-level Beastmaster you just met, Zhang Wu, I am the most formidable here. And on what grounds do you propose to recommend me? Chen Lu questioned skeptically. I have a student at Shenlong University serving as a combat instructor. Director Tuo declared proudly. Upon hearing this, Chen Lu pondered. What he needed most were time, money, and resources. As for the top 10 universities, if he possessed the capability, he could certainly seize the opportunity to apply. With this in mind, he asked, what kind of support do you intend to provide me? I have heard that the top student of the rocket class receives a monthly resource subsidy of 300,000. After hearing this, Tuo Yinzheng did not hesitate and directly remarked, Teacher, I can apply for a resource subsidy of 100,000 a month, and I can give it all to you. Is that all? Chen Lu inquired. That is all. Oh, by the way, I can arrange for Wang Zhiyu to be in the same class as you. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhiyu hurriedly interjected, Brother Lu, don't. With only 6 months left until the college entrance examination, it's impossible to reach bronze 1 star without resources. Chen Lu, surprisingly convinced by this reasoning, immediately replied. Director Tuo, I agree, but I have a few requests. What are they? Tuo Yinjing asked. First, I want to attend classes when I feel like it, and skip them when I don't. Wang Zhiyu should have the same privilege. Second, if Wang Zhiyu can also achieve bronze 1 star, he should be allowed to attend Shenlong University. Third, I will mention it when I think of it. Tuo Yinzheng remained silent for a moment before asking. The second request is not a problem, but what will you do if you skip class? Make money. Chen Lu replied firmly. After some hesitation, Tuo Yinzheng ultimately agreed. Once the two turned to leave, Wang Zhiyu anxiously said to Chen Lu, you really don't need to do this. After all, being in the rocket class would provide you with superior learning resources. However, Chen Lu waved his hand dismissively, indicating that no further explanation was necessary. With a generous laugh, he exclaimed, Hey, we're good buddies. Today's luck is on our side. We made $1 million. Here's the deal. I'll give you 300,000 to spend, and then I'll treat you. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhiyu did not feign modesty, for he understood Chen Lu's nature well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have directly offered 200,000 to support him. Thus, he responded without hesitation, that sounds great. Let us go. I want to eat 10 sticks of starch sausage. Chen Lu laughed heartily and teased, What starch sausage? Stick with me, brother. And I'll guarantee you'll taste more exquisite delicacies. Beast meat. You'll surely have a feast. Before he finished speaking, Wang Zhiyu jubilantly cheered, Long live my adoptive father. Friends for life, those days will never return. Subsequently, the two linked arms and, like jubilant little birds, sang merrily as they headed towards the school gate. They found a beast shop, released their respective pets, and indulged in a delightful feast, even enjoying a few drinks. This meal cost Chen Lu a total of 40,000 alliance coins, yet he felt no regret. After emerging with their round bellies, Wang Zhiyu appeared dejected, like a deflated balloon. Noticing this, Chen Lu curiously asked, Didn't you eat enough, Yuka? Wang Zhiyu sighed, I was hoping to casually attend any university, but now, in order to get into Shenlong University, I have to train hard. Chen Lu laughed, saying, as if your efforts alone would guarantee admission to Shenlong University. I've never really tried, if I did. Before Wang Zhiyu could finish his thought, Chen Lu interjected without mercy, You'd find that no matter how hard you try, you're still a failure. Wang Zhiyu gave a wry smile and raised a middle finger at Chen Lu, secretly pondering whether this brother was worth keeping. Chen Lu placed his hand on Wang Zhiyu's shoulder and comforted him. Don't be too downcast, you. After all, who else has talents like mine? Wang Zhiyu's eyes brightened as he pointed to the ground, saying, Old Lu, look, isn't that your face? Just don't act like you don't want it. Chen Lu was caught off guard by Wang Zhiyu's retort and was about to counter when Wang Zhiyu spoke again. Old Lu, look, a big white rabbit. What big white rabbit? The big white rabbit that's white and large, swaying as it comes. Chen Lu looked up and indeed saw a teenage girl with a voluptuous figure, cradling a moon spirit cat, and he couldn't help but stare. One might wonder, wasn't it said that Chen Lu had no interest in such things? Well, that depended on who he was with. When he was with Wang Zhiyu, It was hard for Chen Lu not to appear lewd. Strange, old Lu, why is this big white rabbit getting closer? Wang Jiyu said, dazed. Chen Lu took a glance and instantly snapped to attention, muttering under his breath, idiot. Wake up. She's coming over. Chapter 15. Purchasing Materials. Upon hearing Chen Lu say that someone was approaching, Wang Jiyu immediately shouted, cover your eyes. He then made a swift leap into the greenery, moving as swiftly as the wind. Damn, so skilled. Chen Lu couldn't help but curse under his breath, and before he could react, the girl had already reached him. The girl glared angrily at Chen Lu, who was staring intently at the rabbit in her arms, and scolded. Hey, what are you looking at? Chen Lu did not respond to her, but seriously stated, I am a beast trainer. It seems there is an issue with your moon spirit cat. Upon hearing this, the girl's tone softened considerably as she asked with a hint of doubt. So, you were observing my pet just now? Chen Lu nodded and continued earnestly. Your moon spirit cat appears to be infected by a parasite known as the Qianqiao worm. The girl looked at Chen Lu with skepticism, her tone laced with doubt. Really? Is that true? Chen Lu calmly replied, there's a pet hospital just ahead. You can go check it out. Seeing Chen Lu's serious demeanor, and given her genuine concern for the moon spirit cat's health, she decided not to pursue the matter further and hurried off to the pet hospital with her pet. Wang Jiyu, who had been lying on the ground, immediately sprang up from the greenery as the girl left, giving Chen Lu a thumbs up, his face filled with admiration. Impressive. Brother Lu, you really know how to spin a tale. He leaned closer to Chen Lu, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Quick, tell me, what is it like to see the big white rabbit up close? Chen Lu chuckled, a hint of mischief in his eyes. It's quite delightful, indeed. Then, shifting his tone to a serious one, he added, but I wasn't deceiving her. Her moon spirit cat truly is infected with a parasite. Wang Jiyu looked skeptical, rolling his eyes dramatically. Sure, keep spinning your tales. If I believe you, I'd be a ghost. Chen Lu laughed heartily and made no attempt to refute his friend. After all, he couldn't very well tell Wang Jiyu that he had deduced it using a system, could he? Some things are better left unsaid. After chatting for a while, Chen Lu parted ways with Wang Jiyu, as he needed to purchase the black iron-grade beast blood required for the howling celestial hound. He first headed to a mobile phone store and bought a brand new smartphone, spending over 10,000 Alliance coins. Such was the life of the affluent. He downloaded and opened the devious map, navigating to a store that sold black iron-grade materials, and set off. 2.5 hours later, he arrived at the black iron-grade materials shop as indicated by the devious map. Upon looking up, he was instantly taken aback. All he saw was a desolate expanse of yellow sand. Damn, he exclaimed. This place can't be a scam shop, can it? Does this stupid devious map even know how to navigate? Wang Jiyu will certainly surpass you in guidance. However, Chen Lu soon regained his composure and scrutinized the situation, only to realize he had misjudged the treacherous map. It turned out that this was the entrance to a D-grade secret realm, which had transformed the surroundings into a desert upon its emergence. Only in recent years had it begun to gradually improve. Recollecting his thoughts, Chen Lu made his way toward the shop entrance. As he approached, he heard some rather unusual sounds. Lowering his footsteps, he peered through the door crack. Oh dear. A black, form-fitting skirt, white stockings, and a swaying little white rabbit. How pristine. Chen Lu could not help but swallow hard. This was indeed the first time he had witnessed a live performance in person. Observing the man's tireless demeanor, Chen Lu finally understood. It was not just black stockings that could enhance attack speed. White stockings worked too. Just as Chen Lu was preparing to continue watching, an unforeseen surge of excitement caused him to accidentally push the door open. Hearing the noise, the two individuals engaged in their activities within the shop turned to the entrance, startled by Chen Lu's sudden appearance. Upon seeing the man go limp, Chen Lu quickly waved his hands in apology. I'm sorry, I didn't see anything. Please, continue. Once the two regained their senses, they hastily released one another. The man donned a hat from the table and rushed outside. Seeing this, Chen Lu felt a twinge of curiosity and called out, Why are you running? I still want to make a purchase, boss. To his surprise, the man did not stop. Instead, he fled even more chaotically into the distance. Chen Lu sighed, thinking, boys can be shy, which is quite normal, but girls are different. She is still adjusting her attire. Turning to the shop owner, he awkwardly remarked, just now, I didn't see anything. The owner, clad in the black form-fitting skirt, flushed slightly and, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, What would you like to buy? I'll give you a 20% discount. A 20% discount? You're quite generous. Boss, Chen Lu exclaimed with excitement. Although a piece of black iron-grade beast blood was not overly expensive, it would still cost around 60 to 70,000. Any discount would be appreciated. No worries, you didn't see anything just now, the owner assured him, just as Chen Lu was about to nod in agreement. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, walked in. The owner gasped, Honey, Didn't you go to restock? Why are you back so soon? Husband. This man is her husband. But who was that man who fled? No wonder the owner was offering him a discount. It seems she was having an affair. The middle-aged man cheerfully remarked, "Today is my lucky day. I collected quite a few good materials. Now I can buy you that $1 million handbag you've had your eye on." Hearing this, the owner's demeanor turned anxious, yet she maintained a facade of gratitude, saying, "Thank you, dear. You're the best." This made Chen Lu want to retch. The husband then turned to Chen Lu. "Are you here to make a purchase?" He shot a glance at the owner, as if to imply, "Your husband earns money to support a little boy on the side, and here you are, performing in the shop. What a lavish lifestyle." The owner, feeling somewhat guilty, cast a pleading look. Chen Lu, upon noticing, blinked and revealed a sinister smile. This was splendid. Not only could he obtain materials without spending a dime, but he might also earn a little in the process. He informed the owner, "I need 3 portions of 5 different black iron-grade beast blood." Upon hearing this, the owner's face lit up with joy, exclaiming, "Young man, you're in luck. We just received a dozen portions of black iron-grade beast blood today. I can give you a discount. It'll only cost 100,000. Chen Lu smiled and replied, "No problem, boss. You go ahead and unload the stock." The owner, being an honest man, did not overthink it and told his wife, "Honey, you handle the payment. I'll go unload the stock." After he left, Chen Lu again wore that smile and said, "Boss lady, I presume you wouldn't want your husband to find out about what just happened, would you?" The owner forced a smile and replied, "Young man, I'll give you these materials for free." Upon hearing this, Chen Lu shook his head. "Boss lady, if I hadn't entered first, someone could have been in serious trouble." The owner took a deep breath and asked, "What do you want?" Chen Lu wasted no time and stated, "A flat price of 500,000. The owner's face darkened. "That's impossible. You might as well rob me." Chen Lu retorted, "I heard your husband is willing to spend $1 million on a handbag. Asking for 500,000 is hardly excessive. Moreover, I believe if I were to inform your husband, he would be more than willing to give me the 500,000. As he spoke, Chen Lu began to walk toward the exit. Chapter 16. Earning money doesn't seem that difficult after all. Indeed, just as Chen Lu turned, the owner hastily interjected, "I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you." A sharp smile crossed Chen Lu's lips as he turned around. "Boss lady. 50,000. You truly won't regret it. I'm known for my discretion. I would never betray you." The owner pulled out a purple card and placed it on the table. Clearly, she had come to a realization. Money lost is money lost. She could always have her husband earn more. But if her husband found out about this, it could lead to a grave consequence. Before long, after the owner had unloaded the stock, he packed the items Chen Lu requested into a small spatial bag and handed it to him. Chen Lu accepted it without hesitation and began to inspect the contents. Oh, a piece of beast blood from a golden leopard of bronze quality. Though it was merely black iron grade, it far surpassed other black iron grade beast blood. Satisfied with his acquisition, he gazed at the owner and said, "Good items, boss. I've already given the money to your wife." The owner looked at his wife, who stiffly nodded. He already paid. As Chen Lu was about to leave, the owner, pleased with the successful transaction, cheerfully saw him off. The owner was quite decent, but he was an honest man. Chen Lu pondered for a moment and, as he departed, remarked to the owner, "Your hair color is quite lovely." The owner looked somewhat bewildered. Could it be that my receding hairline is so charming? After leaving, Chen Lu immediately opted for a ride-hailing service. Having just earned 500,000, he felt no remorse. Half an hour later, Chen Lu returned home. He collapsed onto the sofa, reflecting on the day's events. One must admit that the owner still possessed considerable charm. Just as Chen Lu was lost in thought, the system spoke up. "Host, what are you doing?" Chen Lu snapped back to reality, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. It was all Wang Zhiyu's fault. He was supposed to be a model citizen. "What do you mean? Do I not appear so?" The system was rendered speechless. Whose good person peeks at others playing cards? "Are you still working on the elixirs?" Chen Lu replied earnestly, "Of course. Let us enter the fusion space." In the blink of an eye, Chen Lu found himself in the fusion space. "System, tell me, how do we proceed?" "Just toss the 3 portions of materials into the auxiliary furnace." "Does this furnace have such capabilities?" "Stop the nonsense." The system was now unwilling to engage in further banter with Chen Lu. "Why are you being so hostile towards me? You haven't treated me well since I returned. What's wrong? Why don't you tell that honest man that his wife is cheating?" Upon hearing this, Chen Lu was taken aback. He had always believed that the system was quite humane, finding amusement in their banter. However, he never anticipated that the system would advocate for that middle-aged boss. Wasn't the system merely a paragon of virtue? What did that have to do with him? As long as he could earn money and facilitate the system's upgrade, that was sufficient. Damn virtue. But you XXXX. I finally understand why you're so useless. Surely, there must have been a malfunction during your production, right? Chen Lu asserted, yet the system, unusually, fell into silence. Why aren't you speaking? Have you turned mute? A moment later, a mournful wail echoed in his mind. How do you know I'm? Sob, sob, sob. Chen Lu's fury dissipated in an instant. What? This system was indeed a defective product? No, no. Even if it were a defective product, it was still his only golden finger. With this thought, Chen Lu adopted a more earnest demeanor and spoke solemnly. Listen, my dear system. Like you, I am an orphan. From a young age, I have been more sensitive than others. I do not grasp grand theories. I only recognize those who treat me well. Tell me, when you malfunctioned, did any other systems ever speak up for you? No, they even mocked me. Exactly. We shouldn't meddle in others' affairs and play the virtuous. Once we earn enough, I will help you upgrade and become the strongest system, slapping them all in the face. Okay. Chen Lu exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Dear system, you and I are like intertwined branches, the most vital existence in each other's lives. Currently, we are weak, but once we gain strength, it will not be too late to help the world. MMHM, this system understands. From now on, I shall no longer be virtuous. Seeing the system comply so readily, the weight in Chen Lu's heart finally lifted, and he sighed in relief. The system resembled a little child, far easier to appease than his ex-girlfriend from his previous life. At least it listened to reason. Setting his thoughts aside, Chen Lu declared, let us commence alchemy. Received. Deducting 300,000 alliance coins. Damn, 10,000 for a furnace. Chen Lu winced at the expense. Indeed, host. Do not call me host anymore. Call me Brother Lu. All right, Brother Lu. Chen Lu nodded in satisfaction. This was truly a good brother. He surveyed the vast, empty space around him and contemplatively inquired, System Brother, could you create a separate storage space for me? Although the spatial backpack is indeed convenient and reasonably priced, it feels somewhat lacking in grandeur. Brother Lu, please wait. According to my system's inquiry, you can spend 100,000 to unlock an infinite storage space. Activate. Chen Lu spent the money without hesitation. He had merely asked out of curiosity, never expecting it to actually be possible. It seemed this system had great potential for further exploration and upgrades. Storage space being established. Storage space established. Truly, the system was impressive. Of course, this space establishment is a built-in function of every system. As long as you spend money, it's all good. And the more you spend, Brother Lu, the more functions I can unlock. How much more do I need to unlock the next function? Chen Lu eagerly asked. Brother Lu, just another 10 million will suffice. Could you divulge what skill will be unlocked next? Ancient Simulation. It can provide fusion directions for the host and enable pets to acquire skills. Upon hearing this, Chen Lu was instantly elated. This was truly fantastic. Fierce beasts with black iron aptitude were already quite rare, second only to those with extraordinary or regal aptitude. If they reached bronze or silver aptitude, countless pets would be available. Even if he toiled endlessly, finding compatible ones would not be guaranteed. The elixir has been refined and is about to exit the fusion space. Returning to his room, Chen Lu gazed at the 3 elixirs on the table. He decided to test the newly established storage space. With a mere thought, the elixirs vanished from sight, seamlessly entering the storage space. He thought again, and the elixirs reappeared in his hand. Not bad, not bad. This was beginning to feel like a genuine golden finger. Chapter 17, Go. Let me see what the elixirs and cultivation liquids, costing a total of 300,000 coins, differ from one another. With a slight gesture, he commanded, release the hound. Wong. Boss, could you refrain from summoning me while I am in the midst of a delightful slumber? I am dreadfully fatigued. Xiaotian, with a weary expression, gazed at Chen Lu, his eyelids nearly drooping to the ground, yawning repeatedly. Enough chatter. This is a specially formulated elixir for you. Hurry and give it a try. Xiaotian leaned in to sniff the elixir, and his face immediately lit up with an ecstatic expression, saliva nearly pooling on the ground. He was more excited than if he had eaten something foul. Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed the elixir whole. Upon consuming the elixir, remarkable transformations began to occur throughout Xiaotian's body. He expelled impurities continuously, and a more sacred and noble aura emanated from the entire hound. This process lasted for about half an hour. At this moment, Xiaotian resembled a little golden figure, shimmering with golden light. Xiaotian raised his head proudly, tail high, and exclaimed, Boss, I feel as though I have undergone a complete metamorphosis. Chen Lu promptly opened the data panel. Name, Xiaotian. Attributes, gold, poison. Level, black iron 5 stars. Potential, gold. Skills, golden scales protection, sharp fangs, loyal guardian. Evolution path, none. Current status, continuously refining the elixir. Estimated time required, 5 days. Directly leveled up by 2 ranks? This elixir is so remarkable. Moreover, it seems the elixir has not been fully refined. This implies that a single elixir can elevate him by 2.5 levels. Just as Chen Lu was lost in thought, the system coldly interrupted him. Host, what are you daydreaming about? The first elixir is the only one that will yield a significant enhancement. The elixir contains immense energy, and subsequent elixirs require time to refine before benefiting the pet. Note, Xiaotian requires 15 days to refine a black iron level elixir. Upon hearing this, Chen Lu sighed, his expression resembling one who had just swallowed a fly. It seemed he had indeed overthought the situation. Otherwise, he could have fed all the elixirs to Xiaotian, directly elevating him to black iron 9 stars. However, 15 days did not seem too bad. Even if one elixir granted Xiaotian a level up, it would still require 5 periods of 15 days. Thus, in 2.5 months, he could reach bronze 1 star. Host awaken. You are dreaming again. Oh my goodness. Little brother, will you ever stop? Ding ding ding. The system is changing its face. Chen Lu was speechless. The system remained the same. It was reminiscent of his girlfriend from his past life. First, there were tears and apologies, followed by a solemn vow to reform. Yet, within 3 minutes, it would turn on him in an instant. The hallmark was the stark contrast. Chen Lu had grown accustomed to this and sighed. Let's get down to business. The host seems to have forgotten that this elixir enhances the celestial hound in every aspect, not merely elevating its level. Thus, it is impossible to achieve the single level increase the host desires. How formidable will the celestial hound become once it is fully empowered, invincible among its peers, effortlessly battling those of higher ranks? Upon hearing this, Chen Lu found it rather pleasing and inquired, is there a way to expedite the refinement of the elixir? It is best if the pet engages in combat and takes some hits. Ah, so taking a beating can stimulate blood circulation, can it? You truly are something else. However, that's perfectly fine, as long as I am not the one getting hit. Chen Lu cast a glance at the preening celestial hound, a sly smile creeping across his face, his eyes glinting with mischief before he retired for the night. The celestial hound, unnerved by that look, instinctively tucked its tail between its legs. Why did that glance from the boss seem so unfriendly? Surely, it couldn't mean another round of nevermind. I must be mistaken. Just as the celestial hound prepared to settle down for the night, it heard Chen Lu mumbling incoherently in his sleep. Those eggs are so delicious. Hee hee. Startled, the celestial hound panicked. Eggs? What about eggs? The following day, the alarm clock rang. Chen Lu awoke to find that the celestial hound was not beside him. How strange, where had that foolish dog gone? Chen Lu rose and strolled into the living room, only to discover the celestial hound was tidying up. With its paws clutching a rag and its serpentine head holding a broom, it was quite the sight. Oh, isn't that my celestial hound? What has prompted such diligence today? The celestial hound trembled, stammering. I just wanted to help ease your burden, boss. Chen Lu, of course, was skeptical. This lazy dog was usually a glutton. Why the sudden industriousness? Surely, something was being concealed from him. Noticing Chen Lu deep in thought, the celestial hound quickly clamped down on Chen Lu's pant leg. Boss, please don't take my eggs. They aren't tasty at all. Chen Lu was speechless. What on earth was this? How could he possibly harm its eggs? At most, he would just give them a little poke. Yet the celestial hound refused to relent. After multiple assurances that he would never touch its eggs, the celestial hound reluctantly released its grip. After tidying up the celestial hound, Chen Lu glanced at the time and gasped. He was going to be late, but he remained unfazed, recalling that Wang Jiu had purchased a small electric scooter the day before. Thus, he called Wang Jiu and asked him to come pick him up on it. Moments later, Wang Jiu arrived with great enthusiasm, riding the scooter. He handed Chen Lu a hand-grabbed pancake, exclaiming proudly, "Try this. Just bought it. Soon, you'll witness my skills as the king of a Kin Mountain." Chen Lu accepted the pancake and hopped on the scooter, suddenly feeling something was amiss. Wait a moment. King of a Kin Mountain? I haven't even settled in yet. But Wang Jiu paid no heed, pressing down on the throttle, and Chen Lu nearly got flung off. Slow down. Slow down. Chen Lu's screams echoed through the streets. Nevertheless, Wang Jiu remained undeterred, the scooter darting down the road at breakneck speed. Chen Lu sighed in resignation, thinking, well, at least I have a ride. I shouldn't ask for too much. Just as they approached an intersection, Chen Lu suddenly recalled there was a deep ditch ahead. He quickly warned, Wang Jiu, go, go, go. Wang Jiu, fueled by excitement, pressed the gas even harder, shouting, ole, ole, ole. Bam! With a loud crash, the scooter got stuck in the ditch, and they both flew into the nearby greenery. Chen Lu fumed. I told you there was a ditch ahead. Wang Jiu scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. I got too excited. Chen Lu inwardly cursed, swearing never to ride with Wang Jiu again. Luckily, the scooter was merely stuck, and nothing serious happened. After some effort, they managed to free it. However, this time, Chen Lu decided to take the reins. Ultimately, they rushed and hurried, yet still arrived late. Chapter 18, Class Division. Upon entering the classroom, They had initially pondered ways to sneak in. To their surprise, the class was engaged in self-study. They strolled boldly into the room. Upon seeing Chen Lu, the classmates immediately surrounded him, adoring him as if he were a celebrity. As expected of my brother Lu. He usually keeps a low profile, yet he scored first in the mock test, exclaimed one student, beaming with excitement. Indeed. Now, the rocket class will be a breeze. Another student chimed in enthusiastically. Chen Lu, upon hearing this, immediately assumed a modest demeanor, though he couldn't suppress a smile. You all know I tend to be low-key. Unlike certain bespectacled dwarfs. With that, he deliberately glanced toward Jin Xiaoyu's seat, only to find it empty. Exactly, that four-eyed director is nothing in front of Brother Lu. Brother Lu, please take care of us from now on. The classmates eagerly flattered. Of course, Chen Lu feigned calmness, but inwardly he was elated. As the chatter continued, they heard Director Tuo's voice from outside. Is that Jin Xiaoyu? Come in quickly, the teacher has an announcement. Jin Xiaoyu's face turned grim upon hearing this. He had overheard the discussions outside and was seething with anger, yet dared not express it or enter the classroom. Now, being called out by Director Tuo, he had no choice but to shuffle inside. The moment Director Tuo entered, the classroom fell silent. Students, the class division and ranking rewards have been announced. Congratulations to our classmate Chen Lu for achieving first place in this mock test. Please come to collect your reward from the teacher shortly, and let us give him a round of applause. As Chen Lu stood up, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. Next, let us congratulate Jin Xiaoyu for securing fourth place in this test. Let us encourage him. The room fell utterly silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Jin Xiaoyu felt utterly humiliated, his face twisted in disgust. Chen Lu, however, was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected two others to rank higher than Jin Xiaoyu. Director Tuo wasted no time and proceeded to announce the class division list. Zhang Kai to Class 6. Chui Wen to Class 3. Jin Xiaoyu to Class 1. Upon hearing this, Jin Xiaoyu did not feel joy. Instead, a look of concern crossed his face. If all goes as expected, Chen Lu will most likely be in the same class as him. In the future, it seems he will be overshadowed by Chen Lu once again. Although his father serves as the disciplinary director, it is improbable that he would allow Chen Lu to be excluded from the elite class. As for himself, there is no chance he would depart from the elite class either, for it symbolizes abundant resources. Just as Jin Xiaoyu found himself increasingly tormented by these thoughts, Director Tuo continued to announce, Wang Jiyu, Class 6, Chen Lu, Class 6. Ah, Jin Xiaoyu exclaimed, his voice akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Director Tuo shot him an irritated glance. Jin Xiaoyu, is there something amiss? Jin Xiaoyu quickly settled down, waving his hands in dismissal. No, nothing at all. Yet, internally, he was overjoyed, contemplating. Chen Lu is not in the same class as me. Could it be that my father intervened? But he lacked such influence. Regardless, as long as he was not in the same class as Chen Lu, the sky was the limit for him. However, the moment he turned to glance at Chen Lu behind him, he was met with a warm smile that seemed to convey, you'd better not leave after school. This startled Jin Xiaoyu, akin to seeing a ghost. In truth, Chen Lu could hardly be bothered with him. He merely intended to scare him a bit. Classmates, the class assignments are complete. Director Tuo continued. Now, you may gather your belongings and proceed to your respective classrooms. The teachers wish you a brilliant future. With that, Jin Xiaoyu dashed out like an arrow, happily thinking, Chen Lu, no matter why you are not in the elite class, you will never catch up to me from now on. Upon hearing that Chen Lu had not been placed in the elite class, others began to speculate. Their gazes toward him were no longer filled with the initial admiration and respect, but rather tinged with skepticism and hushed whispers. Witnessing this scene, Wang Jiyu felt compelled to clarify to the group. Chen Lu, however, restrained him, casually remarking, these people are merely fair-weather friends. They pose no threat. Noticing Chen Lu's lack of dissatisfaction, Director Tuo signaled to him and Wang Jiyu to follow him into his office. The two immediately understood and hurriedly complied. Lighting a cigarette, Director Tuo regarded Chen Lu with admiration, his tone laced with approval. Chen Lu, I underestimated you. You remain unflappable, neither elated nor disheartened. Chen Lu nodded slightly, striving to adopt a demeanor he believed to be aloof and profound. Director Tuo's lips twitched as he internally cursed. I merely offered you a token compliment, and you took it to heart? Meanwhile, Wang Jiyu, unwilling to be outdone by Chen Lu's pretense, stepped forward, declaring, Director, it is not just Chen Lu. I too am an exemplary student, humble and eager to assist others. Director Tuo's expression darkened, and he could not help but inquire, you? Exemplary? Eager to assist? Indeed, Director. Wang Jiyu asserted, I help elderly ladies cross the street daily and often assist wayward young women in maintaining their livelihoods. Director Tuo, infuriated, glared at him and retorted, "You have the audacity to say such things. The last time I was on my way to school, I saw an elderly lady struggling to cross the street, and you were the one who pulled her back. As for being exemplary and assisting wayward young women, had it not been for hearing you say that to the police officer last time, I might have believed you." Wang Jiu, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head but soon realized something was amiss. Wait, how could Director Tuo possibly know? He recalled that only he, the police officer, and the unfortunate woman knew of that incident. Could it be that the beaten woman was Director Tuo? Realizing this, Wang Jiu exclaimed, "So, you were the one involved in that failed solicitation, Director?" Director Tuo's face paled, and he hastily denied it. "I am not. I did not. Do not say such things." The words solicitation and failure suddenly piqued Chen Lu's curiosity, causing him to abandon his previous aloofness and lean in. "Brother Yu, tell me more." Just as Wang Jiu was about to elaborate, he was interrupted by Director Tuo. "All right, this is your reward, Chen Lu. And these 3 bottles of nutrient solution are for you, Wang Jiu." Upon seeing that he too was being rewarded, Wang Jiu grinned and said, "Rest assured, Director, I will not tell anyone about your failed solicitation." After hearing this, Chen Lu suddenly had a thought. "Director, you wouldn't want Jia to find out, would you?" Director Tuo's expression shifted, and he quickly tossed another bottle of nutrient solution to Chen Lu, gritting his teeth. "Get lost." "All right, Director." Chen Lu promptly pulled Wang Jiu away. As soon as they exited, Wang Jiu curiously asked, "Who is Jia?" Jia is the two resumed their gossiping, their laughter echoing through the corridor. Chapter 19, A Challenge. "Am I going the wrong way? The classroom should be in this direction," Wang Jiu called out, observing Chen Lu walking toward a particular direction with a puzzled expression. Upon hearing the voice, Chen Lu halted but did not turn back, merely responding loudly, "I'm not lost. I have a pressing matter to attend to." Wang Jiu felt a tad suspicious and quickly approached, a mischievous smile gracing his face. "What matter is so urgent? You're not about to go deflating Jin Xiaoyu's father's tires, are you?" Chen Lu, taken aback at first, then broke into a sly grin. Not exactly, but 5 minutes later, the two arrived at the school parking lot entrance. The parking lot had cameras, but they were usually turned off. Furthermore, only one security guard was present, and he was currently asleep. "As per usual, I'll keep an eye on the guard. When he wakes, I'll distract him. And you can let the air out of the tires," Chen Lu instructed Wang Jiu. Wang Jiu raised an eyebrow, a smirk forming on his lips, and gave him an okay gesture before slipping inside. Seeing that Wang Jiu had already entered, Chen Lu decided not to wait and prepared to take the initiative. He first donned a mask, then tapped on the glass of the security guard's booth. "Hello, big brother. How come you're working here?" Chen Lu greeted warmly. A smile plastered across his face. The security guard opened his eyes, groggily glanced at Chen Lu, and mumbled, "Who are you? Do we know each other?" Chen Lu maintained a friendly demeanor. "Big brother, I'm Jin Xiaoyu, your neighbor from downstairs." The security guard scrutinized Chen Lu, his expression one of confusion. "Is that so? I don't recall." Chen Lu waved his hand, speaking sincerely. "No worries, big brother. I have a small favor to ask." The guard inquired, "What kind of favor?" After a moment's thought, Chen Lu pretended to appear bashful. "Big brother, could you keep it down a bit when you're, with your wife? I'm a student and still need to attend classes." The security guard looked puzzled, thinking, "Am I really that impressive? Neighbors can hear me?" But he dismissed the notion. Questioning, "I'm not that loud with my wife. Are you sure you heard correctly?" Chen Lu shook his head, feigning seriousness. "Impossible, big brother. I heard it at 2 o'clock last night." The security guard stammered momentarily. "Wait, I was on the night shift last night." Cursing under his breath, the guard wasted no time and dashed out of the security room towards the school grounds. Chen Lu, with a puzzled expression, watched the guard's retreating figure and mused, "Strange. I praised your prowess, yet you still resorted to cursing." A few minutes later, Wang Jiu emerged nonchalantly, a hint of smugness gracing his features. Chen Lu inquired, "All set?" Wang Jiu offered Chen Lu a reassuring glance. "By the way, where's the guard?" he asked, turning to glance at the empty security booth. "No idea, we were just chatting. And before I knew it, he bolted," Chen Lu replied. Wang Jiu shrugged. Perhaps he had an urgent matter at home. Chen Lu nodded, a contemplative look spreading across his face. "I think so too." Moments later, Chen Lu and Wang Jiu parted ways. He indeed had pressing matters to attend to. He needed to assist Xiaotian in assimilating the energy from the elixir. This meant finding a place for Xiaotian to engage in battles with other beasts. However, the system had stated that the most effective method was to endure some hits. But where could he find a place to get beaten up? Chen Lu paced hurriedly down the street, lost in thought about how to locate a venue for Xiaotian to battle with other beasts, all the while anxiously stroking his chin. Suddenly, his attention was captured by a gathering of people ahead. Curiosity piqued. He approached to find a young man animatedly promoting the recruitment of apprentices for the Beastmaster Martial Arts School. The Starry Sky Martial Arts School is recruiting Beastmaster disciples again. Parents eager for their children to excel in the entrance exams, don't miss out. Once the young man finished his announcement, his pet, a morning glory beast, echoed his words with great enthusiasm. A concerned parent furrowed their brow and inquired, "How much is the tuition?" "Auntie, the registration fee is only 1 million, the young man replied, his face beaming as if he were announcing something of great merit. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in disbelief. 1 million is far too expensive. That could buy a beast of silver quality, exclaimed one parent, eyes wide as if they had heard an outrageous tale. Exactly. My monthly salary is just over 10,000, another parent nodded vigorously. The young man, unfazed, calmly responded, "Dear parents, you must understand that possessing a silver quality beast does not guarantee that one can become a silver level beastmaster. However, our esteemed master, Lu Ha, is a golden level beastmaster, capable of facilitating immense progress for your children before the exams. Our school also boasts spatial formations and professional large training grounds, where children can train in beast battles with other students during this time. For just 1 million, you will receive guidance from a golden level beastmaster. It is indeed a worthwhile investment." The parents, upon hearing this, found his arguments quite compelling. They had certainly heard of the golden level beastmaster's reputation and recognized the caliber they represented, though they had hoped for a more reasonable fee. Realizing that the price was unlikely to be reduced, they began to sign up. Chen Lu felt tempted as well, but upon hearing the price of 1 million, his smile instantly froze, akin to being splashed with icy water, prompting him to abandon the idea. Yet, he soon devised another plan. An idea flashed in his mind. He could challenge the martial arts school's disciples under the guise of a sparring match. Winning or losing was irrelevant. As long as he could aid Xiaotian in digesting the energy of the elixir, it would suffice. However, challenging the school could jeopardize others' livelihoods. What if they retaliated harshly? Furrowing his brow, he felt hesitant. But why worry? After all, it wasn't him who would be taking the hits. Resolute, he declared, "Let us do this." Without hesitation, he strode forward, shouting, "The disciples trained by your Starry Sky Martial Arts School are mere showpieces and utterly useless. Today, I, Jin Xiaoyu, will shatter your arrogance." His voice boomed, drawing a wave of astonishment. The young man recruiting apprentices, upon hearing someone dare to challenge their school on such a significant day, was understandably furious. His expression darkened instantly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Yet, given the multitude of parents present, he refrained from erupting, merely following the sound to discover it was just a student, which only added to his scorn. The young man suspected that this individual was sent by another martial arts school to cause trouble. Thus he warned, "Young man, let me remind you, regardless of which martial arts school you represent, once you choose to challenge us, you must sign a liability waiver for your beast. Should your beast perish in battle, there will be no compensation." His tone carried a hint of menace, his gaze mockingly fixed on Chen Lu. Nearby, several other parents chimed in. "Young man, quickly apologize to the Starry Sky Martial Arts School. This is a golden level Beastmaster's institution. How can you, a mere student, question it? Young man, judging by your age, you must be a senior in high school. If your beast dies in the fight, it will prove to be a grave loss." One parent implored earnestly. As the crowd began to voice their concerns, Chen Lu contemplated his next move. He addressed the young man and the assembled parents. "Everyone, do not misunderstand. I am only challenging disciples of bronze level and below. There is no need for concern. This is not a challenge against the head of the martial arts school. I hope you all will witness this." After speaking, he offered the surrounding parents a confident smile. The other parents nodded in agreement, assuring they would witness for Chen Lu, eager to gauge the prowess of the school's disciples. The young man, hearing this, chose not to dissuade Chen Lu any longer. Instead, he resolved to allow the school's disciples to thoroughly defeat his beast, all while demonstrating their strength to the parents. Subsequently, Chen Lu signed the liability waiver for the beast battle. Chapter 20, The Amethyst Ice Python. The young man, noting Chen Lu's completion of the waiver, allowed a sly smile to creep across his lips, as though he could already envision the scene of Chen Lu's beast being severely injured. He turned to Chen Lu and, with a smirk, said, "Follow me." "Wait." Chen Lu called out nonchalantly. The young man, taken aback, raised an eyebrow and asked, "What? Are you having second thoughts?" "Of course not," Chen Lu replied leisurely. "I merely wish for these uncles and aunties to serve as witnesses." He was no fool. Should the martial arts disciples turn out to be no match for Xiaotian, and should they lose the match and act out in anger, it was prudent to ensure safety. The young man hesitated slightly at this, and seizing the moment, Chen Lu stoked the flames further. "Are you afraid to let the parents observe? Do you harbor a guilty conscience?" This statement struck like a dagger to the young man's heart. The parents, upon hearing this, began to murmur among themselves. Their curiosity ignited. The young man shot a fierce glare at Chen Lu, who remained unfazed, smirking as if to say, "Come on, you're the only one with eyes. Keep glaring at me." In a state of helplessness, the young man reluctantly picked up his phone to make a call. 2 minutes later, seemingly having received some instructions, he donned a courteous smile once more and announced, "Dear parents, please follow me." As they stepped through the entrance of the martial arts hall, their eyes were immediately dazzled. Indeed, the interior showcased a spatial formation that revealed a realm of its own. However, compared to the Feng family's establishment that Chen Lu had previously visited, this martial arts hall appeared somewhat inferior, approximately the size of 2 football fields. The hall was primarily divided into 3 areas: the pet habitat, the residential area, and the trainee training zone, perhaps in an effort to demonstrate the formidable prowess of their martial arts hall. The young man informed everyone that the disciples were currently training and first led them to observe the pets raised by the hall in the pet habitat. Chen Lu shrugged nonchalantly, while the parents grew increasingly excited. Thus, the group arrived at the pet habitat. "Look over there. That's a stone beast. A pet with bronze potential," one parent exclaimed with enthusiasm. "And that one seems to be a stone lion, a pet of silver potential," another chimed in. "Quick look. There are 2 silver potential rock pythons and a cluster of their juvenile forms, the little stone snakes." Observing the astonishment among the parents, the young man took pride in introducing, "Dear parents, there's no need for surprise. These 2 types of pets are the offspring of our esteemed Master Lu's pets." "What? Does that mean Master Lu possesses the ultimate evolutionary forms of these pets?" One parent gasped in disbelief. "Indeed, our master, Lu is no ordinary gold-level beastmaster. He owns 2 gold-level pets, the gold 3-star stone lion king and the gold 9-star amethyst ice python." The young man spoke with reverence, his eyes gleaming with admiration. The amethyst ice python? Chen Lu's heart involuntarily tightened upon hearing this. While the gold 3-star stone lion king could only remain at the gold level throughout its life, the gold 9-star amethyst ice python was another matter. It had diamond potential. Why could a pet of only silver potential evolve into the diamond potential amethyst ice python? This led to a discussion regarding the evolution categories of the rock python. There were 3 evolution paths: the gold potential earthrending python, the steel rock python, and the diamond potential amethyst ice python. For the amethyst ice python, it was not merely the invaluable evolutionary materials that mattered. Even for typical pets, a failed evolution would not pose significant danger, typically resulting in a drop of only 1 or 2 levels. However, the evolution of the amethyst ice python was exceedingly demanding, emphasizing the principle of breaking before rebuilding. A failed evolution would undoubtedly result in the demise of the rock python. Only 1 in 10,000 rock pythons could hope to succeed in such an evolution. Goodness, that's diamond potential, not platinum. Even if it never reaches diamond level, it is surely destined to attain platinum with ease. Chen Lu thought to himself, realizing he had stumbled upon a formidable opponent. He initially believed this Starry Sky Hall was merely a dojo established by an ordinary gold-level beastmaster, only to discover it was led by someone on the verge of advancing to a platinum beastmaster and potentially a diamond-level beastmaster. As he contemplated this, Chen Lu put on a false smile, internally resolving to maintain a low profile should he encounter the master later. Indeed, after the young man's lengthy introduction, the parents were instantly filled with trust and admiration for the martial arts hall, nodding in approval as if envisioning the glorious futures of their children. Just as the young man was about to lead everyone to the trainee training area, a thunderous roar resonated from afar, akin to the earth shattering. The crowd instinctively looked up. They beheld a massive python, over 30 meters long, adorned with glimmering purple crystals atop its head and scales that shone like mirrors. Slowly emerging from a cavern, its body emanated an icy chill that seemed to freeze the air itself. This sight left the crowd gasping in shock, with several timid parents nearly losing their balance, their faces paling and expressions filled with terror. Some even clung to those beside them, muttering, "What kind of monster is this?" The young man hurried forward to reassure everyone, donning a confident smile as he said, "Fear not, everyone. This is our Master Lu's signature pet, the gold 9-star amethyst ice python. It poses no threat." Upon hearing the young man's explanation, the crowd exhaled in relief, though some could not help but subtly step back, their eyes filled with dread and reverence. The giant python raised its head slightly, its purple eyes glimmering with intelligence, as if assessing these diminutive humans. Chen Lu stood to the side, gazing at the amethyst ice python, feeling an involuntary shiver run down his spine. Nevertheless, he feigned calmness, pretending to casually examine the information about the amethyst ice python. Name: amethyst ice python. Attribute: ice. Level: gold 9-star. Potential: diamond. Skills: Crystal Starfall, Absolute Ice Domain, Pressure. Aurora Execution, Tail Sweep of Fury. Status: Molting. Note: the blood of dragons, subdragons, snakes, and pythons of platinum level and above can accelerate the molting process. After reviewing this information, Chen Lu felt a chill wash over him. Cold sweat trickled down his back, and he forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears. He inwardly muttered, "This is too incredible. It has completely eliminated the earth attribute, transforming into an ice attribute. While the earth-rending python and steel rock python possess robust defenses, their offensive capabilities are average. The amethyst ice python, on the other hand, is pure brute force. The pressure it exudes is a given, a standard for the strong, instilling fear in beasts below its level. Crystal Starfall enhances attack speed and boosts the damage of the next skill. Absolute Ice Domain is a field technique that speaks for itself. The other two skills, Aurora Execution and Tail Sweep of Fury, are purely offensive moves. Damn. I came here to challenge, not to seek death." Chen Lu could already envision himself and Xiaotian frozen into ice sculptures. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, a glint of cunning lighting up his eyes as he calculated, "Wait, there's still a chance. I could play the fool first. Yes, that's the plan." Chapter 21. Come, strike me. Upon the emergence of the amethyst ice python, it seemed to be merely stretching, soon slithering back into its cave like a spirit serpent. As the chilling aura gradually dissipated, the crowd seemed to awaken from a dream, slowly regaining their composure. The young man understood that their purpose had been achieved, and thus led everyone towards the trainee training area. The training zone was vast, with most of the grounds still unused. As Chen Lu and the parents approached, they observed several pairs of apprentices engaged in pet battles. Standing nearby was a man in his 40s, with sharp brows and piercing eyes, exuding an intimidating presence even without anger. It was evident that this man was the master. Lu Ha. Chen Lu scanned the area and noted that only 4 teams were led by bronze-level Beastmasters, while the other numerous teams were comprised of Black Iron-level Beastmasters, ranging from Black Iron 3-star to Black Iron 8-star. The young man instructed the parents to watch the disciples battle, while he strode confidently towards Lu Ha. After a brief conversation, the young man jogged over and beckoned Chen Lu to follow him. Chen Lu dutifully trailed behind the youth until they arrived at Lu Ha's location. Lu Ha's gaze was piercing, and his expression remained impassive as he fixed his cold, frosty stare upon Chen Lu, asking, "Are you here to challenge the dojo?" Chen Lu first bowed deeply with utmost respect, declaring, "Student Chen Lu pays his respects to Master Lu." Noticing Chen Lu's commendable demeanor, Lu Ha's expression softened slightly. Seizing the moment, Chen Lu continued, "My admiration for Master Lu is akin to the relentless flow of a mighty river, ever ceaseless. I harbor an unwavering desire to become your disciple. Alas, I come from humble beginnings and lack the means, which has compelled me to resort to this approach. To behold Master Lu in person today has already filled my heart with contentment. As for challenging the dojo, I would never dare. I hope for your understanding." The young man, taken aback, thought to himself, "Wait a moment, were you not here to challenge? Why the sudden flattery?" Furthermore, he mused, "Aren't you supposed to be Jin Xiaoyu?" Unperturbed by the astonished expression on the young man's face, Chen Lu maintained a facade of sincerity and respect, reasoning, "With courtesy, apologies, and flattery all in place, surely you cannot make things difficult for me now?" Indeed, one must commend Chen Lu for his exceptional acting skills. Lu Ha, however, remained oblivious, perceiving only Chen Lu's earnest desire to learn. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Your singular focus on learning is commendable, and I shall not hold it against you. However, the mere mention of your challenge could tarnish the dojo's reputation. Here's what we shall do. You may engage in 3 bouts against the dojo's disciples. Should you emerge victorious in even one, I shall overlook the challenge. If you win 2, you may study alongside the other disciples. Should you triumph in all 3, I will accept you as my personal disciple. If you fail to win a single match, it will suffice for you to feed the stone lion for a week. What say you?" Upon hearing this, Chen Lu felt that Lu Ha was remarkably reasonable and promptly replied with respect, "I obey your command." Lu Ha gestured dismissively and addressed the young man, "Li Lei, take Chen Lu to training ground number 17. I shall join you shortly." The young man, known as Li Lei, nodded and led Chen Lu towards the designated training area. Halfway there, Li Lei glanced at Chen Lu, furrowing his brow. "Aren't you supposed to be Jin Xiaoyu? Why have you suddenly become Chen Lu?" Chen Lu's expression shifted, and he chuckled awkwardly. "Brother Li Lei, you see, Jin Xiaoyu is my adversary. He often bullies me, relying on his father's position as the director of education." Hence Li Lei's mouth twitched, unable to suppress a laugh. "So you've taken his name, have you?" Chen Lu grinned sheepishly, scratching his head. "Exactly. Besides, he is unlikely to show up here." Li Lei, speechless, took a deep breath and engaged Chen Lu in further conversation. Upon confirming that Chen Lu was not sent by another dojo to cause trouble, but genuinely wished to learn, Li Lei's initial resistance diminished significantly. After a bit of banter, he found Chen Lu to be quite amusing, and his attitude warmed considerably. In response, Chen Lu remarked that he had merely made a slight effort, and that was already at the pinnacle of his abilities. Before long, Lu He approached, accompanied by 2 men and a woman. Li Lei, with a mischievous gleam in his eye, remarked, "It's actually Sister Ru Yan." "Chen Lu, you're in for a tough time now." Chen Lu paused, his expression tinged with suspicion. "Your sister wouldn't be called Lu Ru Yan, would she?" Li Lei looked at him in surprise. "How did you know?" Feigning nonchalance, Chen Lu replied, "Just a guess." However, he inwardly thought, who doesn't know about the Empress of Smoke? She is notorious for backstabbing and being a green tea sister. I'd rather keep my distance after losing to her. Nevertheless, as Chen Lu was there to challenge the dojo, Lu Ru Yin and the other 2 regarded him with hostile glares. Chen Lu remained unfazed, convinced that winning just one match would suffice. Soon, Chen Lu found himself facing a disciple named Sun Hao. The referee was Li Lei. As Sun Hao entered the arena, he expressed his displeasure towards Chen Lu but still observed the necessary formalities by greeting him. Chen Lu reciprocated the gesture. Sun Hao, after the formalities were concluded, declared, "I hear you're a senior in high school, and the master does not bully you. The 3 opponents you face today are also seniors. Let us see what skills you possess to challenge the dojo. Come forth, green bamboo panda." From the void, a panda, over a meter tall and wielding a bamboo stick, materialized on the battlefield. "A national treasure," Chen Lu exclaimed. Although he had perused the profiles of all ferocious beasts beforehand, his recollection was rather vague. Apart from a few striking and formidable beasts, he struggled to remember the rest. As a native of Qin in his past life, he held a sentimental attachment to pandas, leaving him somewhat astonished. Sun Hao, noticing Chen Lu's reaction, snapped, "What national treasure? Are you still planning to fight?" Snapping back to reality, Chen Lu summoned his own beast, Xiaotian, who immediately let out a howl and prepared to charge. Chen Lu gave him a look, and Xiaotian obediently remained still. Chen Lu then began to assess the information on the green bamboo panda. Name, green bamboo panda. Attribute, wood. Level, black iron 6 stars. Potential, silver. Evolution route, skills, hard SI. Bamboo strike. The black iron 6 stars level was just 1 tier above Xiaotian's, and it was doubly vulnerable to Xiaotian's poison and metal attributes. This should be a guaranteed win. Chen Lu commanded Xiaotian, "Let the green bamboo panda strike first, and see how the refining of the medicinal power is progressing." Xiaotian, confused, had anticipated a thrilling battle, only to find himself ordered to take a hit instead. He thought to himself, "My canine existence is precarious. Come on, hit me." With that, Xiaotian began to provoke the green bamboo panda. Naturally, the green bamboo panda was irked by Xiaotian's taunts, and, without waiting for Sun Hao's command, swung its bamboo stick at him. After being struck by the bamboo, Xiaotian felt a slight pain accompanied by a warm, itchy sensation. It was an incredibly pleasant and addictive feeling. Chen Lu seized the opportunity to check the status of Xiaotian, discovering that the time required for refining the medicinal power had decreased from 3 days and 17 hours to 3 days and 16 hours. A surge of joy filled his heart. At this rate, leveling up would no longer be a concern. Just as he was about to let Xiaotian continue to take hits, he realized that the pup seemed to be relishing the sensation of being struck. With all 4 paws in the air and his tongue out, he was begging the green bamboo panda for another hit. The green bamboo panda, perceiving this as provocation, grew even angrier and charged forward once more, bamboo in hand. Witnessing this, Chen Lu couldn't help but vent his frustrations towards the system. What's wrong with this explosive pill? Why does Xiaotian seem a bit unhinged after consuming it? Normal phenomenon. Please do not be alarmed, host. Not normal at all. Chen Lu thought. Forget it. Let Xiaotian keep taking hits. This is the perfect opportunity to examine the green bamboo panda's evolution route. Chapter 22. The dog that enjoys being hit. Observing the endearing and clumsy bamboo panda, Chen Lu finally comprehended the contentious debates that had raged among netizens in his previous life. Is the panda truly a bear or a cat? Theoretically, the panda undoubtedly belongs to the bear family. However, its appearance bears a striking resemblance to that of felines. Yet, from Chen Lu's perspective, this bamboo panda leans more towards the characteristics of a small feline. Subsequently, he began to investigate the evolutionary lineage of the bamboo panda. Filled with anticipation, regrettably, it seemed that the bamboo panda had but a singular evolutionary path, that of becoming a golden-tier panda master. How infuriating! Should I not capture one of these panda beasts and cultivate it to the rank of a king? Chen Lu pondered. However, he felt an unsettling doubt. Would a transformed panda still be the panda of his heart? Setting aside his distractions, Chen Lu's gaze returned to the competition arena. The bamboo panda was on the verge of snapping its bamboo, while Xiaotian stood nearby, panting with a devil-may-care demeanor, wagging its tail, and grinning mischievously. The bamboo panda retreated a step, distancing itself from Xiaotian, gasping for breath, beads of sweat forming on its forehead. Noticing that the bamboo panda had ceased its assault, Xiaotian's eyes glimmered with mischief as it pounced, hugging the panda's thigh, its gaze pleading, "Please hit me. I beg you, come on, hit me. Don't hold back." Xiaotian buried its head against the panda's leg, its voice laced with a mix of yearning and petulance. The bamboo panda looked down at Xiaotian, its expression shifting from anger to helplessness, then to despair, ultimately threatening, "Let go, or I shall not be gentle. Please, I urge you to be unrestrained. Do not hold back." Xiaotian's voice brimmed with excitement and joy, its tail wagging even more fervently. The bamboo panda was utterly overwhelmed, its face reddening, its eyes filled with despair and resignation. It shook its head vigorously, seemingly contemplating what wrong it had committed to encounter such an eccentric opponent. Chen Lu was left dumbfounded by this spectacle. Was this truly his Xiaotian? Wasn't this akin to the dog from the animated series in his past life, which relished being struck? Not only Chen Lu, but even the trio of Lu He, who were spectating nearby, were equally astonished. Li Lei rubbed his eyes and, upon confirming he was not mistaken, remarked, "This pet's combat style is rather peculiar, Jiang Chuan. Do you think it will drive the bamboo panda to madness?" Jiang Chuan scrutinized Xiaotian on the field and, after a moment of contemplation, responded, "That pet seems to possess exceptionally high defense. The bamboo panda cannot seem to breach its defenses." Lu Ruyin nodded, frowning as she added, "Moreover, I do not believe I have encountered such a pet before. Father, have you seen it?" Lu He stroked his beard thoughtfully, conjecturing, "I suspect it to be a variant of a pet." The bamboo panda in the arena was nearing the brink of tears, looking down at the still clinging Xiaotian, its mind consumed by a singular thought. Why must I face such a mad dog? Sun Hao, witnessing his pet's predicament, could not remain passive. He shouted, "Bamboo panda, do not lose heart. Use your bamboo stick to send that creature flying." Upon hearing Sun Hao's command, a glimmer of determination sparked in the bamboo panda's eyes as it summoned the wood attribute energy within, channeling it into the bamboo and striking fiercely at Xiaotian. Feeling a tightening in its chest, Xiaotian sensed that this attack would be rather painful if it took it head-on. With that thought, it instinctively attempted to evade the blow. Alas, Xiaotian had no time to dodge and was forced to raise its right paw to block the furious strike of the bamboo panda, resulting in being flung away. Its right arm was grazed by the bamboo's tip, blood seeping forth. Xiaotian bared its teeth, cursing inwardly. This bamboo is exceedingly ruthless. Witnessing this scene, Chen Lu finally exhaled in relief. It seemed Xiaotian was merely savoring the experience of being struck, rather than being mentally unfit. With this realization, he dismissed his earlier worries and promptly commanded, "Xiaotian, activate golden scales." Xiaotian roared, a layer of golden light enveloping its form, then excitedly bellowed at Chen Lu, "Boss, shall I continue to endure the hits?" Chen Lu nodded, instructing, "Maintain a suitable defense, protect your vital areas, and keep taking hits until you no longer feel the effects of the refining elixir." "All right, boss." Xiaotian roared again and charged towards the bamboo panda. The bamboo panda's expression darkened at this sight, internally exclaiming, "Is this creature made of iron?" Yet, it steeled itself and charged forward. After yet another strike sent Xiaotian flying, the bamboo panda was nearing exhaustion, panting heavily. It muttered to itself, "This dog is far too resilient." Sun Hao, initially believing that the opposing creature merely had high defense and could be worn down gradually, began to suspect that the bamboo panda's attacks seemed to only bolster Xiaotian's defenses further. Anxiety crept into his mind. Is this defense indefinitely increasing? Realizing he could no longer afford to delay, he shouted, "Bamboo panda, use your mind's eye and bamboo stick to clash with it." Chen Lu contemplated, "This cannot be good. Xiaotian is too strong." However, he also did not wish for the opponent to suffer too dire a defeat, so he exchanged a glance with Xiaotian, indicating it should refrain from inflicting serious harm. Xiaotian instantly understood, opting to use its claws rather than its fangs to attack. The two collided, and the bamboo panda's stick was abruptly snapped. Gazing at the broken bamboo on the ground, tears welled in the panda's large, innocent eyes, and it began to whimper. "My bamboo." Xiaotian, witnessing this, cast an innocent glance at Chen Lu, feeling aggrieved. "Boss, I already went easy on it." Sun Hao, seeing the bamboo panda deprived of its weapon, first consoled the creature, then addressed Chen Lu, "I concede." Li Lei, upon hearing this, hurriedly stepped forward to announce, "In the first match, Chen Lu emerges victorious. Do you require treatment or rest? It is all complimentary. he inquired with concern. Chen Lu shook his head, noting that Xiaotian's wounds from the bamboo panda had nearly healed. In that case, Ruyan, Jiang, who will take the stage next? I shall, Jiang Chuan declared. I deduced that the opponent is of the metal attribute, and my fire spirit is perfectly suited to counter it. Without further ado, Jiang Chuan strode onto the battlefield. Without wasting time, he summoned forth the fire spirit. As the fire spirit emerged, the surrounding temperature surged dramatically. Observing this, Chen Lu promptly examined the fire spirit's information. Name, fire spirit. Attribute, fire. Level, black iron 7 stars. Potential, silver. Evolution path. Skills, spirit flame, flame vortex. Both skills, spirit flame and flame vortex, were offensive maneuvers. Although the power of flame vortex was slightly lesser, it possessed a burning effect. In terms of attributes, it had a dual advantage over Xiaotian. Jiang Chuan immediately initiated the attack. Fire spirit, unleash a direct fire assault. 2 fireballs coalesced in the fire spirit's hands and were hurled towards Xiaotian. Sensing the heat of the flames, Chen Lu realized that this battle could not be approached with mere endurance. He swiftly commanded, dodge, Xiaotian. This time, fight normally. Upon hearing this, Xiaotian's eyes gleamed with hope as he thought to himself, finally, I shall no longer endure punishment. With a swift acceleration, he effortlessly evaded 2 fireballs. Chapter 23. The Role of the Serpent's Head and Tail. Xiaotian endeavored to dodge the fire spirit's onslaught while rapidly closing the distance. A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens. Xiaotian soared like a blazing meteor, plunging directly towards his target. As the gap between Xiaotian and his adversary diminished, Jiang Chuan unhesitatingly issued the command, Fire Spirit. Unleash the flame vortex and ensnare it. Instantly, a torrent of searing flames erupted from the mouth of the fire spirit, coalescing into a colossal vortex of fire that surged towards Xiaotian. Observing the overwhelming inferno, Chen Lu furrowed his brow, knowing full well that with Xiaotian's speed, evasion was futile. Since escape was impossible, he resolved to confront it. Corrosive mist. Xiaotian halted, facing the impending flames as the serpent's head and tail shimmered with a violet glow, releasing a thick cloud of black smoke. No way, that tail has come to life, spewing smoke, exclaimed Lu Ruyan, watching from the sidelines. Beneath such a massive blaze, black smoke could not possibly penetrate the flames, declared Sun Hao disdainfully. He attributed his defeat to Chen Lu's pet's superior defenses, failing to recognize Chen Lu's extraordinary prowess. No sooner had he spoken than Li Lei shouted, the black smoke has pierced through the flames and struck the fire spirit. What? Li Lei was momentarily taken aback, then glanced at Xiaotian, enveloped in flames, and sighed in relief. What of it? If struck by this attack, Chen Lu's pet shall surely be gravely injured. Indeed, Zhang's fire spirit, even at the silver level, was among the highest in output, guaranteeing his victory in this bout. Lu Ruyan chimed in, just as the three conversed. Lu He, who had remained silent, furrowed his brow and remarked, I beg to differ. What? The trio gasped in astonishment. As if to validate Lu He's assertion, the flame vortex dissipated, revealing that Xiaotian had not succumbed. However, his fur was singed, smoldering from the relentless flames. Though Xiaotian remained standing, Chen Lu understood that should the fire spirit strike once more, defeat would be inevitable. Yet, the situation was not as dire as it appeared. The fire spirit had been afflicted by the corrosive mist. With a bit of time, its condition would significantly deteriorate. At that point, if he could command Xiaotian's serpent head and tail to bite, the toxic effect would be doubled, incapacitating the opponent directly. Previously, Chen Lu had been baffled as to how the black iron 3-star Xiaotian could vanquish the bronze 1-star electric mouse. It was only when he had allowed Xiaotian and Wang Zhiyu's pet to share a meal of toxic wolf meat, containing a trace of mild poison, that he understood. Normally, pets would not succumb to poisoning from food, relying on their digestive capabilities. Perhaps both beasts had overeaten. Xiaotian, foolishly, believed that simply eating with his mouth was insufficient and sought to have the serpent's head and tail join in. However, the serpent's head and tail were mere constructs, controlled by Xiaotian, capable only of biting, not swallowing. In a moment of carelessness, it bit Wang Zhiyu's flame tortoise, causing it to topple over. Upon consulting the system, Chen Lu realized that it was Xiaotian's foolish serpent head and tail that had poisoned it. It was then that he discovered that should Xiaotian's serpent head and tail bite a poisoned beast, the toxic effect on the opponent would amplify significantly. Wang Zhiyu, in his ignorance, assumed the flame tortoise had overeaten and promptly recalled it to his space. Ultimately, it was Chen Lu who hastily requested an antidote from a vendor, saving the flame tortoise from peril. While this maneuver was not a skill per se, in Chen Lu's eyes, it surpassed ordinary techniques and could be deemed his trump card. Jiang Chuan, who had initially felt assured of victory, was unable to suppress his shock at the fire spirit's agonized expression. Fire Spirit, you are poisoned. Yet, the Fire Spirit turned its head, indicating that it was not a grave issue. Seeing this, Jiang Chuan exhaled in relief and loudly encouraged. Come on, Fire Spirit. Let us seize victory with our spiritual fire. The Fire Spirit began to gather flames. However, this time, the flames took on a purple hue. Ah, here it comes. Zhang's ultimate move, purple fire. Li Lei exclaimed excitedly. From a distance, Chen Lu observed this spectacle, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he muttered, damn it. Is he aiming for roasted dog meat? He dared not delay and reacted swiftly. Xiaotian, accelerate to maximum speed and close in on the Fire Spirit. Xiaotian, sensing the threat of this attack, disregarded the flames enveloping him and surged forward with all his might. At the critical moment, a streak of purple fire released by the Fire Spirit grazed past Xiaotian. Witnessing this, Chen Lu felt a surge of relief. We have won. Xiaotian fangs. He commanded, adding, show no mercy. He believed that allowing the opponent's pet to be gravely injured was not unjust, but the adversary must also bear the same cost. Xiaotian lunged, knocking the Fire Spirit to the ground, then summoned the serpent's head and tail, both jaws snapping down simultaneously. The fangs sank in, and the Fire Spirit immediately fell into darkness, losing its combat ability. Everyone present, including Lu He, stared in disbelief at this scene. They could scarcely fathom that Xiaotian, who had been on the defensive, had managed to eliminate the Fire Spirit with a single strike. Observing the stunned crowd, Chen Lu declared, Brother Lei, I have emerged victorious. Only then did Li Lei regain his composure and promptly announce, Chen Lu is the victor. Do you require treatment? Brother Lei, I choose treatment. Following this match, Chen Lu did not indulge in pretense and accepted the dojo's healing. Initially intending to head to the treatment room, Lu He, curious about the cause of the Fire Spirit's defeat, wished to witness the next battle to uncover the truth. Thus, he retrieved a bottle of large recovery potion from his spatial ring and administered healing to all the spirits. Upon seeing Chen Lu's pet restored, Lu Rian signaled to Li Lei. Instantly comprehending, Li Lei announced that the next match was about to commence. Just as Lu Rian prepared to take the stage, Lu He called out to her, do not feel too pressured. Winning or losing is inconsequential. Lu Rian smiled in response, but once she turned away, her expression transformed into one of icy determination. Although her father spoke lightly of the matter, she was resolute in her refusal to lose this match. Observing Lu Rian's fierce demeanor, Chen Lu muttered a curse under his breath. He quickly advised his companion Xiaotian, foolish dog, we must lose this match, and you must put on a better act. Though Xiaotian was somewhat puzzled, he thumped his chest and replied, rest assured, Master Lu, I shall see to it. Chen Lu was left speechless. Damn it, it is precisely because of your actions that I am not at ease. Watching Xiaotian step onto the battlefield, Chen Lu added, if you win, you're grilled meat. Xiaotian, upon hearing this, felt a chill run down his spine, turning to Chen Lu with evident reluctance. Chen Lu spread his hands in exasperation. Alas, there is naught I can do. If the Emperor of Smoke cannot be vanquished, it is perhaps best to keep our distance. From this day forth, chapters will be released daily at 1800 hours. Chapter 24, The Wind Gored Upon Her Entrance. Lu Rian cast a frigid glare in the direction of Chen Lu. Feeling the weight of her gaze, Chen Lu internally pleaded, Emperor Rian, I beseech you, spare me. He hastily turned away, pretending not to notice her. This only served to stoke Rian's ire further, prompting her to mutter furiously, what an arrogant little thief. Let me show you the consequences of your insolence. With a flick of her delicate wrist, she summoned her pet beast, the Wind Gourd. To the untrained eye, the Wind Gourd appeared merely as an enchanted gourd, albeit with arms and legs, floating gracefully in midair. Chen Lu was somewhat surprised to see that Lu Rian's pet was not the offspring of Lu He's two golden-tier beasts. Regardless, he had no obligation in this match. Thus, he took the opportunity to examine the Wind Gourd's attributes. He was confident that under the threat of Gada, Xiaotian would perform admirably. Name, Wind Gourd. Attribute, Flight. Level, Black Iron 7 stars. Potential, Bronze. Evolution path, Skills, Arrow Feather, Transformation. What a peculiar situation. Only bronze potential? He took another look at the evolution path. The Wind Gourd had the potential to evolve into the Golden Tier Flying Cloud Gourd and the Rolling Cloud Gourd. Should it evolve into the Rolling Cloud Gourd, there remained a possibility of advancing to the Platinum Tier Primordial Gourd King. This made perfect sense. Had Lu Rian chosen the Rock Python, it would likely have been impossible to evolve into the Diamond Tier Amethyst Ice Python. However, by selecting the Wind Gourd, the minimum outcome would still be a Golden Tier Rolling Cloud Gourd. Truly, Emperor Rian is astute in her considerations. As the match commenced, the Wind Gourd soared into the air, leveraging its aerial advantage to distance itself from Xiaotian, launching its assault from above. It unleashed an arrow feather, which sped towards Xiaotian like a tempest. Although Xiaotian deftly evaded this strike, he was soon bewildered by the transformation skill. The wind gourd created numerous illusory duplicates, leaving Xiaotian unable to discern the true form. Seizing this chance, the genuine wind gourd swiftly approached Xiaotian and unleashed another arrow feather. Caught off guard, Xiaotian was struck, feigning immense pain. At the opportune moment, he lunged toward the wind gourd, but the latter had anticipated this move, nimbly evading Xiaotian's attack. Once more utilizing the transformation skill, it left Xiaotian disoriented. Ultimately, as the wind gourd continued its relentless barrage, Xiaotian's stamina waned. As he collapsed, he cast a knowing glance at Chen Lu, as if to say, "What do you think of my performance, brother?" Chen Lu signaled an okay gesture before recalling Xiaotian into the beast space. Li Lei seized the moment to declare Lu Ruyan the victor. Upon the conclusion of the match, Chen Lu and Lu Ruyan approached Lu Ha. The foolish girl remained oblivious to Xiaotian's ruse, continuing to feign indifference, much to Chen Lu's amusement. Best not to involve me in this, he thought. Lu Ha, sensing something amiss, regarded Chen Lu with newfound admiration, saying, "Chen Lu, though you have only won 2 matches, I wish to take you as my personal disciple." "What say you?" "What?" 4 voices exclaimed in unison. Lu Ruyan was the first to respond. "Father, he clearly lost to me. Allowing him to learn for free is one thing, but why make him your personal disciple?" Lu Ha frowned, remaining silent, instead fixing his gaze on Chen Lu, awaiting his response. Aware that Lu Ha had seen through Xiaotian's performance, Chen Lu contemplated for a moment before saying, "I am deeply grateful for your esteemed offer, Master. But I must humbly retract your previous statement. My pet is merely a black iron tier hound, a fortunate anomaly, and I fear it may not achieve great heights, tarnishing your esteemed reputation." Upon hearing anomalous hound, Lu Ha hesitated but continued, "In that case, as previously stated, you may train here." Chen Lu's heart soared with joy, and he promptly replied, "Thank you, Master." Lu Ha nodded in satisfaction and instructed, "Should you not greet your senior brothers?" Chen Lu quickly proclaimed, "I pay my respects to all senior brothers." Li Lei and the others, still somewhat bewildered, managed to respond, "Junior brother." Observing the harmonious interaction, Lu Ha directed Li Lei to arrange matters for the parents. Following this, he led Lu Ruyan and Chen Lu toward the residential quarters. Throughout the journey, Lu Ruyan's visage darkened, as if it might rain. She simply could not fathom why her father would accept Chen Lu as a personal disciple. Arriving at a particular house, Lu Ha paused and declared, "From now on, you may reside here. Each day, you will engage in regular training alongside the other disciples." Chen Lu nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you, Master." Lu Ha slightly inclined his head before departing with Lu Ruyan. Once Lu Ha had retreated, Chen Lu wasted no time entering the house before him. Gazing upon the spacious abode and its complete furnishings, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this is simply splendid. I must acquire an even larger house in the future. Oh, I should let Xiaotian out as well to check on the progress of the elixir." As soon as Xiaotian emerged, Chen Lu discovered that only 6 short hours remained for the elixir's refinement. At this rate, as long as he endured daily trials, he need not worry about Xiaotian's advancement. Meanwhile, upon returning to the courtyard, Lu Ha and Lu Ruyan found Lu Ruyan impatiently inquiring, "Father, I was wrong to question you publicly. However, I cannot fathom the reasoning behind it." Lu Ha sighed deeply, imparting gravely, "Ruyan, do you truly believe that Chen Lu is not your match? He merely seeks to preserve the dignity of our martial arts hall. How can this be? Even if his hound boasts formidable attack and defense, it could never harm my wind gourd. Foolishness. Do not forget that he possesses a skill capable of poisoning his opponents. Your wind gourd's flight attribute is countered by his hound's metal attribute, having its attack efficacy. At this rate, it is inevitable that his anomalous hound will emerge victorious." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's complexion drained of color, as if struck by lightning. It seemed her father's words were indeed true. Sensing his daughter's despondency, Lu Ha offered reassurances, "Do not fret excessively. Even if he can defeat you now, his primary pet is a hound, rendering him incapable of ever rivaling you." With this, Lu Ruyan's spirits lifted slightly. Were Chen Lu present before Lu Ha, he would surely jest, "Old dang, under normal circumstances, you are indeed correct. But I, Chen Lu, am a man endowed with a system. You have missed your chance at acquiring an angel investor today." Chapter 25. Apologies, but no deal. The following morning, Chen Lu awoke, his eyes still bleary with slumber. He promptly administered the second skyward pill to Xiaotian, exclaiming, "Hey, silly dog, rise and shine. It's time for training." Xiaotian lazily stretched, his eyes filled with indolence. "Boss, just give me 5 more minutes." 5 minutes? That's hardly sufficient for System Lu's regimen. Without further ado, he set off towards the training grounds. Curiosity piqued, he was eager to discover the results of the 1,000,000 yuan tuition fee. However, Upon arriving at the training area, he quickly realized that the so-called training amounted to mere foundational exercises for the beasts, what one might refer to as laying the groundwork. For other creatures, this might be acceptable, but for Xiaotian, it was an utter waste of time. After all, Xiaotian could achieve comprehensive enhancement simply through the skyward pill, rendering basic training unnecessary. With this revelation, he unhesitatingly approached Lu He, requesting to engage in battles with other creatures. Initially, Lu He flatly refused, believing that a solid foundation was paramount for success. Nevertheless, after Chen Lu's persistent persuasion, Lu He ultimately acquiesced, albeit with a caveat. The opponents would be the local stone lions and rock pythons, rather than fellow trainees. Thus, for the upcoming week, Xiaotian returned home each day bearing numerous injuries, yet concurrently ascended to the rank of Black Iron 7 stars. As for why training ceased, the answer was simple: the skyward pills had run out. Left with no choice, Chen Lu ventured out once more to procure more. He could have easily ordered them online, but preferred to remain inconspicuous. After leaving the dojo, he first called Wang Jiu to pick him up. It had been quite some time since he last saw his foster son, and he found himself missing him. Half an hour later, Wang Jiu arrived on his electric scooter, ready to take Chen Lu away. "So where to, my dear son?" Wang Jiu inquired, a sly grin adorning his face. "Let's grab a bite at the square," Chen Lu replied without hesitation. "All right." Wang Jiu chuckled mischievously, twisting the throttle as the scooter roared to life. As Chen Lu watched the horizon rapidly recede behind them, he clutched the handlebars tightly. "Oh no, I forgot. I can't let this fool drive." Fortunately, no mishaps occurred, and the two arrived safely at the square. The moment they dismounted, Chen Lu was greeted by the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat. "Excuse me, how much for the barbecue?" The vendor, a robust man in his 40s, skillfully tended to the charcoal, responding in a booming voice, "Premium beast meat, 300 for one skewer, 1,000 for two." Upon hearing this, Wang Jiu stepped forward, a hint of amusement on his lips. "Hey, boss, your pricing seems off. Shouldn't 2 skewers be 600? What's wrong? 1 skewer is 300. So 2 skewers are 300 plus 300. Quite reasonable." The vendor earnestly explained, even pulling out a calculator to substantiate his claim. "See, 1 skewer is 300. So 2 skewers equal 300 plus 300, right?" He pointed at the calculator screen, which displayed the total as 1,000 yuan. Wang Jiu and Chen Lu exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily speechless. Just as Wang Jiu prepared to argue, Chen Lu subtly gestured for him to return to the scooter. At that moment, Chen Lu suddenly shouted, "Boss, look, the city inspectors are coming." The vendor turned to check, and Chen Lu seized the opportunity to snatch all the skewers from the stall, swiftly leaping onto the scooter. Wang Jiu, catching on, took off as well. When the vendor turned back, he found no inspectors in sight. After a moment of confusion, he spun around in fury and hopped onto his 3-wheeled vehicle to give chase. As Wang Jiu and Chen Lu sped away, Chen Lu gleefully taunted, "You thought you could trick me? Brother Yu is feasting on barbecue." Wang Jiu slowed down slightly, grabbing a piece of grilled meat, exclaiming, "This vendor really knows how to grill." Just as Chen Lu was about to agree to turn back for more, he noticed in the rearview mirror that the vendor was hot on their tail. He quickly shouted, "That vendor is catching up." Wang Jiu's eyes sparkled. "Time to showcase my driving skills." "Whoa, slow down, brother Yu," Chen Lu exclaimed, biting into the grilled meat and clinging tightly to Wang Jiu. Wang Jiu accelerated, and the vendor's 3-wheeler proved equally relentless in pursuit. However, as they approached a downhill slope, Chen Lu urgently warned, "Wait, brother." Wang Jiu ignored him, barreling down the incline. "Damn it, Chen Lu, don't use that thing to push me." "I didn't mean to," Chen Lu retorted. "I told you not to take this route." Wang Jiu countered, "No worries, that vendor wouldn't dare follow us down here." Chen Lu glanced back, realizing the vendor had indeed vanished from view. Just as he thought they could relax, a distant scream from the vendor shattered the moment. "You thieves, don't run." It turned out the vendor had flagged down a rideshare vehicle to continue his pursuit. Upon seeing this, Wang Jiu sped up once more. Thus began another chase. And just a few minutes later, they encountered a stunning female traffic officer attempting to halt their progress. "Stop right there," she commanded. The electric scooter zoomed past, leaving the bewildered officer in disarray. "Oh no," she cried, waving her arms as if caught in a whirlwind. "What the hell?" Just as the female officer prepared to pursue the duo, the vendor, drenched in sweat, zoomed past on his bicycle. The officer's expression soured. "You're on a bicycle trying to catch an electric scooter?" Minutes later, a dozen flashing motorcycles intercepted the vendor. At that moment, Chen Lu finally processed the chaos. Turning to Wang Jiu, "Was that officer a traffic cop?" "What?" Wang Jiu exclaimed, slamming the brakes, causing Chen Lu to fly off and land awkwardly in a crooked tree. "Wang Jiu, I swear." A few minutes later, with the female officer's assistance, Chen Lu managed to extricate himself from the tree. On the road, Chen Lu stood alongside the vendor and the officer. The beautiful officer first addressed them. Why weren't you wearing helmets? Chen Lu replied earnestly. Because we didn't have any, officer. The officer pressed on. Then why were you speeding on this road? Wang Jiu interjected with a grin. Sorry, officer. We didn't know this road was off limits. Next time, we'll choose a different route. The officer raised an eyebrow, and Chen Lu quickly added, just kidding, officer. We know we were wrong. We're seniors in high school, and our teacher is seriously injured in the hospital. We're in a rush to visit him. Wang Jiu nodded vigorously in agreement. Really? Here's our teacher's number. You can ask him if you don't believe us. The officer, seeing the sincerity in their expressions and recognizing them as high school students, chose not to press further and let them go. After the two mounted their bicycle, they exchanged a mischievous grin with the barbecue vendor. Boss, we're back on land. The vendor, visibly perturbed, could only scowl, knowing the traffic police were nearby. What on earth are these two up to? Chapter 26, taking Brother Yu for a foot massage. After their departure, they finally located a vast supply store. Guided by their navigation, filled with excitement, they entered and promptly sold their 11 bottles of black iron-grade nurturing liquid for an astonishing 160,000. Subsequently, they spent 500,000 on materials for 10 Skyburst pills. These materials were meticulously selected by Chen Lu, a stark contrast to their previous haphazard purchases. Chen Lu was filled with anticipation, thinking that this time, Xiaotian would surely advance to the bronze level. As they exited the supply store, Wang Jiu couldn't help but tease. Chen Lu, with all that beast blood you bought, are you planning to brew soup? Chen Lu, momentarily at a loss for words, had anticipated such a quip from Wang Jiu. Nevertheless, he patiently explained, no, I bought this beast blood for Xiaotian. It will accelerate its growth. Curiously, Wang Jiu inquired, beast blood can be used like that? What level is Xiaotian at now? Chen Lu replied, SOSO, probably around black iron 7 stars. Wang Jiu dismissed it nonchalantly. Oh, just black iron 7 stars? Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. What? Black iron 7 stars? Is that for real? You aren't pulling my leg, are you? He wore an expression that begged for a reprimand. Of course it's true. Where do you think I'm heading? To buy more beast blood. Chen Lu quickly grasped Wang Jiu's arm and explained, this is only effective for mutated hounds. Wang Jiu, though somewhat disheartened, still encouraged Chen Lu, keep it up. I believe in you. Despite knowing Chen Lu was stronger, he felt no envy, only genuine happiness for his friend. Sensing Wang Jiu's slight disappointment, Chen Lu suggested, let us go. I'll take you for a foot massage to lift your spirits. Wang Jiu rejoiced, great. Let us go, my dear father. Soon, they arrived at a massage parlor indicated by their navigation. Upon glancing up, both were taken aback. A towering skyscraper loomed before them, majestically situated in the heart of the city. The building bore the name Jiang Group in large letters at its summit. Is this really a foot massage place? They wondered. A quick search revealed that the chairman of Jiang Group was a platinum-level Beastmaster, possessing 2 platinum-level pets, a platinum 2-star Blaze Unicorn and a platinum 5-star Inferno Phoenix. Their combat prowess was exceptional. In Bright City, they were truly a force to be reckoned with. Additionally, Jiang Group monopolized a significant portion of Bright City's business, making the existence of a foot massage establishment entirely plausible. Upon learning that the bathing area was on the 7th floor, they immediately ascended in the elevator, pressing the button for the 7th floor. Dude, you're here to relax because of the pressure from the college entrance exams, right? They turned to see a rotund man with a lewd grin. Exchanging glances, Chen Lu seriously replied, no, we're just here for a massage. The man scoffed. Who believes someone would come here just for a massage? Chen Lu paused, wondering if they had ulterior motives. Ding. The elevator reached the 7th floor. As the door slid open, the lewd man dashed out like an arrow. Technician 88, Imperial Package. He bellowed. Stepping out of the elevator, Chen Lu muttered, is that guy a bit off his rocker? It's just a foot massage. Wang Jiu nodded in agreement, echoing, exactly. Just then, as he spoke, drool began to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Curious about his sudden silence, Chen Lu asked, what is it? White so white. Wang Jiu stammered. What do you mean white? What are you talking about? Chen Lu said, hastening his steps to catch up with Wang Jiu. Welcome, esteemed guests. A group of receptionists greeted in unison, bowing. Upon seeing a bevy of receptionists clad in kipeos and high heels, Chen Lu finally comprehended Wang Jiu's earlier comment about something being white. Indeed, it was dazzlingly white, captivating enough to hold his gaze. Esteemed guests, please follow me. A technician led Chen Lu and Wang Jiu into a private room. As they entered, 2 young ladies in their 20s gracefully stepped inside. One of them half-squatted and sweetly asked, I am Technician 69, what package would you like? Wang Jiu, entranced by the beauty of the little white rabbits, immediately echoed the rotund man's demand. Let us have the Imperial Package. Chen Lu, not overthinking it. After all, how much could a foot massage cost? waved his hand, and said, "Let us go with what my brother you said." The two technicians exchanged excited glances and responded, "Please wait a moment. We'll fetch your attire." Confused, Chen Lu wondered, "What clothes do we need for a massage?" A few minutes later, 6 stunning young ladies entered, each possessing skin as fair as snow and alluring figures. "Good day, young masters. What kind of cosplay would you like?" One inquired. "Wow, this imperial service is impressive. You can even choose what the technicians dress as." Chen Lu mused. After a moment of thought, he replied, "Then let me have a cosplay of Alligato Yang Yang Sang." The technician, looking perplexed, said, "I'm sorry, we don't have that kind of cosplay." Realizing that this world might not possess the concept he mentioned, Chen Lu quickly added, "You decide what my brother you might like. I'll take a nap. Do you have any sleep assistance services?" "Yes, you can simply lie down to rest. This chair has sleep assistance features." Wang Jiu, exhilarated as if on a caffeine high, eagerly shouted, "Fishnet, JK, black stockings." Nurse he abruptly halted, remembering Chen Lu was still present, and turned to ask, "Brother Lu, you really don't need anything?" To his surprise, Chen Lu had already drifted off into slumber. With a grin, Wang Jiu pointed to the most beautiful technician, saying, "You take care of my brother. Give him a massage and a bath. The rest of you, follow me to another room." Time passed, and Chen Lu slowly awakened, feeling something soft beneath him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes to find a voluptuous technician blushing as she gazed at him. Clearing his throat, he awkwardly remarked, "I didn't mean to, it's fine. Do you wish for me to provide you with the imperial service now?" The technician softly inquired. "Let us begin, but where's my brother you?" Chen Lu asked. He feared he would disturb your slumber, so he opted for another room. The beast-eared technician declared, before attempting to remove Chen Lu's trousers. Chapter 27. Could you perhaps offer a discount for my junior? Chen Lu was immediately taken aback, hastily retreating with his feet. "Sister, what are you doing?" The most stunning technician, witnessing his reaction, assumed Chen Lu was dissatisfied with her. Suddenly, she embraced him, tears streaming down her face like a torrential flood. "Young master, I beg you, do not request another. My parents are gravely ill in bed, and I have a younger brother in high school. I cannot afford to lose this job." Chen Lu felt somewhat bewildered. What on earth was happening? However, the sister who clung to him felt incredibly soft and comforting, albeit a tad constricting. All right. I want tea change, just let go of me for now." Chen Lu managed to utter with difficulty. Upon hearing this, the technician sighed in relief and released her hold on him. Yet, her tears continued to fall like pearls from a broken string, her gaze filled with hopeful anticipation. What is your name?" Chen Lu inquired. "Young master, I am technician number 77. You may call me Ruan." "Very well, technician number 77. You need not assist me with changing, simply provide a full-body massage." He had now grasped the nature of the services offered in this establishment. He wondered if Wang Jiu could maintain his composure as a virtuous gentleman in such a place. "That area need not be addressed," Chen Lu remarked, somewhat exasperated. Why did technician number 77 always seem to brush against that particular region? Was she attempting to entice him into further expenditure? Pondering this, he tousled his glossy hair and cleared his throat, stating, Ruan, could you enlighten me on the price of the Emperor's package here?" Technician no. 77's lips curled into a professional smile as she replied cheerfully, "For you too, the Emperor's package costs 200,000 each." Upon hearing this, Chen Lu, who had just exuded confidence moments earlier, wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. His heart sank. How much? 200,000 could purchase a bronze-quality cub. Is this not absurd? He feigned calmness and continued, "What services does this Emperor's package encompass?" "The Emperor's package allows you to enjoy treatment akin to that of royalty. Theoretically, young master. Any request you have, we can fulfill," technician number 77 explained, casting a flirtatious glance. Additionally, the package includes a gourmet meal featuring black iron-grade ferocious beasts. "Oh, what delicacies from black iron-grade ferocious beasts do you offer?" Chen Lu's eyes brightened with interest. "This is the menu. Take a look." Technician no. 77 retrieved a menu from a nearby box and handed it to Chen Lu. "Any recommendations?" he inquired, casually setting the menu aside. "Most guests tend to order the unicorn ram's testicles," technician number 77 replied candidly. "What? Ram's testicles? Isn't that an aphrodisiac?" Chen Lu grimaced in distaste. "Do I appear to be someone in need of such things? I desire normal food." "Apologies, young master," technician number 77 quickly apologized. "May I suggest you try the squid meatballs?" "Very well, let us go with your suggestion." "Oh, and order 2 servings of ram's testicles for my brother Wang Jiu. He may find them rather beneficial," Chen Lu said with a mischievous smile. "Understood, young master," technician number 77 replied. Moments later, the food was served. Chen Lu eagerly began to savor the dishes. Remarkably, the flavors were nothing short of the finest he had ever encountered. After the meal, Chen Lu's phone suddenly rang. As soon as he answered, He declared, "No services, no loans, no dealings, thank you," and promptly hung up. These scammers are becoming increasingly brazen, he lamented. However, mere seconds later, the same number called again. This scammer is quite persistent, Chen Lu muttered, unhesitatingly blocking the number. Just as he thought he could enjoy a moment of tranquility, another unfamiliar number rang. Fuming, Chen Lu answered the call and bellowed, "Damn it, haven't you had enough? Can't you find someone else to deceive?" To his surprise, a familiar voice responded, "Chen Shitty, it's Jiang Chuan." "Jiang Chuan," Chen Lu exclaimed in astonishment. "Are you the one from Xiaotian Martial Arts Academy whom I defeated with a single strike?" Jiang Chuan fell silent for a moment, then reluctantly admitted, "Yes." "Oh, senior brother Jiang, what brings you to call me?" Chen Lu hastily inquired. Jiang Chuan explained, "Master tried to reach you earlier, but you blocked his number. So I called on his behalf." "What? I actually hung up on the future Platinum Beastmaster? How disastrous." He quickly clarified, "Senior brother, I thought it was a scam call. What is it that you need?" Jiang Chuan informed him, "Tomorrow, other martial arts academies will be coming for an exchange. Master asked me to check if you would return to compete." Chen Lu thought to himself, "No way, what is the point in attending? I might as well return and let Stone Lion take a beating." Thus, he replied, "Sorry, senior brother Jiang. I have been quite busy with my studies at school these past few days, so I probably won't be able to return for the competition." Jiang Chuan sighed upon hearing this. "Very well, I've heard that the winner of this competition will receive a reward of 10 million. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Lu responded, "Senior brother, actually, my studies aren't that demanding. Please do inform Master that I will return to participate tomorrow." Jiang Chuan was momentarily taken aback. How had Chen Lu transformed from his previously humble demeanor? However, Jiang Chuan dismissed the thought, simply believing that Chen Lu possessed commendable strength among the Black Iron ranks, thus prompting him to call. Hearing that Chen Lu would return, he felt relieved. As Jiang Chuan prepared to leave, he said to Chen Lu, "All right then, Shitty. If there is nothing else, I'll hang up." "Wait, senior brother. I wish to inquire about the Jiang group in the city center. What connection do you have with them?" Jiang Chuan was taken aback. "That is my family's enterprise." "Why do you ask, Shitty?" Chen Lu's face lit up with excitement. "It's just that, senior brother, while I'm here getting a foot massage, is there any possibility you could offer me a discount?" Jiang Chuan was left dumbfounded. "Aren't you too busy with your studies? Aren't you too tied up? Goodness." However, amid the banter, he couldn't help but recall how Chen Lu had been calling him senior brother incessantly these past few days. "I will inform the manager to waive your charges." "Thank you, senior brother." "Not at all, Shitty. Just remember to exercise moderation while you're young. And by the way, you have never bested me in a match." Of course. "You are absolutely right, senior brother. How could I possibly be your opponent?" Thus, with Chen Lu's charming persuasion, Jiang Chuan contentedly hung up the phone. How delightful. No need to spend money on foot massages in the future. It seems that I ought to cultivate more friendships in the future. I wonder how my brother Yu is faring. Chapter 28, The Origin of the Starry Martial Arts Hall. After indulging in an enchanting half-hour of gentle massage, Chen Lu felt as though he had been rejuvenated, his entire being enveloped in unparalleled comfort. Time slipped away quietly, and he was acutely aware of the need to refrain from excessive indulgence. Thus, he resolved to rise and return to the martial arts hall. After all, the pleasure of a foot massage is an irresistible temptation for most men, and one could easily become ensnared in its allure, neglecting other matters. However, he had no intention of dragging Wang Jiyu along with him. This opportunity was rare, and he was determined to let him relish it fully. Just as Chen Lu was changing his attire, a woman in her 30s, clad in professional attire, entered the room, leading a dozen alluringly curvaceous sisters. "Good day, young Master Chen," they chorused in unison. Chen Lu was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat disoriented. He thought to himself, why has another group arrived? At that moment, the professional woman swiftly approached, smiling as she explained, "Young Master Chen, I am the manager of this establishment. Young Master Jiang has specifically made arrangements for you. From now on, all your expenses here will be complimentary. This is our specially upgraded Supreme Package service for you." Chen Lu mused internally. "I never anticipated Jiang Chuan to be so generous and magnanimous. Perhaps I shall cultivate a closer relationship with him in the future." Nevertheless, he truly did not wish to indulge further. He waved his hand dismissively and replied nonchalantly, "Please take all of this to my brother Yu. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave." Upon hearing Chen Lu's words, the manager exchanged glances with the others, who then proceeded towards the private room where Wang Jiyu was situated, leaving only the professional manager present. "Young Master Chen, if you are not fond of those young ladies, I am more than willing to attend to your needs," the manager suggested, showcasing her enticing figure, which left Chen Lu both amused and bewildered. While the manager appeared to retain a captivating allure, rivaling that of the other masseuses, she also exuded a hint of mature femininity. He shook his head and replied, I genuinely have matters to attend to. The manager, upon hearing this, displayed a flicker of confusion in her eyes. Could it be that this young man is impotent? What are you thinking? Chen Lu shot a displeased glance at the manager. No, young Master Chen. We also have a bronze-grade beast meat available. Would you like some? She hastily redirected the conversation. Oh, Chen Lu expressed surprise. He had assumed that the establishment only offered black iron-grade beast meat. In that case, please package some for me. He responded with a smile. Certainly, please hold on. The manager departed to prepare. Chen Lu's intention in procuring the beast meat was not for his own consumption. With his current physique, he could only manage black iron-grade beast meat. The bronze-grade beast meat was undoubtedly meant for Xiaotian. 10 minutes later, Chen Lu descended with a spatial orb in hand. He pretended to place the orb into his pocket, but in reality, he stowed it directly into his storage space. Having learned from his previous experience, Chen Lu opted for a luxurious taxi to head towards the martial arts hall. As he sat in the opulent vehicle, gazing at the scenery outside, he felt a wave of contentment wash over him, contemplating, with upgrades assured and life free of worries. It seems I am beginning to resemble a protagonist. At the starry martial arts hall, Lu Ha stood alone, hands clasped behind his back, his expression grave and troubled. Father, are you worried about tomorrow's spar with the crazy dragon martial arts hall? A gentle voice came from behind, as Lu Rian approached, keenly perceiving her father's unease. Lu Ha nodded slightly, his furrowed brow betraying his continued concern. Lu Rian firmly declared, Do not fret, father. Our starry martial arts hall will undoubtedly triumph over the crazy dragon martial arts hall and secure the essence of the ice-breathing subdragon. Lu Ha, however, sighed softly alas. It may not be so simple. This spar consists of 3 matches. A duel between the hall masters, as well as competitions among the bronze and black iron level disciples. While I have confidence in the hall master, we possess only one bronze level beast master, my senior brother Li Lei, making it quite challenging to contend with their trio. As for the black iron level, the disciples of the crazy dragon martial arts hall seem to have cultivated a black iron 9-star beast. Our chances of victory are slim. Lu Rian clenched her teeth, replying with unwavering confidence, Father, do not forget about my phoenix gourd. Although it is currently only black iron 8-star, its ability to fly is sufficient to secure our victory. Lu Ha shook his head, his gaze filled with resignation. Before its evolution, the phoenix gourd merely possessed bronze-level qualifications. By conventional standards, even against Jiang Chuan's fire sprite, it might not stand a chance. Observing her father's disapproval, Lu Rian bit her lip and softly suggested, Then, father, shall we consider canceling the wager with the crazy dragon martial arts hall? This way, even if we ultimately lose the competition, you need not risk venturing into the wild. Upon hearing this, Lu Ha once again resolutely shook his head. Within the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, the highest-ranked A-level secret realms harbor only golden-level beasts at their strongest. Acquiring platinum-level materials through conventional means is virtually impossible. One must venture into the wild to seek opportunities. Yet, Lu He's strength has yet to reach platinum level. How could he possibly triumph over a platinum-level beast? Having finally secured a chance to obtain the essence of the ice-breathing subdragon, he would never relinquish it easily. Lu Rian, witnessing her father's steadfastness, ceased her entreaties, merely expressing her regret. If only Brother Xingqian were here. The crazy dragon martial arts hall would be utterly inconsequential. Lu Ha felt a surge of warmth and pride at Lu Rian's words. Lu Xingqian, his son, merely a year older than Lu Rian, was the most gifted member of the Lu family in history. Lu Ha had initially prepared a silver-grade torrent beast for Lu Xingqian, which could evolve into a golden-level raging torrent wyvern, potentially even ascending to a platinum-level illusory wyvern. However, Lu Xingqian chose to contract a bronze-qualified little stone snake, a companion from his childhood. Lu Ha bore no ill will, believing that inheriting the family legacy was commendable. Yet, to Lu He's astonishment, Lu Xingqian demonstrated exceptional talent as a beastmaster. Merely 2 months before the college entrance examination, he had already attained the rank of bronze-level beastmaster. Last year, during the examination, he directly contracted a golden-qualified illusory qilin within a D-level secret realm. In the future, this illusory qilin might even evolve into a diamond-level illusory celestial qilin king. Ultimately, Lu Xingqian was admitted to Zhongnan University, ranked 4th, with the highest score in Guangming City and 7th in the province. It can be said that Lu Xingqian not only brought pride to Lu Ha, but also served as an idol for Lu Rian. The starry martial arts hall was named in his honor. Chapter 29, The Onslaught of the Crazy Dragon Martial Arts Hall. Teacher, I have returned. Chen Lu's voice resonated, clear and vibrant, brimming with energy. Upon hearing Chen Lu's voice, Lu Ha felt a stirring in his heart. He pondered quietly, contemplating the possibility that this young man might create a miracle in tomorrow's battle, potentially altering the entire situation. Should that come to pass, he would be able to obtain the exceedingly precious blood of the ice-devouring dragon at the platinum level. With a buoyant stride, Chen Lu entered the courtyard. He first performed a standard greeting towards Lu Ha, expressing his respect for his mentor. However, when his gaze fell upon Lu Ruyan, a wave of unease washed over him. To his dismay, the Empress Ruyan was also present. Nevertheless, through his interactions with the disciples of the martial arts school last week, he had discerned that Lu Ruyan, despite her somewhat spoiled demeanor, was not nearly as exaggerated as depicted in novels. With this thought, a faint smile graced Chen Lu's face as he politely remarked, "Sister Ruyan is here too." Yet, Lu Ruyan did not return his friendliness, harboring considerable dissatisfaction within. She recalled the events of the previous week, feeling indignant. Not only had Chen Lu been absent from training, but he had also mingled with the other disciples, calling them brothers and forming bonds. Within a mere week, he had become well known throughout the martial arts school, and such behavior had undeniably undermined Lu Ruyan's authority within the institution. She felt that her standing had diminished significantly due to Chen Lu's presence. Conversely, Lu Ha held a markedly different view of Chen Lu. To him, although Chen Lu exhibited some eccentricities, he consistently adhered to etiquette and seamlessly integrated into the atmosphere of the martial arts school, infusing it with newfound vitality. Overall, he was quite pleased with Chen Lu. Lu Ha nodded slightly at Chen Lu and earnestly conveyed, "Chen Lu, it brings me great joy to see you return on time." He then emphasized with unwavering determination, "Tomorrow's match against the Wild Dragon Martial Arts School is of utmost importance. You must exert yourself to the fullest." Chen Lu eagerly nodded in agreement. "Yes, Master, rest assured, I will give it my all." After receiving Chen Lu's assurance, Lu Ha nodded with satisfaction and instructed, "Then quickly prepare for what is necessary." Chen Lu lingered, his hand brushing over his head as curiosity overtook him. "By the way, Master, I previously heard Senior Brother Jiang Chuan mention that if we win the match, there is a chance to secure a colossal prize of over 10 million. Is that true?" Chen Lu had always been particularly sensitive to matters of wealth, and whenever money was involved, he would invariably seek confirmation. Upon hearing Chen Lu's inquiry, Lu Ruyan felt a twinge of displeasure. However, just as she was about to speak, she was cut off by Lu Ha. Lu Ha gazed at Chen Lu with a profound expression and explained the rules and significance of tomorrow's contest in detail. He informed Chen Lu that the 10 million was not merely a prize. It also pertained to the reputation and prestige of the martial arts school. Noting Chen Lu's nod, Lu Ha continued, "The outcome between the headmaster and bronze-level disciples is expected to be evenly matched, so the crux of the competition lies with the black iron-level disciples. We must give our utmost effort. Master, if I can sweep away their black iron beastmasters, does that mean the 10 million is mine?" Chen Lu declared with unwavering confidence. "You think too highly of yourself. Can our black iron disciples truly hold their own? The opponent has dispatched 5 disciples." Lu Ruyan exclaimed in astonishment. "Ruyan, do not complicate matters. The master's expectations are not excessive. If you defeat just one opponent, you will earn 100,000 in rewards," Lu Ha said kindly. "Of course, if you truly manage to take on all 5, the entire 10 million would be yours," he encouraged, patting Chen Lu on the shoulder. Chen Lu mused inwardly. "This old man is rather generous." He then replied, "Thank you, Master. Please allow me to take the lead. I will not disappoint your expectations." With determination gleaming in his eyes, he asserted. "Very well, go prepare," Lu Ha responded with a smile. "All right, I shall take my leave." Chen Lu replied excitedly. While Lu Ha suspected that Chen Lu had concealed some of his strength, he believed his claim of defeating 5 opponents was somewhat exaggerated. He merely hoped that he could triumph over 2 of the opposing disciples. After Chen Lu departed, Lu Ha turned to Lu Ruyan, saying, "You should also go prepare with Jiang Chuan and the others." "Yes, father," Lu Ruyan replied obediently. Once everyone had left, Lu Ha gazed at a lotus flower in the pond and spoke tenderly, "My dear, rest assured. Once Ruyan enters university, I shall be free to avenge you." The following day, Lu Ha and the Starry Sky Martial Arts School members were fully prepared. Half an hour later, a bald middle-aged man arrived punctually at the Starry Sky Martial Arts School, accompanied by 8 disciples. The bald man, named Qin Fun, was also a golden-level beastmaster, but he hailed from the Qin family. The head of the Qin family, Qin Sheng, was a platinum-level beastmaster, possessing a formidable warfire dragon beast of platinum 7 stars. This time, he aimed to use the blood of the ice-devouring dragon as a wager under the guise of a friendly match. Intending to lure Lu Ha and his team into the wild to search for a diamond-grade creature known as the Blood-Hoof Fire Dragon King's cub, the Fire, as a second pet for their young master, Qin Ming. However, Lu Ha remained oblivious to this ulterior motive. He was only aware that he was heading into the wilderness. Initially, the Qin family had sought an exchange with Lu Ha. However, They ultimately deemed the platinum-level ice-devouring dragon's blood too precious, hence opting for a wager instead. Naturally, the Qin family was quite confident about winning this gamble, considering their young master, Qin Ming, was among the Black Iron team members. Furthermore, his pet, the little flame dragon, was the initial form of the Warfire Dragon Beast, and had already reached Black Iron 9 stars. Seeing Lu Ha braced for combat, Qin suggested, "Director Lu, there's no need to be so tense. This is merely a friendly spar." Lu Ha recognized the psychological tactic at play and retorted without hesitation, "Less talk. Have you brought the wager?" "Director Lu, do not rush. Behold this." Qin Fan exclaimed, tossing a jade vial, unperturbed by the prospect of Lu Ha attempting to renege. Lu Ha executed several backflips to catch the jade vial. His agility astounded most of the disciples present. It was Li Lei who had informed them that the higher the level of a Beastmaster's pet, the greater the feedback they received. In the later stages, it was normal for their physical strength to rival that of ferocious beasts. Lu Ha inspected the vial, confirming it contained the blood of the ice-devouring dragon. Before tossing it back, Qin Fan smiled faintly. "Since there are no issues, let us commence." Lu Ha replied coldly, "Perfect. Let me see if you have made any progress over the years. Arise, Amethyst Cold Ice Python." Just in time, "Come forth, Battle Heaven Tiger." Qin Fan countered without hesitation, summoning his Battle Heaven Tiger. The Battle Heaven Tiger towered like a blue mountain, standing 10 meters high and measuring 15 meters in length. Its massive and formidable form was adorned with black stripes, its body engulfed in blue-purple flames, akin to a blazing nebula enveloping it. Its gaze burned with boundless combat intent, as if it sought to incinerate the entire world. Chapter 30, Amethyst Cold Ice Python vs. Battle Heaven Tiger. On the largest combat arena of the Starry Sky Martial Arts School, the Amethyst Cold Ice Python and the Battle Heaven Tiger faced each other from a distance. The aura emanating from them surged forth like tumultuous ocean waves, engulfing the entire arena. Endless energies of frost and flame interwove and clashed between the two, as if intent on tearing the very heavens asunder. The disciples of both martial arts schools gazed intently at this breathtaking confrontation, their hearts brimming with anticipation and tension. Some were so anxious that their palms became clammy, while others erupted with excitement, as though they too were on the battlefield, fighting alongside the two summoned beasts. What was even more astonishing was that, despite the immense energy radiating from the two creatures, their powers were ensnared by an invisible array, akin to an indomitable shield, which contained all the energy fluctuations within, leaving the spectators unperturbed. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Lu began to examine the information of the Battle Sky Tiger. Name, Battle Sky Tiger. Attribute, Combat. Level, Golden 9 stars. Potential, Platinum. Skills, Rending Tail, Tiger's Might, Battle Sky Power, Bloodbath Claw. After meticulously studying the data of the Battle Sky Tiger, Chen Lu could not help but marvel at its extraordinary prowess. This Battle Sky Tiger could undoubtedly stand out even among the ranks of Golden or even Platinum-level ferocious beasts. With 3 attacking techniques at its disposal, it also possessed a skill that embraced death, the Battle Sky Power. Although this ability would cost a quarter of its own life force, it significantly enhanced both attack and defense for a full minute. Regrettably, even with such formidable capabilities, it still could not rival the Amethyst Frost Python. Despite both creatures being of the Golden 9 stars level, the Amethyst Frost Python excelled in both potential and skills. First and foremost, the Amethyst Frost Python's crystal star was devoid of any adverse side effects. Moreover, it commanded a field technique that could only be mastered by ferocious beasts of diamond potential, an existence far beyond the reach of the platinum-level Battle Sky Tiger. It appeared that, as Lu Ha had stated, this victory was practically assured. Nevertheless, Chen Lu did not intend to be complacent. After all, this was a battle between golden-level beast tamers, and observing it would undoubtedly be immensely beneficial. The Battle Sky Tiger and the Amethyst Frost Python stood face to face, ready to engage in an intense duel. The disciples of both martial arts schools held their breath, eagerly anticipating the thrilling moments of this elite showdown. The Battle Sky Tiger launched the first strike, leaping into the air, its tail sweeping towards the Amethyst Frost Python like a razor-sharp blade. This was its skill, Rending Tail. The Amethyst Frost Python swiftly coiled its body, transforming into a beam of ice-blue light to evade this deadly blow. Its cold pupils sparkled with intelligence, seemingly analyzing its opponent's next move. The Battle Sky Tiger, having failed in its attack, did not succumb to despair. Instead, it became increasingly ferocious. After several exchanges, the Battle Sky Tiger found itself at a disadvantage, its stamina depleted by more than half. The Amethyst Frost Python did not grant the Battle Sky Tiger a moment's respite. With cold glints in its eyes, it unleashed a barrage of ice crystals, shooting like arrows towards the Battle Sky Tiger. The latter darted across the battlefield with astonishing speed, yet still found itself struck by several ice crystals, the chilling sensation swiftly enveloping its body. It shivered slightly, but its fighting spirit only intensified. A flicker of ferocity crossed the Battle Sky Tiger's eyes as it roared and activated the Battle Sky power. Flames erupted from its body with renewed vigor. In the next instant, a formidable pressure emanated from it, causing the very air to quiver. The amethyst frost python was momentarily daunted by this oppressive force, but quickly regained its composure, calmly observing the Battle Sky Tiger's movements. Seizing the moment, the Battle Sky Tiger launched another assault, its claws radiating a blood-red glow as it executed its bloodbath claw. Each strike was imbued with boundless combat power, aimed at the amethyst frost python with a tearing ferocity. The amethyst frost python evaded with its agile form, yet still bore several deep wounds from the Battle Sky Tiger's claws. Cold blood trickled down from its injuries, revealing a glimmer of anger and determination in its gaze. Chen Lu watched the battle with rapt attention, dazzled by the unfolding spectacle. However, he soon noticed an anomaly. Neither Lu He nor Qin Fan issued commands to their beasts during the fight, which puzzled him. At that moment, Li Lei seemed to perceive his bewilderment and quietly remarked, "As the battle progresses, the tacit understanding between a beast tamer and their summoned beast grows stronger. It can be understood as a communion of spirits, rendering verbal commands unnecessary." Realization dawned upon Chen Lu, and he nodded, redirecting his gaze back to the battleground. The amethyst frost python let out a low growl, fueled by wrath, and unleashed its crystal star. Countless ice crystals from its body transformed into stars, merging with it and radiating a dazzling brilliance. Qin Fan, the gap in potential is insurmountable. This victory is mine. Lui's voice carried a chilling tone. Humph. The outcome is not yet decided. Battle Sky Tiger, onward. Qin Fan retorted defiantly. The Battle Sky Tiger, undeterred, charged towards the amethyst frost python with unparalleled speed, striving to reverse the tide of battle with its final strength. Lu He sneered disdainfully, his eyes cold. Foolish. In an instant, the amethyst frost python activated the absolute ice domain, enveloping the entire arena in a blanket of snow and plummeting temperatures. The frigid aura engulfed the Battle Sky Tiger, slowing its movements. What? You two have mastered a domain skill? Qin Fan's face was a mask of shock and confusion. His voice carried a hint of disbelief. In his recollection, only their clan's patriarch, Qin Shang, had commanded a domain skill at the platinum level. The Battle Sky Tiger found its movements increasingly hindered within the icy domain, its wounds exacerbated by the encroaching frost, causing its combat prowess to plummet. A flicker of pain crossed its eyes, quickly replaced by indomitable will, just as the Battle Sky Tiger drew near to the amethyst frost python. The latter's tail transformed into a cold bolt of lightning, executing the lethal tail sweep. The Battle Sky Tiger was struck, sent hurtling through the air by the tremendous force, crashing to the ground and losing all capability to continue fighting. The amethyst frost python raised its head and howled triumphantly, declaring its victory. Its eyes shone with the light of conquest, the ice crystals adorning its body sparkling with a chilling radiance. Nothing is impossible. This victory belongs to me. Lu He stated matter-of-factly. Qin Fan internally acknowledged that they had underestimated this prodigy's lineage. Retrieving the Battle Sky Tiger, he spoke in a low tone. We have lost this round, but there are still 2 battles left. We may yet prevail. Lu He nodded in acknowledgement, then called back the amethyst frost python. The disciples of the Starry Sky Martial Arts School erupted in awe, their eyes filled with reverence and admiration. Chapter 31. You all join in. I am pressed for time. Only Chen Lu found Lu's demeanor puzzling. The usually amiable Lu He seemed transformed in battle, as if he had become an entirely different person. Minutes later, the competition for the bronze disciples commenced. Regrettably, the Guanglong Martial Arts School boasts 3 bronze-level disciples, while the Xiaotian Martial Arts School has but 1, Li Lei. Li Lei's companion beast is a formidable bronze 5-star torrent beast, which is indeed a noteworthy creature. Alas, the opposing side possesses 3 individuals. After he triumphed over one, he was swiftly vanquished by the second. It is not entirely fair to blame the Guanglong Martial Arts School for their underhanded tactics, for this was prearranged. Moreover, the Guanglong Martial Arts School could field only 5 participants at the Black Iron level, whereas the Xiaotian Martial Arts School had the capacity for 7. Both sides tacitly understood that the balance of victory would rest upon the shoulders of the Black Iron level beast tamers. Following the conclusion of the bronze level competition, the disciples of the Xiaotian Martial Arts School were imbued with a fervent battle spirit, clamoring to take the stage. To everyone's astonishment, Lu He's voice resonated. Chen Lu, you are first. Upon seeing that Chen Lu was the first to step forward, the fervor in their hearts subsided. If they could not best Jiang Chuan, They certainly stood no chance against Chen Lu. Chen Lu strode towards the battleground, where his opponent, Huang Mao, had long been awaiting. With the referee's command, both summoned their respective companion beasts. As the Xiaotian emerged, it let out a mournful wail. Damn that stone beast. I'll take you on, you rascal. Chen Lu was rendered speechless. This foolish hound had previously tormented black iron-level stone beasts, only to be discovered and beaten half to death by bronze-level stone beasts and silver-level stone lions. Now, it bore a psychological scar. Clearing his throat, Chen Lu remarked, "Foolish dog, open your eyes and see what you are up against." Upon hearing Chen Lu's voice, Xiaotian focused and realized that Huang Mao had summoned a black iron 7-star copper claw crab, noting that it was neither a stone beast nor a stone lion. A glimmer of anticipation and excitement shone in Xiaotian's eyes as it inquired, "Boss, what's the plan? Let it all out." "Go for it," Chen Lu replied. "All right, boss." Xiaotian turned, his gaze fixed on the copper claw crab with the intensity of a hungry wolf spotting a custard pie. Huang Mao initiated the attack, shouting, "Copper claw crab. Water cut slash." The copper claw crab swung its pincers like a razor-sharp sword, lunging fiercely at Xiaotian. Xiaotian stood firm, absorbing the blow without flinching, emerging unscathed. Looking down at the copper claw crab with disdain, Xiaotian seemed to mock. "Is that all you've got? That tickles." Observing the spectacle, Sun Hao suddenly felt a sense of DJVU. He cursed aloud. Damn it, Chen Lu's mud has gotten even tougher. Jiang Chuan's eyes widened in realization as he exclaimed, "Didn't you notice that Chen Lu's mutated hound is now black iron 7 stars? Holy smokes, it truly is." Others chimed in. Even Lu Rian glanced toward Chen Lu, only to find him yawning absently. Her fury ignited instantly, thinking, this brat is daydreaming during a match. He clearly doesn't take this seriously. Nevertheless, she reassured herself, at least it seemed they would win this round. On the battlefield, Huang Mao continued to rally his copper claw crab. "Come on, copper claw crab, hang in there." The copper claw crab, glancing at its slightly cracked pincers, felt a wave of despair. "This is too tough." Xiaotian elegantly groomed its fur before addressing the copper claw crab. "Did you enjoy that? Heh, now it's my turn." With that, it pounced, pinning the copper claw crab to the ground, relentlessly assaulting it with its claws. Huang Mao shouted, "Get up, copper claw crab." The copper claw crab struggled desperately, but to no avail. After 10 seconds, Xiaotian seemed to cease hearing the copper claw crab's cries of agony before finally dismounting. Huang Mao's heart sank upon witnessing the crab's pitiful state. Is this still humane? That was too brutal. Were it not for the near-death protection mechanism of the companion beast space, it might have been finished. Fortunately, companion beasts below the golden level only needed treatment for serious injuries to automatically recover within the companion beast space. After retrieving the copper claw crab, Huang Mao hurried toward the healing room of the Xiaotian martial arts school. Xiaotian turned to Chen Lu, its eyes spinning in excitement, as if to say, "Is there more? I could take on 10. Noticing Xiaotian's confidence, Chen Lu called out to Lu Ha on the sidelines, "Teacher, could you let them all come out at once? I'm in a hurry." This utterance was like pouring fuel on a fire, instantly igniting the fury of the Guanglong Martial Arts School's disciples. They eagerly wished to fight, but were restrained by Qin Fun. Hearing this, Qin Fun's eyes lit up. He recognized that Chen Lu's companion beast had formidable defensive capabilities. It seemed that except for Qin Ming, no one would stand a chance against him in a one-on-one. He glanced at Lu Ha, seemingly seeking his approval. Lu Ha first looked at Chen Lu and said, "Do you truly possess such confidence?" Chen Lu nodded vigorously, thinking he must allow Xiaotian to relish this opportunity, lest the hound become despondent. Seeing Chen Lu's agreement, Lu Ha concluded that since Chen Lu had already won one round, even if this match was lost, it could still exhaust the opponent's stamina. He nodded to Qin Fun in consent. With Lu He's approval, Qin Fun addressed the three beside him. In that case, Qin Da, Qin Air, Qin San, you all go together. With a whoosh, the three of them appeared on the field in the blink of an eye, accompanied by their respective companion beasts, a fighting tortoise, a bubble shrimp, and a clumsy hippopotamus. The first two were black iron 7 stars, while the clumsy hippopotamus was a black iron 8 stars. The disciples of the Xiaotian martial arts school wore expressions of concern, with one remarking, "The disciples of Guanglong martial arts school are far too strong. We're likely to lose now." Another sighed, "Sigh, Chen Lu is good at everything, but he loves to show off too much. If only he had taken his time, perhaps he could have defeated another or two." Now, it seemed unlikely that he would take down even one. Lu Rian's anger flared further at Chen Lu's behavior, but she felt powerless. She could only silently pray that Chen Lu would at least exhaust the opponent's stamina. Chen Lu, noting the strength of the three opponents, asked Xiaotian, "Are you all right with this?" Xiaotian's face flushed with excitement, as if invigorated, nodding repeatedly, "No problem, boss, just watch me." Chen Lu nodded, If Xiaotian said it was manageable, then it was indeed manageable. He was also eager to observe how Xiaotian's strength had improved after consuming the Skyward Pill. Chapter 32. The Power of the Dragon Bloodline Beast. Qinda, observing Chen Lu's relaxed demeanor, felt a flicker of anger rising within him. Second, third, I'll engage him. You take the opportunity to attack. I refuse to believe his companion beast can withstand the attacks of 3 beasts simultaneously without injury. No problem, big brother. Qin Er and Qin Sen replied in unison. No sooner had the words left their mouths than the 3 of them simultaneously commanded their companion beasts to launch an assault. The stout hippopotamus, akin to a moving hill, charged forth with unwavering determination, leading the assault against the fierce creature known as Xiaotian. Xiaotian, momentarily taken aback, soon erupted in exhilaration. It was indeed a rare amusement to encounter a pet daring enough to engage in a direct confrontation. With a thunderous roar, Xiaotian lunged toward the hippopotamus. The collision of claws and fists resulted in Xiaotian taking a step back, while the hippopotamus was sent flying. Martial Tortoise, Bubble Shrimp now? Waterblade, Claw Strike, commanded Qin Er and Qin San. The Martial Tortoise and Bubble Shrimp dashed in unison, resembling 2 razor-sharp weapons, fiercely advancing toward Xiaotian. With remarkable agility, Xiaotian sidestepped the Martial Tortoise's Waterblade, then leaped high into the air, evading the Bubble Shrimp's claw strike like a nimble swallow. Yet, in the very moment it landed, a torrent of water surged forth from the ground, ensnaring Xiaotian tightly like a silvery serpent. It was Qinda who, seizing the opportunity during Xiaotian's evasion, had directed the hippopotamus to employ water binding. Now, Martial Tortoise, Bubble Shrimp, unleash your Waterblade and claw strike again. Qin Er and Qin San urged. With Xiaotian temporarily immobilized, the attacks of the Martial Tortoise and Bubble Shrimp seemed poised to land. However, Chen Lu remained calm and collected. As the 2 pets drew near, a sly smile crept upon Xiaotian's lips. Foolish, do you think this trick can ensnare me? In an explosive burst of speed, Xiaotian not only evaded the Martial Tortoise and Bubble Shrimp's assaults, but also closed in on them rapidly. With a swift snap of its jaws, Xiaotian lunged at the Martial Tortoise, shattering its shell as if it were mere parchment. Xiaotian sneered, expelling fragments of the shell, as if to proclaim, deliciously crunchy. With a hint of tortoise flavor, Bubble Shrimp, in a desperate attempt, charged forward. Yet, with a mere flick of its tail, Xiaotian sent Bubble Shrimp hurtling through the air as if autumn leaves caught in a gale. Qinda and his companions stood agape, unable to fathom how Chen Lu had orchestrated such an effortless breach of their coordinated assault. Chen Lu, shaking his head in disbelief, turned to Xiaotian and declared, "Enough of this, let us conclude swiftly." Xiaotian glanced back at Chen Lu, a hint of reluctance in its eyes. "Boss, can't I play a little longer? Once we finish, there will be meat to feast upon." "Very well, my friend, but we shall end this at once." Xiaotian turned back, displaying a twinge of regret toward the 3 pets before it. Though it is amusing to bully you, the allure of meat is far greater. Be wise and lie down." The 3 pets, comprehending Xiaotian's words, charged in unison before their trainers could intervene. "Do not be hasty," Xiaotian exclaimed, summoning its serpentine tail. A flash of purple light illuminating the air as it unleashed a cloud of black smoke toward the trio. In an instant, the pets were enveloped by the dense fog. Without hesitation, Xiaotian plunged into the obscurity. Moments later, as the smoke dissipated, the battlefield revealed the 3 pets lying in a pitiful state upon the ground. Xiaotian growled lowly. "I told you to lie down. Now look where you are." The pets, having fought valiantly but now rendered unconscious, succumbed to the weight of Xiaotian's words. Xiaotian, witnessing this, lifted its head in a display of pride. The onlookers were struck dumb, their astonishment palpable. In unison, they cried, "Long live Chen Lu." Hearing this, Chen Lu's thrill surged forth. With his hands raised, he gently clapped them together while feigning a deep demeanor. "Let us remain low-key." Sun Hao, unable to contain himself, erupted in expletives. "Damn it, this kid is showing off again. He truly possesses the talent to flaunt." Unexpectedly, Jiang Chuan interjected. "He has every right to." "What? He is Qin Ming from the Qin family," Jiang Chuan remarked, his brow furrowed. "The very one who defeated you in 3 moves." Chen Lu, harboring a deep-seated aversion to 2 things, found himself resolute. The first was those who hindered his flaunting, and the second was those who overshadowed him in the act. It was imperative to educate this newcomer. "Xiaotian, golden scales protect," Chen Lu commanded. While education was necessary, Chen Lu could not overlook the extraordinary nature of his opponent's pet. Coupled with its elemental advantage over Xiaotian, he simultaneously empowered Xiaotian while scrutinizing the fiery creature summoned by Qin Ming. Name: Little Flame Dragon. Attribute: Fire. Level: Black Iron 9 stars. Potential: Bronze. Evolution path: Skills: Dragon Flame, Flame Dragon Claw. Dragon Blood True Inheritance. 3 skills for a mere bronze quality? Something seemed amiss. He needed to examine the evolution path. The little flame dragon could evolve into the golden quality Flame Dragon Beast, which in turn could ascend to the diamond quality Berserk Fire Dragon Beast. Such a final evolution was astonishing. However, it was still a bronze quality pet. Why did it appear so formidable? No, there must be something he overlooked. Perhaps the skills? Chen Lu pondered intensely, reviewing the skills of the little flame dragon. Dragon Flame unleashes a fiery breath, causing damage with a chance to burn the opponent. All normal. Flame Dragon Claw, scorching claws causing damage with a chance to burn. Also normal. Dragon Blood True Inheritance ignites the bloodline within, enhancing oneself comprehensively. The higher the bloodline level, the stronger the enhancement. Upon reading the details, Chen Lu exclaimed, "Incredible! A dragon-type bloodline pet is this powerful? And this appears to be merely a subdragon species." Yet, even so, Chen Lu felt no trepidation. What of its strength? My Xiaotian is even more formidable. Chapter 33, A Sweep. Though Chen Lu had previously triumphed over 4 pets, Qin Ming had never entertained the notion of defeat. He stepped forward with unhurried confidence, fixing his determined gaze on Chen Lu as he proclaimed loudly, "I am Qin Ming, the young master of the Qin family." After a brief pause, he continued, "Moreover, I am recognized as the most gifted disciple in the art of beast taming within the Qin family, a legacy spanning 3 centuries. From the moment of my birth, I have been entrusted with a grand mission to revive the Qin lineage." At this juncture, his face radiated with pride and self-importance. Finally, Qin Ming regarded Chen Lu with a condescending gaze and provocatively declared, "Thus, to be defeated by me would indeed be an honor for you." Upon hearing this, Chen Lu mused inwardly, "Goodness, this fellow is even more pretentious than I am. It seems I must show him a thing or two," reminding him that there are always greater beings beyond oneself. Therefore, with an expression devoid of emotion, he responded, "Oh, so you consider yourself quite remarkable, do you?" His tone was as calm as a serene lake, yet the underlying sarcasm was unmistakable. Without flinching, Qin Ming retorted, "Naturally. Ever since I became a Beastmaster, I have never been bested by any of my peers." However, Chen Lu was undeterred by Qin Ming's bravado. Instead, a slight smirk graced his lips, revealing a barely perceptible amusement. He softly inquired, "And what if you were to lose? Would you be able to accept your defeat?" Clearly taken aback by Chen Lu's unexpected question, Qin Ming momentarily faltered. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and coldly replied, "I will not be defeated." Chen Lu chose not to respond further and gestured to his beast, Xiaotian, to give it his all. In an instant, Xiaotian understood, harboring a deep disdain for those beasts that reveled in their own arrogance. Xiaotian unleashed the skill Shadow Fog Erosion, a dense black mist billowing forth from its serpentine mouth, rapidly enveloping the little flame dragon. "Little flame dragon, employ dragon flame," Qin Ming commanded. Though shrouded in the fog, the little flame dragon, undaunted, retaliated with a torrent of searing flames, resembling a fiery dragon striving to break through the black haze and deliver a lethal blow to Xiaotian. Unfortunately, ensnared in the fog, it floundered like a headless fly, unable to discern Xiaotian's whereabouts, let alone inflict any harm. As the black mist dissipated, the little flame dragon succumbed to poisoning. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaotian lunged forward, sinking its sharp fangs into the little flame dragon. The latter let out a pained roar. Qin Ming, in a state of panic, shouted, "Little flame dragon, hold on." Chen Lu chuckled softly, "It seems your little flame dragon is no match for my Xiaotian." A flicker of reluctance crossed Qin Ming's eyes. This is just the beginning. He inhaled deeply and commanded, "Little flame dragon, utilize Flame Dragon Claw." Confident that this attack, under the duress of dual attributes, would annihilate the opponent, he pressed on. Despite the poison and assault it had endured, the little flame dragon remained vigorous, akin to a volcano ready to erupt. With fiery claws, it charged at Xiaotian with the intent to obliterate its adversary in one fell swoop. Xiaotian, however, deftly evaded the little flame dragon's strike, while simultaneously unleashing Shadow Fog Erosion once more. Although this maneuver did not exacerbate the poisoning, it effectively diminished the opponent's defenses, obscuring the little flame dragon's vision and thwarting its attacks. Seizing the moment, Xiaotian activated Golden Scale's defense, a shimmering golden light enveloping it like an impenetrable shield, enhancing both its offensive and defensive capabilities. Observing Xiaotian bolster its defenses twice, Chen Lu contemplated that it was now poised for close combat with the little flame dragon. Once Xiaotian closed in, it could unleash its full potential. Yet, Qin Ming perceived this as an opportune moment. Resolutely, he commanded, "Now, ignore the fog and eliminate the opponent." Understanding the directive, the little flame dragon surged out of the mist at lightning speed, executing Flame Dragon Claw aimed at Xiaotian. Onlookers from the Xiaotian Martial Arts Academy grew solemn, sensing impending doom for Chen Lu's beast. It's over. That attack is unavoidable, one remarked. Another concurred, at that distance. The little flame dragon's Flame Dragon Claw cannot be dodged. Just as the spectators anticipated Xiaotian's imminent defeat, it effortlessly caught the little flame dragon's attack with its claw, and with a decisive surge of strength, sent the creature sprawling aside, leaving the onlookers in disbelief. How is it possible? Chen Lu's beast possesses such formidable strength? One exclaimed. I understand now. That previous move must have enhanced the mutated hound's attack. Jiang Chuan realized. What? That move only increases defense, does it not? Sun Hao questioned, bewildered. Who said a single move can only augment one ability? Do not forget Master S Crystal Star of the Purple Crystal Cold Ice Python, which enhances attack and speed while also amplifying the damage of the next strike. Jiang Chuan clarified. My goodness, does this mean Chen Lu is on the brink of victory? Sun Hao remarked. As the battle unfolded, Qin Ming's expression morphed into one of disbelief upon witnessing his little flame dragon being repelled. Meanwhile, Chen Lu, not wishing to squander time, called out, Fangs. Without hesitation, Xiaotian charged at the little flame dragon. Dragon Flame, prevent him from closing in. Qin Ming shouted urgently. Regrettably, Xiaotian's resolve was as unyielding as steel, absorbing the damage from the dragon flame and successfully biting the little flame dragon. The poison within the little flame dragon surged, causing it to collapse. Qin Ming stared in disbelief, unable to fathom that he had lost. Chen Lu, with a derisive smile, taunted, as for me, born of humble origins and modest strength, I can only contend with scions of your ilk. Qin Ming, upon hearing these words, felt as though 1,000 arrows pierced his heart. His face flushed crimson as he stormed away from the battlefield. Seizing the moment, Lu Ha turned to Qin Fun and proclaimed, Today, in this contest, our Xiaotian Martial Arts Academy has triumphed. Qin Fun's expression soured, yet he did not dispute the outcome. He merely remarked, Indeed, Master Lu's disciples are exceptional, before collecting a vial of ice-blooded Arachne's essence and departing with the disciples of the Quanglong Martial Academy. Once they had all left, the disciples of the Xiaotian Martial Arts Academy gathered around. Chen Lu, you truly are a hidden gem. Pray, tell us how you train your beasts. We wish to learn from you. Chen Lu scratched his head and recounted the story of Xiaotian's daily encounters with the stone lion. The crowd fell silent. If they were to have their beasts endure such treatment, their companions would surely revolt against them. Chapter 34. Lu Ha once again seeks disciples. Brother, does your beast not resist when you make it endure punishment? Jiang Chuan inquired curiously. Indeed. For instance, my Qingzhou panda has been utterly despondent since your hound shattered its bamboo. It has been like a punching bag, lacking any motivation to train. Ultimately, I had to procure new bamboo to restore its vigor. Sun Hao chimed in at that moment. Chen Lu, upon hearing this, pondered thoughtfully. He had never encountered such a situation. In the past, if Xiaotian had resisted, Chen Lu would have subdued it until it complied. However, as time passed, after the fusion evolution, Xiaotian's canine existence underwent a profound transformation, ascending to the pinnacle of canine life. He now adheres to Chen Lu's words with utmost obedience. Reflecting on this, Chen Lu could only remark, This is because your bond with your pet beast lacks sufficient harmony and intimacy. In simpler terms, your emotional connection is not deep enough. The crowd pondered upon his words. At that moment, Lu Ha approached and addressed everyone. Chen Lu is correct. I can assure you that the relationship between a beastmaster and their pet is the key to breaking through to higher levels. Some individuals, despite having exceptionally gifted pets, may still fail to ascend beyond the gold rank. Chen Lu, what does that even mean? He merely sought to sound impressive, yet unexpectedly struck a chord. So that's how it is. Jiang Chuan and Sun Hao exchanged glances, each reflecting surprise in the other's eyes. What must we do to enhance our bond with our pet beasts? Jiang Chuan eagerly inquired. Lu Ha smiled and replied, That depends on you. Each individual interacts with their pet in their own unique way. However, the most crucial aspect is to genuinely understand their needs and emotions. Chen Lu stood by, feeling somewhat bewildered. He had initially spoken casually, but it had inadvertently led to such profound insights. At that moment, the image of Xiaotian surfaced in his mind. It seemed that this foolish dog had little ambition beyond food. No, there was also the desire to show off. It appeared he must swiftly advance to the bronze rank and find it a little brother. But what should he name the next pet? Just as Chen Lu was lost in thought, Lu Ha called out again. Chen Lu, come with me. Certainly, master. Chen Lu nodded and followed. Joining them was Lu Ruyan. Upon seeing her, Chen Lu politely greeted her, Sister Ruyan. Lu Ruyan offered a slight nod, walking alongside Chen Lu in silence. After some time, when they were alone without other disciples, Lu Ruyan lowered her voice and said, Thank you, Brother Chen Lu, for assisting my father in obtaining the essence blood of the Ice Abyss Dragon. No need for thanks, sister. I am part of the Martial Academy. Contributing is only natural. Chen Lu replied, though inwardly he thought, if Sister Rian thanks me, wouldn't that shorten her lifespan? Besides, I was solely motivated by that million. Lu Rian, hearing his response, felt a surge of goodwill towards him. She cautiously probed, brother, do you think I am too harsh? This was a critical question. Many protagonists falter at this juncture, inadvertently planting seeds of resentment in Lu Rian's heart. He must not stumble here. Chen Lu immediately responded, not at all. I believe your sternness is commendable. Your rigorous demeanor is akin to a biting cold wind, urging us to advance and elevate everyone's Beastmaster rank. Lu Rian blushed at his words. Although she had indeed pushed her peers, it was often just out of boredom, seeking something to occupy her time. It wasn't nearly as commendable as brother Chen Lu suggested. Lu Rian shyly replied. Chen Lu, wiping the sweat from his brow, thought, that was close. I narrowly escaped a disaster. From now on, I must avoid being alone with Lu Rian. Before long, they arrived at Lu He's courtyard. Chen Lu, today you have stood out. Here is the reward I promised you. Lu He beamed as he presented a purple card to Chen Lu. Chen Lu's eyes sparkled as he said, it is all thanks to the Master's exceptional guidance that I could bring glory to the academy. Lu He's mouth twitched slightly. It seemed he had not taught Chen Lu much at all. Chen Lu joyfully accepted the purple card and then asked Lu He, Master, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave to rest. Lu He playfully chided, you little rascal, just received your reward and already want to turn your back? Chen Lu chuckled, not at all, Master. Do not hesitate to command me. Lu He nodded slightly, signaling Lu Rian to step out, then assumed a more serious tone. Chen Lu, I wish to take you as my direct disciple. What are your thoughts? Master, my pet is merely of black iron quality, so I fear. Chen Lu hesitated, preparing to reiterate his previous argument. However, Lu He interjected, do not worry about me restraining you. You will remain free. The academy will still be your home, and you may consult me with any Beastmaster-related inquiries. Furthermore, I can provide you with a pet of no less than platinum quality. Upon hearing this, Chen Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. Has Lu He had a change of heart? Previously, he had rescinded his offer to take Chen Lu as a disciple simply because Xiaotian was a mere dog. Why now? Suddenly eager to take him as a direct disciple and extend such generous offers? Could it merely be due to his good performance today? Chen Lu pondered, suspecting that such a likelihood was slim. Master, what do you require of me? Chen Lu asked directly. Lu He regarded Chen Lu with delight. He relished conversing with someone as astute as Chen Lu, and thus replied, if you acquire the ability in the future, I hope you can aid the Lu family. Chen Lu nodded without hesitation. Who can predict the future? It is wise to seize the immediate benefits first. At the very least, with Lu He, a golden 9-star Beastmaster by his side, he could navigate through Bright City with ease before the upcoming examinations. Lu He, pleased with Chen Lu's agreement, said, I will have Rian convey the news to everyone tomorrow. Yes, master. Lu He waved his hand, indicating that Chen Lu could depart. Just as Chen Lu left, Lu Rian walked in, her face a mask of confusion. Father, I noticed brother Chen Lu seems somewhat downcast. What did you discuss? Lu Rian asked, a hint of reproach in her tone. Lu He was taken aback. Whether Chen Lu was happy or not was of little consequence. But why was his daughter suddenly taking an interest in an outsider? Noticing Lu He's silence, Lu Rian continued to murmur, brother Chen is not only an exceptional Beastmaster, but also possesses great insight into human emotions. Oh, if he is so outstanding, why not marry him? Lu He replied absent-mindedly. Upon hearing this, Lu Rian's cheeks flushed with a delicate hue, reproaching softly, Father, how can you speak such nonsense? Lu He, observing her flustered demeanor, could not help but burst into laughter. To him, Lu Rian was merely a young girl in the throes of infatuation, harboring admiration. Previously, she had idolized her brother Lu Xingchen, and now she had transferred that admiration to Chen Lu. This was entirely normal. Once she entered university and encountered various prodigies, her feelings would surely evolve. Lu Rian, sensing her father's teasing, felt a twinge of displeasure and pouted. All right, dear father. Please cease your teasing and share with me what you and Chen Lu discussed earlier. Upon hearing this, Lu He chuckled heartily and recounted the events that had transpired. Lu Rian, upon hearing the tale, felt an inexplicable joy for Chen Lu, though she harbored some confusion regarding her father's apparent fondness for him. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, is it truly so? Despite Chen Lu's formidable prowess, his first beast is merely a mutated hound. Even if it has transformed, its strength is likely limited. It might not even ascend to the ranks of a high-level Beastmaster in the future. Lu He, upon hearing her words, gently shook his head and replied, Rian, you are unaware of certain truths. Chen Lu is destined to become a platinum beastmaster, revered across the land. Lu Ruyin, displaying her dissatisfaction, pouted and retorted, "Father, I am asking you why Chen Lu is guaranteed to become a powerful beastmaster." With a measured tone, Lu He explained, at the conclusion of today's duel, "I mentioned that the bond between a beastmaster and their creatures is the key to transcending to higher levels." Lu Ruyin frowned slightly, responding, "Indeed. You did say that, but what does it matter? I have already pointed out that Chen Lu's beast is a mutated hound, with limited potential. Cases of further mutation in beasts are exceedingly rare, and most merely become weaker. What if," Lu He countered, "what if Chen Lu's mutated hound undergoes another transformation? And cannot he also contract other beasts?" Lu Ruyin found herself at a loss for words in the face of her father's query. After a moment's contemplation, she perceived the validity in his reasoning and nodded slightly in agreement. Yet, she persisted, "But father, even if Chen Lu has the potential to become a platinum beastmaster, that is a matter for the future. Currently, he is but a mere bronze beastmaster." Lu He smiled, placing a reassuring hand on his daughter's shoulder, and said earnestly, "My child, one must possess foresight. Chen Lu is still young, yet he has already demonstrated extraordinary talent and potential. His future achievements will undoubtedly extend far beyond this. We must be adept at recognizing talent and investing in it early." Lu Ruyin appeared contemplative, beginning to understand her father's intentions. "Ah, I see now. Father wishes to befriend Chen Lu to pave the way for our family's future." Lu He nodded approvingly, a smile gracing his lips. 2 weeks passed, and Chen Lu continued to send his hound to face the stone beasts daily. Meanwhile, he busied himself studying the D-level secret realms of the Dragon Kingdom on the Idle Shark app. Indeed, he resolved to venture to a D-level secret realm in a few days. His objectives were twofold: to experience the atmosphere of the upcoming college entrance examination and to assist Wang Jiyu in procuring materials to expedite the growth of his fire turtle. If he were to train on his own, he feared that by the time the examination concluded, he might not even reach the level of a Black Iron 7-star. Alas, what could he do? After all, Wang Jiyu was his only beloved son. The D-level secret realms varied greatly. Typically, the secret realms accessible to beastmasters contained beasts no stronger than a bronze 1-star, which served as the solitary major boss of that realm. The ultimate potential of these beasts generally ranged from black iron to bronze or silver, seldom exceeding gold. However, under extraordinary circumstances, such as during the examination period, the number of bosses might swell to 3 to 5, accompanied by a formidable super boss, whose level would range from bronze 5-star to just below silver 1-star. Herein lies the crux. The ultimate potential of these beasts typically spans silver, gold, and platinum, with the highest not surpassing diamond. In essence, the examination served as a singular opportunity for ordinary individuals to transcend their current status. Of course, the term ordinary carries its own significance. One must possess the innate talent for beast mastery. What does this imply? It does not merely refer to being the top-ranked beastmaster in one's class. For example, consider a class of 3, Zhang San, Wang Wu, and Li Si. You are Zhang San, a black iron 3-star, while Li Si is a black iron 2-star, and Wang Wu a black iron 1-star. You may be the top performer, yet regrettably, you lack the innate talent for beast mastery. What, then, constitutes possessing such talent? Simply put, before the examination, your first contracted beast must reach the bronze level. Only then can you hope to contract a second beast and seize the opportunity to alter your destiny. Prior to obtaining the system, Chen Lu, like Wang Jiyu, was merely a good brother who planned to enter the factory together post-examination. In truth, this was not without its merits. At least they would be together, enjoying life, sharing laughter, and indulging in leisure. Once they had a bit of financial freedom, they would relish foot massages, a most pleasant existence. Yet, the situation had changed. He now harbored confidence in his prospects for university admission. It would not do for him to return as a high-ranking beastmaster while Wang Jiyu remained in the same position, still toiling alongside his fire turtle. Would Wang Jiyu, perhaps due to shifts in status, come to regard himself as lord in the manner of the character Lin Tu from Lu Xun's writings? Even if Chen Lu continued to treat Wang Jiyu as a brother, would Wang Jiyu be able to reciprocate in kind? This notion was utterly unacceptable to him. Wang Jiyu was his sole good brother, and naturally, he intended to bring him along. At this moment, gazing at the fire turtle cultivation guide he had just acquired for 5 million alliance coins from the Idle Shark app, Chen Lu felt no remorse, only anticipation. Just as he was about to delve into the guide, a message from Wang Jiyu flashed on his screen. Chapter 36, Setting Off, Towards the D-level Secret Realm. Wang Jiyu, are you there? Chen Lu, yes. Wang Jiyu, my back is a bit sore. Chen Lu, what about your waist? Wang Jiyu, don't jest. My title of Illuminating Waist Wang is not without merit. Chen Lu, shall we go for a foot massage then? Wang Jiyu, send me the location. After sending the address to Wang Jiyu, Chen Lu resumed his search for a suitable secret realm. Not long after, he received a message from Wang Jiyu stating, "I've arrived. Where are you?" At this point, Chen Lu had already selected an appropriate secret realm, so he sent a message to Wang Jiyu to wait a moment while he prepared to head out. Jiang Chuan seized the opportunity to ask, "Chen Lu, where are you off to?" Chen Lu casually replied, "For a massage, and then to the D-level secret realm." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuan's interest was piqued, and he quickly pressed, "Oh, a secret realm visit sounds thrilling. Can I tag along?" Lu Ruyin and Sun Hao chimed in eagerly, "Let us join as well." After reflecting for a moment, Chen Lu shook his head, saying, "Though the D-level secret realm is the most basic, it still harbors bronze 1-star beast bosses, and a moment's carelessness could lead to disaster." The trio felt a twinge of disappointment at Chen Lu's refusal, but Jiang Chuan quickly adopted a playful demeanor, saying, "Brother, you still owe me for the foot massage from last time. Let us accompany Brother Jiang Chuan, but one condition must be met. You must heed my instructions without fail." "Fear not, junior brother." Lu Ruyin, seizing the moment, feigned a pitiful expression and added, "If you do not take me along, I shall." "All right. To avoid offending the esteemed Ruyin, I shall bring her along." Without further ado, Chen Lu led Jiang Chuan and Lu Ruyin towards the entrance, leaving Sun Hao in a state of disarray. Sun Hao exclaimed, "Traitor! Traitor!" After taking a few steps, Chen Lu, hearing Sun Hao's lamentations, ultimately called him over. "One or two, it matters not," he thought, "I'll just take both." Sun Hao's expression shifted instantly, and he quickly replied, "Rest assured, junior brother. I shall follow the organization's arrangements." The four of them exited the martial arts hall just as Wang Jiyu arrived on his electric scooter, waiting for them at the door. Upon seeing Chen Lu accompanied by 2 men and a woman, his previously carefree demeanor transformed into one of earnestness. "I apologize for keeping you waiting, brother Yu." Chen Lu greeted him warmly. Wang Jiyu, in turn, pulled Chen Lu closer and whispered, "Wait. Aren't we supposed to be going for a massage? Who are they?" Not long after Chen Lu stepped out, he spotted Lu Ruyin and Jiang Chuan approaching with Sun Hao. He patted Wang Jiyu's shoulder and smiled. "These 3 are my seniors. We happened to cross paths and decided to visit the D-level secret realm together. But fret not, my friend, I will first accompany you for a foot massage." Wang Jiyu, upon hearing this, displayed an expression of disbelief, but soon greeted Jiang Chuan, Lu Ruyin, and Sun Hao with enthusiasm. "Greetings. I am Wang Jiyu, a good friend of Chen Lu." Chen Lu interjected, and his only adopted son. The trio quickly understood that Chen Lu was conveying the depth of his bond with Wang Jiyu. Jiang Chuan responded with a smile, "Hello, I am Jiang Chuan, Chen Lu's senior brother. It is a pleasure to meet you." Lu Ruyin added with a charming smile, "I am Lu Ruyin, Chen Lu's senior sister. You are quite handsome, brother Jiyu." Sun Hao stood by, grinning silently. At that moment, Wang Jiyu resembled a small dog praised by its master, his tail wagging with joy, his face radiating an expression of bliss, as if the entire world had transformed into a more beautiful place. Lu Ruyin's voice, akin to a gentle spring breeze, caressed Wang Jiyu's ears, igniting a delightful stir within him. It was only natural for Wang Jiyu to be enamored by someone of Lu Ruyin's caliber. After a few exchanges of pleasantries, they prepared to head to the nearest massage establishment. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Lu intended to provide everyone with a brief overview of the D-level secret realm. However, upon preparing to depart, they soon realized that Wang Jiyu's small electric scooter could not accommodate all of them. Chen Lu initially considered calling for a luxury car to resolve the issue, but just then, Sun Hao spoke up, "Leave the taxi arrangements to me. Is there any difference?" Chen Lu asked, somewhat puzzled. "Of course there is. Just leave it to me." Sun Hao replied with a smile. Jiang Chuan chimed in, "Junior brother Chen Lu, let him handle this minor detail." Seeing their insistence, Chen Lu reluctantly nodded in agreement. Approximately 5 minutes later, a lavish luxury car came to a halt before them. Chen Lu scrutinized the vehicle. Aside from its opulence, it appeared similar to any ordinary luxury car. However, upon entering, both he and Wang Jiyu were left utterly astounded. The interior was equipped with advanced spatial technology, offering an array of gourmet food, beverages, and attentive maid service. It was akin to a miniature luxurious suite. They were momentarily speechless, overwhelmed by the splendor. Yet, Chen Lu quickly regained his composure. Indeed, those who can associate with Jiang Chuan must come from well-to-do families. "Would anyone care for a drink?" Sun Hao inquired with a smile. "An Americano for me." Jiang Chuan responded eagerly. "I would like one as well." Lu Ruyin added promptly. Wang Jiyu, initially intending to request a cola, hesitated upon seeing both Jiang Chuan and Lu Ruyin order Americanos, suddenly feeling shy. Chen Lu perceptibly noticed Wang Jiyu's change in expression and promptly interjected, "We will have colas." He then shot Wang Jiyu a reassuring glance. "All right. Sun Hao nodded readily, issuing commands to the maid. He then settled back comfortably. Perhaps due to Chen Lu's influence, the group began conversing with Wang Zhiyu. Initially, he felt somewhat intimidated, acutely aware of the stark differences between himself and these individuals. However, encouraged by Chen Lu's supportive gaze, he gradually relaxed. In the light-hearted atmosphere, the car rolled towards the massage parlor. As one evolves, the people they encounter and the vistas they behold transform entirely. Perhaps in the future, Chen Lu will encounter even more exceptional talents and distinguished individuals, witnessing a plethora of breathtaking sights. Yet, he shall never forget his dear elder brother. Brothers share both fortune and adversity. Chapter 37. You drifting through life, regretting not encountering a wise leader. Approximately half an hour later, the five arrived at the foot massage establishment. Upon closer inspection of the sign, they discovered that this establishment was a subsidiary of the Jiang Group. Without hesitation, Jiang Chuan stepped forward, asserting that he would handle all arrangements. The others had no objections. At that moment, only Wang Zhiyu appeared bewildered, as if utterly lost. Unable to contain his curiosity, he leaned in closer to Chen Lu and asked, "Lu, who exactly are your seniors? Why do I get the impression that it seems like they own this entire city?" Chen Lu, forthright and unreserved, revealed the true identities of his seniors. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhiyu was taken aback. "But why are they treating you with such courtesy? It almost feels like they are trying to curry favor with you." Wang Zhiyu continued to probe. Chen Lu smiled faintly, responding with an air of nonchalance. "It is simply because I have impressed them with my own abilities." Wang Zhiyu, incredulous, retorted, "Is that really true?" Chen Lu smirked slightly, explaining, "Of course it is. Why else would they choose to accompany me to the D-level secret realm instead of going alone?" Wang Zhiyu hung his head. Ever since Chen Lu had revealed that his beast rank had reached Black Iron 7 stars, he had come to terms with reality. However, he never anticipated the harshness of such truths. The promise of being useless together had crumbled, and in a mere month, he found himself diverging from that path. The one deemed useless had turned out to be himself. Noticing Wang Zhiyu's expression, Chen Lu patted his shoulder and said, "The Beastmaster Cloud Drive has sent you something, and the password is FDWGTZ. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhiyu, somewhat disheartened, replied, "I truly have no desire to listen to the teacher's lecture at the moment." Chen Lu, upon hearing this, playfully slapped him on the back of the head, exclaiming, "What are you thinking? Teacher Tsang is already married. This is something I specifically bought for you, so hurry up and take a look." Wang Zhiyu, observing the unwavering determination in Chen Lu's eyes, pondered, could it be? Is it something akin to the battle between the men of the White Elephant Kingdom and the Giant Lizard? With a heart full of trepidation, he entered the password. Soon after, he discovered a detailed cultivation guide for the flame tortoise. Initially taken aback, Wang Zhiyu was soon engulfed in ecstasy as he dashed towards Chen Lu and tackled him. "Having drifted through life, I lament not having encountered a wise master. If you do not reject me, I wish to adopt you as my righteous father." "Get off," Chen Lu replied, but with a hint of amusement. "All right, Father Lu." Before long, Jiang Chuan promptly arranged for a spacious and brightly lit private room, alongside four exquisitely crafted smaller rooms. Undoubtedly, the expansive room was designated for everyone to indulge in the pleasures of massage. As Chen Lu had previously informed everyone that he would provide a comprehensive explanation of the D-level secret realm, it was only natural for them to gather in the comfortable and spacious room, eagerly awaiting the session. Not long after, several elegantly dressed technicians glided into view, ready to offer a rejuvenating massage experience. Lu Rian, being a first-time visitor to such an establishment, was pleasantly surprised to find her entire body utterly relaxed, as if all her fatigue and stress had vanished into thin air. She turned to Jiang Chuan, teasingly saying, "Such a wonderful place. Why have you never mentioned it before?" Jiang Chuan, flustered, quickly apologized, wearing a smile as he endeavored to appease her. "Senior sister, please forgive my oversight. Whenever you wish to come, just say the word, and I will make all the arrangements for you." Upon hearing this, Lu Rian's face lit up with satisfaction as she softly replied, "That's more like it." Jiang Chuan secretly sighed in relief, inwardly thinking, "Oh dear, if the owner finds out I brought you to such a place, I might just lose my skin." After everyone finished their massages, Chen Lu promptly dismissed the technicians and began earnestly introducing the intricacies of the D-level secret realm he was familiar with. The destination for this venture was the Forged Fire secret realm located near the Minghua city. The surrounding terrain primarily consisted of forests, while the central area housed a volcano. "There are many formidable beasts within the realm, so we must proceed with caution," Chen Lu admonished seriously, for any misstep could lead to dire consequences. "What powerful beasts are inside?" Sun Lei inquired with curiosity. Chen Lu activated a projection displaying images of peculiar ferocious beasts. "This is the spiked armored rhinoceros. Its skin is hard as steel, adorned with sharp horns. And what about that spider-like creature? That is the silver silk spider. It can emit resilient silver threads to ensnare its prey. Chen Lu elaborated on the common ferocious beasts found in the D-level secret realm, including some toxic plants. The group couldn't help but admire Chen Lu's expertise, for had it been them, they may not have contemplated such details. Junior brother, I recall there is a bronze 1-star boss in the D-level secret realm. What is the boss here? Jiang Chuan asked with curiosity. It is a fire-eater beast of silver quality, and it is our target for this expedition. Chen Lu replied calmly. The group was taken aback. They had initially thought it would merely be a casual training session, but Chen Lu was intent on challenging the boss directly. Junior brother, what level is your mutated tooth dog now? Lu Rian inquired with interest. Black Iron 8-star, but I am confident I can defeat that fire-eater beast. Chen Lu declared with conviction. The group was once again astonished by Chen Lu's words. Defeating a bronze 1-star with Black Iron 8-star strength was no ordinary feat. They might manage it under conditions of attribute advantage, but in scenarios where their attributes were at a disadvantage, it would be nearly impossible. However, Wang Zhiyu remained notably calm. What is the big deal about defeating a bronze 1-star with Black Iron 8-star? I've seen Chen Lu's Tooth Dog defeat a bronze 1-star electric mouse when it was merely Black Iron 3-star. Junior brother, you are truly remarkable. Just 2 weeks ago, you were Black Iron 7-star, and now you are Black Iron 8-star. Sun Hao remarked, his expression one of resignation. As his own bamboo panda had just reached Black Iron 7-star last week, hoping to catch up to Chen Lu's level, only to be surpassed once again. Beside them, Jiang Chuan felt the weight of pressure mounting. His fire sprite had just reached Black Iron 8-star, and he estimated it would take at least a month to reach Black Iron 9-star. As for Lu Rian, while she was slightly ahead of Jiang Chuan, she too would require at least 15 days. Moreover, all of this hinged on their cultivation resources remaining uninterrupted. While these concerns were manageable, the pivotal issue lay in the fact that breaking through from Black Iron 9-star to Bronze 1-star often demanded significantly more time. It could take a month, 3 months, or perhaps they might not achieve it even after the college entrance examination. This depended on the innate talent of the Beastmaster and the quality of their beasts. Fortunately, Jiang Chuan and his companions were not overly anxious. They were confident in their abilities, believing they would certainly advance to bronze-level Beastmasters before the college entrance examination. Upon discerning the levels of his companions, Wang Zhiyu was left utterly dumbfounded, his expression akin to one who had just encountered a ghost. Internally, he lamented, "While you all remain unconcerned, I am filled with dread. I am merely at Black Iron 5-star, barely achieving this level thanks to consuming a considerable amount of cultivation liquid. I must participate in this secret realm expedition, otherwise I will suffer significant losses." Next, it was time for their personal activities. Jiang Chuan, being quite thoughtful, arranged for Lu Rian to experience a manicure and makeup session. Do not underestimate these two activities. They would allow Jiang Chuan and his friends to enjoy a day without being interrupted by Lu Rian. As soon as Lu Rian left, Jiang Chuan immediately revealed a relaxed smile. He turned to Chen Lu and said, "Junior brother, I have everything set up for you. Would you like to give it a try?" Chen Lu waved his hand, indicating his disinterest in such matters. Jiang Chuan recalled a previous report from the manager and wondered if Chen Lu had any issues in that regard. He leaned closer, lowering his voice. "Don't worry, junior brother. Everything in that area has been prepared. It is guaranteed to be effective." Chen Lu, feeling somewhat exasperated, replied, "I genuinely do not need it. You all should go and enjoy yourselves. I will watch a movie." Jiang Chuan, seeing Chen Lu's continued refusal, ceased to press the matter further, and he and Sun Hao merrily made their way to the small private room, leaving only Chen Lu and Wang Zhiyu in the large room. "Why isn't my brother you going to have some fun?" Chen Lu teased. Wang Zhiyu lifted his head and proclaimed, "Lu, I wish to venture into the D-level secret realm with you." Chen Lu nodded without hesitation, replying, "Of course. Is that your answer? Shouldn't you try to dissuade me?" Wang Zhiyu asked, a frown etched on his face. "Why would I?" Chen Lu retorted. "Didn't Director Tua say that we should refrain from entering the D-level secret realm if we lack the necessary strength?" Wang Zhiyu continued. "Indeed. But I believe my abilities are quite commendable." Wang exclaimed, "What about me? I just witnessed firsthand how that spider's mandibles are larger than my head." Seeing Wang Zhiyu's agitation, Chen Lu quickly reassured him, "Don't worry, I'll protect you. Besides, when have I ever heeded Director Tuo's words?" Upon hearing this, Wang Zhiyu's expression softened in agreement. The following day, the group emerged from the massage parlor, invigorated. They boarded the luxurious vehicle arranged by Sun Hao and set off towards the neighboring Minghua city. Sun Hao, Jiang Chuan, and Lu Rian were perhaps too exhausted, as they went straight to their rooms and collapsed into slumber. Chen Lu and Wang Zhiyu, having already enjoyed a refreshing nap in the large lounge, felt little fatigue, and decided to stay in the common area to play video games. Approximately half an hour later, Jiang Chuan awoke, craving a drink. As he approached the door, he overheard Wang Zhiyu's urgent voice outside. "No way, I'm not letting you lick." Chen Lu pleaded nearby. "Just let me have a taste." Jiang Chuan was taken aback by this exchange. What was happening? No wonder Chen Lu showed little interest in Rian and the other women. It seemed he had a different inclination. "Lu, please, not there." Wang Zhiyu's voice echoed again, sending shivers down Jiang Chuan's spine. Goodness, Chen Lu is certainly bold, he thought. I must protect myself. If Chen Lu catches wind of this, who knows what might happen. Just as Jiang Chuan was about to feign ignorance, the door to Lu Rian's room swung open. "Wang Zhiyu, let Chen Lu lick. Next time, he can return the favor to you," she said. Huh. How did Rian get entangled in this? Jiang Chuan thought, utterly astonished. At that moment, Wang Zhiyu's voice reached his ears again. "All right, fine. For Rian's sake. You can have this sixth set." To his shock, Jiang Chuan realized they were merely playing a game of Dark Zone Breakthrough. He gently pushed open his room door and encountered Sun Hao. The expressions of terror on their faces spoke volumes about the recent awkwardness and helplessness. Nevertheless, they both tacitly pretended they had heard nothing. Another 2.5 hours later, Chen Lu and the others finally arrived at the Forging Fire Secret Realm in Minghua City. The entrance fee was 20,000 per person. Chen Lu had previously secured their tickets via their ID cards on his mobile phone, allowing them to proceed directly to registration and entry. Just as they completed their registration and prepared for ticket inspection, an incongruous voice rang out. "Wow, what a lovely young lady. Would you care to join us inside? We promise to protect you." Upon hearing this, the group turned to see a gaggle of wealthy young men, clad in opulent attire and leering at Lu Rian with ill intent. Lu Rian's expression turned as cold as ice, but quickly regained her composure as she strode towards the group of affluent youths. "Is this really effective? Rian is approaching them?" Wang Zhiyu questioned, bewildered. "How could you not notice that Rian's entire demeanor has tensed?" Chen Lu reminded him. "Haha, someone dares to tease Rian? This will be entertaining." Sun Hao exclaimed excitedly. Lu Rian approached the wealthy young man, her voice sweet and alluring as she asked, "Which one of you gentlemen would like to escort me inside?" The sugary tone immediately captivated the young men, leaving them spellbound. In that moment of distraction, Lu Rian sprang into action. Her movements were as swift as lightning. Leaving no room for response, she suddenly lifted one long, elegant leg and delivered a fierce kick to the groin of the leader. The force so tremendous it seemed to tear through the air. With a blood-curdling scream, the young man crumpled to the ground, clutching his injury, his face contorted in agony. Lu Rian, undeterred, unleashed a flurry of precise strikes, bringing the remaining men to their knees. Did he just get his jewels shattered? Wang Zhiyu gasped, witnessing the scene with trembling voice. The others were equally pale, their bodies shaking uncontrollably, silently vowing never to provoke this fierce woman again. Chapter 39. Do you know who I am? After dispatching the group of wealthy youths, Lu Rian turned to Chen Lu and the others with a gentle smile, her countenance now reminiscent of a soothing spring. It seemed as if the fierce warrior from moments ago was a mere illusion. Chen Lu and his companions returned her smile, though it bore a hint of stiffness, as they were not blind. Every move Lu Rian made had aimed directly at the vulnerable points of those affluent young men, as if she intended to ensure their lineage ended there. The staff members who witnessed the entire spectacle internally applauded, yet out of goodwill, one cautioned, "Friends, I suggest you leave promptly. These individuals are notorious scions of Minguang City. Someone may come looking for trouble." Before the staff's warning could fully register, one of the beaten young men, clutching his injured area, snarled, "You are all finished. I've already messaged my father. Do you know who my father is? Cui Jian, the deputy mayor of Minguang City. I will ensure you regret this." He laughed triumphantly, seemingly envisioning the moment Chen Lu and his companions would beg for mercy. "Oh no, have we stirred up trouble with the wrong people? Why don't you all leave first, and I'll hold them off," Wang Zhiyu said, panic evident in his voice. Sun Hao chuckled in response. "Don't worry, a mere deputy mayor cannot harm us. Indeed, rest assured, the deputy mayor is just a golden 5-star beastmaster, hardly a threat." Jiang Chuan chimed in, echoing Sun Hao's confidence. Seeing their unwavering calmness, the wealthy young man was momentarily taken aback. However, another beside him, nursing a sore head, stood up and said, "You're scared now, huh? Why don't you hurry over and apologize to young Master Cui?" Chen Lu and his companions frowned at this. "Chen Lu, these two are rather arrogant," Jiang Chuan remarked. Chen Lu retrieved several baseball bats from his backpack. Then, one by one, they were distributed to Jiang Chuan, Sun Hao, and Wang Zhiyu. Indeed, quite audacious. Today, we shall teach them a lesson, letting them understand why the flowers bloom so red. Chen Lu brandished the baseball bat in his hand, a glimmer of ferocity evident in his gaze as he approached the group. The other three, witnessing this, promptly picked up their bats, following closely behind Chen Lu. What do you intend to do? Stay back. Cui Jie and the wealthy youth immediately panicked, utterly unprepared for Chen Lu and his companions to take such bold action. The remaining affluent youths, still lying on the ground, exchanged glances. With an unspoken understanding, they rolled their eyes in unison and feigned unconsciousness. 2 minutes later, Cui Jie and the one who had spoken earlier lay on the ground, bruised and battered, resembling two lifeless dogs, truly ignorant of their own limits. Chen Lu spat on the ground, then turned with Jiang Chuan and the others, heading towards the ticketing area. Wait! A voice suddenly called out. Chen Lu turned to see a middle-aged man accompanied by a group of bodyguards, entering like a celestial entourage. Dad, you finally arrived. Hurry, take revenge for me. Cui Jie cried out in distress upon seeing the middle-aged man. Shut your mouth. Aren't you embarrassed enough? Chen Lu thought to himself, damn. That was quite quick. However, it seems it is my time to shine. The middle-aged man shot a glare at Cui Jie before turning his attention to Chen Lu and his companions. Are you not going to provide me with an explanation? Jiang Chuan, Lu Ruyan, and Sun Hao were about to step forward to reveal their identities when Chen Lu, adopting a condescending demeanor, interjected, Are you Cui Jian? Indeed. The middle-aged man nodded. So, you are Cui Jian. Pray tell, do you know who I am? Cui Jian slowly scrutinized Chen Lu, assessing his countenance. Who are you? You dare demand an explanation without knowing who I am. Chen Lu maintained his lofty posture, seemingly dismissing Cui Jian entirely. Sun Hao and the others felt a wave of embarrassment. Damn, Chen Lu has started again. Faced with Chen Lu's demeanor, Cui Jian felt uncertain. Although he was the vice mayor, he held only a golden 5-star rank, and there were many he could not afford to offend. I beg your pardon. I'm getting on in years, and my memory isn't what it used to be. Could you perhaps give me a hint? Listen well, I am Qin Ming, and my grandfather is Qin Sheng. Qin Ming? Qin Sheng? Sun Hao expressed his ignorance. Could you remind me? Chen Lu, hands on his hips, mimicked Qin Ming's earlier pretentiousness, declaring with an air of arrogance, Oh, my grandfather is a platinum beastmaster, and his beast is the platinum 7-star fiery war dragon. Cui Jian's expression turned grave. Having served as vice mayor for so many years, he had encountered countless individuals. The arrogance on this youth's face and the confidence in his eyes were undoubtedly genuine. Realizing this, Cui Jian suddenly felt alarmed. The mayor of Minghua City held only a platinum 1-star rank. Wasn't he courting disaster? Cui Jian plastered on a forced smile, speaking obsequiously, Gentlemen, today's altercation is my son's fault. I hope you can forgive us. Since you acknowledge your mistake, you should take your leave at once. Chen Lu waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away flies. Cui Jian, stripped of his previous authority, nodded repeatedly, expressing gratitude for the young man's magnanimity, and promised, I shall personally pay you a visit another day. With that, he hurriedly aided his son to his feet and left in disgrace. Truly impressive, Brother Lu. Wang Jiu rushed forward to embrace Chen Lu warmly. It was nothing. Chen Lu replied, brimming with pride. But how did you know he would fear old Master Qin? Wang Jiu inquired curiously. Just a wild guess, if needed. I could call Master Lu or have my seniors step in. Chen Lu shrugged nonchalantly. Then why not directly invoke the name of Master Lu or reveal our identities? Sun Hao asked. Of course, one must choose a worthy pretense. Chen Lu declared. The others were left speechless. Regardless, the trouble seems to be resolved. Let us proceed to ticketing, Lu Ruyan suggested with a smile. Everyone nodded in agreement, gathering their belongings before walking towards the staff. The personnel at the entrance, witnessing how effortlessly Chen Lu's group resolved the issue, stared in disbelief. Lu Ruyan and her companions paid no heed to the staff's astonished gazes and proceeded directly to the ticketing area, presenting their passes. Once verified, the ticket attendant allowed them entry. Upon entering the secret realm, they found themselves in an entirely unfamiliar world. Before them lay an expansive, verdant forest with towering, lush trees. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. In the distance, they could vaguely see a towering volcano at the heart of the forest, billowing thick smoke from its summit. Chapter 40. I'm fine with anything. Is this the secret realm? It feels no different from the vast forests outside. Wang Jiu observed the surroundings while cautiously stepping forward. Don't move any further. There's a green lizard on that tree above you, staring right at you. Wang Jiu was startled and quickly looked up. What he saw nearly sent his soul fleeing. There was indeed a green lizard, flicking its tongue and fixating its gaze upon him. Terrified, Wang Jiu instinctively retreated a few steps. You scare me to death, Lu. Thank goodness for your keen eyes. Stop dawdling. Quickly summon your beasts. Chen Lu shouted. Without hesitation, the others summoned their fierce beasts, Xiaotian, Fire Sprite, Wind Gourd, Green Bamboo Panda, and Flame Tortoise. Chen Lu immediately devised a strategy. Xiaotian, lead the way. Wind Gourd, keep watch from above. The rest of you, form a protective circle around us. The others swiftly relayed Chen Lu's instructions to their respective beasts. Junior brother, let us embark, Lu Rian exclaimed excitedly. Chen Lu turned around, retrieving several small knives from his spatial backpack and handing them to Lu Rian and the others. Take these. The group looked puzzled. What do we need knives for? Chen Lu explained, just in case. If a fierce beast approaches, you'll have a means to defend yourselves. Don't underestimate these knives. They are crafted from the teeth of bronze-level beasts, worth tens of thousands each. Remember to return them after use. Thoughtful as always, junior brother. Jiang Chuan chuckled. Of course. I never engage in battles unprepared. All right, let us set off. Wait, Lu, you've given us all the weapons. What will you use? Wang Zhiyu asked. The others noticed that Chen Lu indeed bore no weapon. Junior brother, why not use mine for now? I believe you can protect us, Lu Rian offered. Reaching to return her dagger, Chen Lu waved his hand dismissively. No need, keep it. What will you use? I'm fine with anything. Subsequently, Chen Lu retrieved a 2-meter-long great sword from his spatial backpack, the blade adorned with a dragon motif. With a resounding thud, the sword struck the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air and startling the ferocious beasts lurking in the nearby forest. Chen Lu effortlessly hoisted the great sword onto his shoulder, deliberately showcasing it to the onlookers. The crowd glanced at their own small knives and then at Chen Lu's imposing dragon-slaying sword, rendered momentarily speechless. Well, that was unnecessary worry. Everyone, stay alert and follow closely. Chen Lu took the lead, stepping into the forest. Along the way, an array of fearsome beasts emerged. However, with Xiaotian by their side, the group advanced through the perils with relative ease. Suddenly, a massive black iron, 7-star patterned leopard sprang from the thicket, lunging straight at Wang Zhiyu at the rear of the group. Watch out, Chen Lu shouted, taking a swift step in front of Wang Zhiyu, drawing the dragon-slaying sword from his shoulder and aiming a strike at the leopard. With a loud crash, Chen Lu was sent flying by the leopard's ferocious charge. This terrified the others, who quickly commanded their own beasts to attack the leopard. Sensing danger, the leopard attempted to retreat into the forest, but as it turned to flee, Xiaotian seized its neck in a powerful bite. With a fierce roar, Xiaotian intimidated the surrounding beasts, causing them to hesitate in their approach. Lu, are you alright? Don't scare me like that, Wang Zhiyu exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes as he helped Chen Lu to his feet. Chen Lu rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, of course I'm fine, just a bit shaken. However, seeing Wang Zhiyu's tearful expression brought a mischievous smile to Chen Lu's lips. He squinted one eye, feigning weakness, and said, Zhiyu, I fear I may not make it. There is something I've pondered for a long time. Could you grant me a wish? What is it? Speak, and I shall brave fire and water for you. It's nothing much. Could you just call me Dad? Dad. All right then, good son. Chen Lu immediately sprang to his feet, brimming with enthusiasm. What the? Chen Lu, I'm going to fight you. With that, Wang Zhiyu lunged at Chen Lu. No slapping. Lu Rian, initially worried for Chen Lu's safety, couldn't help but laugh at his sudden revival. This junior brother is too much. Jiang Chuan agreed. Sun Hao won. A few minutes later, the two finally stood up again. Chen Lu took out a mirror from his pocket to check his reflection. Fortunately, Zhiyu didn't hit too hard, or my handsome face would have been ruined. After putting away the mirror, Chen Lu retrieved a set of professional cutting tools from his bag and began to dissect the leopard's carcass. The remains of this leopard were a treasure trove. Its hide could be fashioned into a luxurious coat, its bones could be crafted into furniture, and its tail could be used for brewing potent spirits. Next, Chen Lu altered his strategy, deciding not to have Xiaotian lead the charge. He positioned Xiaotian in the center of the formation. This decision was driven by two considerations. First, to provide other beasts with more opportunities for training, and second, to ensure a swift response should they encounter any fast-moving predators again. Chen Lu then began to meticulously search for and collect rare spiritual materials and precious ores. While busy gathering, he reminded his companions, everyone, keep an eye out for resources along the way. You never know when they might come in handy. Heeding his words, the group became attentive to their surroundings. However, just as they were fully focused, a deep, rumbling growl resonated from ahead. Chen Lu's heart raced, and he tightened his grip on the dragon-slaying sword, warily scanning for the source of the sound. Indeed, a colossal mandrake snake emerged before them, exuding a potent and ominous aura. Looks like ferocious beasts are lurking everywhere, Chen Lu muttered under his breath. In the face of such a formidable adversary, Jiang Chuan stepped forward without fear, declaring, let me take the lead this time. Junior brother, you provide support from behind. Chen Lu glanced at the mandrake snake, noting that its strength had reached the formidable black iron 8-star level. Fortunately, it was vulnerable to fire, as its attributes indicated. With this in mind, Chen Lu nodded and encouraged Jiang Chuan. All right, senior brother, fight with all your might. Bolstered by Chen Lu's support, Jiang Chuan inhaled deeply and began commanding the fire spirits. To be honest, Jiang Chuan did not initially find it easy. He repeatedly attempted to direct the fire spirits to launch attacks, but they were constantly interrupted by the sudden appearance of other ferocious beasts. Moreover, if not for Chen Lu's strategic placement of Xiaotian in the central position, he would have likely been whisked away by a sudden attack from a giant terror bird. The series of setbacks had drained Jiang Chuan's confidence and resolve. Not only him, but the others felt similarly. Thus, a battle was urgently needed to reignite their spirits. Gazing at the imposing mandrake snake, Jiang Chuan wore an expression of grave seriousness. Fire spirits, maneuver around the mandrake snake, avoid direct confrontation, and strike at its crown when the opportunity arises. With a determined nod, the fire spirits surged forward like cannonballs, charging at the mandrake snake. The mandrake snake, taken aback by the audacity of such a tiny fire spirit attempting to engage it directly, momentarily hesitated. It then roared in anger, swinging its powerful tail like a whip toward the fire spirit. Swiftly, the fire spirit dodged the attack with a burst of speed, and seizing the moment, it launched 2 small fireballs at the mandrake snake. Upon impact, a look of joy spread across Jiang Chuan's face, clearly uplifted by the successful strike. Well done. Just like that, keep using spiritual fire and obliterate that vile mandrake snake. Jiang Chuan exclaimed excitedly. Hearing Jiang Chuan's encouragement, the fire spirit rapidly conjured purple flames in its hands and hurled them at the mandrake snake without hesitation. A massive purple fireball, resembling a meteor, struck the mandrake snake, leaving a deep burn mark on its body. The mandrake snake writhed in agony, letting out a furious roar. 2 thick vines suddenly erupted from the ground, darting toward the fire spirit like venomous snakes. Before the fire spirit could react, it was ensnared tightly by the vines. The mandrake snake seized the opportunity, opening its gaping maw to deliver a devastating bite to the fire spirit. As the fire spirit faced imminent doom, Jiang Chuan felt a surge of urgency and shouted, "Fire spirit, quickly use flame vortex." Responding to Jiang Chuan's command, the fire spirit immediately unleashed the flame vortex skill, enveloping itself in a blazing inferno. As soon as the vine of the mandrake serpent made contact with the fiery vortex, it was instantly reduced to ashes, akin to withered branches and leaves. Seizing the opportunity, the fire spirit broke free from its restraints, akin to a phoenix reborn, regaining its freedom. The mandrake serpent, now intimidated by the fiery vortex, retreated in fear. Hesitant to advance, Jiang Chuan breathed a sigh of relief, silently grateful. He knew that had he not promptly utilized the fiery vortex, the consequences would have been dire. Now liberated, the fire spirit grew more ferocious, darting like a wraith, skillfully evading the mandrake serpent's attacks while retaliating with flames. Gradually, the mandrake serpent found itself at a disadvantage, its movements becoming sluggish. Instinctively, it began to retreat. Chen Lu, aware of the mandrake's intention to flee, exchanged a glance with Xiaotian, who immediately understood and positioned himself to block the serpent's escape route. Seeing the situation unfold, the mandrake serpent, with its half-destroyed body, reluctantly continued to engage in battle with the fire spirit. Witnessing this, Jiang Chuan resolved to press the attack. He focused intently, striving to forge a closer connection with the fire spirit to better command it. Under Jiang Chuan's meticulous guidance, the synergy between him and the fire spirit flourished, resulting in more precise and vicious attacks. Ultimately, after a fierce strike of spiritual fire, the mandrake serpent could no longer endure, collapsing on the ground, motionless. Jiang Chuan gasped for breath, fatigue etched on his face, yet his eyes sparkled with the light of victory. This battle rekindled his confidence and illuminated the disparity between combat in the secret realm and that in reality. He glanced at his companions, a warm surge of emotion swelling within him. "I have won," he exclaimed with exhilaration. "Truly impressive, Brother Jiang Chuan." The others cheered, rushing forward to celebrate his triumph. Before long, twilight descended upon them. Seizing the moment, Chen Lu suggested, "Well, it's getting late. Let us set up camp at that high ground ahead." Finally, a chance to rest. "I'm utterly exhausted," Sun Hao exclaimed, relieved. "You hardly lifted a finger. What are you tired from?" Lu Rian shot a glance at Sun Hao. "We're not safe yet. Let us quickly prepare the campsite," Chen Lu urged. He vowed never to team up with others again, no matter what. It was just too taxing, playing both father and mother. "Sigh. It's my first time in the secret realm. I merely did my homework," he lamented. The group began bustling about, erecting tents, while their summoned beasts each undertook their respective tasks. Some gathered firewood, while others busied themselves with an assortment of traps that appeared designed to instill fear. Before long, the campsite took shape, with a crackling bonfire at its center. The flame turtles danced around it, as if celebrating their camp for the night. Chen Lu sprinkled a circle of beast-repelling powder around, then found a flat stone to sit upon, gazing at the flames flickering beside the bonfire. As Chen Lu pondered, Jiang Chuan approached, offering him a piece of savory snake meat. I owe you a great debt today, Chen Lu. Had it not been for you, that mandrake serpent would have vanished without a trace. No need for thanks, brother. It's only natural that we support one another, Chen Lu replied. Jiang Chuan grinned, chewing on the snake meat. Indeed, you're absolutely right, brother. We must continue to help each other. Tomorrow, I also wish to engage in a thrilling battle. I'll be counting on your cheers. Lu Rian chimed in, clearly acclimating to the secret realm's environment. Me too, Sun Hao and Wang Jiyu. The two food enthusiasts exclaimed between bites of meat. Absolutely, Chen Lu affirmed. As night deepened, everyone gradually succumbed to slumber, yet Chen Lu remained awake, contemplating the next day's journey. His objectives for venturing into the secret realm were twofold: acquiring the heart of the flame devourer and locating the heart of lava. Undoubtedly, it was for the sake of his cherished flame turtle. Initially, he had intended to go alone, but unpredictable circumstances had led to a group venture. Although the heart of the flame devourer was merely a bronze-grade material that could be purchased for a few million, the heart of lava was another matter entirely, being a resource of golden grade and exceedingly precious. Even if one were to buy it, it would require at least tens of millions. Securing both items would profoundly transform the flame turtle's physique, allowing it to evolve into a different form, the golden-graded lava giant turtle. Beyond that, it would no longer be able to evolve, necessitating Chen Lu's future growth to assist Wang Jiyu in fusion evolution. With this plan set, Chen Lu felt he had accomplished a significant portion of his mission. As for materials to elevate the flame turtle's level, it would be up to Wang Jiyu to strive for them. After all, although Chen Lu was his father, he still wished for his son to soar high. As the bonfire crackled, Chen Lu slowly closed his eyes, drifting into a dream where he envisioned himself as a formidable warrior, an embodiment of his aspirations and longings. Chapter 42. The Flame Devourer. The following morning, sunlight poured down upon the campsite like shards of gold. The group packed their belongings, preparing to continue their journey. According to the map, a volcano lay not far ahead, where the Flame Devourer was likely to be found. Pointing at the map, Chen Lu declared with conviction, "Look, it's right there." Jiang Chuan, invigorated, responded, "Then let us hurry," and set off. The group embarked on their quest to locate the volcano. Along the way, they encountered various peculiar beasts, all of which were effortlessly dealt with by Xiaotian. Naturally, Chen Lu did not forget his promise to Lu Rian and the others from the previous day. Upon encountering some suitable beasts, he allowed them to test their skills. As noon approached, a towering volcano loomed before them like a giant. "Look, that's it," Chen Lu exclaimed excitedly. The group quickened their pace, arriving at the foot of the volcano. However, the path to the summit was fraught with searing lava and perilous traps. "Be careful not to fall in," Chen Lu cautioned. "Don't worry, Lu," Wang Jiyu replied, light as a feather as he effortlessly leaped over a lava flow. Leading the way, Chen Lu guided everyone cautiously through the obstacles. At last, they arrived at the entrance of a cave. Chen Lu halted, turning to his companions. "The Flame Devourer should be inside this cave. You all wait for me here." "What are you talking about, my son? Am I to let you go in alone?" Wang Jiyu responded first. "We're going in with you," Lu Rian declared. "That's right. You said we should support one another, and we must go in together," Jiang Chuan agreed. "Me too," Sun Hao chimed in. Feeling a surge of emotion, Chen Lu relented. "All right, let each of our summoned beasts protect us in the front." The group arranged themselves in formation and entered the cave in single file. As they stepped inside, pairs of eyes glimmering with red light stared at them like burning flames. "Don't panic. Those are lava stones. They generally 1T attack unless provoked," Chen Lu reassured the group. Taking a deep breath, they nodded and pressed forward. The cave was thick with the scent of sulfur, and waves of heat crashed over them, instilling an unprecedented sense of pressure and tension. Chen Lu steadied his breath and reminded everyone to stay vigilant. The Flame Devourer could appear at any moment. We must remain focused and ready for battle. Suddenly, a deep, rumbling roar emanated from within the cave, causing the ground to tremble slightly, as if some colossal creature were approaching. A flash of fire surged from the depths, gradually revealing the form of the Flame Devourer, immense and terrifying, cloaked in flames, with fierce red light emanating from its eyes. The Flame Devourer, sensing the presence of Chen Lu and his companions, unleashed a deafening roar, spewing forth searing flames that illuminated the cavern and incinerated the surrounding rocks. At last, it has arrived. "Brothers, stand by and support me," Chen Lu bellowed softly. "Leave it to us." The others swiftly responded, having learned much from Chen Lu. They quickly occupied the four corners of the cave, leaving only Xiaotian and the Flame Devourer in the center. "Xiaotian, you distract it. I will assist you." As Chen Lu spoke, he retrieved a finely crafted crossbow from his spatial backpack. With a howl, Xiaotian soared into the air. its claws slicing through the flame devourer's body like lightning, producing a sharp tearing sound. However, the flame devourer ferociously swung its massive form, like a colossal wave in a tempest, flinging Xiaotian aside. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Lu loosed an arrow that shot towards the flame devourer's eye like a meteor. Though it did not strike the vital spot, it successfully drew the creature's attention. Enraged, the flame devourer roared in fury. The surrounding magma stones instantly became agitated, as if a swarm of angry bees had been disturbed, converging towards the flame devourer. Observing this, Lu Rian exclaimed hastily, "This is bad. The magma stones have gone berserk. We cannot allow them to disrupt Chen Lu's efforts." Feng Hulu Windblade, Jiang Chuan, seeing the overwhelming number of magma stones, furrowed his brow and said to Wang Jiu and Sun Hao, "Sister Rian is struggling a bit. You two maintain your positions while I assist her." The two nodded gravely. Chen Lu also noticed the agitated magma stones nearby, suspecting that they were riled up by the flame devourer's roar. There is no time to hesitate. Xiaotian, activate the golden scale shield and engage it in combat. Chen Lu once more drew back his crossbow and fired at the flame devourer to cover Xiaotian. Empowered, Xiaotian fearlessly charged forward. Its speed was astonishing, like a golden flash streaking towards the flame devourer, its razor-sharp claws as hard as steel, aiming for the creature's abdomen. The flame devourer howled in pain, unleashing an even fiercer torrent of flames. Xiaotian braved the flames, releasing the shadow miasma. After being poisoned, the flame devourer retaliated with a furious claw strike that sent Xiaotian flying. Xiaotian was left with several scorched wounds, the acrid scent of burning flesh lingering in the air. Chen Lu continued to unleash arrows, each one striking the flame devourer's weak points with meteor-like precision. Unfortunately, the creature's skin was as tough as armor, and the arrows only inflicted minor damage. The flame devourer was completely enraged, disregarding Xiaotian, and instead barreling towards Chen Lu with its claws raised like a mountain collapsing upon an egg. Xiaotian was unable to intervene in time. Oh no! Chen Lu's heart raced as he saw the flame devourer drawing near. Just then, a fiery sphere shot forth like a cannonball, hurling the flame devourer away. Indeed, it was the fire tortoise's rapid spinning attack. Turning to look, Chen Lu saw Wang Jiu offering him an assuring smile. Chen Lu responded with a grin, once again unleashing a barrage of arrows like a swarm of locusts upon the flame devourer. Infuriated by its injuries, the flame devourer opened its gaping maw wide, resembling a black hole, preparing to unleash a lethal strike. At that moment, Xiaotian had also closed in on the flame devourer. Chen Lu called out loudly, "Now Xiaotian, go for the fangs." Understanding the command, Xiaotian summoned all its strength, leaping into the air like a golden arrow aimed at the flame devourer's throat. Its fangs pierced fiercely, releasing a burst of toxin. The flame devourer emitted a heart-rending howl, its massive body crashing to the ground like a mountain. As it fell, the magma stones ceased their assault, falling silent. Exhausted, the group wore expressions of victory. Chen Lu approached Xiaotian, praising, "Xiaotian, splendidly done." Xiaotian, however, wore a despondent expression, lamenting, "Boss, my fur is gone." Chen Lu chuckled heartily, reassuring, "Just have a bit of meat." Wasting no time, Chen Lu began to scavenge the remains of the flame devourer. Upon acquiring its heart, he promptly placed it into his storage space. The next objective was the heart of lava, which was likely to be birthed within the flame devourer's lair. With this thought, Chen Lu signaled to his companions and pressed forward. This time, they did not follow, knowing that Chen Lu was undoubtedly seeking something specific. Chapter 43, The Unfortunate Wang Jiu. Upon entering the flame devourer's lair, Chen Lu began to inspect his surroundings. Damn, why is it all worthless fire crystal ore? Chen Lu cursed vehemently. To be honest, his luck had indeed been rather dismal. Throughout the journey, he had scarcely discovered anything of value. This will not do. Even if it's just fire crystal ore, I shall take it all. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he directly retrieved 2 multifunctional entrenching shovels from his storage space, tossing one to Xiaotian. Xiaotian, wrapping its tail around the shovel, gazed at Chen Lu with a face full of existential despair, pondering, another day of labor, such a miserable existence. Suddenly, it seemed to have an epiphany, addressing Chen Lu. "Master Lu, since the creature is already dead, is it truly wise for us to excavate its lair? Might we incur divine wrath?" Upon hearing this, Chen Lu paused, realizing the truth in Xiaotian's words. He then set down the entrenching shovel and called out to the outside, "Brother Yu, come in for a moment. I have a question to ask you." Upon hearing Chen Lu's voice, Wang Jiu hurried into the cave. "What is it?" he asked, looking puzzled. Chen Lu leaned in with a serious expression, lowering his voice. "Brother Yu, tell me, if we were to dig up someone else's ancestral grave, would we be struck by lightning?" Hearing this, Wang Jiu was momentarily taken aback. However, He quickly regained his composure, a nonchalant smile spreading across his face. What is there to fear? It's not like it's our ancestral grave. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Lu bent down to pick up the entrenching shovel from the ground. He handed it to Wang Zhiyu, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Wang Zhiyu, confused, accepted the shovel, asking, "What are we doing?" Chen Lu, brimming with excitement, replied, "Didn't you just say we should dig up someone's ancestral grave?" "Did I say that?" "Whether you said it or not is irrelevant. The fact is, hidden beneath us is the heart of lava, which can allow your fire tortoise to evolve into a lava giant tortoise. So what do you say? Shall we dig?" Wang Zhiyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he inquired. "Really? Are you serious? Don't try to fool me." Chen Lu patted his chest in assurance. "Why would I deceive you? I specifically came to this secret realm for you." Hearing this, Wang Zhiyu found it to be quite reasonable. Gripping the entrenching shovel tightly, and without hesitation began to dig downward. Chen Lu thought to himself, "Now we not only have a laborer, but also someone to bear the blame. Even if we are struck by lightning, it will be my brother Yu who faces it." Wang Zhiyu, with both hands firmly grasping the entrenching shovel, exerted all his strength to excavate the ground. Each strike of the shovel echoed with a delightful, crisp sound as it collided with the fire crystal ore. Chen Lu was wholly engrossed in swiftly depositing the excavated fire crystal ore into his storage space. Suddenly, Wang Zhiyu exclaimed with palpable excitement, "Hey, there's really something here." His voice brimmed with astonishment and exhilaration. Upon hearing this, Chen Lu hurriedly leaned in for a closer look, only to discover a piece of fiery red stone partially protruding from the soil, emanating a faint yet intense heat. Could it be a fire crystal? "Brother Shi, please help me identify it," Chen Lu silently urged within. Moments later, a voice echoed in his mind. "Identification complete. This item is the heart of lava." "By the heavens, it truly is the heart of lava?" Chen Lu exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "The heart of lava?" Wang Zhiyu, upon hearing Chen Lu's shout, carefully picked up the stone, scrutinizing its intricate patterns and luster. However, just as they were basking in their joy, the entire cave began to tremble violently without warning. Rocks from above seemed to lose their support, crashing down and raising a cloud of dust. "Goodness, your retribution has come. We must flee," Wang Zhiyu exclaimed, bewildered. Chen Lu shouted in a panic, hastily securing the heart of lava and grabbing Wang Zhiyu's hand as they dashed toward the cave entrance. As they sprinted, they called out to the others outside, trying to warn them. Jiang Chuan and the others responded with equal swiftness, immediately rising to flee toward the cave's mouth. Just as they emerged from the cave, a thunderous roar erupted from behind, and the entire cavern collapsed with a resounding crash. "That was close." Wang Zhiyu panted. "Phew, junior brother. What on earth happened inside?" Lu Rian inquired after catching her breath. Chen Lu pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding to tell a little white lie. "We were unaware of the specifics, but just as we were about to leave, we suddenly heard the sound of the cave collapsing." He chose to conceal the truth, believing it would be more convenient and spare them from unnecessary explanations. "Indeed, that is precisely how it happened. My brother, you can attest to it," he added. Jiang Chuan cast a glance at Chen Lu, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Yet he chose not to press further. After all, their safety was of utmost importance. "This place is not suitable for lingering. Let us depart swiftly. I have had my fill of camping," Sun Hao suggested. The group nodded in agreement and set off on their journey home. Along the way, Chen Lu entrusted the heart of lava, along with the heart of the flame-eating beast, to Wang Zhiyu, urging him to make good use of them. "This time, I owe it all to you, Brother Lu," Wang Zhiyu expressed gratefully. "Who are we to each other? Just make sure to nurture your fire tortoise well, and not waste this heart of lava," Chen Lu replied with a smile. The two exchanged a knowing glance, their camaraderie growing ever stronger. As they emerged from the secret realm, barely catching their breath, they were met with the serious gazes of the curator Lu Ha and two middle-aged men. "Master, what brings you here? And who are these two?" Chen Lu questioned, his face a canvas of confusion. Before he could finish, two voices rang out behind him. "Dad." Chen Lu was taken aback. He had no recollection of adopting any sons aside from Wang Zhiyu. Turning around, he realized it was Jiang Chuan and Sun Hao, their expressions tinged with trepidation. It turned out these two middle-aged men were indeed the fathers of Jiang Chuan and Sun Hao. Concerned for their sons who had secretly ventured into a D-level secret realm, they had hurried to find them, fortuitously encountering the group just as they exited the realm. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Jiang Chuan and Sun Hao appeared guilty, fully aware that they were about to face stern repercussions. "You lot are utterly irresponsible. I haven't even imparted to you the knowledge regarding the secret realm, and you dare to recklessly trespass. What if something had happened?" Lu Ha scolded sternly, his expression grave. "We're sorry, master. We acknowledge our mistake and will never do this again," Lu Rian, Jiang Chuan, and Sun Hao chorused. "Humph, I shall let this slide this time." Considering it's your first offense, but do not expect my leniency in the future. Lu He warned with a severe tone. Thank you, master. We will surely heed your teachings, the three responded in unison. Lu He then turned to Jiang Chuan and Sun Hao's fathers, saying, Gentlemen, I apologize for my lack of oversight, causing you distress. Fortunately, they all emerged unscathed, so it was merely a close call. No need for apologies. It's just these mischievous boys. Now, we shall take them home, the two men replied, their words polite, but their expressions utterly devoid of warmth. Lu He perceived their dissatisfaction, but still insisted, Very well, gentlemen, take care. Subsequently, Jiang Chuan and Sun Hao were whisked away like two little chicks. Chapter 44, Stars F5. After Jiang Chuan and Sun Hao were taken away, Lu He's smile vanished as if swept away by a tempest, leaving a brooding countenance in its wake. Observing the change in Lu He's demeanor, Lu Ruyan rushed forward, grasping his hand with teary eyes, pleading, Father, I realize my mistake. I promise I will never leave without your permission again. Please forgive me. Lu He looked at Lu Ruyan's sincere expression. The reprimands he had intended to deliver evaporating from his lips. Sighing, he softly replied, As long as you're safe, that is what truly matters. Yet, I fear your two junior brothers may no longer be able to attend the martial arts academy. Surely not, master. We merely entered a secret realm. Chen Lu interjected. Scratching his head in confusion, Lu He shot Chen Lu a glare, responding tersely, What do you know? They are not just any ordinary children. Jiang Chuan and Sun Hao are the heirs of the Jiang and Sun families. Following this incident, their families will undoubtedly restrict their ventures into the outside world henceforth. Nevertheless, our expedition to the secret realm was immensely fruitful. Our strengths have significantly improved, and junior brother Chen Lu even successfully vanquished the boss within the realm. Lu Ruyan interjected, unable to contain her enthusiasm. What? You defeated the boss? Quickly, share the details of your experiences in the secret realm. Lu He's eyes lit up with eagerness as he implored for more information. Thus, Lu Ruyan recounted their encounters within the secret realm in vivid detail. Upon hearing her tale, a radiant smile returned to Lu He's face, and he patted Chen Lu's shoulder, exclaiming, Haha, you rascal. You truly have exceeded my expectations. Humph, let us see if those two old geezers dare to put on airs now. Chen Lu and Lu Ruyan exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of helplessness. Meanwhile, Wang Jiu gently poked Chen Lu's shoulder, lowering his voice to say, Lu, your master's mood shifts faster than the turning of a page. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Lu He appeared behind Wang Jiu like a wraith, his presence sudden and startling. Clearing his throat, Lu He deliberately lowered his voice, lacing it with a hint of menace as he remarked, Young man, speaking ill of others behind their backs is hardly a commendable habit. Wang Jiu, startled to his core, felt a shiver run down his spine, perplexed by how this individual could have so swiftly materialized behind him. Yet, he feigned composure and replied with an air of seriousness, I have not spoken ill of you behind your back. I was quite candid just now. Indeed, I can attest. My brother, you did indeed speak openly. Chen Lu chimed in supportively from the side. Upon hearing their words, Lu He was momentarily taken aback before succumbing to laughter. He patted Wang Jiu on the shoulder, a flicker of admiration dancing in his eyes. Thinking to himself that this lad possessed a modicum of courage and seemed to share a good rapport with Chen Lu. Perhaps he ought to take him on as a disciple? With this thought, Lu He coughed lightly and addressed Wang Jiu. Young man, would you care to become my pupil? Wang Jiu was taken aback by the sudden proposal, momentarily stunned. He hesitated, glancing towards Chen Lu for guidance. Chen Lu, eager to see Wang Jiu every day, nodded enthusiastically. Seeing Chen Lu's affirmation, Wang Jiu wasted no time in declaring, I would be honored. To be candid, I have long admired you and yearned to witness your prowess. Lu He, sensing a familiarity in those words, erupted into hearty laughter. Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be my disciple. Welcome to the Xingqian Martial Arts Academy. Junior brother Jiu. Lu Ruyan also extended her congratulations to Wang Jiu. Subsequently, the four of them returned to the Martial Arts Academy. Meanwhile, when Sun Hao recounted his experiences in the secret realm to his father, Sun Jian, disbelief clouded Sun Jian's features, his brow furrowed. Father, I am not deceiving you. We truly swept through the secret realm. Sun Hao insisted, desperation and exasperation tinging his tone. Sun Jian scoffed, crossing his arms and gazing down at Sun Hao. With your group, you likely just circled the periphery before scuttling back out, eager to continue your frivolous escapades. With that, he extracted a whip from his waist and administered a lesson of tough love to Sun Hao. The sound of the whip slicing through the air reverberated through the room, harmonizing with Sun Hao's pained cries in a grim symphony. Eventually, observing Sun Hao's battered state, yet stubborn defiance, Sun Jian sensed something amiss. After breaking 3 genuine leather belts, He finally ceased his assault, panting heavily, and pondered, could it be that this lad spoke the truth? Thus, Sun Jian dialed Jiang Chuan's father, Jiang Feng. Just as Jiang Feng was furiously lashing Jiang Chuan, the phone rang unexpectedly. Upon answering, Sun Hao swiftly interjected, "Hello, old Jiang. There is something peculiar about my little rascal. He insists they conquered a D-level secret realm. Isn't your little brat the most honest? Pray, enlighten me on what transpired." Sun Jian continued. "Strangely enough, despite my breaking several whips, he has remained tight-lipped. Is that so? What did you inquire?" Jiang Feng suddenly realized he had been too preoccupied with punishing Jiang Chuan to ask any questions. Hastily hanging up, he approached the suspended Jiang Chuan. With teary eyes, Jiang Chuan gazed up at him, an expression of grievance and helplessness etched upon his face. Jiang Feng, maintaining a stern demeanor, questioned, "What transpired in the secret realm?" Jiang Chuan shook his head, tears flowing. "Wu. I can't say. Not willing to speak." Jiang Chuan wept even more pitifully. "Wu." Frowning, Jiang Feng remarked impatiently, "It seems you will not shed tears until faced with dire consequences." As he prepared to strike again, the steward interjected, "Sir." The young master still has something in his mouth. Jiang Feng paused, realization dawning as he slapped his forehead. "Ah, I forgot. I was irritated by his noise." Jiang Chuan. Having unraveled the events, both Jiang Feng and Sun Jian recognized that Chen Lu was no ordinary individual. Consequently, they instructed Jiang Chuan and Sun how to return to the martial arts academy. In the ensuing days, Wang Zhiyu's arrival breathed new life into the academy, primarily due to his remarkable ability to embellish tales. He regaled everyone with tales of single-handedly challenging a bronze-level boss, speaking with unwavering conviction. Eventually, the Xiaotian Academy coalesced into an F5 team led by Chen Lu, while the other disciples became their followers. As time sped by, a month slipped away in the blink of an eye. During this period, the pets of the Xiaotian F5 flourished, their strength surging impressively. First and foremost was Chen Lu's Xiaotian, now reaching the pinnacle of Black Iron 9 stars. Unlike typical pets, Xiaotian did not require time to amass strength. Once its internal energy was expended, it could seamlessly ascend to bronze level. Following closely were Jiang Chuan and Lu Rian's pets, each attaining the same Black Iron 9 stars, albeit needing time to gather energy for their push to the bronze rank. The duration for this accumulation remained uncertain. According to the academy head, Lu Ha, with sufficient potential, the more solidly a pet's foundation was laid, the more energy it accumulated, thus facilitating an easier breakthrough to the next tier. Then there was Sun Hao's Qingzhu Panda, which Xiaotian persistently pestered to enhance its resilience. After numerous attempts, it had progressed to Black Iron 8 stars, tantalizingly close to the next level. Lastly, Wang Zhiyu's Fire Turtle exhibited the most remarkable improvement, soaring from a relatively low tier to Black Iron 8 stars in just a month. With only 4 months remaining until the entrance examination, the current trajectory suggested that barring any unforeseen circumstances, all members of the Xiaotian F5 were poised to become bronze-level beast tamer. Within the habitat of the pets, Chen Lu and the other members of Xiaotian F3 lounged in sun chairs, basking in the warmth. Meanwhile, Lu Rian assistedly lay in training other disciples of the academy. As sunlight cascaded over him, Chen Lu stretched luxuriously, relishing the moment. Wang Zhiyu, clutching a large cup of coconut juice, took a hearty sip and remarked, "Lu, isn't it rather dull to either train our pets or watch your hound take a beating?" "Indeed, junior brother. I find myself missing our last excursion into the secret realm," Sun Hao mused, flicking his fingers against the adjacent sun chair, clearly feeling restless and eager for action. "How about we seek out another D-level secret realm for some fun?" Chen Lu proposed, his eyes lighting up with enthusiasm. "Not so fast, junior brother. While secret realms can be enjoyable, their environments are far too harsh for a good night's rest," Jiang Chuan replied, shaking his head vigorously, his expression betraying memories of a harrowing experience. "What then do you suggest we do?" Chen Lu asked, casting a helpless glance at the three. "Perhaps we could explore the Hohai area. There, not only are there battlefields, but beast tamers can also take their pets into the sea for some fun." Wang Zhiyu excitedly proposed, his eyes seemingly shimmering with the light of ocean waves. "This idea from the junior disciple is splendid. I adore it. I've heard that there are numerous ladies in bikinis over there." Jiang Chuan chuckled, winking mischievously. "What are we waiting for? Let us go." Sun Hao eagerly sprang to his feet. "Should we invite Sister Lu?" Wang Zhiyu suddenly inquired. "No need, no need. She's almost 18, yet still looks like a flat runway." "There's nothing appealing about that," Jiang Chuan retorted casually. "Exactly," Sun Hao concurred. Chen Lu was about to echo their sentiments. But upon recalling the formidable reputation of the Beast Emperor, he hesitated. The group donned their attire and set off. Upon exiting the martial arts school, they noticed that the luxurious car Sun Hao had called for had yet to arrive, prompting them to wait a moment longer. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, akin to a bolt of lightning on a clear day, sending shockwaves across the ground. Instantly, chaos erupted among the pedestrians on the street. Was that an earthquake? Wang Jiyu queried, munching on a banana. The city's seismic measures are robust. It cannot be an earthquake. It must be an industrial explosion. Jiang Chuan remarked nonchalantly. Chen Lu and the others dismissed the thought, relieved as long as the explosion didn't affect them. While they continued to wait, they spotted two officers in uniforms desperately pursuing a middle-aged man clad in black. "Surrender, Zhang Tai," one officer shouted hoarsely. "Huh, you are utterly deluded," the fleeing man retorted, showing no fear and quickening his pace. As the man in black approached an intersection, Chen Lu, with a desire to do good, swiftly snatched the banana peel from Wang Jiyu's hand and expertly tossed it onto the man's path. With a sharp crack, the black-clad man slipped and fell to the ground. Witnessing this, Wang Jiyu and the others dashed forward, eager to restrain him, just as they believed their victory was assured. The previously subdued man suddenly unleashed a surge of strength, propelling Wang Jiyu and the others backward with great force. At that crucial moment, two additional officers arrived promptly, effectively blocking the man's escape routes. "Zhang Tai, you have nowhere left to run. Quickly crouch and cover your head," one officer commanded with authority. Surrounded by the two officers, Zhang Tai displayed no sign of panic. Instead, he sneered and declared, "I initially had no intention of causing trouble within the city. But since you've chosen this path to destruction, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Come forth, Black Flame Demon Goat." As the words left his mouth, a towering 3-meter-tall Black Flame Demon Goat materialized before the crowd. Outrageous. The two officers, undeterred, summoned their own beasts. "Arise, Golden Mane Roar." Two golden-maned beasts, each over 2 meters tall, appeared before them. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Zhang Tai smirked, disdainfully commanding his Black Flame Demon Goat. "These two mere silver 1-star weaklings are nothing. Black Flame Demon Goat, unleash the Black Sky Inferno and incinerate these meddlesome youngsters." No sooner had he spoken than the Black Flame Demon Goat opened its massive maw, unleashing an enormous torrent of black flames that surged toward Chen Lu and the others. Not good. The officers' faces paled as they swiftly directed their Golden Mane Roars to execute their skills. Golden Mane Roar quickly used the Golden Shield. Instantly, the two Golden Mane Roars positioned themselves before Chen Lu and the others, transforming into radiant golden shields in an attempt to withstand the impending fiery assault. As the golden shields began to falter, the officers shouted urgently, "Students, run!" They are members of the Beast God cult, a group of sociopathic, antisocial thugs. Chen Lu, fixated on the inferno-engulfed Black Flame Demon Goat, noted its level as Silver 7-star. With their current strength, they stood no chance against it. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Lu and his companions swiftly retrieved their martial arts school's tokens. Upon activation, the heavy doors of the martial arts school creaked open. Without delay, they rushed inside. "Master, help us. The Beast God cult has already reached the entrance." As they ran, they called out desperately. Chapter 46, The Stone Lion King. Hearing the frantic cries of Chen Lu and his companions, Lu Rian and Li Lei, who were supervising the disciples' training, exchanged puzzled glances filled with concern. After a brief moment, they approached Chen Lu and inquired, "What is happening, junior disciple?" Panting heavily, as though they had just emerged from a fierce battle, their faces were ashen, and their eyes reflected boundless fear and panic. Jiang Chuan stammered, "Something serious has occurred. We must find the master." His voice trembled with palpable terror. Observing their alarmed expressions, Li Lei and Lu Rian felt a wave of urgency. They understood the gravity of the situation and knew immediate action was necessary. Without hesitation, they turned to seek out Lu He. However, just as they were about to step away, Lu He's resonant voice echoed from afar. "What's all this ruckus during the day? Can't anyone let a person sleep?" As he approached, he caught sight of the exhausted quartet and couldn't help but remark, "What trouble have you stirred up this time?" "It's not us, master. It's the Beast God cult that wants to kill us," Wang Jiyu shouted at the top of his lungs. "The Beast God cult? Why are they resurfacing?" Lu He frowned deeply, seemingly lost in thought. Clearly, this revelation bewildered him. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively commanded, "You all stay put inside the martial arts school. No one is to move. I'll go see what is happening." In a flash, Lu He vanished from sight. Wang Jiyu swallowed hard, his heart racing as he muttered, "What on earth is this Beast God cult? They come at us with the intent to slaughter." Jiang Chuan exhaled deeply, saying, "I've heard of this organization. Its members are deranged fanatics who advocate for the extermination of humanity, believing that ferocious beasts are the rightful rulers of the world." The group fell silent, their faces etched with shock. Chen Lu, curious, asked, "Aren't they human as well?" "Indeed, Lao Jiang. They can't possibly wish to eradicate their own kind. Sun Hao chimed in. No, members of the beast god cult can no longer be considered human. Jiang Chuan replied gravely. What do you mean? They all asked in unison. They have undergone inhumane transformations, integrating parts of ferocious beasts into their own bodies. Jiang Chuan's words elicited gasps from the group. Half-beasts? Chen Lu exclaimed in disbelief. That would be an accurate description. Jiang Chuan nodded. Does the Dragon Nation government not intervene? Lu Rian asked indignantly. How could one possibly remain indifferent? Over a decade ago, the Dragon Kingdom had already eliminated all core members of the beast god cult, Jiang Chuan replied, his tone tinged with relief. Had the state not intervened in a timely manner, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Presently, only a handful of members of the beast god cult remained, lurking in the shadows. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, as Lu Ha stepped out of the martial arts hall, he observed the golden-haired officers being ruthlessly subdued by Zhang Tai's black flame demon goat. How dare they wreak havoc before the gates of my star martial arts hall? They have no regard for me. Lu Ha seethed with indignation. Stone Lion King, annihilate them with a furious roar. With Lu He's thunderous command, a majestic Stone Lion King descended from the heavens, unleashing a powerful sonic wave. The wave morphed into a ferocious lion, lunging straight at the black flame demon goat. The goat, caught off guard, suffered a devastating blow, collapsing to the ground, twitching in a near-death state. Had it not been for its life-preserving mechanism, it would surely have perished. Zhang Tai, witnessing this, could not help but mutter a curse under his breath. Damn it, how could a golden-level beast tamer arrive so swiftly? The two officers, seeing the turn of events, were overjoyed and quickly expressed their gratitude to Lu Ha. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your timely assistance. They understood that without Lu He's intervention, their beasts would likely have met their demise. Lu Ha waved his hand dismissively, his anger unabated. Without hesitation, he commanded the Stone Lion King, finish off that goat. Upon receiving the command, the Stone Lion King unleashed its formidable power, crashing down like a mountain. Its colossal paw bearing down on the black flame demon goat with unparalleled might. With a resounding thud, the goat was instantly crushed into a pulp, offering no resistance whatsoever. Nearby, the man in black, witnessing the goat's gruesome end, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly suffering severe backlash from his beast's demise. The two officers, engulfed in a wave of fear, nonetheless steeled themselves and shouted, Zhang Tai, you have nowhere to run. Surrender at once and come with us. Yet, the man in black erupted into manic laughter, defiantly taunting the officers. Do you think this is the end? Open your eyes wide and witness the might of the beast god. With that, he tore open his black attire, revealing a shocking sight. 8 grotesquely twisted tentacles erupted from his back. Ha ha, Zhang Tai cackled, seemingly descending into madness. Prepare to die, as he roared. The 8 tentacles writhed like venomous serpents, exuding a chilling aura. Lu He's pupils dilated. He realized that the adversary before him was far more perilous than anticipated. He swiftly commanded the Stone Lion King to attack, striving to thwart the encroaching tentacles. However, the tentacles moved with lightning speed, effortlessly evading the Stone Lion King's assault. They entwined together with agility, resembling a massive python, and struck towards Lu Ha with ferocity. Lu Ha dodged to the side and snarled. The beasts of the beast god cult are indeed formidable, but this ends now. Stone Lion King, execute the demonic rock shatter. The Stone Lion King stomped its feet vehemently against the ground, causing a sharp rock spike to emerge from beneath, piercing through Zhang Tai's entire body like a razor-sharp lance. Though Zhang Tai was impaled, he did not perish immediately. Struggling, he raised his head, despair and reluctance etched in his eyes. The beast god will annihilate you all. With those words, his visage twisted into a ghastly snarl, as if his very face was about to explode, and then he detonated, blood and flesh scattering everywhere. Lu Ha ensured Zhang Tai was irrevocably dead before retracting the Stone Lion King into his beast space. Turning to the two officers, he stated, I leave the matter in your capable hands. Should you require my assistance, have your captain seek me out. The officers nodded vigorously, expressing their gratitude. Lu Ha patted their shoulders before returning to the Star Martial Arts Hall. Chapter 47. A Heart for Justice Since Childhood. Once Lu Ha departed, the two officers breathed a sigh of relief. We must not delay. Let us promptly inform the captain. One suggested. Agreed. You stay here to secure the scene while I go reassure the frightened public, the other officer responded with a nod. In the Dragon Kingdom, police officers are held in high esteem and trusted by the populace, enjoying a significant level of credibility. Thus, with the officers' patient reassurances, order was swiftly restored to the street. Simultaneously, 3 police vehicles, accompanied by the shrill wail of sirens, raced to the scene, arriving with remarkable speed. From the leading vehicle emerged a middle-aged man, seemingly in his 40s or 50s, named Ho Ping, a powerful and highly respected silver 9-star beast tamer. Though somewhat slender, he exuded an aura of composure and authority. However, it was peculiar that upon disembarking, Ho Ping did not immediately seek details of the incident. Instead, he hurried directly to the crime scene. Upon witnessing the ground strewn with flesh and the long-dead black flame demon goat, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Facing the two officers who reported to him, he inquired in a low voice, "Did you two defeat this member of the beast god cult together?" One officer hastily shook his head in reply, "No, sir. The one who vanquished this cultist is a mysterious golden-level elder, currently within that martial arts hall. If you require further assistance or directives, he has instructed us to inform you to seek him directly." As he spoke, the officer gestured toward the nearby Star Martial Arts Hall. Upon hearing this, Ho Ping's gaze sharpened, akin to that of a hawk, fixated on the hall, internally cursing, "Damn that old fool for ruining my plans." He had remained stagnant in the captain's position for a decade, aspiring to ascend further. Achieving the status of a golden-level beast tamer was his only path forward. Yet, such aspirations were easier said than done. Though his beast possessed decent potential, advancing in rank was akin to scaling a mountain. His strongest beast had stagnated at silver 7 stars for years, making it impossible to reach even silver 9 stars, let alone golden level. Subsequently, a mysterious figure approached him, promising that with his assistance, Ho Ping could attain the rank of golden-level beast tamer. Naturally, Ho Ping was skeptical. To his astonishment, the mysterious figure presented him with a red pill, claiming that consuming it would elevate his beast's level. Reluctantly, he allowed his beast to ingest it, only to find it had indeed advanced 2 levels. Thus, he agreed to assist the mysterious figure with his tasks, the first of which was to ensure Zhang Tai's release. Although Ho Ping was perplexed, he was aware that upon the successful completion of the task, the enigmatic figure would assist him in ascending to the esteemed rank of a gold-tier beastmaster. Thus, he deliberately delayed the response time of the police. Unfortunately, Zhang Tai still perished, and he could no longer advance to the rank of gold-tier beastmaster. Taking a deep breath, Ho Ping endeavored to calm himself. Clearing his throat, he turned to the 2 officers behind him and said, "Since the members of the beast god cult have been eliminated, there is no further need for me to visit that esteemed elder. However, ensure that you conduct a thorough and comprehensive recording of your findings with him, leaving no detail unexamined." One officer, upon hearing this, displayed a flicker of confusion on his face and could not help but ask, "Captain Ho, are we truly abandoning the pursuit of further investigation? I believe there may still be remnants of the beast god cult within Bright City." Ho Ping abruptly turned his head, his gaze piercing like a blade as he confronted the officer, questioning, "What evidence do you possess to substantiate the existence of additional members of the beast god cult?" Mere conjecture is not sufficient. Caught off guard by Ho Ping's inquiry, the officer stammered, unable to articulate a response. I just thought." "Enough. Spare me the explanations." Ho Ping interrupted impatiently, waving his hand dismissively. "I have other matters to attend to. You must clear the scene promptly." With that, he turned on his heel and departed without a backward glance. The 2 officers, witnessing this, attempted to call out to Ho Ping, but ultimately sighed in resignation. They were well aware of his steadfast nature, knowing that once he had made a decision, it was nearly impossible to alter. Thus, they resumed their efforts to assist their fellow officers in tidying the scene. Inside the Xiaotian martial arts school, the return of Lu Ha prompted everyone to gather around him eagerly. Wang Jiu was the first to speak. "Master, what transpired outside the school?" "Indeed, Master. Please share the details with us," the others implored, their faces alight with anticipation as they looked at Lu Ha. Lu Ha smiled calmly and replied, "That scoundrel from the beast god cult possessed some skill. After I dispatched his pet, he miraculously sprouted 8 robust and agile tentacles, resembling a ferocious humanoid octopus. And then, Master, did that fellow manage to escape?" Wang Jiu pressed eagerly. "Humph, did he think he could elude me? Who does he believe himself to be?" Lu Ha scoffed, a hint of pride illuminating his countenance. "My Stone Lion King dispatched that scoundrel with a single strike. Master is truly formidable." "How impressive!" the group exclaimed in unison, showering him with admiration. Waving his hand dismissively, Lu Ha turned to enter the inner room. "Very well, the police may arrive shortly to inquire about the specifics. I will leave this matter in your capable hands. I shall take a brief respite." "Understood, Master. We shall handle everything." Chen Lu responded without hesitation. With that, Chen Lu tugged Wang Jiu and dashed toward the entrance of the martial arts school. "Is it just me, or is junior brother unusually enthusiastic this time?" Jiang Chuan remarked. A look of confusion etched on his face. "Indeed, he typically feigns a stomach ache in these situations," Sun Hao added, equally bewildered. However, the 2 did not dwell on it for long and retreated to their rooms to unwind. At the entrance of Xiaotian Martial Arts School, Chen Lu and Wang Jiu were engaged in recording statements with several officers. Wang Jiu, brimming with excitement, addressed a female officer taking notes. Yes, indeed, I am Wang Jiu. When I witnessed injustice, I did not hesitate to confront that member of the beast god cult. And what happened next? Weren't you afraid? The female officer inquired with curiosity. Alas, I am simply someone who has always lent a helping hand, assisting elderly ladies across the street and caring for wayward girls, Wang Jiu replied, somewhat boastfully. The female officer, suppressing a laugh, turned to Chen Lu and asked, and what about you? Clearing his throat, Chen Lu feigned seriousness, saying, to be honest, officer, I have always harbored a desire to eradicate evil and uphold justice. Once another male officer, overwhelmed, quickly interjected, all right, no need for further elaboration. Just sign here, please. Certainly, officer, Chen Lu said, signing his name without a second thought. To be honest, officer, I am usually quite low-key. But if reporters wish to interview me about my heroic deeds, I would be willing to oblige. Yes, officer, we would be more than happy to accept an interview. Wang Jiu chimed in, echoing Chen Lu's sentiments. The officers exchanged incredulous glances in response. Rest assured, no reporters will be interviewing you. Wang Jiu sighed, well, it seems my draft was for naught. Chapter 48, an old acquaintance at Hohai officer, will there be a reward for our acts of bravery? Chen Lu suddenly inquired. For your good deeds, there will indeed be a reward, though it is likely to be modest, perhaps only a few thousand yuan, one officer replied. What? We nearly lost our lives, and that's all we receive? Wang Jiu exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Regrettably, our police department's funds are limited, we simply cannot offer more. The officer explained with a shrug. Sigh, had I known, I would have had Sister Ru Yin handle the statement. Chen Lu lamented, visibly disheartened. However, in addition to the monetary reward, there is a special token of appreciation, another female officer interjected, smiling mysteriously. Oh, what kind of reward? Both young men inquired eagerly. Follow me to the station to find out. The female officer teased. Very well, let's go. It's not as if we have anything pressing to do. Chen Lu and Wang Jiu exchanged glances before following the officer to the police station. Upon entering the station, they were greeted by two elegantly wrapped boxes on a table. What is this? Wang Jiu asked, leaning forward with curiosity. Open and see, the officer encouraged with a smile. The two young men carefully opened the boxes, revealing a vibrant banner and a certificate for their acts of bravery. Wow, a certificate! Chen Lu exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Indeed, Lu. It seems we have never received a certificate in our lives, Wang Jiu echoed, equally thrilled. This trip to the police station was indeed worth it. Originally, they had planned to return to the martial arts school to boast about their achievement, but they arrived too late, finding that everyone else had already drifted into slumber. Thus, they reluctantly set aside their intentions for the time being. The following morning, sunlight cascaded into the courtyard of the martial arts school like shards of gold. Chen Lu and Wang Jiu rose early, each clutching a banner and a certificate of bravery, parading about like peacocks eager to display their plumage. Boasting was a necessity. Without showcasing their certificate, it would be as if they had never received it at all. Observing Chen Lu and Wang Jiu's ostentatious display, Sun Hao could not help but comment, wow, old Wang, no wonder you were so eager yesterday. It seems you were after this. Hee, what do you think, brother Sun? Are you envious? Wang Jiu beamed with pride. I'm not envious at all, Sun Hao retorted, though a twinge of jealousy lingered in his heart. All right, are we still going to Hohai today, as we discussed yesterday? Jiang Chuan inquired, strolling towards them from a distance. Of course, if I encounter that beast god cult on the way, I shall undoubtedly obliterate it with a single punch, Wang Jiu declared. Bro, it seems you nearly wet your pants back then. How do you know? I distinctly wore adult diapers. Just a casual remark. So it turns out you wore diapers, huh? Upon hearing this, laughter erupted among the group. Damn it, Chen Lu, you've set me up again. Wang Jiu's face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple. And he charged towards Chen Lu in a fit of indignation, like a famished tiger pouncing on its prey. Seeing Wang Jiu barreling towards him, Chen Lu quickly dodged and laughed. Haha, brother you, don't be angry. Let us go to Hohai and check out the bikini-clad beauties. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiu relented. All right. For the sake of the beauties, I'll spare you. After a journey of 2.5 hours, a luxurious car came to a gradual halt near Hohai. Sun Haoxing excitedly pointed out the window, exclaiming, this is the place. Jiang Chuan swiftly exited the vehicle, stating, please wait a moment. I will go purchase the tickets. Everyone nodded in agreement. Chen Lu seized the opportunity to check the treacherous map on his phone and was astonished to find that the location was rather secluded, with no rivers flowing nearby. Curiously, he muttered, could it be that this so-called Hohai is actually artificially excavated? Indeed, junior brother. despite its remote location. The business here is remarkably thriving. Let us hurry inside, Jiang Chuan said, shaking the tickets in his hand, signaling everyone to follow closely. After their tickets were verified, they quickly changed into their swim trunks and strode purposefully towards the beach. As they reached the sandy shore, Chen Lu caught sight of a somewhat familiar figure lounging leisurely on a beach chair, sipping juice with an air of tranquility. This long-haired beauty piqued Chen Lu's interest, and he couldn't help but ponder, this person looks eerily familiar. Could she be the illustrious Dream of Remnant who once sold me the golden scale beast Longhorn? Chen Lu murmured to himself, perplexed. How strange, she had short hair back then. Has it grown long now? Yet, I recall her bosom didn't appear this ample. Wang Jiu noticed Chen Lu in a daze and urged, Hey, Lu, why are you just standing there? Let us go surfing. Snapping back to reality, Chen Lu replied, You go ahead, I'll lounge here for a while. Wang Jiu nodded in understanding and exclaimed, Surfing is a man's romance. Before darting into the ocean like an arrow released from its bow. After some contemplation, Chen Lu decided to approach the figure. After all, he hadn't sought her help since their last encounter. He cautiously walked over to her side and softly inquired, Pardon me, are you the Dream of Remnant? The woman swiftly turned to face him, her gaze landing on Chen Lu's unassuming visage, and a hint of surprise flickered across her face as she gently remarked, Oh? So it's you, that rather diminutive buyer? Chen Lu felt a tinge of helplessness upon hearing her words. What did she mean by diminutive? The term hardly suited him at all. Indeed, it is you, Dream of Remnant. I never anticipated encountering you here. By the way, your hair looks like a wig, perhaps? Chen Lu thought to himself, having always perceived Dream of Remnant as a free spirit. Now, seeing her, he confirmed his initial impression. Scratching his head, somewhat embarrassed, he said, I must thank you for your assistance last time. You helped me enter the idol shark. I hadn't yet found the opportunity to express my gratitude. Dream of Remnant waved her hand dismissively. It was but a trivial matter, nothing to dwell upon. At that moment, Wang Jiu came running from a distance, shouting excitedly, Lu, come look. I've discovered a massive wave. Chen Lu turned to Wang Jiu and then back to Dream of Remnant, saying, All right, I'll head over now. Dream of Remnant nodded slightly, have fun. As Chen Lu walked toward the shore, Wang Jiu eagerly approached. What do you think? I told you, this wave is absolutely exhilarating. Gazing at the surging sea, Chen Lu felt a surge of adventurous spirit rise within him. All right, let us give it a try. Both of them dashed into the ocean, swimming determinately toward the towering waves. As the waves propelled them forward, they neared the crest. When the wave reached its zenith, both Chen Lu and Wang Jiu soared into the air. After their surfing escapade, Chen Lu and Wang Jiu basked in the glorious sunlight. Observing the numerous slender, fair legs and well-shaped posteriors on the beach, Wang Jiu couldn't tear his gaze away, nearly drooling. Brother, you look over there. That lady has such a voluptuous figure. Chen Lu followed his line of sight and was astonished to discover it was none other than Dream of Remnant. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath, Indeed. Quite ample. Too bad it's all padded. Look, Lu, that lady is smiling at me. Wang Jiu exclaimed, practically dancing with excitement. Do you think she likes me? He implored Chen Lu. Chen Lu, taken aback, replied, Well, perhaps, maybe, who knows? Why don't you go ask her? I want tea. She definitely likes me. Wang Jiu insisted, already lost in his fantasies. Chen Lu thought, Oh dear, Wang Jiu is beyond salvation. He is so easily fooled by superficial appearances. Resolving to check out the arena, he slowly rose from his lounge chair, brushing off the sand, and made his way toward the competition area. Upon arriving at the stands of the arena, he found no sign of Jiang Chuan and the others. However, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar face, Jin Xiaoyu, who at that moment was ingratiating himself with a chubby girl who appeared to weigh over 300 pounds. The scene was rather hard to behold. As the competition was about to commence, Chen Lu casually found a seat. Just as he settled down, he heard Jin Xiaoyu, while kneading the chubby girl's legs, nonchalantly say to Chen Lu, Hey, this is our Princess Yang Ming's exclusive area. Be considerate and find another spot to sit. Jin Xiaoyu's tone was laced with condescension and disdain. Oh my goodness, what on earth? A princess? She could squash you with one sit. Chen Lu, unable to tolerate such sycophancy, felt his temper flare. He immediately shouted at Jin Xiaoyu. No, Jin Xiaoyu, if you want to drive a tank, no one will stop you. But this is a public area. If you keep babbling nonsense, don't blame me for taking action. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Jin Xiaoyu looked up and was instantly taken aback, nearly dropping his jaw to the ground. Chen Lu, what are you doing here? Why can't I be here? Chen Lu retorted, exasperated. You? Can you even afford the entrance fee here? Jin Xiaoyu asked with skepticism. Oh, I see. You must have stolen the ticket, he said, feigning realization. I stole your sister. Chen Lu could no longer contain himself, darting forward to throw a punch that made Jin Xiaoyu cry out in pain. "Stop it," interjected the slightly plump girl, Yang Meng. "You need to know who you're dealing with," Yang Meng exclaimed, her displeasure and anger palpable. "Shut up, you fat cow. If you say another word, I'll take you down too." Chen Lu shot back fiercely. Upon hearing this, Yang Meng's expression darkened instantly. Her round eyes widened as she glared at Chen Lu, enunciating each word. "Do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me like that?" Seeing Yang Meng backing him up, Jin Xiaoyu became smug. Clutching his swollen face, he provocatively said to Chen Lu, "Ha, Chen Lu, you're done for. This lady is the daughter of Vice Mayor Yang from Guangming City. Are you scared now?" However, Chen Lu remained unfazed, a cold smile creeping across his lips. He disdainfully looked at Yang Meng and questioned, "So, the mayor's daughter has the privilege to occupy public areas at will? Is there no sense of justice left?" In the past, merely revealing her identity would have made those around her bow and scrape like obedient hounds. Yang Meng, taken aback by Chen Lu's audacity, felt her anger blaze fiercely within her. She pointed at Chen Lu, shouting in exasperation, "You dare be so disrespectful to me? Someone, teach this insolent fool a lesson." No sooner had she spoken than several burly bodyguards in black suits swiftly surrounded them like phantoms. Chen Lu's gaze sharpened, his pupils flashing with determination as he clenched his fists, bracing for a fight. Just then, a deep, magnetic voice resounded. "Everyone, stop." The voice echoed like a thunderclap, vibrating through the air and causing everyone present to feel a jolt of surprise. All eyes turned towards the source of the voice, revealing a robust, composed middle-aged man striding forward with a steady gait, each step seemingly infused with immense strength, as if he were a moving mountain. Even more striking was the raven, pitch black as ink, perched on his broad shoulder. Yang Meng, seeing her bodyguards freeze in their tracks, seethed with rage. She widened her eyes and shouted, "What are you useless fools waiting for? Get him." Her tone was laced with authority and arrogance. However, the bodyguards exchanged glances, hesitating. They sensed that this middle-aged man was no ordinary individual, but were reluctant to defy Yang Meng's commands. Just as they prepared to act, the raven on the man's shoulders suddenly cawed, a sound that shattered the tense silence like an incantation. Astonishingly, the previously restless bodyguards collapsed to the ground without warning. The middle-aged man then cast a cold glance at Yang Meng, a hint of disdain curling his lips as he spoke in an icy tone. "This is an arena, and only beast battles are permitted. Any other form of conflict is strictly prohibited. Should anyone dare to engage in violence again, do not blame me for being impolite." His words exuded an undeniable authority, as unyielding as a mountain, leaving no room for rebuttal. Yang Meng was ready to explode with anger, but at that moment, Jin Xiaoyu interjected, "Princess, this is Haya, the manager of Hohai, a golden-tier beastmaster." Upon hearing this, Yang Meng regained her composure and fell silent. With those around him cowed into submission, Haya turned and departed. Chapter 50, The Man Who Drives a Tank. Once Haya left, Jin Xiaoyu instantly adopted a sycophantic demeanor, smiling and apologizing to Yang Meng, before turning his attention back to Chen Lu. "Chen Lu, do you dare to have a beast battle with me? The loser will kneel and call the other daddy." Jin Xiaoyu taunted, feeling triumphant as he calculated that since Chen Lu had not entered the rocket class, his beast level must be inferior to his own, ensuring his victory in the contest. Chen Lu crossed his arms, looking at Jin Xiaoyu with disdain. "I could never produce a son as unfilial as you." Jin Xiaoyu, infuriated by Chen Lu's words, scoffed, "Humph. I think you're just afraid to compete with me. Perhaps you used some underhanded means to get first place in the school's test." The more he spoke, the more animated he became, trying to provoke Chen Lu. However, Chen Lu merely sighed softly and replied calmly, "Time is indeed a wondrous thing. It can help one let go of past grievances and fears, but it can also make certain individuals forget their previous terrors. Spare me your pretentious philosophizing, and just get lost if you're too cowardly to accept the challenge." Jin Xiaoyu, infuriated, shouted, "You're just pretending to be a philosopher because you're afraid to fight." Perhaps it was because Chen Lu had struck a nerve, bringing back memories of being beaten by him, or perhaps he just wanted to appear more masculine in front of Yang Meng. Regardless, he had completely lost his cool. Of course, his audacity stemmed from the fact that Haya had just declared that fighting was prohibited. Chen Lu, however, merely smiled coldly. He slowly clenched his fists and took a step forward. This seemingly insignificant action made Jin Xiaoyu panic like a startled bird. "What are you doing?" Jin Xiaoyu involuntarily took a step back, attempting to deter Chen Lu with words. "I'm telling you, that guy just said we can't engage in fights outside of beast battles." His voice trembled, revealing his palpable fear. Yet, Chen Lu did not halt his advance. "Don't come any closer. I'll have you know I have connections at the police station," Jin Xiaoyu insisted. Hearing this, Chen Lu's expression turned scornful. With a deadpan face, he replied, "What? Did your father get arrested for soliciting?" Jin Xiaoyu felt his mind go blank. Chen Lu stepped forward. "You dare challenge me?" Their gazes locked, and Jin Xiaoyu's previous bravado deflated like a punctured balloon, replaced by sheer terror. Just as Jin Xiaoyu contemplated retreating, Yang Ming, furious, shouted from behind him, "What are you afraid of? Didn't you say he is a waste? Cripple his pet beast." Upon hearing this, Jin Xiaoyu suddenly regained his composure, gritting his teeth and roaring with fury. "What is there to fear? Whoever loses must kneel before the other." A glimmer of mockery crossed Chen Lu's eyes as he regarded Jin Xiaoyu, stretching his limbs slightly. "I hope you remain as arrogant as you are now." With that, Chen Lu waved his hand at a nearby staff member who had been observing them. The staff member promptly approached, inquiring, "Excuse me, sir, is there something you need?" Chen Lu replied nonchalantly, "Is there an arena available? I wish to engage in a free battle with him." This time, he was determined to teach Jin Xiaoyu a lesson. The staff member glanced between Chen Lu and Jin Xiaoyu, quickly grasping the situation. He had seen such matters many times before. "There is one, please follow me." The staff member led them to an empty battle arena. "If you two are ready, I shall commence the battle." As the words fell, the arena rose from the ground. Chen Lu and Jin Xiaoyu stood facing each other, their eyes gleaming with resolve. "Begin." At the staff member's command, Jin Xiaoyu summoned his pet beast without hesitation, a tail-wagging lizard. Chen Lu took a quick glance and noted that the lizard had reached the formidable rank of Black Iron 7 stars. Nevertheless, he remained composed and slowly summoned his own beast, Howling Sky. The moment Howling Sky appeared, it began to voice its complaints. "Seriously, boss? Didn't we agree I could have a day off today? Quit your chattering. Do you see that lizard over there? Defeat it, and you can rest," Chen Lu instructed firmly. "Got it, boss." Howling Sky perked up immediately upon hearing Chen Lu's command. Yet, Jin Xiaoyu could not help but scoff upon seeing Chen Lu's pet. "You really think that mangy mutt can defeat my tail-wagging lizard?" However, to Jin Xiaoyu's utter astonishment, before he could finish his taunt, Howling Sky darted forward like a flash of lightning, reaching the tail-wagging lizard in an instant. With a swift swipe of its paw, the lizard was sent tumbling, nearing its demise. "How is this possible? How could your pet be so powerful?" Jin Xiaoyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Meanwhile, Chen Lu maintained a stoic expression and stated, "A bet is a bet. Let us adhere to our previous agreement." At that moment, Jin Xiaoyu's expression darkened profoundly. He turned to Yang Ming, who cast him a disdainful glance and muttered waste before turning away. As Yang Ming walked off, a chill ran down Jin Xiaoyu's spine. He realized that all his previous efforts had been in vain. Initially, he had hoped to leverage Yang Ming's connections to obtain evolution materials for his ground-toxic claw lizard. To achieve this goal, he would have endured unspeakable humiliations, drinking foot bath water, acting like a sycophant, even pressing the F key to operate a tank. Yet now, all of it had turned to dust. Anger, despair, and resentment intertwined, driving Jin Xiaoyu to the brink of madness. Like a feral beast, he lunged at Chen Lu, bellowing, "Chen Lu, I'll make you pay." However, before he could reach Chen Lu, a staff member swiftly knocked him unconscious and carried him away. With Jin Xiaoyu gone, only Chen Lu and Howling Sky remained in the arena. "Well done, Howling Sky," Chen Lu praised, patting its head. Howling Sky wagged its tail proudly. "Of course. Who do you think I am?" Chen Lu smiled faintly, recalled Howling Sky, and exited the arena. He knew that following this incident, Jin Xiaoyu would likely refrain from provoking him again. As Chen Lu stepped out of the arena, he fortuitously encountered Jiang Chuan and Sun Hao, who were emerging from another battle arena. "Junior brother, you're here for a battle too?" "Yes, I didn't see you in the audience earlier, so I decided to engage in a duel," Chen Lu replied. "Recently, I've been engrossed in the Little Spirit game. The modifications are incredibly fun. Absurdity is where the fun lies." Chapter 51, The Underground Arena. What is so interesting about those children's battles? Come, let your senior brother show you something more exciting. Indeed, junior brother, battles here even allow for betting. I won over 100,000 last time. Jiang Chuan and Sun Hao chimed in. "What? How does that work?" Chen Lu asked, bewilderment etched on his face. "Come on, junior brother, don't dawdle. Follow us, and you'll soon understand." Jiang Chuan and Sun Hao wrapped their arms around Chen Lu and led him to a different area. "Senior brother, what exactly do you mean by betting?" Chen Lu inquired curiously as they walked. "Junior brother, you're unaware of the circumstances. The arena here is not as simple as it seems," Jiang Chuan patiently explained. "On the surface, the battles appear to be mere contests between pet beasts, but in reality, there are deeper secrets and thrills hidden beneath." "Oh, are there other forms of battle?" Chen Lu's curiosity was piqued. "Indeed, there exists a special format known as unrestricted battles," Jiang Chuan elaborated. "Unrestricted battles? That sounds somewhat perilous." Chen Lu's expression grew serious. "Yes, The term unrestricted signifies there are no limitations. The Beastmasters can command their pets to attack opponents. You might liken it to an underground gladiatorial arena. Sun Hao chimed in. Furthermore, participants must sign a life and death contract. Once involved, one must accept the risk of death, Jiang Chuan added. His tone was remarkably calm, as if he were accustomed to such matters. Doesn't the official organization know about this? Chen Lu pressed, incredulity lacing his voice. No, how could they not? Sun Hao scoffed, continuing, who knows how much benefit they've received to turn a blind eye. Chen Lu felt a chill run down his spine. He had once believed this world was governed by fairness and justice, only to discover the stark reality was far from it. Though Bright City appeared resplendent on the surface, it concealed a dark underbelly. He began to reflect on his previous notions, realizing how narrow-minded he had been. Was this what they meant when they said the higher one stands, the farther one sees? Chen Lu mused inwardly. He suddenly grasped that only when one possesses sufficient status and power can they truly perceive the world's truths. Jiang Chuan, with eyes as sharp as an eagle's, instantly caught the flicker of discomfort on Chen Lu's face. Understanding, he gently reassured him, Junior brother, I know what you were pondering. When Sun Hao and I first encountered these things, we were just like you. However, every situation in this world exists for a reason. Where there is a need, there will be those who create to satisfy it. This is not something we can control or alter. Thus, it may be best to view this as a spectacle and simply let it pass with a smile. Chen Lu listened intently, slightly nodding in acknowledgement, indicating that he had comprehended the profound implications of the words spoken. He cast a grateful glance towards Jiang Chuan, fully aware that this elder brother was gently, yet thoughtfully reminding him not to let the spectacle before his eyes overwhelm his senses or undermine his confidence. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to regain his composure. Indeed, having glimpsed the other side of this world, he felt a renewed determination to forge ahead with greater resolve. Before long, the trio arrived at the underground arena. This vast coliseum was immense, comparable in size to a football field. The lighting within the arena was notably dim, with only the area of the combat zone illuminated by bright lights, while the rest remained shrouded in shadows. At that moment, the stands on either side of the arena were filled to capacity with spectators, their faces flushed with excitement as they fervently debated the fierce battles of the combat beasts before them. Observing this scene, he couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, these individuals are utterly insane. They are all yearning for the chance to strike it rich overnight. Alas, they are merely soulless husks. As Jiang Chuan spoke, he retrieved a blue crystal card from his pocket and gestured towards the staff nearby. Chen Lu found himself lost in thought. Approximately half a minute later, a girl who appeared to be around 17 or 18, clad in a JK uniform, approached them. Esteemed Platinum VIPs, please follow me, she said with a respectful bow. Jiang Chuan nodded and followed the staff member forward. The group, under the girl's guidance, arrived at an elevator. They entered, and the staff promptly pressed the button for the third floor. Chen Lu noted that the elevator had a total of 5 levels. The elevator swiftly ascended to the third floor, where the staff led them out into an impressively spacious private room. This room was lavishly appointed, complete with all the necessary amenities, and featured a grand observation deck. To Chen Lu's astonishment, he discovered that from the observation deck, one could clearly see the ongoing matches in the arena below, as well as the audience seated beneath. Strangely, when he was on the lower level, he had been completely unaware of the existence of this vantage point, as if cloaked by some mysterious force. What an odd technology, Chen Lu mused. At that moment, the girl approached gracefully, her respectful smile still gracing her face, and softly inquired, Esteemed Platinum VIP, may I ask if you require any additional services? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuan turned to Chen Lu and Sun Hao, his gaze questioning. Sun Hao swiftly waved his hand, exclaiming, No, I'm itching to place my bets right now. His voice was imbued with excitement and urgency. Chen Lu echoed, Senior brother, I too do not require any additional services. Seeing that both of them had no further requests, Jiang Chuan nodded and addressed the staff member. Well, I'm feeling a bit fatigued from today's activities. Please fetch me a few skilled masseurs for a proper relaxation. His tone conveyed a hint of languor. The girl immediately responded, Certainly, please hold on for a moment while I arrange for professional masseurs to come to you. In the meantime, should you have any other needs or requests, do feel free to inform me. I will be at your service. With that, she bowed slightly and gracefully exited the room. To be honest, Chen Lu found the situation somewhat perplexing. The last time they had gone for foot massages, both Jiang Chuan and Sun Hao had eagerly rushed into the small private room. Yet, the girl had just undone 3 buttons, and those too hardly reacted. Was the allure of this underground arena truly that potent? Chapter 52, Duel of Dual Beasts. Jiang Chuan, Chen Lu, come over and help me decide what to bet on for the next match. It's a silver-ranked Beastmaster duel featuring dual beasts. Sun Hao exclaimed. his face alight with enthusiasm as he fixated on the purchase page on the screen, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He was eager to hear Jiang Chuan and Chen Lu's perspectives on the upcoming battle. Oh, a silver-ranked Beastmaster duel featuring dual beasts? What beasts are being sent into combat? Jiang Chuan asked, intrigued by this revelation, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Sun Hao quickly replied. The beast named Ning Yi is a combination of the savage bear and the flying fish, while the opposing beast, Xiaotian, comprises the ice snow ape and the vine tree spirit. The current odds stand at 1-to-1. Jiang Chuan furrowed his brow slightly, falling into deep contemplation as his fingers unconsciously tapped the table. After a moment, he began to analyze. The flying fish and the vine tree spirit are likely tasked with protecting the Beastmaster. The savage bear boasts a tough hide and formidable offensive power, but is relatively slow in movement. In contrast, the ice snow ape excels in agility and ice control abilities. The outcome of this confrontation hinges on which side can seize control of the situation first and gain the initiative. Considering all factors, I believe it prudent to wager on the victory of Xiaotian. Sun Hao, whose knowledge of beast mastery was somewhat limited, found Jiang Chuan's analysis quite reasonable. Without the slightest hesitation, he decisively extended his hand and clicked on a 50 chip on the screen. Wait a moment, senior brother, are you only betting 50? Chen Lu exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief, the incredulity evident on his face. Sun Hao chuckled, shaking his head and adopting a mysteriously enigmatic demeanor, correcting him. No, junior brother, the chips here are calculated in units of 10,000. So, I just wagered 500,000. Upon hearing Sun Hao's words, Chen Lu's eyes bulged even wider. He silently calculated in his mind. 500,000. That was the very amount he had painstakingly extorted from the proprietress. Sun Hao's casual flick of the hand had sent 500,000 soaring away like it had sprouted wings. His mouth twitched, the smile on his face more akin to a grimace than joy, and he inwardly lamented, isn't this just bullying me for lacking connections? Well, wealth is wealth. I'll just rely on my luck. As Chen Lu continued his internal monologue, the match officially commenced. However, contrary to Jiang Chuan's earlier analysis, it appeared that both Beastmasters had no intention of allowing their beasts to prioritize their protection. Instead, they commanded their respective beasts to take formation and prepare for battle. The Beastmaster named Ning Yi unhesitatingly directed his savage bear to launch an attack. The massive creature charged forward with all its might, aiming directly for the ice snow ape, clearly intent on overwhelming the opponent with sheer force. Yet, the ice snow ape exhibited astonishing agility, deftly sidestepping the savage bear's onslaught. Furthermore, it seized the opportunity to unleash its ice-cold abilities, successfully slowing the savage bear's momentum. Simultaneously, a fierce clash erupted between the flying fish and the vine tree spirit. The flying fish incessantly launched water spheres, attempting to breach the vine tree spirit's defenses. However, the branches of the vine tree spirit stood firm as indomitable shields, effortlessly fending off the oncoming water spheres. As time ticked by, the tide of battle began to shift. The ice snow ape astutely seized the opportunity for battle, launching a formidable ice punch that struck the savage bear squarely in its abdomen. This powerful blow rendered the savage bear's movement sluggish. In swift response, the vine spirit entwined the savage bear with its branches, constraining its every action. Xiaotian could not suppress a smirk of triumph at the unfolding scene. He proceeded to command the ice snow ape through his bond with his beast. The ice snow ape pounded its chest, unleashing its ultimate move, Ice Fist Quake. Sun Hao, witnessing this spectacle, exclaimed in exhilaration, wow, am I actually about to win? Truly impressive. Jiang Chuan, reclining in enjoyment as a technician massaged him, replied with satisfaction. Of course, have you forgotten who I am? At this juncture, most observers believed the outcome of the match had become apparent. The ice snow ape's ultimate attack enshrouded a small area nearby in a thick layer of frost, leaving the savage bear powerless against the icy confines. Chen Lu, however, murmured in disbelief, how is this possible? By all logic, the savage bear shouldn't be so easily defeated. What are you mumbling about, junior brother? Chen Lu's senior inquired. I suspect the savage bear must have some hidden cards up its sleeve. Impossible. The savage bear is on the brink of collapse. Just as Sun Hao anticipated the match's conclusion, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The savage bear emitted a ferocious roar, its body glowing crimson, its strength surging dramatically as it broke free from the vine spirit's grasp. It's been resurrected, wow! Sun Hao exclaimed in astonishment. That's its skill, berserk. Chen Lu, informed by the system, recognized the savage bear's ability. Now empowered by its berserk state, the savage bear attacked the ice snow ape and vine spirit with reckless ferocity. The previously dominant Xiaotian side was suddenly thrust into a defensive position. I surmise this is a cunning strategy by Ning Yi, feigning weakness to bait Gao Xiong's beasts, only to unleash a berserk counterattack for victory, Chen Lu opined. Jiang Chuan, reclining comfortably, perked up at this revelation. So that's it. Ning Yi is rather shrewd. The battlefield intensified as the savage bear gradually reversed its disadvantage. Shielded by the water sphere of the flying backfish, it relentlessly assaulted the ice snow ape and vine spirit. Despite their desperate resistance, the two creatures began to show signs of fatigue. The ice snow ape's breaths grew labored, and the vine spirit's tendrils began to tremble. Sun Hao anxiously fixed his gaze on the battlefield, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. What should I do? My 50,000 is about to be lost. At that moment, Chen Lu smiled and replied, not necessarily. What do you mean, junior brother? Sun Hao, akin to an ant on a hot pan, was not so much concerned about losing 50,000 as he was about the prospect of defeat. Look at that vine spirit. It has firmly rooted itself in the battlefield. Chen Lu pointed proudly at the vine spirit amidst the fray. Rooted? Junior brother, just say it plainly. I truly don't understand. Sun Hao exclaimed, his eyes wide with anticipation, eager to extract clarity from Chen Lu's words. Once the vine spirit takes root, it will continuously draw energy from the ground. Chen Lu elucidated while taking a sip from a cup of juice. However, the downside is it cannot move. But that is of little consequence. For once the savage bear's berserk state concludes, it will enter a state of weakness. If the vine spirit can hold on for just a while longer, it can mount a counterattack. No sooner had Chen Lu finished speaking than the savage bear's berserk state indeed ended, howling in agony as its movements became sluggish. Seizing the moment, the ice snow ape pounded its chest once more, emitting a thunderous roar, and launched a fierce assault that ultimately brought the savage bear crashing to the ground. Upon witnessing one of his beasts fall, Ning Yi's expression darkened, realizing that continuing the fight would yield little hope of victory. The thought that the opponent might seize the opportunity to have their beast attack him sent a shiver down his spine. Thus, he opted to concede, wearily waving his hand and sighing. Jiang Chuan, having concluded his massage, approached Sun Hao, patting him on the shoulder with a beaming smile. See? I told you Gao Xiong would win. Sun Hao, eyes widened in disbelief, retorted, come on, that's not how it went at all. Jiang Chuan, with an air of triumph, raised an eyebrow, his eyes glinting mischievously. Just admit it, did we win or not? Sun Hao was momentarily speechless, struggling to respond, before finally scratching his head and muttering begrudgingly, fine, we won. There you have it. Chapter 53. May you witness all the murkiness and still see the stars in your eyes. You should place your bet on the next match too. Sun Hao glared at Jiang Chuan's smug demeanor, feeling quite irked, and retorted sharply. Jiang Chuan laughed heartily, adopting a nonchalant pose as if victory were assured. Why not? Who's up for the next match? In the next confrontation, two bronze-tier single beasts will face off against each other. Sun Hao gritted his teeth and said, contestant Jiang Wen's spirit is Octopus Beast, while contestant Chen Ming's spirit is Thunder Ape. Jiang Chuan's eyes sparkled at this revelation as he promptly placed a bet of 100 chips, confidently lifting a glass of red wine. This doesn't require much thought. I'm definitely going with Chen Ming's Thunder Ape. Though the Octopus Beast possesses Earth attributes, in terms of potential and combat prowess, it pales in comparison to the Thunder Ape. Besides, even if the Octopus Beast has a digging skill, it won't inflict any damage on the Thunder Ape. The Thunder Ape is an entirely different story. A single punch could potentially render the Octopus Beast incapacitated. Sun Hao contemplated Jiang Chuan's words and found them not without merit. He sighed inwardly, realizing he might once again embarrass himself before Jiang Chuan, and hastily added, but this round doesn't count. The odds for the Thunder Ape are a mere 15 times. Everyone isn't foolish, just by looking at the odds. They'll surely choose to bet on a Thunder Ape victory. He turned to the silent Chen Lu beside him, urgently asking, what do you think, junior brother Chen Lu? Chen Lu furrowed his brow, pinching his chin as he pondered, before responding, I believe the outcome of this battle is still uncertain. While an ordinary octopus beast indeed cannot directly confront the formidable Thunder Ape, it can certainly employ a flanking strategy. Jiang Chuan, about to refute Chen Lu's analysis, was caught off guard by the subsequent words that sealed his rebuttal. The octopus beast could cleverly evade the Thunder Ape and directly target its trainer, Chen Ming. If that happens, victory would be within reach, wouldn't it? Jiang Chuan was left speechless, secretly admiring Chen Lu's insight. Indeed, this junior brother, who dares to venture alone into D-tier secret realms, is astute and agile in thought, demonstrating remarkable composure and resilience. He marveled at how quickly Chen Lu devised such a brilliant strategy to achieve victory by eliminating the opponent's Beastmaster. Sun Hao, elated by Chen Lu's words, stood up excitedly, slapping the table. Like a famished tiger pouncing upon its prey, He placed a wager of 200 chips, nearly toppling the teacup on the table. Chen Lu, I shall heed your advice, Sun Hao declared. Startled by Sun Hao's audacity, Chen Lu quickly waved his hands and said, Wait a moment, senior brother. I merely expressed my perspective. If you lose, do not hold me accountable. Fear not, junior brother. If I lose, I shall accept it without complaint, Sun Hao replied, thumping his chest with resolute conviction. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Lu gritted his teeth and, with the resolve of a warrior making a fateful decision, placed a wager of 1,000,000 chips. In that case, junior brother shall accompany senior brother. Jiang Chuan, though acknowledging the validity of Chen Lu's words, refrained from adjusting his own bet to avoid ridicule from Sun Hao. As the contest commenced, the octopus beast swiftly submerged into the ground, while the Thunder Fury ape scanned the arena like a bewildered gorilla. The audience held their breath, their eyes keenly searching for any sign of the octopus beast. Suddenly, Beastmaster Chen Ming let out a piercing scream, exclaiming in shock as a sharp tentacle pierced through the sole of his shoe, instantly staining the arena with blood. With a swift strike, the octopus beast retreated underground, vanishing without a trace. Fortunately, the beast's attack lacked lethality, allowing Chen Ming to exhale in relief. He quickly regained his composure, urgently calling upon the Thunder Fury ape while gripping a long knife, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Fuming with rage atop the Thunder Fury ape, he hurled insults at his opponent. Jiang Wen, you spineless coward. If you possess any real skill, come at me again. Jiang Wen regarded Chen Ming with disdain, retorting, This is a no-holds-barred battle, not a mere contest, you fool. Enraged, Chen Ming bellowed, Thunder Fury ape, eliminate him. Jiang Wen scoffed. Do you truly believe my octopus beast is weak? Now bind him. The octopus beast stealthily maneuvered behind the Thunder Fury ape and, taking advantage of Chen Ming's inattention, launched another assault. Its tentacles swiftly ensnared the Thunder Fury ape's legs, immobilizing it. The Thunder Fury ape roared in fury, attempting to break free, but to no avail. Realizing the peril, Chen Ming turned to see the unfolding disaster and was struck with dread. He swung his long knife in an attempt to sever the tentacles, but it was too late. The octopus beast yanked back, causing the Thunder Fury ape to stumble and send Chen Ming sprawling to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the octopus beast unleashed its tentacles, poised to deliver a fatal blow to Chen Ming. Thunder Fury ape, unleash your fury, the creature roared, emitting a sonic wave that sent the octopus beast flying. After enduring a series of stealthy ambushes, Chen Ming's anger reached its zenith. Ignoring the bothersome octopus beast, he resolved to charge at Jiang Wen. Jiang Wen, sensing the impending threat, remained unfazed. He had prepared meticulously to defeat the enemy Beastmaster. He commanded the octopus beast to release ink, obscuring Chen Ming's vision. However, consumed by rage, Chen Ming disregarded the ink and continued his advance towards Jiang Wen, relying solely on his hearing. Just as Chen Ming was about to reach Jiang Wen, a flurry of flying needles suddenly shot out from Jiang Wen's sleeve, aimed directly at him. Chen Ming had no time to react before being struck repeatedly, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed to the ground. With Chen Ming's defeat, his beast, the Thunder Fury ape, let out a mournful cry before collapsing in the arena. Sun Hao, brimming with excitement, patted Chen Lu on the shoulder and boasted, Junior brother, thanks to you, I won 6 million. Chen Lu managed an awkward smile, replying, it was merely luck. Internally, Chen Lu cursed, grateful that his loyal companion had protected him and would surely perish before him. The earlier scene left him feeling deeply unsettled. Though he had turned 1 million into 3 million, he felt no joy. He had considered that fierce beasts might attack humans, given their inherent opposition, but never imagined that humans could kill one another. Today, Jiang Chuan and Sun Hao had imparted a profound lesson. However, the audience reacted differently. Those who won were ecstatic, roaring with delight, while those who lost lamented their misfortune, cursing the deceased Chen Ming. Jiang Chuan, having lost 100,000, remained unaffected, being the most observant. He noted Chen Lu's expression. Junior brother, do not distress yourself. Since the times of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, humanity has never ceased its internal strife. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother, Chen Lu replied absently. Jiang Chuan's earnest demeanor during his lecture was hard to reconcile with his often lascivious behavior. Chen Lu couldn't help but recall a time when Jiang Chuan, while scrubbing his feet, boasted of his vast knowledge, only to slip and tumble into a wooden basin, drenching himself in water. Nonetheless, it must be said that Jiang Chuan was always considerate of Chen Lu's feelings, for which Chen Lu felt genuine gratitude. Simultaneously, he lamented, reflecting on how the novels of his past life had truly led to significant suffering. The notion that pampered disciples were all worthless was a mere deception. The scions of noble families were not idle. While they might appear carefree, They possessed genuine strength and ambition. Most importantly, they had connections. Having been exposed to different vistas from a young age, Chen Lu was suddenly struck by a fit of laughter, recalling Jiang Chuan's antics. Senior brother, when you deliver profound insights, one might question if you are indeed the same person. Jiang Chuan raised an eyebrow, feigning mystery. Ha ha, otherwise, do you think that among our family of over a dozen siblings, I alone would become the heir? Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's words, Chen Lu could no longer contain his laughter, and the gloom in his heart dissipated. He suddenly realized that the lives of scions like Jiang Chuan and Sun Hao might not be any more carefree than his own or Wang Zhiyu's. As Lu Sun once said, may you have seen all the murkiness and still have stars in your eyes. Chapter 54. Brother Yu, show us your palmistry. After downing his juice, Sun Hao let out a long sigh, his expression one of relief as he cheerfully declared, all right, there are no more competitions. Let us return to the beach. Chen Lu glanced at Sun Hao, nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he chimed in. Perhaps Brother Yu is anxious, unable to find us. Jiang Chuan had no objections. He believed that both he and Sun Hao were not particularly fond of such chaotic places. Bringing Chen Lu here to witness scenes beyond the ordinary was, after all, a unique investment. Having successfully garnered Chen Lu's favor, staying any longer seemed pointless. Thus, under the guidance of the staff, the three swiftly departed from the underground arena, re-emerging onto the sunlit beach, where the sea breeze caressed their faces, bringing with it the refreshing scent of the ocean. However, it soon became evident that Chen Lu had overthought the situation. Upon reaching the beach, they discovered that Wang Zhiyu was not frantically searching for them as he had imagined. Instead, Wang Zhiyu stood before a stunning beauty clad in a bikini, animatedly conversing and gesturing with her. Upon witnessing the scene, Sun Hao felt an overwhelming urge to call out to Wang Zhiyu, urging him to hastily depart with the others. However, he was swiftly halted by Chen Lu. Chen Lu's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had stumbled upon a newfound realm, and he exclaimed, "Don't rush. Let us first observe my brother use charming techniques with the ladies and glean some wisdom." The three exchanged knowing smiles, each procuring a lounge chair and adopting a posture of eager observation. Sun Hao even removed his sunglasses, squinting dramatically as if he intended to memorize every one of Wang Zhiyu's movements. At that moment, Wang Zhiyu effortlessly learned the name of the bikini-clad beauty and intermittently teased her, causing her to giggle uncontrollably. Sensing the opportune moment, Wang Zhiyu unexpectedly extended his hand and said, "Meow meow, could you lend me your hand for a moment?" Upon hearing herself addressed by the name Meow meow, the beauty appeared somewhat perplexed, questioning, "What do you intend to do?" With a confident demeanor, Wang Zhiyu replied, "I wish to read your palm." Meow meow, taken aback, responded, "You can read palms?" Wang Zhiyu, brimming with pride, boasted, "Indeed, I am the sole heir of the Wang family's fortune-telling tradition. Whether it be palmistry, love compatibility, or feng shui, it is all second nature to me." Meanwhile, Sun Hao remained skeptical, turning to Chen Lu and inquiring, "Is my brother Yu truly that remarkable? Can he really read palms?" Chen Lu merely smiled, gesturing for Sun Hao to continue watching. After a moment's hesitation, Meow Meow extended her hand. Wang Zhiyu seized it without hesitation, internally marveling. "Indeed, she is a beauty, soft and smooth. It feels delightful." Meow Meow blushed slightly at his touch, but still asked, "What do you see?" Wang Zhiyu cleared his throat, savoring the softness of her hand, and Meow Meow grew even more bashful, playfully admonishing, "Don't be like that, I am." Wang Zhiyu, perceiving her shyness, interjected earnestly, "Actually, I can see that you are missing something crucial in your life." "What is it that I lack?" she inquired. "You lack me." Upon hearing this, Meow Meow's cheeks flushed deeper. "Wow, impressive. No wonder you're my brother Yu. You're so brazen in taking advantage of her." Sun Hao couldn't help but express his admiration with a thumbs up. At that moment, Wang Zhiyu felt a swell of pride. His previous experiences had imparted valuable lessons, perfectly suited for this situation. Just as he was about to boast further to Meow Meow, an imposing figure, a muscular man towering at nearly 2 meters, silently approached from behind him. "Why does it feel so chilly behind me?" Wang Zhiyu murmured in confusion. "Master Wang, with your remarkable abilities, could you perhaps tell me if I have a husband?" Meow Meow's lips curled into a mischievous smile as her gaze fixated on something behind Wang Zhiyu. "Surely not." Suddenly, Wang Zhiyu turned slowly, his smile freezing as he faced the fierce glare of the muscular man. "Bro, this is a misunderstanding." Wang Zhiyu's voice trembled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He attempted to explain, but the burly man interrupted him with a roar, "Dare to flirt with my wife? Are you tired of living?" With that, he raised his fist, aiming it at Wang Zhiyu. Just as the fist was about to make contact, Wang Zhiyu shouted, "Wait, look. A UFO." Quick as a flash, he sidestepped the punch and bolted away. As he ran, he glanced back to see the muscular man in hot pursuit. And in his heart, he cursed his luck, quickening his pace. Sun Hao and Chen Lu, witnessing the unfolding drama, were left agape. Once they regained their composure, they hurriedly followed Wang Jiyu out. Having burst outside, Wang Jiyu noticed the man still in pursuit and swiftly altered his course, darting into a narrow alley. However, the muscular man soon followed him in. As the threat of capture loomed, Wang Jiyu abruptly halted and faced his pursuer. "Bro, please calm down and let me explain." He panted. "What is there to explain?" The muscular man roared. Just then, a glint of cunning flashed in Wang Jiyu's eyes. Without warning, he launched himself into the air, delivering a swift kick to the man's abdomen. The strike was as quick as lightning, catching the man completely off guard. With a grunt of pain, he doubled over. Wang Jiyu seized the moment, landing a powerful punch to the man's face before sprinting out of the alley with unparalleled speed. "Get in the car, you." Sun Hao and Chen Lu arrived just in time, quickly opening the car door for him. Without hesitation, Wang Jiyu leaped inside. Akin to a swift leopard. "Driver, step on it." Once the vehicle roared to life, Wang Jiyu, still shaken, gasped for breath. "Thank goodness my legs are long, otherwise today would have been a real disaster," he muttered to himself. Meanwhile, Sun Hao, Chen Lu, and the others exchanged playful glances, teasing Wang Jiyu. "Brother you, why not read our palms as well?" Upon hearing this, Wang Jiyu's face turned crimson. "Get lost. You lot, stop joking around." Laughter filled the air as they returned to the Star Martial Arts School. Chapter 55. Clearly, it was Wang Jiyu's doing. Xintian Province, Guangming City. Guangming 3rd Middle School. Playground. Time flew by like a galloping horse, and the 100-day oath-taking ceremony was about to commence. The homeroom teachers of the senior classes checked to see which students were still absent. Principal Sima Zhan stood on the podium, calling out loudly, "Report, Principal. 2 students from Class 6 have yet to arrive." The usually stern Director Jin Qianbao, who often clashed with Director Tua, spoke with a serious demeanor. "Director Tua, what is the situation?" Principal Sima Zhan furrowed his brow, directing his inquiry at Director Tua. "They encountered an accident on their way to school this morning and rushed to take someone to the hospital, which caused a delay. They are on their way now." Director Tua replied earnestly, weaving a tale. "Oh, I see. It is commendable that our students from Class 3 understand the importance of helping others." Principal Sima Zhan's face revealed a look of appreciation. "Of course, our school has always emphasized the cultivation of moral character in students," Director Tua responded, albeit internally lamenting. "Did I not clearly inform those 2 unfortunate souls that today was the oath-taking ceremony? How could they be late?" At that moment, Principal Sima Zhan suddenly turned to Director Tua and asked, "By the way, what are the names of those 2 students?" One is named Chen Lu, and the other is Wang Jiyu," Director Tua answered somewhat awkwardly. "Very well, please urge them to arrive as soon as possible," Principal Sima Zhan instructed, waving his hand. "Understood, Principal," Director Tua nodded in agreement. Principal Sima Zhan took a couple of steps forward, murmuring softly. "How peculiar it is that the name Wang Jiyu sounds so familiar." While others may be oblivious to why the principal finds Wang Jiyu's name resonant, if Chen Lu were present, he would undoubtedly compliment the principal on his splendid hair color. Ah yes, that verdant hue reminiscent of lush meadows. Fortunately, Sima Zhan gave it little thought as he made his steady way toward the broadcasting room. He pushed open the door, grasped the microphone, cleared his throat, and with a voice imbued with a hint of magnetism announced, "Dear students, due to the absence of our brave classmates Chen Lu and Wang Jiyu, who have acted heroically, the school administration has decided after deliberation to have all classes remain in place for an additional half hour." As Sima Zhan's words echoed through the air, exclamations erupted from students who had once known Chen Lu and Wang Jiyu but were now scattered across different classes. "No way. My bro Yu and bro Lu actually acted heroically?" A bespectacled boy widened his eyes, disbelief etched upon his features. "Isn't that so?" a nearby girl queried, perplexed. The bespectacled boy, suddenly invigorated by the attention of his long-admired goddess, confidently retorted, "Of course not. Why do you say that? Chen Lu and Wang Jiyu are notorious in our class for their mischief." "Notorious? Haven't you heard? They are the ones who steal bicycle seats and hang them on the principal's door." "What? They did that?" "That is not all. They kicked a crippled man's good leg, poked a blind man's good eye, and frequently visited the widow's house." Those familiar with Wang Jiyu and Chen Lu began recounting their notorious escapades. "Wait, hold on, didn't they actually do that?" Suddenly, a voice interrupted the discussion. It belonged to a tall, slender boy who scratched his head in confusion. "Who cares? Just say it's fun to listen to." The bespectacled boy patted the slender boy's shoulder with a smug expression. "It is fun, but what if they come to trouble us?" "That's easy. Just say Jin Xiaoyu told us to say it." The bespectacled boy chuckled, a cunning smile creeping across his face. "Haha, great idea. After all, Jin Xiaoyu has a grudge against them too." Amidst the cacophony of voices, Director Tua quickly dialed Chen Lu's number. A melodious tune resonated from the other end. Love is having me, always bothering you. Upon hearing that familiar ringtone, Chen Lu swiftly answered the call. Hello, it's me. Old Tua. I'm not lying this time. I was helping an old man cross the road with Wang Jiyu, and he tried to scam us. No. When did I ever visit the widow's house? That was clearly Wang Jiyu's doing. What? Your bicycle tire? No. That is a complete slander. How could we ever do such things? After a brief moment of silence, Director Tua replied sternly. All right, you have 20 minutes to get to school. With that, he hung up without further ado. Beep, beep, beep. Chen Lu shook his head in exasperation, turning his gaze to the elderly man beside him, who was engaged in a heated argument with Wang Jiyu. After a brief exchange of insults, Wang Jiyu approached Chen Lu and said, This old man really doesn't know his place, daring to show off in front of us. By the way, what did you just say about me? Nothing much. The principal is urging us to hurry to the 100-day oath ceremony. Oh, let us go then. Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Jiyu prepared to start his small electric scooter. Just as Chen Lu was about to step on, the old man suddenly lunged and tightly embraced Chen Lu's leg, his hands gripping like iron clamps, making it futile for Chen Lu to struggle free. With a resigned sigh, Chen Lu remarked, Old man, I completely understand your eagerness to strike it rich overnight, but the issue is, I'm just a destitute youth, utterly penniless. Our director, Jin Xianbao, is quite affluent. Why not seek your fortune with him? However, the old man paid no heed to Chen Lu's words, tightening his grip even further. I don't care. Since you knocked me to the ground, don't think you can leave without a compensation of 300,000 yuan. As he spoke, the old man dramatically produced a blood pack he had prepared in advance and smashed it against his head, splattering fake blood across his face. Observing this scene, Chen Lu couldn't help but admire the old man's dedication. Old man, you're trying to scam us, but there are security cameras here. Nonsense. I've investigated, and there isn't a single camera around. Upon hearing this, Chen Lu and Wang Jiyu's eyes lit up. Wang Jiyu even yanked the key from the scooter and stepped down. Is that true? Of course. You may question my character, but you cannot doubt my professional skills. The old man boasted. Yet, in the next moment, both Chen Lu and Wang Jiyu's feet connected with the old man's face. Damn it. How dare you act so arrogant in front of us, without any cameras? After landing a kick each, Chen Lu moved forward, patting the old man's bald head. He retrieved a small knife from his bag and menacingly declared, Old man, this is a robbery. Hand over all your money. The old man instantly fainted from rage. Do you think fainting will save you? You let us go? Wang Jiyu grasped the situation, and together they thoroughly searched the old man. From knocking out his gold teeth to stripping him of his underwear, they swaggered away on the electric scooter toward school. Once the old man saw them finally leave, tears streamed from the corners of his eyes. Damn it, those beasts. Chapter 56. Director, no need to thank me. You're not dreaming. 20 minutes later, Chen Lu and Wang Jiyu sped onto the school playground. At that moment, the atmosphere was palpable, everyone seemingly frozen in place, fearful of attracting the attention of these two troublemakers. Upon seeing Chen Lu and Wang Jiyu arrive, Principal Sima Zhan immediately beamed at them and praised. You two have acted heroically. Truly, you are paragons of our school. Heroically? Chen Lu and Wang Jiyu exchanged glances, quickly realizing that Director Tua was gesturing at them. Wang Jiyu, grasping the implication, promptly replied, Indeed, Principal, we have been taught since childhood to respect our teachers and care for our classmates. Especially those gallant protectors. Chen Lu also caught on and swiftly pulled out 2 certificates from his backpack, presenting them to Principal Sima Zhan, saying, Principal, look, these are genuine honorary certificates awarded by the Public Security Bureau of Guangming City. Upon examining them, Sima Zhan exclaimed, Hey, these are indeed authentic. Satisfied, he nodded and continued. Now, the 100-day oath ceremony is about to commence. You both should hurry back to your respective classes. All right, Principal. Upon receiving the instruction, the two turned and proceeded towards their respective class. Just as they formed their ranks, they suddenly heard the voice of Director Tua echoing in their ears. You two, come to the back of the line. Bewildered, they had no choice but to obediently follow him to the rear. At the back of Class 6 of Senior Year 3, Director Tua stood with his hands clasped behind his back, glaring at the two with an icy demeanor, as if he could bore holes into them with his gaze. He broke the silence. Now, tell me, what have you two been up to for the past 3 months? Not attending classes? Chen Lu replied solemnly, Oh, we've engaged in quite a variety of activities, such as foot soaks, massages, and vacations. Upon hearing this, a vein appeared on Director Tuo's forehead, and his lips twitched slightly, clearly incensed. He pressed further, Those activities must have cost quite a bit, I presume? Wang Jiyu quickly interjected, Indeed. Just one so-called imperial package costs a whopping 200,000. As he spoke, he struck a pose of indulgence, gesturing with his hands. A look of ecstasy on his face. But the technician's technique, Director Tuo's expression transformed to one of shock, his eyes widening in disbelief. What? 200,000. His anger ignited. He questioned, so, you mean to say that the allowances I provide you each month have been squandered on frivolities? Chen Lu shook his head lightly, responding with conviction, Old Tuo, the meager amount you give us isn't even enough for my brother you to enjoy 2 massages. Director Tuo was momentarily at a loss for words and decided to change the subject. All right then, to what level have your skills improved? Have you reached the standard of a 6-star black iron? Chen Lu fell silent, lowering his head to touch his nose. Noticing this, Director Tuo lowered his expectations slightly, adding, Surely you must have reached at least a 5-star black iron. Yet, Chen Lu remained silent, merely turning his head aside, feigning deep contemplation. Could it be that you have only advanced 1 level in 3 months? Director Tuo exclaimed in astonishment, his foot tapping in agitation, veins bulging on his forehead. Observing Director Tuo's anxious demeanor, Chen Lu and Wang Jiu exchanged knowing smiles before whispering a few words in his ear. Director Tuo's expression shifted from shock to skepticism, then to incredulity. You've already become a bronze-level Beastmaster? And Wang Jiu's pet has reached 9-star black iron? Are you jesting? His eyes widened in disbelief. However, upon seeing the calmness radiating from Chen Lu and Wang Jiu, he couldn't help but ponder. Could it be that these two are indeed telling the truth? No, I must verify this. Clearing his throat, Director Tuo instructed them. You two, come with me to the school's battle arena. But the principal is still giving a speech. Chen Lu pointed towards Sima Zhan on the podium. That old fool just rambles on. Ignore him, we're leaving. Director Tuo declared, his gaze as unyielding as iron. As he firmly tucked Chen Lu and Wang Jiu under his arms, striding towards the school's arena. The two found themselves wedged under his armpits, their legs flailing helplessly in the air, looking comically ridiculous. Wait, Director, we can walk on our own, they shouted at the top of their lungs. But Director Tuo paid no heed to their protests. Halfway through their journey, Chen Lu could no longer endure the overpowering body odor emanating from Director Tuo. His face turned pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He finally exclaimed, Director, I completely understand your current mood, but could you please let us go? He pinched his nose, his voice taking on a high-pitched tone from holding his breath. Director Tuo responded dismissively, What's the matter? Can't I get close to you too? While desperately fanning the air, Chen Lu pointed at Wang Jiu across from him, anxiously stating, But look at my brother you. He.s already frothing at the mouth. Only then did Director Tuo turn to look at Wang Jiu. Noticing that he indeed was frothing, his eyes glazed over, and his mouth twitching, prompting him to finally release his grip. Finally, we're saved. Chen Lu and Wang Jiu gasped for air, as if they had just emerged from water, hands on their knees, unable to straighten their backs. You two little rascals. If you don't meet the standards after the test, just wait and see how I deal with you. Director Tuo threatened ominously. He led them to the entrance of the school's arena and gently swiped his ID card at the entrance. With a beep, the door slowly opened. All right, let me see if you've been deceiving me. Director Tuo regarded them with an impassive expression, gesturing for them to release their respective pets. Chen Lu and Wang Jiu exchanged smiles, summoning their pets. As soon as Chen Lu's howling sky appeared, it tilted its head back and let out a roar that resonated, causing ears to ring. Wang Jiu's flame turtle was not to be outdone, mimicking the action with a roar of its own. Director Tuo felt the powerful aura of the two beasts, and his heart was shaken. He distinctly remembered that 3 months ago, Chen Lu and Wang Jiu's pets were only 3-star black iron. His eyes bulged like saucers, filled with shock and disbelief, muttering this. How is this possible? Am I dreaming? Seeing Director Tuo's stunned expression, Wang Jiu's eyes lit up with opportunity for revenge. He stepped forward without hesitation and slapped Director Tuo across the face. Smack! The crisp sound of the slap echoed throughout the arena. Director, no need to thank me. You are not dreaming. Director Tuo. Chapter 57, Elite Training Camp. A moment too slow to react. Darn it, I let you seize the opportunity. Chen Lu, you seem to be quite regretful, don't you? Director Tuo remarked with an unfriendly expression. Not at all, Director. You must have misjudged the situation. I merely feel a bit sorry for you, Chen Lu replied, blinking his innocent eyes, wearing a guileless smile, resembling a naive little rabbit. Upon hearing this, a black line appeared on Director Tuo's forehead, and he inwardly cursed. Humph. If I didn't know you so well, I might have believed you. However, how could these two have improved their strength so rapidly? Could they have resorted to some underhanded means? No, I must inquire. But I need to approach this differently. Otherwise, these two will just continue to feign profundity. With that thought, Director Tuo cleared his throat and asked with a serious expression, "Now, tell me, how did you enhance your abilities? Did you perhaps resort to selling hooks?" "Sell hooks?" Chen Lu and Wang Jiu's expressions changed drastically, as if struck by lightning. "Isn't that the case? How much can one earn from selling hooks? Do enlighten the director. I too wish to strike it rich." Director Tuo exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement. "What a ridiculous notion. I, Wang Jiu, am a man of stature, a 7-foot-tall gentleman. How could I possibly engage in such despicable acts?" Wang Jiu declared with righteous indignation, thumping his chest as if to affirm his innocence. "Is that truly the case?" Director Tuo scrutinized them with a gaze sharp as a blade. "Indeed it is." Chen Lu reluctantly concurred, raising his hand in a gesture of solemn oath. "Very well, then do you know?" Before Director Tuo could finish, he was hastily interrupted by Chen Lu. "Director, we'll disclose everything. Just please refrain from asking further." A subtle smile crept upon Director Tuo's lips, and he mused to himself, "With such trifling tricks, do they dare to contend with me? In my heyday, during the assault on the beautiful nation, I was renowned as a master of hook literature." Following this, Chen Lu candidly recounted the tale of how he and Wang Jiu joined the Starry Martial Arts Academy, though they remained silent on the matter of their failings. After attentively listening, Director Tuo furrowed his brow, appearing deep in thought as he gazed at the two. "I had long since relinquished hope regarding that affair, yet astonishingly, both of you meet the criteria for admission," Director Tuo remarked slowly. "What nonsense is this, Director? You don't intend to have us sell hooks alongside you, do you?" Chen Lu queried in disbelief. Director Tuo was momentarily speechless, nearly choking on his words, inwardly exclaiming expletives. "Not selling hooks, rather there exists a specialized elite training camp, and I intend to recommend you both for participation." Director Tuo clarified. "What elite training camp?" Both Chen Lu and Wang Jiu asked in unison, their eyes brimming with curiosity. "In simple terms, this training camp can significantly enhance your abilities, imparting upon you genuine beast taming techniques and self-defense skills. Moreover, should your performance during training be exceptional, you may even qualify for direct admission to the third-ranked Border Defense University of Dragon Country," Director Tuo proclaimed with fervor. "Once admitted to this Border Defense University, the worst outcome would be attaining the rank of company commander," he added. "Oh, such a splendid opportunity. How come I've never heard of this training camp? Where is it located?" Wang Jiu inquired eagerly. "At the military encampment on the southern wilderness border," Director Tuo asserted with unwavering conviction. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiu gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "What? That place is over 3,000 kilometers away from us. Moreover, the journey there could be perilous." Yet, without hesitation, Chen Lu responded, "Of course we must go." His eyes radiated unwavering determination and resolve. Similarly, Chen Lu, filled with curiosity, turned to Director Tuo and pressed on. "However, old Tuo, I am quite keen to know your true background. You are connected with Holy Dragon University and the military. Could you possibly be some veiled big shot?" In response to Chen Lu's inquiry, Director Tuo furrowed his brow slightly, a fleeting hint of pain flickering in his eyes. He slowly shook his head and replied softly, "Those are all bygone matters, unworthy of mention." As if reluctant to revisit that chapter of his past, his voice bore a weighty tone. Observing Director Tuo's demeanor, the two couldn't help but lower their voices to whisper amongst themselves. "What do you think? Is it possible that the director ascended to his position by selling his own hooks?" Chen Lu inquired quietly. "I find that quite plausible. Just look at how well-versed he is in hook literature," Wang Jiu whispered back, a glimmer of excitement in his gaze. Upon hearing this, Director Tuo's previously melancholic mood morphed into a fiery rage, his brows furrowing, and his countenance transforming dramatically. He seized the seven-wolf belt hanging from his waist, gripping it tightly. And with a swift tug, the belt emitted a crackling sound. "You two audacious little rascals, prepare to face the consequences today," Director Tuo roared, his eyes blazing like a furious lion, directing his wrath at the two. No, Director. We only intended to amuse you," Chen Lu hastily explained, forcing a smile that barely concealed his mounting anxiety, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Ah, I see. Then I must extend my gratitude for your efforts." Director Tuo replied with a smile that bore no warmth. "No need for thanks. However, Director, why is it that your hand with that belt is moving faster?" Wang Jiu exclaimed in terror, his voice quaking. "That is precisely so I can vent my frustrations on you." Director Tuo gritted his teeth in retort. In the blink of an eye, the belt in Director Tuo's hand lashed out like a ferocious serpent, aimed squarely at Chen Lu and Wang Jiu. The two, realizing the imminent danger, promptly turned and fled. "Stop! You two little brats, don't run," Director Tuo shouted as he swung the belt, charging at them with the ferocity of a hungry tiger. "Director, Jia is coming." "What, where?" Director Tuo abruptly halted, scanning the area only to find no one present. You little rascals, how dare you deceive me? Director Tua's anger escalated, and he lunged forward, capturing both of them, initially intending to teach them a lesson. He had scarcely swung the belt twice when Chen Lu and Wang Zhiyu collapsed to the ground like lifeless dogs, expressions of agony etched on their faces. Wang Zhiyu, however, occasionally peeked with one eye open, a sly smirk flickering across his features. Enough, rise up. I haven't even struck you yet. Director Tua sighed in exasperation. You refuse to get up? Then I shall be serious. He glared, raising the belt once more. No, 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 Director. The two on the ground sprang to their feet in an instant. All right. Today I will make the necessary arrangements. You two should prepare to depart tomorrow morning. Director Tua instructed. So, Director, what exactly is your identity? Chen Lu could not contain his curiosity any longer. Director Tua smiled faintly, speaking enigmatically. Once we arrive, you shall know. You're not planning to sell us off for our kidneys, are you? Wang Zhiyu muttered under his breath, a look of concern on his face. Get lost. With your kidneys, not even a dog would want them. Director Tua replied brusquely, a hint of disdain gracing his features. Chapter 58, Registration. After sending off the two lively characters, Chen Lu and Wang Zhiyu, Director Tua slowly retrieved his phone from his pocket, locating a number in his contacts and dialing it. Beep, beep, beep. Shortly, a man's excited voice resonated through the line. Hello, old captain. I knew you would call me. He laughed heartily. I'll send someone to pick you up tomorrow. We must celebrate with a good drink. Director Tua sighed, as if addressing a mischievous student, and softly replied, no. I've decided to remain here to teach the children. I am merely a silver-tier Beastmaster now. Even if I return to the army, I cannot protect my homeland or guard the borders as before. Upon hearing this, the man fell silent for a moment, but soon regained his previous enthusiasm. All right. Since you've made up your mind, I want to press the matter further. However, old captain, your sudden call, might there be something you wish to discuss? Indeed. There is a matter at hand. Director Tuo's tone shifted to one of gravity, as if he was poised to announce a significant decision. Has the elite training camp commenced? He inquired. The man's voice instantly brightened, and he eagerly replied, Oh, no problem at all, old leader. The elite training camp begins in 3 days. I'll send someone to fetch them right away. Without hesitation, he committed to the task. Director Tua, somewhat taken aback, couldn't help but chuckle as he asked, Aren't you even going to inquire about the individuals I wish to recommend? The man burst into hearty laughter and responded cheerfully, Oh, old leader. Anyone you recommend must surely be exceptional. Very well, I shall send you their photographs. You must train them diligently and not let me down, Director Tua admonished. Rest assured, old leader, the man solemnly assured him. After hanging up the phone, Director Tua leaned back in his chair, gently stroking the belt in his hand. His gaze drifting into the distance, seemingly recalling the glorious days of yore. He murmured to himself, I hope these two youngsters can develop into true powerhouses in the elite training camp, one day shouldering the heavy responsibility of safeguarding our nation. The following morning, as the sun began to rise, Chen Lu and Wang Zhiyu had already arrived at the school gate. Each held a steaming pancake in hand. Savoring their meal while engaging in light conversation, Wang Zhiyu took a bite of his pancake, a smudge of sauce at the corner of his mouth, and asked, perplexed, why did the director ask us to come so early? Am I merely a pawn in his scheme? Chen Lu furrowed his brow and rolled his eyes in agreement, saying, Indeed, it's quite a trek from the school to here. They couldn't possibly arrive this early. How about we just sit in the director's office and enjoy a cup of tea? Just as he finished speaking, a formidable military vehicle approached slowly. The door swung open, revealing a tall soldier who descended from the vehicle like a hero from a film, saluting the two with a resounding voice. Greetings. My name is Yuko, and I have been dispatched to escort you both to the elite training camp. Caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, Chen Lu and Wang Zhiyu were momentarily struck dumb, their mouths agape, as if thunderstruck. Wang Zhiyu widened his eyes and stammered, Wait, how do you know who we are? Yuko smiled calmly, tapping the documents in his hand, and replied, Your photographs and information reached us yesterday. Chen Lu scratched his head, astonished, and remarked, That was remarkably swift. Subsequently, guided by Yuko, Chen Lu and Wang Zhiyu boarded the military vehicle. Inside, the space was uniquely designed, with numerous rooms and even a device resembling a spaceship control panel. Chen Lu plopped down onto the spacious, comfortable seat, blinking his curious eyes at Yuko's upright silhouette, and asked, Brother Yu, when will we arrive at our destination? Yuko turned his head and casually replied, This vehicle is exclusively for your transport. We should arrive by afternoon. You can rest in your room for now. All right, thank you, Brother Yu, Chen Lu responded, initially wishing to inquire further about the elite training camp. But seeing Yuko's disinclination to elaborate, he took Wang Zhiyu back to their room to rest. The vehicle glided smoothly forward, and the two began to chat idly. I wonder what this elite training camp will be like. Wang Jiu mused, his curiosity piqued. Will we be sent into the wild to hunt ferocious beasts? Chen Lu chuckled, who knows? We'll find out once we get there. As they chatted, they inadvertently drifted off to sleep. Upon awakening, they realized the vehicle had come to a steady halt. Brother, have we arrived? Chen Lu asked sleepily as he emerged from the room, rubbing his eyes. Yes, just ahead lies your training destination. Yuko indicated towards the window. Chen Lu and Wang Jiu eagerly leapt from the vehicle, beholding a massive camp before them. Surrounded by towering walls, soldiers stood guard at the entrance. Let us go in and check in, Yuko urged as he led them into the camp. Once inside, Yuko escorted Chen Lu and Wang Jiu to the registration area, instructing them. All right, you can check in over there. Thank you, brother Yu. The two responded enthusiastically as they approached the registration desk. Hello, we are here to register. The official inquired. My name is Wang Jiu, and this is Chen Lu. Upon hearing their names, the official confirmed their information, his eyes lighting up. He handed each of them a badge and said, training begins in 2 days. This is your student ID. May I ask where we will be staying? Chen Lu inquired curiously. Walk straight ahead for 300 meters. Then turn right to reach the dormitory area. Feel free to choose any room you like. Choose freely, they echoed. Indeed. Moreover, here you can summon your companion beasts for battle. All right then. Although still somewhat bewildered, the two decided to head to the dormitory area as night had fallen. After they left, Yuko approached the official and remarked, Old Li, you're quite the trickster. You tell them they can choose their accommodations freely, but neglect to mention that others can snatch the rooms they select. And you also say they can summon their beasts at will, yet fail to mention that any damage would require compensation at market value, only payable with points. Old Li chuckled. This is a directive from the higher-ups, and it's for their own good. If they wish to thrive here, they must learn to compete. Yuka nodded in agreement. Fair enough, we all went through this ourselves. Old Yu, how about a wager? A wager on what? Let us bet on who can secure room 1 before training begins. No bet. There are simply too many prodigies from the southern region this time, with at least 7 or 8 bronze-level beastmasters. As Yuko prepared to leave, Old Li suddenly produced a mysterious glass orb from behind him, showcasing it to Yuko. Within the orb burned a bluish-white flame, resembling a ferocious beast trapped within a cage, emanating a disquieting aura. Yuka stared at the object in Old Li's hand, his eyes widening in astonishment. Could this be the primordial flame of the 100-step Snow Tiger King? He pondered. The 100-step Snow Tiger King must be at least a golden-level beast, a rare and powerful entity. Its primordial flame is also a crucial material for the evolution of certain companion beasts. Old Li chuckled, evidently pleased with Yuko's reaction, and declared proudly, Exactly. I know your second companion beast, the fire elemental eagle, has reached silver 9 stars. Furthermore, it has been planning to evolve into the platinum-grade divine fire azure eagle over the past 2 years. I believe that with this primordial flame, it will undoubtedly break through its bottleneck and evolve successfully. Hearing this, Yuko's expression turned contemplative, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. After a moment, he spoke. What do you wish as a condition for exchange? It was indeed something he found hard to refuse. Old Li's eyes gleamed with cunning as he replied without hesitation. Let us make it straightforward. If you lose, I desire the ferocious beast cub you acquired last month, the initial form of the bewitching dragon, the little demon dragon. He evidently exudes confidence regarding this wager. A weight settled in Yuko's heart. In truth, he had intended to keep this little demon dragon as his 4th pet. But now he had no choice but to use it as a stake. Gritting his teeth, he unreservedly exclaimed, Old Li, have you ever faced a loss? Nonetheless, I accept the bet. Ha ha ha, splendid. Their gazes intertwined, heralding the onset of an intense contest. Very well. I wager that Li Qian from my Li family will secure the top residence, Old Li declared first. Umph, I knew you would choose your Li Qian. However, there's no guarantee he will seize the top residence. I place my faith in Xiong Mie of the Xiong family to claim it, Yuko retorted. Then let us wait and see, Old Li replied, his eyes brimming with confidence. Holding the numbered card, Chen Lu and Wang Jiu arrived at the dormitory area. Brother Yu, shall we settle here? I truly lack the energy to continue forward. Chen Lu sighed helplessly while gesturing towards the residence marked as number 1. Wang Jiu, rubbing his sore legs, surveyed the surroundings and inquired. All right, but how do we gain entry? Chen Lu stepped forward and attempted to push the door, only to discover an invisible barrier blocking their way as impenetrably as a fortress. He furrowed his brow, muttering, This door possesses quite the personality. Upon closer inspection, he suddenly realized. This appeared to be a formation constructed using spatial laws, much like the entrance of a martial arts hall, and it seemed a key was required to unlock it. As he spoke, he gently placed the numbered card against the barrier. With a pop, a radiant portal opened before them. We VE succeeded. Let us proceed, Chen Lu declared as he stepped into the luminous gate. Wang Jiu, elated at this development, prepared to follow, but was abruptly halted by the barrier. He collided with it like a headless fly, nearly injuring his nose, tears welling in his eyes. Meanwhile, the door flickered with words. Room 1 is already occupied. Please defeat the original occupant in a pet battle to erase their mark. Challenge requirement. Must be the owner of one of the top 5 residences. Wang Jiu, holding his nose, glared furiously at the words on the screen and bellowed. What the hell? This place can only accommodate 1 resident? Never mind. I'll leave this to my foster son and check out another residence. With that, he headed towards residence 2. Chen Lu stepped inside, casting curious glances around. He discovered the interior was extraordinarily spacious, akin to a small villa. Just as he was reveling in his excitement, the numbered card in his hand transformed into a petite, exquisitely crafted robot, gracefully floating in the air. Greetings, Master. I am your exclusive artificial intelligence robot. The little robot chimed in a melodious voice. Chen Lu looked on in astonishment. An artificial intelligence robot? Indeed, the robot replied. Chen Lu's eyes sparkled as he marveled at the wonders of technology. What makes this room special? He eagerly inquired. The robot answered, Master. This space contains various energies necessary for pet upgrades, accelerating their growth. Moreover, only the owners of the top 5 residences may challenge you. It added. Chen Lu, still somewhat perplexed, sought further clarification and eventually grasped the hierarchical system in place. If he were to be defeated in a pet battle due to insufficient strength, he would lose his claim to this room. Furthermore, any damage to the items would be assessed by the robot, and compensation at original value would be required. With these thoughts clarified, he quickly retrieved his phone and called Wang Jiu for a video chat. Hey Lu, I'm living right next door. This place is absolutely luxurious. Wang Jiu exclaimed excitedly. We have high-tech AI robot service. It accelerates pet growth. And most importantly, there's a massive swimming pool. Chen Lu chuckled at Wang Jiu's animated gestures on the screen, shaking his head. He reminded, this place doesn't guarantee we can stay indefinitely. Don't forget others can challenge us too. What is there to fear? Wang Jiu replied confidently, bring on one, and I'll take them down. Who is afraid? He thumped his chest, resolutely declaring, as if bracing for all challenges. All right, we shall discuss matters tomorrow. Chen Lu ended the call, chuckling resignedly, thinking to himself. As expected of my brother Yu, ever the optimist. He then decided to let Xiaotian out to explore the new environment. Boss, have we moved again? Xiaotian exclaimed upon emerging, brimming with excitement. Indeed, do you sense anything special about this place? Chen Lu inquired. Special? Not particularly. Xiaotian shook his head. Have you not noticed your strength has increased? Chen Lu probed further. Xiaotian contemplated briefly before responding. Boss, I do feel something, but it's almost negligible. Chen Lu nodded, convinced of his initial thoughts. If this truly could significantly expedite the growth of pets, it would be extraordinary. He pondered that to continue enhancing his strength, he might have to concoct a bronze-level ascending pill. He wondered if he could find the blood essence of a bronze-level ferocious beast here. In the material shop, a portion of bronze-level beast blood costs at least 1.5 million, plus an additional million for the concoction. Previously, he only had 7 million. Far from enough to purchase the materials for a bronze-level ascending pill. Hence, he had not immediately concocted it. Oh, he recalled the system mentioning that spending 10 million could unlock a new feature for beast simulation. Perhaps he could inquire about unlocking it in advance. Chapter 60. The Barbarian Youth Meng Qi. Dog system, come forth. What is up? What have you been up to lately? Watching Peppa Pig. The one with the pink hairdryer pig? Exactly, what do you need? I'm rather busy watching TV. Alright then, help me check. How much more do I need to spend to unlock the beast simulation feature? According to my records, you need to spend over 9 million more. Can I just give you the money directly, and you unlock the feature for me? That is not possible. You should refrain from thinking about it for now. Your current method of expenditure is solely through concocting pet pills. Fine, get lost. You're truly useless. If you wish, I'll leave. Chen Lu sighed, muttering to himself. It seems unlocking the beast simulation feature won't be feasible in the short term. I'll wait until tomorrow to see if I can find a way to obtain the materials for the ascending pill. Dismissing these concerns, he indulged in a refreshing hot shower before drifting into slumber. The following morning, as dawn broke, Chen Lu was roused from his slumber by the distinctive alarm sound emitted by the intelligent robot. He blinked awake, staring blankly at the ceiling for a moment, his face adorned with the unmistakable signs of morning grumpiness. At the foot of his bed lay the howling celestial dog, its eyes reflecting a similar reluctance to rise. What is the matter? Chen Lu inquired. The robot responded, Master, this is the designated wake-up time according to the regulations of the southern camp. Furrowing his brow, Chen Lu pressed on. And what are we to do upon waking? The robot replied, generally, it is time for training. At this, Chen Lu erupted in frustration, shouting, Isn't training scheduled to commence in 2 days? Turn off that alarm immediately. The robot complied without delay. However, mere minutes had passed when the jarring alarm blared once more, cutting through the tranquility of the early morning like a sharp blade, igniting Chen Lu's ire. If you don't provide a reasonable explanation, I swear I'll smash you into a heap of scrap metal to sell for cash. He roared, utterly incensed at the disturbance to his sleep, particularly in such a fatigued state. Yet, the robot responded unperturbed. Master, someone has come to challenge you. A challenge? So soon? Chen Lu exclaimed in disbelief, bolting upright and hastily donning his clothing. As he dressed, he shot a fierce glare out the window, muttering curses under his breath. How dare they disrupt my slumber? They shall pay for this transgression. With that, he and the howling celestial dog strode outside, where they encountered a wild-looking youth. The young man possessed a rugged appearance. With sharply defined facial features, thick brows, and piercing eyes, his physique brimming with muscle. Upon seeing Chen Lu, he disdainfully declared, "Kid, I am Meng Qi, the young chief of the southwestern barbarians. Hand over residence number 1 if you know what's good for you." Chen Lu, observing the audacity of this newcomer, cursed inwardly. How brazen to disturb my dreams. Crossing his arms, he coldly regarded Meng Qi, thinking, want residence number 1? Come and take it if you dare. Without hesitation, Meng Qi lunged at Chen Lu with the speed of a lightning bolt, resembling a ferocious beast. However, Chen Lu was no pushover. He deftly sidestepped Meng Qi's attack and retaliated with a powerful punch to Meng Qi's abdomen. Instead of retreating, Meng Qi's eyes sparkled with renewed intensity as he locked his gaze on Chen Lu, as if to convey, "You are my prey. Damn barbarian. Don't give me that look. I have no interest in men." Chen Lu retorted vehemently, "That is not for you to decide." Meng Qi gritted his teeth, preparing to charge again. "Enough. I have no desire to engage in hand-to-hand combat with you. Howling Celestial, go!" Chen Lu shouted. And the howling celestial dog immediately sprang into action. It opened its mouth and unleashed a deep growl that startled Meng Qi into halting his advance. Regaining his composure, Meng Qi remarked, "I didn't expect you to have a bronze-level beast. You possess some skill. But I am no novice either. Come forth, Skyhorn Rhinoceros." With Meng Qi's call, a towering rhinoceros, adorned with a single horn and clad in tough armor, appeared before Chen Lu. Chen Lu quickly examined the creature's details. Name, Skyhorn Rhinoceros. Attribute, Earth. Level, Bronze 1 star. Potential, Gold 9 stars. Skills, Dust Storm, Horn Strike, Iron Wall. Evolution route, Azure Refinement Infernal Rhinoceros. Indeed, those who arrived here were no ordinary individuals. Nevertheless, under equal levels, my Howling Celestial fears no one. Howling Celestial, entangle it, but avoid direct confrontation. With Chen Lu's command, the Howling Celestial dog let out an excited howl and charged toward the Skyhorn Rhinoceros like an arrow loosed from a bow. Excellent. Let them witness the true strength of our barbarian tribe, Skyhorn Rhinoceros. Meng Qi shouted enthusiastically. As the Howling Celestial approached, the Skyhorn Rhinoceros regarded it with a flicker of disdain before propelling itself forward with astonishing speed, like a gust of wind. Just as they were about to clash, the Howling Celestial executed a swift maneuver, evading the rhinoceros's sharp horn, which plunged deeply into the earth. Seeing this, Chen Lu felt a surge of triumph and shouted, "Now, Howling Celestial, strike swiftly with your fangs." Responding to the call, the Howling Celestial seized the opportunity, opening its jaws wide to bite down hard on the Skyhorn Rhinoceros's hindquarters. The rhinoceros winced in pain, gritting its teeth as it struggled to extricate its horn from the ground and turned to charge at the Howling Celestial. Yet, the Howling Celestial did not falter. Instead, it leaped into the air and delivered a powerful kick to the rhinoceros's head. Stunned by the sudden blow, the Skyhorn Rhinoceros swayed unsteadily. The Howling Celestial, unwilling to grant its opponent any respite, unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, its claws raining down on the massive creature. Despite the Skyhorn Rhinoceros's formidable defenses, it soon succumbed to the onslaught, losing its ability to continue fighting. Meng Qi, filled with concern for his injured beast, roared, "You cheated." Chen Lu, regarding Meng Qi with a smirk, retorted, "Cheating? With such meager skills, you dare to covet my residence? Perhaps you should return to your tribe and practice a bit more?" Frustrated and helpless, Meng Qi stomped his feet in anger. Chapter 61. The heist. Meng Qi glared at his wounded Skyhorn Rhinoceros, filled with sorrow. This beast had been his companion since childhood, their bond an inseparable one. Now, seeing it so gravely injured, he was desperate to take it home for treatment. However, Chen Lu was not about to let Meng Qi leave so easily. Accompanied by the Howling Celestial, he blocked Meng Qi's path. Thinking of leaving? Not so fast. A chill ran down Meng Qi's spine as he froze momentarily, then stammered, "Didn't you suggest I return and practice?" "Ah, So you're a compliant one after all. Chen Lu mused inwardly, maintaining his impassive demeanor. His gaze turned cold as he addressed Meng Qi. You came to challenge me, and I did not seek you out. But you dared to disturb my sleep this early. Do you think that is appropriate? Hand over all your valuables. The howling celestial dog growled menacingly, its fierce expression directed at Meng Qi as if ready to pounce. Meng Qi, taken aback and furious, exclaimed, What? Did I hear you correctly? You dare to rob me? I am the young chief of the southwestern barbarians. You merely got lucky in defeating me, and now think you can lay claim to my belongings? Feeling deeply insulted, Meng Qi's voice resonated with anger, attempting to intimidate Chen Lu. Ah, you enjoy barking, do you? Chen Lu thought with a sneer, remaining silent on the surface. Suddenly, he retrieved a baseball bat from his storage space. With a swift swing of the bat, it struck directly against Meng Qi's head. Caught completely off guard by Chen Lu's utter disregard for the rules of engagement, blood immediately streamed from his wound. Clutching his head, his eyes brimmed with disbelief. You actually dared to ambush me. He attempted to retaliate but was unexpectedly pounced upon by Xiaotian, pinning him to the ground. Meng Qi struggled desperately, yet he was firmly held down, unable to break free. He roared in fury, Let go of me if you dare. I challenge you to a duel. A duel? Chen Lu scoffed, leaning in to deliver 2 resounding slaps to Meng Qi's face. Instantly, Meng Qi felt dizzy, his ears ringing painfully. How foolish of you, a mere clan junior leader, to be so dim-witted. Today, I shall impart a lesson upon you. Dazed and seeing stars, Meng Qi glared at Chen Lu, his eyes filled with rage and resentment. Chen Lu, witnessing his expression, laughed even more mockingly. How dare you glare at me? He delivered 2 more slaps, leaving Meng Qi's face swollen. Face reality. Boy, you are now akin to my prisoner. Standing tall, Chen Lu looked down upon Meng Qi as one would observe a squirming insect. Meng Qi clenched his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. But every word he tried to utter came out as indecipherable mumbling. All right, since this is your first offense against me, I shall be merciful. Just pay me 1 million as compensation, and we will call it even. Chen Lu watched Meng Qi while twirling the baseball bat in his hand. In your dreams, Meng Qi retorted defiantly, refusing to capitulate. Foolish boy, do you think I am negotiating with you? Chen Lu's cold laugh rang out as he gestured to Xiaotian. Hold him down. 2.5 minutes later, Chen Lu surveyed the valuable sand-scale fruit in his hands, nodding in satisfaction. All right, be gone. Make sure I do not see you again. He kicked Meng Qi before striding back to his abode with Xiaotian, struggling to rise from the ground. Meng Qi cradled his bloodied head, his eyes burning with vengeful fury. Chen Lu, I will make you pay for this. After glancing around to ensure no one was watching, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was fortunate he had arrived early. Had anyone witnessed the humiliation, it would have been a complete loss of face. Chen Lu, of course, heard Meng Qi's barking threats but dismissed them entirely. In his eyes, this barbarian, despite his status as a clan junior leader, was merely a simple-minded brute, entirely unworthy of concern. For now, it was far more pressing to indulge in a relaxing hot spring bath. With that thought in mind, Chen Lu summoned his intelligent robot and commanded it to set the water temperature to the most comfortable level. 5 minutes later, the robot informed him that the water was ready. Only then did Chen Lu and Xiaotian leisurely step into the hot spring. He had to admit, the experience was extraordinarily refreshing. The moment he entered, it felt as if his limbs were enveloped in immense satisfaction. Before he knew it, he and Xiaotian had succumbed to a deep slumber. They slept soundly until the sun was high in the sky, at which point Chen Lu lazily awoke. To his surprise, there had been no challengers to confront him that morning. Boss, I'm starving. When can we eat? Xiaotian exclaimed as soon as Chen Lu stirred. Chen Lu rubbed his now flat belly, realizing he hadn't eaten in quite some time. He turned to the intelligent robot and inquired, Where can I find a place to eat? The camp has a student cafeteria. Just head straight out the door, and you'll see it. After receiving the information, Chen Lu quickly called Wang Jiyu. Hey, you go. Let us go grab a meal. On the other end, Wang Jiyu, just waking up, stretched and replied, Sure thing. Let us meet at the entrance. The two met outside and headed towards the cafeteria. Upon arrival, they discovered that the food was categorized into 3 distinct tiers: ordinary food, quality food, and premium food. The ordinary food appeared to be provided free of charge, but to indulge in the superior quality or premium offerings, one would need to exchange points. Specifically, a serving of quality food required 1 point, while a premium serving demanded as much as 3 points. Upon grasping the prices, Chen Lu suddenly found himself at a loss. What on earth are these points? He muttered to himself. At that moment, Wang Jiyu chimed in. Hey, I know a bit about that. Yesterday, while playing with the fire turtle, I accidentally set a tree ablaze. The intelligent robot came over and demanded I pay 3 points. Chen Lu stared at Wang Jiyu in astonishment. You have points? Wang Jiu scratched his head and sheepishly chuckled. Well, I do, but right now, my points are in the negative. Hearing this, Chen Lu was completely speechless. With no points to their names, the two settled for one serving each of the free, ordinary food. However, even though it was ordinary, the black iron-grade beast meat was exceptionally delicious. As they savored their meal, Chen Lu took the opportunity to recount the events of the morning. Wow, truly, you are remarkable, Lu Ge. You went straight for the robbery. Wang Jiu exclaimed in awe. What are you talking about? That's called compensation for mental distress. Chen Lu corrected him. Ah, right, compensation for mental distress. Wang Jiu quickly agreed. Chen Lu nodded in affirmation, adding, we are good young men. How could we possibly engage in robbery? He patted Wang Jiu on the shoulder, adopting an air of righteousness. When it came to compensation for mental distress, hardship, and educational fees, Chen Lu began counting on his fingers, asserting that they were certainly not the type to extort. They merely sought to enlighten others regarding their mistakes. He spoke with a sense of justice, his eyes shining with the light of benevolence. Indeed, it's all thanks to you, Lu Ge. Otherwise, how could we explain why you consistently rank second to last in exams, and I come in last? Wang Jiu grinned, revealing his two prominent front teeth. Chen Lu rolled his eyes in exasperation. After their hearty meal, they thoughtfully packed some food for their respective pets, contentedly preparing to head home. Wang Jiu rubbed his belly and let out a loud belch, grinning like a carefree Buddha. As they made their way back, Chen Lu's peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure, Yuku, the very senior who had led them here. Chen Lu abruptly grabbed Wang Jiu, nearly causing him to stumble. At that moment, Yuku stepped out of another restaurant, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Lu and Wang Jiu exchanged knowing glances and simultaneously called out, Brother Yu. Yuku, hearing their shouts, instinctively turned to look, his expression a mix of confusion. Upon realizing it was Chen Lu and Wang Jiu, his face broke into a joyful smile. He stopped in his tracks, his lips curving upwards as he responded with a warm smile. Ah, it is you. How do you find the cuisine here? Are you managing to adjust to it? Well, it's quite decent, Wang Jiu replied without hesitation. The flavors are pleasant, though it barely satisfies my hunger. Since joining the martial arts academy, he has been influenced by Chen Lu, and every few days he has enjoyed a delectable meal of bronze-level beast meat. It is well known that this caliber of beast meat is imbued with substantial energy, sufficient to stave off hunger for several days with just one meal. In contrast, the free black iron-level beast meat provided in the cafeteria appears rather inferior. Upon hearing this, Yuku displayed a hint of surprise, seemingly taken aback by their response. After pondering for a moment, he inquired, haven't you utilized your points to procure food? Chen Lu scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and replied, we're not quite sure how to acquire points. Yuku smacked his forehead, suddenly recalling something, and explained with a smile, oh, I've just remembered, you presently cannot earn points. This revelation prompted both of them to voice their confusion in unison. Why? Yuku patiently elucidated, this is because your accommodations have yet to be established. After 6 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, your residences will be confirmed. At that time, the intelligent robots you possess will transform into smartwatches. Through these watches, you will be able to accept various tasks and complete them, or sell items you no longer need, thus earning corresponding points. As he spoke, Yuka raised his hand to showcase the smartwatch adorning his wrist. The two observed the device closely, their eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation. Wang Jiu even leaned forward, eager to touch the watch, only to be pulled back by Chen Lu. After Yuku's explanation, they finally comprehended the situation, a look of realization dawning upon them. Then, Brother Yu, is there any distinction among the residences? Wang Jiu inquired further. Indeed, there is a distinction, Yuku answered with a smile. The first 5 residences are luxurious single villas, each equipped with state-of-the-art facilities and a comfortable environment, truly the epitome of opulence. The next 10 are standard single accommodations. While not as lavish, they adequately meet basic needs. As for the final 10, they consist of shared standard rooms. Standard rooms? Are they like the 8-person dormitories in schools? Wang Jiu pressed on. Well, during peak occupancy, they might resemble that, but generally, they are 6-person rooms. Yuka nodded in affirmation. Is it possible that the disparity between these residences is so vast? Chen Lu could not help but exclaim. The intelligent robot had only informed them that their living quarters were categorized, but it had not disclosed the enormity of the differences. Indeed, here, only the truly formidable are entitled to the finest accommodations, Yuka stated with a serious demeanor. Upon hearing this, both Wang Jiu and Chen Lu displayed expressions of relief, grateful that they had been assigned to luxurious villas from the outset. Thank you, Brother Yu, for your detailed introduction. We shall not trouble you any further. They sincerely expressed their gratitude before preparing to depart. Just as they were about to take their leave, Yuka suddenly called out to them. Wait a moment. Since you have repeatedly addressed me as brother Yu, I cannot let you call me that for nothing. As he spoke, he retrieved 2 golden fruits from his pocket and presented them to them. Chen Lu's eyes widened in astonishment. This is the Wenhua fruit, he stammered. It can instantaneously heal injuries of silver level and below beast companions. Wang Jiu was equally astonished, nearly dropping his jaw. I saw this in a high-end materials shop. It's worth at least 3 million. This is far too precious. We cannot accept this. Chen Lu hastily declined. Yuko waved his hand, a gentle smile gracing his face. Take them. Each Wenhua fruit costs merely 3 points to exchange, which is insignificant for me. Moreover, the forthcoming competition for residences will likely incite many fierce battles among beast companions, and these fruits might prove useful in assisting you. Upon hearing this, Chen Lu and Wang Jiu exchanged glances, a flicker of hesitation passing between them, but ultimately, they decided to graciously accept the gesture. They excitedly took the Wenhua fruits, repeatedly thanking Yuko. In that case, we are genuinely grateful, brother Yu. Well, you must strive hard. I shall be off to undertake my tasks now. Yuka nodded with a smile before turning to leave. With the Wenhua fruits in hand, Chen Lu and Wang Jiu made their way towards their residence. Halfway there, Yuka suddenly slapped his forehead in frustration, exclaiming, "Oh no, I forgot to ask them which residence number they are in." He furrowed his brow, muttering to himself for a moment before reassuring himself. It's all right. They appeared rather average in high school. However, they seem quite polite. Likely among those relatively good students who were recommended here. They probably won't be too formidable. I hope they end up in the ordinary single rooms. If Chen Lu and Wang Jiu had heard his thoughts, they would surely have burst into laughter, patting each other's shoulders and saying, "Well said. We are indeed model students." Chapter 63. Have you heard of me? As Chen Lu and Wang Jiu rounded a corner, Wang Jiu suddenly halted, pointing excitedly at a few individuals in front of residence number 1, exclaiming, "Lu, look, someone has come to challenge you." Following his gesture, Chen Lu's gaze was instantly drawn to the 3 individuals. Upon closer inspection, he noted that they appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, 2 boys and a girl, standing quietly at their doorstep. It seemed that the brute Meng Qi had likely been defeated and had lost his place among the top 5 residences. Well, we just finished our meal. A bit of exercise wouldn't hurt. However, we are model youths, so we must maintain our decorum, Chen Lu chuckled. This should make it easier to extort the opposition. Right? Sounds good. Wang Jiu interjected. With that, the 2 quickened their pace, heading directly towards the trio. As they approached, they captured the attention of the 3. A boy clad in casual short sleeves and floral shorts was the first to speak. Which of you is Chen Lu? Surprised, Chen Lu asked, "You've heard of me?" The boy in floral shorts rolled his eyes and pointed at the door. "No, I haven't heard of you, but your name is right there on the door." Realizing that his name had been inscribed on the door, Chen Lu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he scratched his head. At that moment, the boy in floral shorts introduced himself. "All right, enough of that. I'm Li Qian, from the Li family of Nanhai Province." Chen Lu and Wang Jiu exchanged glances and promptly stepped forward, enthusiastically shaking Li Qian's hand, saying, "Greetings. You must be Li Qian, a name I have long admired." Li Qian let out a slight exclamation, seemingly taken aback. "Have you heard of me?" The 2 simultaneously shook their heads and replied earnestly, "No." "Then why did you say you admire me?" "Well, I assent that what people on television say." Upon hearing this, both Li Qian and another individual displayed expressions of disbelief. Suddenly, the man clad in black, Xiong Lai, snapped out of his daze and addressed Chen Lu. "I am Xiong Lai, and this is Zhang Mingyu. The 3 of us have come to challenge you." As soon as Xiong Lai finished speaking, Zhang Mingyu smiled and nodded at the 2 in acknowledgement. Upon hearing this, Chen Lu and Wang Jiu turned to look at Zhang Mingyu. She was strikingly beautiful, her appearance quite captivating. Unfortunately, her attire was rather conservative, obscuring her figure. Moreover, these 3 were entirely different from Meng Qi, exuding an air of refinement, making it rather difficult to extort them. Thus, Chen Lu cleared his throat and responded solemnly. "Very well, since you are so sincere, I shall accept your challenge. I will go first." Li Qian interjected eagerly. Chen Lu continued, "However, my pet has yet to eat. Shall we wait until after the meal to battle?" Yes, it won't take long anyway," Wang Jiu chimed in. Li Qian exchanged glances with the other 2 and said, "Fine, we shall give you half an hour." Chen Lu and Wang Jiu exchanged an okay gesture before each retreated into the luxurious villa. Once inside, Chen Lu messaged Wang Jiu, instructing him to ignore the 3 outside no matter what. He then commanded the intelligent robot, regardless of who knocks, do not respond. Mute all sounds. The intelligent robot kindly reminded him, "Master, that is not permissible. If someone challenges you, you must exit your residence within 5 hours to accept. Otherwise, your mark will be erased, and you will be expelled." Chen Lu was well aware of this rule. but he still wished to take a nap and test the patience of those individuals. Thus, he leisurely replied, I understand. But can't you wait until there are only a few minutes left to alert me? After receiving clear instructions, the intelligent robot replied, Understood, Master. Chen Lu mused. The main issue is that these individuals are too polite. Even if I win, it would be awkward to extort them. Host, you truly are something else. Silence, and keep your eyes on your pink hairdryer, pig. I will. Subsequently, Chen Lu carefully placed the packed food in front of the sleeping Xiaotian. He then lay down on the bed, feeling a sense of relief as he prepared to sleep. Before long, he was enveloped in a sweet slumber. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half an hour had elapsed. At this moment, the three outside had begun to grow impatient. Xiong furrowed his brow and spoke with a hint of dissatisfaction. Didn't this kid say he would only need half an hour? Why hasn't he come out yet? Perhaps he eats slowly. Let us wait a little longer, Zhang Mingyu reassured. The other two fell silent upon hearing her words. However, after another 10 minutes, Li Qian could no longer contain his growing agitation and suggested, I can't stand this. Why don't we initiate the challenge directly? That way, he will have no choice but to respond. This proposal was met with agreement from Xiong and Zhang Mingyu, both nodding in assent. Without hesitation, Li Qian stepped forward and decisively initiated the challenge. At that moment, a countdown of 5 hours suddenly appeared on the door. The challenge had been successfully issued. Surely he would respond soon. Li Qian gazed at the countdown, murmuring to himself. Time ticked away, 5 minutes passed, 10 minutes passed. At this juncture, Li Qian began to realize that Chen Lu did not seem inclined to accept their challenge. A surge of unnameable anger welled within him, and he could not help but exclaim, This guy is truly cunning. He first used his pet's hunger to deceive us, then continued to drag out the time. Humph. I'll see how long you can hide. As he spoke, Li Qian resolved to remain steadfast, waiting for Chen Lu's appearance. Xiong and Zhang Mingyu were equally frustrated by Chen Lu's behavior, yet there was little they could do but stay with Li Qian. An hour swiftly passed. 2 hours and 30 minutes rushed by. Initially, the three were spirited and full of energy, but now they appeared exceedingly weary and listless. Throughout this lengthy wait, their patience and stamina gradually diminished. Finally, when only 10 minutes remained before the mark would be erased, Chen Lu was roused by the intelligent robot. Chapter 64. Let me teach you how to speak politely. Chen Lu yawned, stretched leisurely, and slowly sat up, rubbing his eyes. It was time to face them. He murmured to himself, a sly smile creeping across his lips. As the countdown entered its final minute, the heartbeats of the three quickened. If Chen Lu did not appear before the countdown concluded, they would be justified in claiming his residence and ruthlessly expelling him. However, Chen Lu had no intention of allowing them to succeed. Just as the final 10 seconds approached, Chen Lu nonchalantly pushed open the door and stepped outside. He observed the trio's expressions shift from excitement to bewilderment, then to fury, nearly bursting into laughter. Feigning surprise, he raised an eyebrow and asked, Oh, why are you still here? Li Qian, his face flushed with anger, clenched his fists and ground his teeth. You made us wait for so long. Chen Lu pretended to look innocent, scratching his head and grinning. My apologies, I accidentally fell asleep. But since you haven't left, let us begin. Zhang Mingyu furrowed her brow, secretly cursing. This person is truly a rogue. Xiong remained silent, his expression dark and his eyes flickering with barely contained rage. As if ready to pounce at any moment, Chen Lu relished the sight of their distinct expressions, thinking to himself, Don't hold back. Go ahead and scold me. That will give me a reason to extort you. Seeing this, Li Qian no longer wished to waste words with Chen Lu. He boldly stepped forward and shouted, Come forth. Magic Eye Beast. With this proclamation, a deep, resonating roar echoed. The Magic Eye Beast descended from the sky, landing firmly on the ground. Its towering, 2-meter frame instilled a sense of awe, covered in thick, deep purple scales that shimmered with a mysterious glow. Behind it trailed a short and formidable tail, swaying slightly, exuding an indescribable aura of authority. The most striking feature of the demon-eyed beast was its head. 2 blood-red eyes gleamed with a piercing gaze, reminiscent of raging flames. On its forehead, there resided a pitch-black, profound eye, seemingly capable of penetrating all truths, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. Upon witnessing this, Chen Lu was momentarily rendered speechless, involuntarily exclaiming, Wow, with a scythe and a hellhound. Isn't this just the ferocious beast version of Erlang Shen? After his astonishment, he eagerly began to examine the information regarding the demon-eyed beast. Name, demon-eyed beast. Attribute, dark. Level, bronze 3 stars. Potential, gold 9 stars. Skills, demon chi wave. Soul capture, shadow demon hand. Evolution path, demon eye evil emperor. Having concluded his review, Chen Lu felt a surge of pressure. This demon-eye beast not only possessed the extraordinarily rare dark attribute that he had never encountered, but was also 2 levels higher than him. Indeed, it was evident that this creature belonged to a prestigious family, born into privilege, unlike Chen Lu, who had come into the world as a mere commoner. Fortunately, thanks to the enhancement from the sky-soaring pill, his hellhound was no longer fearful of any pet at the same level. "Come forth, hellhound," with Chen Lu's summons. The hellhound reappeared before the crowd like a bolt of lightning. Unlike its usual languid demeanor, this time, upon seeing the demon-eye beast, it radiated an intense battle spirit. Li Qian, noticing that the hellhound was also of bronze 1-star level, displayed a hint of surprise, and with a forced smile, he remarked, "Kid, you've got some skill. I'll give you a chance to be my subordinate. Just hand over your residence." Chen Lu, upon hearing this, smirked disdainfully, fully aware of Li Qian's intentions. He merely sought to conserve his strength for a confrontation with the two standing beside him. Calmly, he replied, "Sure, no problem. I'm not particularly good at pet battles anyway, so I'll let you have it." Li Qian's face lit up with delight at this, a glimmer of smugness in his eyes. However, the expressions of Xiong Lai and Zhang Mingyu darkened, their displeasure evident. It was clear that the 3 of them had waited together. Yet now Li Qian was reaping the benefits. If Li Qian were to follow Chen Lu's example and hide for 5 hours, they would have waited in vain. Li Qian, not being foolish, quickly realized this and did not wish to offend both parties simultaneously. Thus he asserted, "Don't worry. I, under the name of the Li family, guarantee that I will not avoid battle." Upon hearing the mention of the Li family, the 2 nodded, their brows slightly easing, as they accepted Li Qian's assurance. Seeing this, Chen Lu sighed inwardly, recognizing his attempt at sowing discord had failed. "This kid is rather astute," he mused. Li Qian, noticing that Xiong Lai and Zhang Mengyu remained inactive, turned to Chen Lu and said, "Kid, lift your seal and be my subordinate from now on." Chen Lu, with a smile that danced on the edge of mockery, responded, "No problem, but how about I give you this residence, and in return, you owe me a favor?" Li Qian frowned slightly, but considering it was merely a favor, he thought it was manageable. "Fine, I owe you a favor. Now lift the seal." Chen Lu continued, "However, I am not one to take kindly to debts. It complicates matters for both of us, wouldn't you agree?" Li Qian, growing increasingly agitated, retorted impatiently, "What do you want?" Chen Lu proposed, "Why not do this instead? Bow a few times and say thank you, and then the favor will be settled." Realizing he had been outmaneuvered, Li Qian's face flushed, veins bulging on his forehead, and he erupted with a torrent of profanities. "Damn you." Chen Lu chuckled inwardly, thinking if he could endure this, he would have to play hardball. To ensure he received a more substantial compensation later, he decided to stoke the flames further. Clearing his throat, he feigned innocence and said, "After all, you are a disciple of a prominent family. Cursing like that is quite unbecoming. How will you inherit the Li family like this? Let's do it this way. I have a soft heart and cannot bear to see your lack of manners. Allow me to teach you how to speak politely. Say it with me, thank you. Hellhound, unleash the demon chi wave." With gritted teeth, Li Qian shouted, unable to tolerate the humiliation of being toyed with by Chen Lu any longer, his heart ablaze with fury, wishing he could obliterate him immediately. Seeing Li Qian's eagerness to strike, Chen Lu couldn't help but smirk slyly. Unhurriedly, he commanded his hellhound, "Hellhound, heed my command. Swiftly leap to evade the enemy's attack, then unleash your ultimate technique, Shadow Fog Erosion." At Chen Lu's command, the hellhound leaped like an arrow released from a bow, deftly avoiding the demon-eye beast's demon chi wave. Subsequently, it expelled a dense cloud of black fog that rapidly expanded, surging toward the demon-eye beast. Chapter 65. Defeating the demon-eye beast. As the black fog approached, Li Qian remained unfazed, his eyes unwavering. He chose to let the demon-eye beast endure the full brunt of the hellhound's attack. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him. He was determined to have the demon-eye beast tear Chen Lu's pet to shreds. "Seize it, Shadow Demon Hand," Li Qian commanded fiercely. In response to his order, the demon-eye beast summoned dark energy, slamming its hands onto the ground. Instantly, a massive black hand emerged from the earth, transforming rapidly into a gigantic shadowy appendage. This hand, as if summoned from the depths of hell, lunged at the hellhound with tremendous force. The hellhound, caught off guard, was promptly ensnared by the black hand. The speed of this skill left no room for defense. Nearby, Zhang Mingyu remarked, "It seems the match is nearing its conclusion. Prepare for your battle with Li Qian." Xiong Lai echoed, "Indeed." A smirk of triumph crept across Li Qian's face, his eyes glinting with cunning. "Huh. Let's see where you can escape this time." Demon Chi Wave. Immediately, an overwhelmingly potent wave of black energy surged forth from the demon-eye beast's eye, akin to a torrent of darkness, sweeping toward the hellhound. Chen Lu, witnessing this scene, murmured inwardly, It appears the Hellhound will struggle to escape this time. He raised his voice, calling out to his Hellhound, since you cannot evade, then use golden scales for protection. Faced with such a ferocious assault, the Hellhound dared not show any sign of weakness. It swiftly responded by activating its skill, golden scales for protection. A brilliant golden light erupted from its small horns, enveloping its entire being, significantly enhancing both its offensive and defensive capabilities. The Hellhound gritted its teeth, bracing itself against the onslaught, yet it sustained considerable injuries. Its body marred with numerous ghastly wounds. The massive shadowy claw that had once tightly restrained it dissipated as its energy was exhausted. It seems this individual possesses a defensive type pet capable of withstanding the demon-eye beast barrage, Zhang Mingyu analyzed, to which Xiong Lai nodded in agreement. Typically, a bronze 1-star pet would lack such formidable defensive prowess, having long lost its fighting capability. Li Qian, witnessing that Chen Lu's pet had not yet succumbed, felt a surge of anger. Demon-eye beast, maintain control. Shadow demon hand. He launched another attack. Chen Lu sneered. Prepared long ago. Xiaotian, utilize the shadow mist corrosion to shield yourself. With a thunderous roar, Xiaotian unleashed a torrent of black mist from its serpentine head and tail, enveloping its entire form in a shroud of corrosive energy. The shadow demon's hand, upon contact with the black mist, began to corrode, its power diminishing drastically until it ultimately dissipated. How could this be? Li Qian exclaimed in astonishment. Zhang Mingyu and Xiong Mie, who were mere spectators, were equally taken aback. They could hardly believe that Chen Lu's beast had so swiftly discovered a solution. What astonished them even further was that this method had directly shattered the dark energy of the Eye Demon Beast through a collision of elemental energies. The Eye Demon Beast was renowned for its offensive and controlling abilities. Had it been in their position, they would have only been able to prepare their beasts in advance and then evade such attacks. There is nothing impossible. It's merely a matter of capability. Chen Lu declared coldly. He had long deduced that although the Eye Demon Beast appeared akin to Erling Shun, it was, in fact, a pure long-range attacker and control-type mage, continuously casting skills and engaging him in a battle of wits. To be honest, this was his first encounter with such a creature, and he had been passively receiving blows while allowing his opponent to capitalize on its strengths. With this in mind, Chen Lu unhesitatingly issued commands to Xiaotian. Xiaotian, the enemy has exhausted its 3 signature moves. Now it is our turn. Give it a thorough thrashing. With a fierce howl, Xiaotian immediately lunged toward the Eye Demon Beast, its speed akin to that of lightning. Li Qian, taken aback, hurriedly commanded the Eye Demon Beast to unleash a barrage of dark energy spheres. However, Xiaotian deftly dodged each attack, swiftly closing the distance to the Eye Demon Beast. As Xiaotian prepared to strike, Li Qian's anxiety intensified. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to unleash his final trump card. Eye Demon Beast, use your ultimate move. Soul capture, he shouted. The black eye on the Eye Demon Beast's forehead instantly emitted a beam of light, striking Xiaotian directly. Xiaotian's movement slowed, its gaze becoming dazed. It began to lose self-control, as if ensnared in an inescapable state. Witnessing this scene, Chen Lu gasped, "Damn it, I forgot they had that in their arsenal. Wake up, Xiaotian." Yet, Xiaotian disregarded his pleas and continued to approach the Eye Demon Beast step by step. Li Qian, seeing this, wore a triumphant grin. "Ha ha ha, did you think my Eye Demon Beast only possessed a control skill? Use the demonic energy wave," he jeered. But at that moment, Xiaotian's serpentine head and tail suddenly surged with power, striking at the Eye Demon Beast. The toxins within the Eye Demon Beast were provoked, and its anguished cries reverberated through the air. "Ah, Eye Demon Beast, this cannot be," Li Qian exclaimed, rushing toward the creature. At that moment, Xiaotian regained its senses, initially bewildered, then looked down at the fallen Eye Demon Beast, lifting its head proudly to gaze at Chen Lu. "Ha ha ha, well done, Xiaotian." Chen Lu laughed in astonishment. He hadn't expected that the serpent's head and tail, despite lacking awareness, would attack purely based on instinct. Impressive. However, this was not the moment for exclamations. He needed to swiftly demand compensation for the mental anguish incurred. With a swift step, Chen Lu positioned himself directly in front of Li Qian, who sought to reclaim the Eye Demon Beast. "Impudent wretch, get out of my way," Li Qian snarled, revealing his true nature as he glared at Chen Lu. "Oh, so you still dare to act so cocky after losing?" Without further ado, Chen Lu skillfully retrieved a baseball bat and delivered 3 heavy blows to Li Qian's head. Blood streamed from Li Qian's scalp, and he was consumed with rage. "You dare to strike me? I'll have you pay for this." Li Qian swung his fist toward Chen Lu, but was swiftly countered by a sweeping kick, sending him crashing to the ground. Chen Lu crouched down, resting the baseball bat against Li Qian's chin, saying, "Shall we converse now?" Terrified, Li Qian stammered, "What do you want? Now we're getting somewhere. You see, Your insults have inflicted significant psychological trauma upon me, so perhaps you should compensate me for my emotional distress? Li Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. You dare to extort me? Chen Lu let out a cold laugh. You wouldn't want your demon beast to miss out on timely treatment, would you? Li Qian's expression soured considerably, but upon glancing at Chen Lu's baseball bat and the nearly incapacitated demon beast, he reluctantly extracted a dark fruit worth 5 million. Chen Lu accepted it with a nod of satisfaction. Now we're talking. Remember, next time you challenge me, bring my compensation for emotional distress. With that, Chen Lu turned to Zhang Mengyu and Xiong Lai. You two are included as well. Chapter 66. Do you not understand the principle of capturing the leader first? Zhang Mengyu, upon hearing Chen Lu's words, couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. Xiong Lai, however, was livid, his face darkened with fury. Initially, when he witnessed Li Qian's defeat at the hands of Chen Lu, a flicker of trepidation had sparked within him. After all, he and Li Qian were of comparable strength. The ability to defeat Li Qian suggested that perhaps he too could be bested. However, what Xiong Lai had never anticipated was Chen Lu's audacious arrogance, demonstrating utter disregard for others. With unrestrained fury, Xiong Lai stepped forward, bellowing, "Kid, you are far too conceited. If you possess the capability, come and face me in battle." In response to Xiong Lai's provocation, Chen Lu did not immediately accept the challenge. Instead, he leisurely replied, "It is getting rather late, and I must go for dinner. If you insist on interrupting my meal, you will need to pay an additional compensation for the inconvenience. However, let me ask you this. If you lose to me, can you afford that price?" Those words ignited Xiong Lai's anger to the boiling point. He produced 2 cassava fruits, shaking them at Chen Lu. "If you can defeat me, these 2 fruits are yours." Chen Lu glanced at the cassava fruits, recognizing their value, and responded, "All right, you seem to have the means. Let us begin." With that, he gestured for Xiong Lai to proceed. Xiong Lai shouted, "Come forth, Azure Wood Dragon." In an instant, a dazzling flying dragon made its entrance. This dragon, adorned with yellow scales and sporting green horns atop its head, boasted blue eyes, 2 claws, and a short violet tail. Chen Lu, astonished, exclaimed, "Oh my! Yet another dragon-blooded beast. Could it truly possess the bloodline of a real dragon?" Upon closer inspection, he quickly corrected himself. "Wait, no, it has only 2 claws. With its forelimbs replaced by wings, it must be a subdragon species." While scratching his head in contemplation, he began to gesture with his fingers, mentally calculating. In the East, true dragons are 5-clawed, like the ancestor dragon and the Yinglong. Subdragons are the offspring of true dragons, such as the flood dragon. In contrast, Western true dragons possess 4 claws and 2 wings, with long tails, like the red dragon, green dragon, blue dragon, and rainbow dragon. Western subdragons include dragonkin, dragon beasts, bipedal dragons, and serpent dragons. Chen Lu fixed his gaze on the azure wood dragon, muttering to himself, "This azure wood dragon should be a bipedal dragon. But I can't be certain. Let us check its information. If it is a true dragon, it will undoubtedly possess draconic attributes. Name, Azure Wood Dragon. Attributes, Wood Flight. Level, Bronze 3 stars. Potential, Gold 9 stars. Skills, Malevolent Aura, Dragon Claw, Arrow Feather. Evolution Route, Azure Malevolent Dragon." After examining the information, Chen Lu nodded and mused to himself. As expected, it is a subdragon species. My conjecture was correct. However, despite the Azure Wood Dragon being merely a subdragon, its prowess is not something ordinary ferocious beasts can easily contend with. The mere skill of Malevolent Aura can significantly enhance its defense and vitality. Moreover, the Azure Wood Dragon possesses the ability to fly. If Xiaotian is continually subjected to long-range attacks by the Azure Wood Dragon, it will undoubtedly pose quite a challenge for me. Casting a glance at Xiaotian, Chen Lu sighed, thinking, "If you truly intend to pursue that strategy, I will have no choice but to command Xiaotian to retaliate against you." Misinterpreting Chen Lu's gaze as a provocation, Xiong Lai quietly commanded, "Azure Wood Dragon, Arrow Feather." The Azure Wood Dragon flapped its wings, unleashing a barrage of feather-like projectiles that rained down upon Xiaotian, resembling a torrential downpour, densely packed with scarcely any gaps. Realizing the peril, Xiaotian swiftly evaded, but still suffered minor scratches from the feathers, leaving behind faint white marks on its skin. Though they did not break the surface, it could be likened to a scraping. A flicker of surprise crossed Xiong Lai's eyes, quickly followed by a scoff. "Humph. Indeed, the defense is commendable. However, today, you are destined to fall before me." Azure Wood Dragon, Dragon Claw. The Azure Wood Dragon soared high, diving towards Xiaotian with claws glinting menacingly, aimed directly at its vital points. Unyielding, Xiaotian retaliated, swiftly swinging its 4 claws. The claws of the 2 ferocious beasts clashed violently, sparks flying in all directions. Suddenly, Xiaotian exerted its strength, sending the azure wood dragon flying. But fortunately, the latter regained its balance by vigorously flapping its wings. Observing the azure wood dragon being repelled, yet displaying no signs of turmoil, Chen Lu sighed. As expected of a beast with dragon lineage, it is both resilient and formidable. Even if it ultimately prevails, it will likely leave Xiaotian utterly exhausted. Xiaotian, prepare to strike. Xiaotian nodded in acknowledgement of Chen Lu's command, its gaze towards the azure wood dragon growing increasingly fierce. Xiaotian, having witnessed the earlier exchange, felt a swell of pride within. I never anticipated this little fellow's pet would possess not only high defense, but also great strength. However, I have yet to reveal my trump card. Azure Wood Dragon, Malevolent Aura. The Azure Wood Dragon circled in the sky, beginning to absorb the malevolent energy present in the air. Witnessing this, Chen Lu's frustration surged, and he hastily approached Xiaotian, delivering a slap. Boss, why did you hit me? Xiaotian looked up with an expression of grievance. Did I not instruct you to prepare for action? Instead, you stand idly by while others bolster their strength? Chen Lu interrogated, his face aflame with annoyance. But I can't reach him. How can I attack? Xiaotian protested, pointing at Xiaotian. I meant for you to engage him. Don't you understand the principle of capturing the leader first? You're not in a hurry. I'm just waiting for dinner. Boss, you're so clever. Xiaotian exclaimed. Of course, otherwise, why would I be your pet? That is not entirely out of the question, Chen Lu replied, perplexed. You're getting a bit too cheeky. It seems you've not faced a beating in a while, and now you're itching for one. No, boss, I'll act immediately. With that, Xiaotian surged forward. Meanwhile, Xiaotian remained in high spirits. The Azure Wood Dragon absorbs malevolent energy. The opponent cannot fly and is utterly incapable of stopping it. Victory is assured. Just as Xiaotian reveled in his triumph, he was unexpectedly tackled to the ground by Xiaotian, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. Where am I? How did I get knocked down? Once he regained his senses, he shouted at Chen Lu. Chen Lu, you little rascal, can't play fair, can you? Chen Lu shook his head, responding, No. Battles between pets have never been a solitary endeavor for the beasts. Moreover, in contests for territory, there is no rule against attacking the Beastmaster. Rendered speechless by Chen Lu's retort, Xiaotian seethed with anger. Just as he was about to unleash a tirade, he noticed Chen Lu tossing a baseball bat onto the ground. Then, with a disarming smile, he said, Oh dear, the baseball bat accidentally fell. I'm quite timid. You wouldn't scold me, would you? No, I concede. Xiaotian gritted his teeth, calling off the Azure Wood Dragon, still in the sky absorbing malevolent energy, and then handed Chen Lu 2 cassava fruits. Seeing this, Chen Lu pocketed the cassava fruits and patted Xiaotian's shoulder, saying, You're truly a good person. Chapter 67, Exchange of Residences. Nearby, Zhang Mengyu observed the scene, unable to suppress her urge to step back, inwardly cursing. This guy is utterly shameless. Not only did he seize someone else's possessions, but he also pretended to praise him as a good person. Chen Lu, noticing Zhang Mengyu's fearful demeanor, couldn't help but smile slyly, thinking to himself, what is the point of maintaining dignity when there is profit to be made? Adopting an innocent expression, he feigned grievance and softly remarked to Zhang Mengyu, Is your retreat a serious gesture? Such a trivial action carries such weight. After saying this, he took a few steps toward Zhang Mengyu, causing her further unease. Frightened, Zhang Mengyu retreated a few more steps. Observing this, Chen Lu burst into laughter, displaying an expression that begged for a scolding. I'm just joking. Do you wish to challenge me? All I require is compensation for my meal and a fee for emotional distress. Zhang Mengyu's face flushed with anger as she glared fiercely at Chen Lu, then turned sharply to return to her residence. Chen Lu, witnessing her retreat, laughed triumphantly. Since no one dares to challenge me, I shall take my leave for a meal. With that, he swaggered away from the arena, delightfully contemplating what to have for dinner. As night fell, upon returning to his room, Chen Lu eagerly opened his storage space to examine the day's harvest, 1 dark fruit and 2 cassava fruits. In total, that amounted to over 10 million. He gazed at the treasures in his hands, his face alight with excitement, his eyes sparkling with delight. Chen Lu couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of a scion of a prominent family, In just one afternoon, I've amassed a fortune. With a smug smile, he let out a whistle. However, his expression soon shifted as he furrowed his brow, a hint of regret crossing his features. Alas, such a fortuitous opportunity may only arise once. After this, Li Qian and Xiaotian will undoubtedly refrain from challenging me again. He sighed, shrugged his shoulders, and shook his head in resignation. More importantly, since the residences of the top 5 were all the same, there was little need for further contention. The real question lay in whether Wang Jiyu could maintain his residence. With a frown knitting his brow, Chen Lu's expression grew increasingly anxious. This was because any of the top 10 contenders could challenge Wang Jiyu. He could guarantee that if someone were to challenge Wang Jiyu, the odds were overwhelmingly in favor that he would lose his luxurious abode. Faced with such a predicament, how could Chen Lu possibly stand idly by and witness the lavish villa of his esteemed son being seized by another? A flicker of determination crossed his gaze as he contemplated his course of action. Drawing in a deep breath, he resolved inwardly, "It seems I must find another place to reside." With this thought in mind, Chen Lu promptly decided to call Wang Jiyu. However, just as he retrieved his phone, an unexpected call came through. "CPDD, I curse you, Zhuangzhou, bring purification, I'll deal with you." A cacophony of frantic and jumbled voices erupted from the phone. Before Chen Lu could grasp the situation, the caller abruptly hung up. As he prepared to speak, the other party had already cut the connection with a resounding click. He was momentarily taken aback, his expression frozen in confusion, brimming with questions. What does this mean? Who is it? Furrowing his brow, he stared at his phone for several seconds, then attempted to call back, only to discover he had been blocked. Rolling his eyes, he could not help but exclaim, "Is this person out of their mind?" Yet, he quickly dismissed it, muttering to himself, "I can't be bothered with such lunacy." He then swiftly dialed Wang Jiyu's number, his eyes gleaming with resolve. On the other end, Wang Jiyu's voice resonated. "Hello, what's up, Lu? What are you doing?" Chen Lu replied, playing King of Glory. Wang Jiyu continued, "Let me tell you, just now in the last match, I encountered 4 foolish teammates who wouldn't let me bring purification. I insisted that the enemy had too many controls, and that it would be easier to play with purification to counteract them. As a result, those 4 brainless teammates all berated me." Wang Jiyu exclaimed in frustration. "Is it wrong to bring purification against a team with heavy control?" Chen Lu scratched his head in contemplation, agreeing. "It's indeed correct to bring purification when facing heavy control." Wang Jiyu continued, "Exactly. So how could I back down? I unleashed my second persona from Zuan, taking them all on single-handedly without losing ground." Chen Lu inquired curiously, "What was the outcome?" Wang Jiyu replied, "They kept insisting on enabling voice chat." Chen Lu asked again, "Did you enable it?" Wang Jiyu proudly stated, "Of course not. I reported all 4 of them. I silenced their voice chat for a whole day. Truly, my brother Yu is remarkable." Wang Jiyu chuckled, "Of course. Just look at who I am. By the way, who are you playing as?" "Zhuangzhou. And I'm using your account." Chen Lu gasped in shock. What's wrong, Lu? Is it not acceptable to use your account?" Wang Jiyu retorted, slightly annoyed. Realizing he had inadvertently taken the blame for Wang Jiyu, Chen Lu was about to explode in anger when a thought struck him. A few years back, when he was playing King of Glory to find a partner, he had intentionally posted his phone number on the campsite. It was likely that the caller had found him through that. If he were to lash out, wouldn't he be revealing to Wang Jiyu that he once enjoyed being a web idol? Absolutely not. Thus, he cleared his throat. Why don't you play on your own account? I got banned for cursing." Wang Jiyu shrugged helplessly on the other end. Chen Lu was momentarily speechless, thinking to himself that he had unnecessarily asked that. "All right, let us switch residences tomorrow." "Oh, sure, no problem. Is there anything else?" "No." Beep, beep, beep. Chen Lu stared blankly at the phone that had been disconnected, unable to suppress a curse. "Damn, my brother Yu truly has a big heart." He then stretched and yawned, saying, "Forget it, I'm going to bed." However, just as he was about to climb into bed, a sudden thought flashed across his mind, causing him to sit upright. As he patted his head, he murmured, "Oh no, I almost forgot." He hurriedly opened the campsite, navigated to his homepage, and swiftly changed his phone number to Wang Jiyu's. After completing this operation, he sighed in relief and lay back down, closing his eyes. But soon, he reopened them, murmuring to himself, for safety's sake, I should also post Wang Jiyu's WeChat." Without hesitation, he began to fumble with his phone again, adding Wang Jiyu's WeChat to the campsite page. Finally, he adjusted his phone settings to activate Do Not Disturb mode. Satisfied, he exhaled contentedly, fully relaxing and drifting into a deep slumber. That night, Chen Lu slept soundly, as if all his fatigue had dissipated into thin air. Chapter 68, The Understanding Great Sword Dog. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains, gently awakening Chen Lu from his slumber. Instinctively, he reached for his phone resting beside his pillow, opening the phone management app to check for harassment records, eager to see if anyone had disturbed him overnight. Upon seeing the screen display a staggering 99 blocked call records, his eyes widened in disbelief. "What the heck? So many?" he exclaimed, astonished. Thankfully, he had activated Do Not Disturb mode. Otherwise, he would have been utterly tormented throughout the night. However, he was puzzled. Despite having changed his phone number to Wang Jiyu's, these nuisance calls still reached him. What could possibly be amiss? Furrowing his brow, He tapped furiously on his phone screen, lost in thought. After pondering for a while without arriving at an answer, he sighed in resignation, tossing his phone onto the bed while muttering, "Forget it. Let us just switch homes with Wang Jiyu." Next, Chen Lu sent a message to Wang Jiyu, summoning him to the door. 5 minutes later, Wang Jiyu finally appeared at Chen Lu's doorstep, sporting 2 prominent dark circles under his eyes, his steps unsteady and his gaze vacant. Witnessing this, Chen Lu was taken aback, crossing his arms and raising an eyebrow in confusion. "Seriously, what happened to my brother Yu? He looks worse than last time." Wang Jiyu, looking utterly exhausted, replied, "Ugh, don't even mention it." He inhaled deeply, as if harboring a reservoir of pent-up frustration, and continued, "I don't know who the jerk was that posted my phone number and we chat on a gay website. As a result, a horde of men started calling me. You know me, I refused to bend. So, I got into a verbal battle with them." He paused, a flicker of embarrassment crossing his eyes. "Eventually, I couldn't keep up with the insults, so I thought of you. Thus, I redirected the calls to you. By the way, didn't you receive any calls last night?" Upon hearing this, Chen Lu couldn't help but curse inwardly. "You're truly a great brother. You always think of me in times of trouble." Luckily, he had set his phone to do not disturb mode last night. Otherwise, he would have been digging his own grave. "All right, let us hurry and switch residences." Chen Lu was eager to move past this topic. Soon, Chen Lu and Wang Jiyu successfully exchanged homes, moving into the luxurious villa. Just as Chen Lu prepared to indulge in a hot spring, someone challenged him. Following the usual protocol, he decided to leave them waiting for 2.5 hours before addressing the matter. 2.5 hours later, Chen Lu leisurely opened the door, only to find 3 individuals standing at his doorstep, one of whom was a familiar face. "Oh, is that not our esteemed clan leader Ming?" he inquired with a hint of mischief. "Have you come prepared to compensate for your emotional distress?" The moment Meng Qi laid eyes on Chen Lu, he was rendered momentarily speechless. After his defeat at the hands of Chen Lu, he had returned to his residence number 4, intending to tend to his injured Tianjiao rhinoceros. However, fate had it that he encountered Xiong Lai seeking a challenge. Initially brimming with confidence, he was swiftly disheartened upon facing the bronze 3-star Qingmu dragon, realizing that he could not even contend with an uninjured Tianjiao rhinoceros, let alone one that was wounded. He was compelled to vacate residence number 4 and reluctantly take refuge in residence number 6. Determined to recuperate before attempting his luck at one of the top 5 luxurious residences, he soon discovered that Li Qian, Xiong Lai, and Zhang Mingyu from the upper echelon surpassed him in strength. It was at this juncture that he came to terms with the reality that he was not the strongest, shedding his former arrogance. The only exception was a certain Wang Jiyu from residence number 2, of whom he had never heard. Hence, he contemplated joining forces with Duan Su from residence number 7 and Gao Tian from residence number 8 to issue a challenge. After waiting for 5 long hours, he had not even noticed the name on the door. Had he known Chen Lu was present, he would have preferred to return to sleep. As Meng Qi gazed at Chen Lu, his insides felt as if they were being gnawed by a million ants. Observing Meng Qi's expression, Duan Su inquired with curiosity, "Meng, are you not going to challenge him? This kid has kept us waiting for 5 hours. He clearly lacks prowess. If you do not intend to challenge him, then I shall take the lead." Upon hearing these words, Meng Qi's frown transformed into a radiant smile. The prospect of someone else taking the beating was simply delightful. He grasped Duan Su's hands fervently, sincerity shining in his eyes. "Brother Duan, upon reflection, I believe you are stronger than I. So I shall leave residence number 2 for you to challenge." Duan Su was deeply moved by Meng Qi's gesture. "Thank you, Meng. No need to mention it. You go for it." Meng Qi's smile grew even brighter. Chen Lu, observing the scene, chuckled inwardly. As long as someone was willing to provide him with funds, he was indifferent to the rest. He turned to Duan Su and inquired, "May I ask who you are?" "Listen well, young man. I am Duan Su of the esteemed Duan family in Yunqing, and if you are wise, you shall relinquish residence number 2. Once again, the familiar rhetoric bored Chen Lu. "Does your family possess wealth?" He raised an eyebrow in inquiry. "Of course. The Duan family is immensely wealthy. Why do you ask?" Duan Su replied, puffing out his chest proudly. "Nothing much. As long as you are affluent, let us engage in battle. Come forth, great sword hound." A dog resembling a sword materialized before them, striking a rather impressive figure. Chen Lu cast a glance and noted it was a bronze 1-star with golden potential. For Xiaotian, this posed no challenge, being on par with Jiang Chuan and the others. "Come forth, Xiaotian. This time you face your kin. Handle it as you see fit." Chen Lu commanded. "Oh, Xiaotian responded, signifying his readiness. With merely a bronze 1-star, there was an opportunity for victory. Tian Yu /. Seeing that Chen Lu's pet was of equal rank to his own, Duan Su aimed to seize the initiative and attacked first. A torrent of energy erupted from the great sword hound, coalescing into a crescent moon above its head. In the next moment, A series of crescent slashes rained down upon Xiaotian. Duan-su, witnessing Xiaotian's lack of evasion, assumed it had been rendered speechless, erupting in laughter. Ha ha. I am about to win. However, when the slashes landed upon Xiaotian, not even a scratch marred its skin. What sort of pet is this? Duan-su gasped in astonishment. Xiaotian accelerated, appearing before the great sword hound with a fierce gaze and a powerful paw. The great sword hound was sent sprawling. Subsequently, Xiaotian again accelerated, positioning himself before the great sword hound, which, sensing the danger, quickly lowered its body in a gesture of submission. Xiaotian, witnessing this, let out a single howl before raising his head toward Chen Lu. Chen Lu promptly admonished, "Stop posturing. Let us get down to business." Xiaotian nodded vigorously, growling a few commands at the great sword hound before allowing it to retreat. Duan-su stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Was this truly his pet? Typically haughty and demanding, requiring lavish treatment to heed his commands. Yet here it was, docile before the opponent's beast, as if it were facing a wolf king. After returning, the great sword hound growled a few times at Duan-su. Duan-su, upon hearing this, felt a chill run down his spine. What? You want me to offer tribute? Otherwise, I might face dire consequences? Chapter 69. The training is about to commence. The great sword hound, noticing Duan-su frozen in place, thought, "What are you dawdling for? Don't embarrass me in front of the boss." Without further ado, it clamped its jaws around Duan-su's trousers and tore at them. Startled, Duan-su regained his senses, hopping about while shouting, all right, I'll comply." Left with no choice, he retrieved a small, bone-shaped golden essence fruit from his spatial ring and cautiously extended it to the great sword hound. Upon receiving the golden essence fruit, the great sword hound's eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly bouncing off the ground. It quickly seized the fruit in its mouth and scurried over to Xiaotian, presenting the offering. Xiaotian, feeling quite pleased, thought to himself, "This dog is impressive. It only took a few words to acquire a little brother." Just then, however, he sensed a menacing aura approaching from behind. Startled, he turned to find Chen Lu glaring at him intently. Xiaotian immediately growled a few commands at the great sword hound. The great sword hound, momentarily taken aback, pondered, "What on earth? Is there a bigger boss above my boss?" Yet it quickly regained its composure. Thus, it picked up the golden essence fruit again and placed it before Chen Lu. Chen Lu, gazing at the fruit, chuckled with satisfaction and nodded, accepting it into his hands. He then turned to Xiaotian and inquired, "Will you still challenge?" Upon hearing this, Xiaotian shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, No, I won challenge. I merely came to observe the spectacle." Chen Lu shrugged and replied, "Very well, then I shall take my leave for a nap." With that, he turned, accompanied by Xiaotian, into his luxurious residence, leaving the three with an elegant silhouette. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the hour approached evening, nearing 6 o'clock. Old Li and Yuko had concluded their outdoor tasks and were returning just in time. "Old Yu, the students must have finished competing for their residences by now, right? Is your little magic serpent prepared?" Old Li inquired with a smile. Yuko puffed out his chest and declared, "Humph, who says I am destined to lose? Ha ha. Do not forget, my cousin Li Qian possesses far greater talent than either of us. His magic-eyed beast is incredibly formidable at its level. Few ferocious beasts can withstand its attacks." Old Li boasted proudly. Yuko retorted defiantly, "Humph, that only applies to ordinary ferocious beasts. Xiong Li's Qingmu dragon may not match the magic-eyed beast in offensive power, but its defense and vitality are quite formidable. It may not necessarily yield." Old Li chuckled. "Well then, we shall know shortly." As the clock approached 6 o'clock, the moment of revelation drew near, and anticipation hung in the air as everyone awaited to see who would claim the coveted top position. It was all a matter of skill. With that, Old Li rubbed his hands together, preparing to head to the dormitory. Without hesitation, Yuko followed suit, declaring, "Let us go." The two then made their way to the student dormitory. As time ticked away, the hour finally struck 6, and the intelligent robot's voice rang out, announcing to all, "The residences for all students have been assigned, and a 3-month training period is about to commence. All students are required to gather at the Southern Training Ground by 6 o'clock tomorrow morning to receive their uniforms. Points will then be distributed based on the ranking of residences." Upon hearing this, all the students perked up, for they understood that points held significant value here. They could be exchanged for invaluable materials not available elsewhere. Thus, everyone listened intently. The intelligent robot began to announce the point distribution rules. Residence number 1 earns 10 points. Initially, Wang Jiu felt a surge of joy upon receiving this news. However, after the previous incident where his fire tortoise had damaged some facilities, he found himself deducted 3 points, leaving him with a mere 7. In a moment of frustration, he decided to take it out on his fire tortoise. Residences number 2 and 5 earn 8 points. Li Qian, Xiong Li, and others noted that while this was 2 points less than the first place, it was still a commendable reward. Residences number 6 and 10 earned 5 points. Finally, the intelligent robot concluded, for residence number 10, each student will receive 1 point. With this announcement, a wave of relief washed over most students, who had feared their dormitory would yield no points at all, but were pleasantly surprised to receive 1. Once the announcements were complete, the intelligent robots transformed into streaks of light, vanishing and reappearing as smartwatches worn on the students' wrists. At that moment, Chen Lu from residence number 2 gazed at his smartwatch with great delight, relieved that he no longer had to rely on the meager free meals provided. He silently rejoiced. As for Wang Zhiyu's extra 2 points, Chen Lu paid it no mind. His primary concern was to explore the functionalities of this new smartwatch. Eagerly, he activated the interface and began to examine its features. Moments later, he discerned that it essentially functioned as a campus card, usable solely within this environment, but replete with various capabilities. Whether for dining, completing tasks, or purchasing materials, everything could be effortlessly managed through this device. Just as Chen Lu was about to delve deeper into the task system, he was suddenly interrupted by the cheerful chime of his phone. "Oh, baby. Say a few more sweet words." The delightful ringtone echoed, prompting Chen Lu to answer immediately. "Hello, Moshi Moshi," a voice from the other end exclaimed. "Gather at the entrance. My dear son, I'm treating you to a gourmet meal." It was Wang Zhiyu, his tone brimming with enthusiasm and generosity. "All right, I'm on my way." Chen Lu replied without hesitation, swiftly ending the call. He donned his smartwatch, excitement coursing through him as he made his way to the entrance. It was a rare occasion for his father to treat him, especially to gourmet food. Such an opportunity was too good to miss. Upon meeting, they set off towards the student cafeteria, just as Yuku and Old Li arrived. Chen Lu and Wang Zhiyu greeted them warmly. "Ah, it's you two again. Are you heading for a meal?" Yuku inquired. "Indeed, brother Yu, would you care to join us?" Chen Lu offered. Yuku chuckled and shook his head, saying no. "But I do have a question for you. Is the owner of residence number 1 Xiong Lai?" "Certainly not." They both replied in unison. Upon hearing that it was not Xiong Lai, Old Li's excitement surged as he exclaimed, "Did you hear that, Old Yu? Prepare to hand over the little demon tortoise." "Humph, don't get ahead of yourself. First place isn't necessarily Li Qian's." Yuku retorted. "All right, let us ask them." Old Li turned to Chen Lu. "So who is the owner of residence number 1 in this residence competition?" Wang Zhiyu, scratching his head, pointed to himself and declared, "It's me." Yuku and Old Li stood there, momentarily stunned as if struck by lightning. Chapter 70, Wang Zhiyu's Fortune. Quickly recovering, Old Li's face was a canvas of shock as he exclaimed, "You? How is that possible?" Wang Zhiyu, observing Old Li's astonishment, felt a surge of discontent. "What do you mean? I was given first place. Does that not make me first?" Hearing this, Yuku assumed Wang Zhiyu was defending him and quickly interjected, "No worries. Little Wang, if you lose, you lose. I can handle it. Just tell us who is truly first." Wang Zhiyu, hearing Yuku's words, managed a resigned smile and replied earnestly, "It really is me, brother Yu, brother Li. If you don't believe me, look, my points are right here." With that, he opened his smartwatch to showcase the points record. Seeing Wang Zhiyu's unwavering confidence, the two hurriedly crowded around to scrutinize the display. Upon seeing the points listed, Old Li couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Isn't the reward for first place 10 points? You only have 7 points. Ah well, I understand you're trying to help your brother Yu, but..." Wang Zhiyu quickly interrupted Old Li, anxiously explaining, No, you've misunderstood. I lost 3 points due to damage to the facilities. Otherwise, I would have 10 points. I am indeed the first." At this moment, Chen Lu also opened his smartwatch to reveal his points record, stating, "Indeed, my brother Yu is truly first. You see, the second place only has 8 points." After contemplating briefly, Old Li and Yuku pondered that Wang Zhiyu and Chen Lu had no apparent reason to fabricate their claims. After all, the points had just been issued, and they had no time to exchange for items. Moreover, regarding the point rankings, one could easily verify the truth with a bit of inquiry. Nevertheless, a tinge of doubt lingered in Old Li's mind as he scrutinized Wang Zhiyu, asking sternly, "I recall your personal profile clearly states you are a Black Iron 9-star Beastmaster. Is that information false?" Wang Zhiyu quickly shook his head, insisting, No. My information is accurate. I truly am a Black Iron 9-star Beastmaster." "Then how did you come to obtain first place? Did no other students challenge you?" Old Li furrowed his brow, pressing for answers. Wang Zhiyu scratched his head, hesitating for a moment before responding. "Well, I suppose you could interpret it that way." "What do you mean by that?" Old Li asked, puzzled. Although they didn't directly challenge me, they all attempted to challenge my friend Lu, but unfortunately, they all lost to him." Wang Zhiyu spread his hands in exasperation, continuing, "On the last day, my friend Lu worried that someone might take the residence from me. So he relinquished residence number 1 to me. Upon hearing this, Yuku and Old Li, already somewhat bewildered, found themselves even more confused. After a lengthy pause, Old Li finally spoke slowly, asking, so? Are you saying that Chen Lu single-handedly defeated them all and then relinquished the first position to you? Wang Jiu, upon hearing this, felt a wave of confusion wash over him and responded in disbelief. Indeed, I have made myself abundantly clear, uncle. Why must you ask me again? Old Li, upon hearing this exchange, felt a vain throb on his forehead, but at least he finally grasped the situation. Just then, Chen Lu interjected, brother you, and you. Uncle, if there's nothing else, we shall proceed to have our meal. With that, he turned to leave. Seeing this, Wang Jiu hurriedly followed suit. Wait. Yuka called out, halting the two. Upon hearing his voice, Wang Jiu and Chen Lu simultaneously stopped and turned around. What is it, brother you? Wang Jiu asked in perplexity. Yuku smiled gently, remaining silent as he produced a spatial orb and handed it to Wang Jiu. Wang Jiu accepted the orb, his face etched with confusion. What is this? Yuku replied with a smile. A young Klong dragon, a little magical dragon. What? Wang Jiu exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock as he quickly opened the orb to inspect its contents. Indeed, a charming little dragon lay peacefully within, fast asleep. Wang Jiu was left speechless, stammering, a little magical dragon with golden qualifications? No, this is far too precious. We cannot accept it. As he spoke, he attempted to return the spatial orb to Yuku. However, Yuku waved his hand dismissively and replied, keep it. Consider it compensation for my initial underestimation of you. Wang Jiu hesitated, fully aware of what a golden qualified pet entailed. This gift was indeed monumental. Chen Lu observed the unfolding scene with inner delight. He understood Yuku's intention to invest in them, yet he was equally thrilled to see his adopted son acquire such a formidable new companion. Nonetheless, he felt the need to feign politeness, saying, brother you, we truly appreciate your kindness, but we really cannot accept this. Take it. Yuku feigned anger, pressing the orb into Wang Jiu's hands. I never take back what I give. Wang Jiu glanced at Chen Lu, who nodded in affirmation. And thus he cautiously accepted the orb, saying, thank you, brother you. If you need anything in the future, feel free to reach out. Yuku patted Wang Jiu and Chen Lu on the shoulders. Very well, brother you. After bidding farewell to Yuku, Wang Jiu and Chen Lu set off for their meal. Along the way, Wang Jiu still found it hard to believe, Lu. Why is brother you being so generous to us? It is simply because he recognizes your potential, knowing you are destined to become a formidable beastmaster, Chen Lu jested. Come on, you. I am quite aware of my own limitations. Having you as my adopted son is enough. This little magical dragon should be yours, Wang Jiu asserted, offering the orb back to Chen Lu. Upon hearing this, Chen Lu felt profoundly moved, yet he had his reservations and was not overly concerned about the pet's qualifications. He responded, You have seen my strength. Those individuals were no match for me, and you wouldn't want to miss out on attending university with me, would you? After pondering, Wang Jiu finally conceded. All right then. After they departed, Old Li gazed at their receding figures, shaking his head in confusion as he queried Yuku beside him. Old you, do you truly have such faith in those two? You just gave away a future diamond-level fierce beast. Yuku smiled faintly, responding with a question of his own. Do you and I not possess diamond-quality pets? Are you exceptionally confident in becoming a diamond-level beastmaster? Old Li was taken aback by the inquiry and then replied with a wry smile. Well, to be honest, I would be content just to achieve the rank of Platinum Beastmaster. Yuka nodded, continuing, exactly. We both understand how challenging it is to attain diamond-level beast mastery, and the fact that these two distinguish themselves among numerous talents, finishing first and second, speaks volumes. I believe they at least possess the potential for diamond status, and may even rise to greater heights in the future. Old Li, still skeptical, felt that Yuka's decision was rather hasty. Yet, he ultimately refrained from voicing his dissent, considering it was merely a golden quality pet. For them, while golden pets were indeed precious, they were not unattainable. Chapter 71. Is the instructor not human? On the following morning, as dawn broke, all the trainees had arrived early at the southern training ground, brimming with anticipation for the distribution of their uniforms. When they finally donned their pristine attire, excitement rippled through the group. They instinctively formed neat lines according to their heights, quietly awaiting the arrival of their instructor. However, as moments turned into minutes and the sun ascended higher in the sky, their instructor remained conspicuously absent. Lu, it's nearly noon. Why hasn't our instructor arrived yet? Wang Jiu could no longer contain his impatience and turned to Chen Lu with a questioning gaze. I have no idea, Chen Lu replied, equally perplexed, shaking his head in uncertainty. Just as confusion reigned, a voice resonated through the crowd. I apologize for the delay, dear trainees. I am your instructor for this elite training session, Pawn. You may address me as Instructor Pawn. The trainees looked around, searching for the source of the voice, only to find nothing. With a loud thud, a peculiar machine materialized before them, gleaming with a silvery sheen, resembling a humanoid mech. Its chest bore a screen displaying the character for Pawn. I am Pawn. A middle-aged male voice emanated from the machine. The trainees exchanged glances, clearly astonished and intrigued by this unconventional instructor. From this day forth, I shall oversee your training. I possess an advanced intelligence system and formidable combat capabilities, which will enable me to assess and guide you based on your performances and those of your pets. The eyes of Instructor Pawn glowed red, resembling two piercing beams of scrutiny, as if evaluating each trainee, evoking a sense of tension and unease. Now, we shall commence the trainees' physical fitness assessments. His voice resonated powerfully across the training ground, imbued with an authoritative gravitas. The students were evidently taken aback by their instructor's robotic nature, some even exhibiting disdain. They had anticipated a seasoned, wise, and powerful Beastmaster, only to confront a cold machine. Instructor Pawn, have you made a mistake? We are here to learn how to become stronger Beastmasters. Shouldn't the focus be on how to cultivate our pets? An exuberant student with a wild hairstyle couldn't help but step forward, bewildered. It soon became apparent that the students had misjudged the situation. Although Instructor Pawn was merely a machine, it clearly possessed a unique personality and emotions of its own. In response to the inquiry from the student with the unruly hair, the punitive instructor's expression soured, and with a human touch, he furrowed his brow and coldly replied, "Make no mistake. This is the very first lesson I intend to teach you." He then added with a grave tone, "Furthermore, in my training, you lack the privilege to ask questions. Your only duty is to obey. I hereby command you to go and have that grotesque hairstyle of yours cut off." Upon hearing the instructor's words, the student's face instantly darkened. "Why should I? I refuse to cut it," he retorted defiantly, eyes wide with resistance. However, his defiance yielded no change in the situation. The instructor's gaze hardened, and the mechanical arm extended towards the student. "Since you refuse to take the initiative, I shall take matters into my own hands." Before his words could fully dissipate, the mechanical arm swiftly moved, reducing the student's hair to a clean shave in mere moments. The other students, including Chen Lu, gasped in astonishment, silently grateful that they had not rashly provoked the punitive instructor. "Is there anyone else with objections?" The instructor surveyed the room, his piercing gaze sweeping over the students. They all averted their eyes, unwilling to meet his stare. "Excellent. I hope you remember today's lesson. Now, everyone, begin running laps around the training ground. I did not say stop. You are not permitted to halt." Although most students harbored resentment, they could only comply and start running. As they ran, they muttered under their breath, "I think this instructor should be called Punisher God instead." A few bolder students even mimicked the instructor's voice while running. "I am Punisher. You have no right to ask questions, only to obey." This elicited laughter from their companions, nearly causing them to stumble. The instructor, meanwhile, monitored the group, occasionally glancing at the screen on his mechanical arm to assess each student's condition. As the physical test progressed, some students initially maintained a decent pace but soon began to falter, their speed noticeably diminishing. When they glanced up at the instructor, they found his relentless and fierce gaze fixed upon them, as if to convey the message, "Should you dare to stop, I shall make you regret it." Under such pressure, the students could only grit their teeth and push themselves to persevere. By the time they reached the 30th lap, most were panting heavily, and some felt as though their hearts might leap from their throats. Despite this, they trudged onward, step by painstaking step. Eventually, someone could hold out no longer and collapsed to the ground. However, this was merely the beginning. By the 50th lap, more students began to exhibit signs of physical distress. Some were pale, their lips turning blue. Others felt dizzy, their vision blurring, and a few even fainted outright. Each time a student fell, the instructor promptly arrived at the scene, assessing their condition and responding accordingly. If a student truly could not continue running, the instructor would halt the training and record their physical data for future evaluation and analysis. Simultaneously, he would assign a suitable score for that day's training, indicating that they had completed a portion of their tasks. However, should he discover that a student feigned unconsciousness to evade training, a warning would be issued. If such behavior recurred, it would be deemed a severe infraction, leading to immediate expulsion from the training program. In the end, only a scant few remained in motion: Chen Lu, Wang Jiyu, Meng Qi, Li Qian, Xiong Lai, and Zhang Mingyu. Their physical prowess was not drastically superior to their peers. Rather, they had repeatedly pushed through their limits during the grueling ordeal. Finally, upon completing 100 laps, the instructor called the six to a stop. He addressed them, saying, "You six have qualified. From today onward, you shall no longer train under my supervision. Another instructor will guide you." and you shall enjoy a sumptuous meal each day." Upon hearing this, the wearied students felt an immediate surge of energy. The others, witnessing this, protested in disbelief. On what grounds? To their surprise, the instructor replied coldly, "I need not explain myself, but to clarify the reality, your beast tamer talents pale in comparison to theirs. Even if you possess powerful beasts in the future, it does not guarantee your strength. I refuse to believe that a simple run can reveal one's beast tamer talent." Another student exclaimed, "Everyone here is a genius. Who would willingly admit to being weaker than another?" Yet, the instructor dismissed him without a second thought, disbanding the group. As they observed the instructor's retreating figure, Chen Lu and the other 5 exchanged bewildered glances. They simply could not comprehend how one's beast tamer potential could be discerned through running alone. Nevertheless, one thing was certain. From that day forward, they would indulge in the most lavish cuisine offered in the cafeteria. Among the 6, Wang Jiu had the weakest physique. After all, he had yet to reach the bronze-level beast tamer stage, and the energy feedback from his beast was minimal. In fact, he had nearly reached his limit by the 50th lap. The world around him grew increasingly blurred, and a persistent ringing echoed in his head, making him feel as if he might faint at any moment. Yet, upon seeing Chen Lu still running ahead, he knew he could not stop. With gritted teeth, he summoned every ounce of strength to keep pace with Chen Lu. Each step felt as though he were running on cotton, yet he pressed on with unwavering resolve. Wang Jiu began to cough violently, a metallic taste of blood surging in his throat. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, he gradually sat up, panting heavily as he said to Chen Lu, "Let us go, Lu. I feel so hungry I could devour a whole cow." Chen Lu swiftly helped Wang Jiu to his feet. They exchanged a knowing smile before heading toward the cafeteria together. Meanwhile, the instructor, his demeanor serious, submitted the day's test results for all students to Lei Dong, the core leader of the elite training camp. Lei Dong scrutinized the score sheet, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment until he could no longer suppress a sigh. Is this the elite? Truly, each generation seems to be weaker than the last. Only 6 managed to complete 100 laps. His voice carried a tinge of disappointment. He continued, "It is essential to understand that ferocious beasts choose to become our companions not merely for companionship, but because, with the aid of beast tamers, they can access greater resources and power, significantly accelerating their growth. Yet, this growth often requires beasts to continually challenge themselves and break through their limits." He paused, his gaze growing stern. But judging by today's results, merely allowing this group of fledgling beast tamers to experience a taste of surpassing their personal limits proved to be such a formidable task. How will they ever connect with their beasts on a spiritual level and progress together in the future? As he spoke, Lei Dong let out a heavy sigh, his eyes filled with helplessness and disappointment. He could not help but lament, "Alas, it is ultimately because we have long been sheltered by our predecessors, living far too comfortably." Lei Dong turned to the instructor, his tone resolute. "Well, since there are only 6 of them, let it be so. Tomorrow, these 6 youths shall directly seek out Hua Wanner and request her guidance on how to establish a telepathic bond with their beasts." With that, he shook his head, seemingly dissatisfied with the current state of affairs. His expression then darkened with a trace of anger and frustration, gritting his teeth as he declared, "As for the others, especially those bronze-level good-for-nothings, you must train them rigorously." "Yes, Commander." The punishment instructor's face instantly transformed into a stern visage. After saluting, he turned and departed. Lei Dong gazed at the list in his hand, lost in thought. "I hope these children can rise to the occasion." The following day, Chen Lu and his group of 6, under the guidance of the punishment instructor, made their way directly to the abode of Hua Wanner, situated in the serene Qingxin Valley. Upon entering the valley, they were immediately enveloped by an atmosphere of tranquility and harmony. The area was adorned with lush greenery and vibrant flowers, the air perfumed with a delicate fragrance. Deep within the valley, they discovered Hua Wanner's residence, a charming wooden cottage surrounded by an array of exotic blossoms. In stark contrast to the punishment instructor's severity, Hua Wanner greeted them with a friendly demeanor. "Welcome to Qingxin Valley, children. I am your new instructor, Hua Wanner. Over the course of the next week, I shall teach you how to establish a telepathic connection with your beasts." Zhang Mengyu, gazing at the earnest and beautiful new instructor, chimed in, "Children, Sister Hua, you can't be more than a few years older than us." "Haha, what a sweet-talking little one," Hua Wanner replied with a smile. "However, I must be very strict when it comes to training." She then added, "Now, let me take a look at your beasts." One by one, Chen Lu and the others summoned their respective beasts. Holding a flower before each beast, Hua Wanner observed them closely and nodded slightly. Quite good. It appears your intimacy with your beasts is commendable. Some of you are on the verge of achieving telepathic communication. However, to truly realize this connection, we will need to employ some special methods to guide you." With a warm smile, Hua Wanner continued, in the coming week. I will lead you through various exercises to help you communicate more effectively with your beasts. The group, upon hearing this, was filled with excitement, eagerly anticipating the day they could forge a closer bond with their companions. After all, the ability to establish telepathic communication with one's beast is a fundamental requirement for breaking through to the rank of a golden beastmaster and a hallmark of strength. Huawaner then led them into a spacious training arena, equipped with various training apparatuses and tools. First, we must calm our minds through meditation to enhance our focus. She instructed, signaling for everyone to sit down. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, feel the presence of your beasts, and sense the bond you share with them. Try to awaken the beast imprint hidden within you. Following her guidance, the group endeavored to enter a meditative state. Initially, they found it challenging, but as time passed, they gradually discovered a resonance with their beasts. In the subsequent days, Huawaner taught them techniques and methods for communicating with their beasts, as well as how to convey information through thought. Under her attentive guidance, their progress was remarkable. The rapport between them and their beasts deepened, and their telepathic abilities significantly improved. Over these few days, the camaraderie among the group and Chen Lu blossomed, for friendships among men often thrive on simple yet pure foundations. Truly, one does not know a person until they have engaged in a bit of sparring. At this moment, Meng Qi lay sprawled on the back of his Tianjiaxia, observing Chen Lu's departing figure, and could not help but inquire, "Chen Lu, are you not planning to continue meditating?" Hearing this, Chen Lu chuckled heartily in response. "Ha, no. I'll rest for a bit. You all carry on with your practice. I'm going for a stroll." With that, he turned and walked towards the direction of Qingxin Valley. Once out of sight, he unhesitatingly lay down on the ground and fell into a deep slumber. In truth, Chen Lu had already fully mastered the skill of telepathy. The moment Huawaner concluded her explanation, the small dog imprint on his fingers suddenly shimmered. In the next instant, he could distinctly hear the thoughts of his beast, Xiaotian. Chapter 73. The trial tower time slipped by unnoticed, and in the blink of an eye. 7 days had passed. In a quaint courtyard within Qingxin Valley, Huawaner stood quietly at the door, her gaze sternly fixed ahead. Her countenance was dark, starkly contrasting with the warmth and enthusiasm she had previously displayed. Chen Lu, Wang Zhiyu, Meng Qi, Zhang Mingyu, Xiong Lai, and Li Qian stood before her. Their heads bowed in silence, acutely aware of her displeasure, their hearts unsettled. "I do not understand why everyone insists that mastering telepathy within 7 days is impossible. It makes me feel as though you are a bunch of fools, squandering the calming power of the Bodhi flower over these past 7 days. Huawaner's voice was icy and harsh, laced with disappointment. 50 years ago, I arrived at this Qingxin Valley from the perilous beast battlefield and commenced my teaching career. The disciples of that time were all exceptionally gifted and diligent individuals. Every one of them who emerged from my Qingxin Valley became a paragon of talent. Pillars of the nation. The vibrant energy and flourishing life of that time remain vivid in my memory." As Huawaner reminisced, a hint of nostalgia flickered in her eyes. "Enough. From this day forth, you shall proceed to the next location once you learn to master telepathy." Upon hearing her words, the group felt a sense of helplessness wash over them. They sensed that achieving seamless communication with their beasts was still a considerable distance away. With the calming power of the Bodhi flower now absent, the final step would be even more challenging. Just then, Chen Lu stepped forward amidst the astonished gazes of the others, speaking respectfully. "Excuse me, Instructor Hua, where is the next place of learning?" Huawaner, taken aback, inquired. "You have mastered telepathy with your beast?" "By a stroke of luck," Chen Lu replied. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Huawaner's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. "In that case, you may proceed to the next location ahead of the others. As for the rest of you, put in your best effort." With that, she looked at the others, hoping they would catch up. "Chen Lu, come with me." Chen Lu followed Huawaner out of Qingxin Valley, giving a thumbs-up gesture to encourage the remaining group. The others remained behind, their spirits weighed down. "Wow, I can guarantee that Chen Lu has definitely mastered telepathy long ago," Meng Qi remarked. "Hey, Lu has been avoiding us since day one. He must be afraid we would feel discouraged." Wang Zhiyu added. "Enough talk. Let us get back to meditating," Xiong Lai urged. However, without the assistance of the Bodhi flower, mastering telepathy proved to be a formidable challenge. Li Qian sighed. "Come on. I sense that in 7 days, I shall be able to establish a telepathic connection with my iridescent butterfly." Upon hearing Zhang Mingyu's words, the pressure on the others intensified, prompting them to seek out quiet corners to meditate. Meanwhile, Huawaner led Chen Lu to a precipice. The landscape was barren, dotted only with a few withered grasses, while the rest lay stark and desolate. Yet, in the next instant, something astonishing occurred. The small flower entwined around Huawaner's wrist suddenly emitted a beam of green light, and a majestic little tower materialized before Chen Lu's eyes. Chen Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. How could instructor Hua Wan'er possess such extraordinary powers? It was unfathomable. He promptly regained his composure and activated the detection function on the little flower. Name, Lukai Xianlu. Attributes, Wood, Superpower. Level, Diamond 9 stars. Potential, Extraordinary. Skills, Healing, Mental Strength. Teleportation, Parasitism, Immortality. A jolt of astonishment surged through Chen Lu, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, Hua Wan'er is actually a Diamond 9-star Beastmaster." Observing Chen Lu's astonishment, Hua Wan'er smiled gently and explained, "There is no need for surprise. This is merely my companion beast. For a powerful Beastmaster, having a companion that can offer personal protection is of utmost importance, serving as the first step towards becoming a formidable force. Of course, in addition to personal strength, one must also possess various capabilities and resources to truly ascend to the ranks of elite Beastmasters. However, you have only just graduated to the bronze level, and there lies a long journey ahead with numerous opportunities for choices, so there is no need to rush." After absorbing her words, Chen Lu nodded, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. He understood that every word from Hua Wan'er, a true veteran who had faced formidable beasts, was invaluable, far beyond the teachings of his less experienced master, Lu Ha. "All right, this is the trial tower, which I have now activated. It simulates the most powerful beasts across all ranks in the southern region over the past century. Though these beasts are virtual, their strength and combat styles are indistinguishable from real ones. Your task now is to conquer the 20th level." Hua Wan'er gestured to the trial tower before them. "Moreover, I must remind you that the simulated beasts here particularly enjoy targeting Beastmasters. Additionally, the terrain within is not static. It will change according to different levels, and there may even be special environments and traps. Therefore, you must be thoroughly prepared before entering," she cautioned once more. Taking a deep breath, Chen Lu nodded in understanding. Satisfied that he comprehended her instructions, Hua Wan'er's lips curled into a slight smile, and with a swift motion, she vanished from his sight. Watching her disappear in an instant, Chen Lu felt a surge of envy and desire. He thought to himself, "I must acquire a companion beast like that in the future." The ability to teleport with such incredible speed was overwhelmingly powerful, filling him with anticipation for what lay ahead. "Now, let me see just how formidable the beasts in this trial tower truly are." Chen Lu steadied himself, inhaled deeply, and stepped into the trial tower. As he entered, a suffocating atmosphere enveloped him. The air inside felt heavy, pressing down with an invisible weight. "Come forth, Xiaotian." Without hesitation, Chen Lu summoned Xiaotian. Though death within the trial tower would not be fatal, the pain and sensations of dying would still be relayed to his brain. "Ow, boss, what is this place? It feels so oppressive," Xiaotian exclaimed. "Just remember to protect me during the fight. Rest assured, my friend." Xiaotian growled, positioning himself protectively in front of Chen Lu. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed around them. "Trial tower, first level, commence." As the machine's announcement faded, the surroundings began to shift. In an instant, Chen Lu and Xiaotian found themselves in a peach orchard, where blossoms flourished in breathtaking beauty, yet a sense of danger lingered in the air. At the center of the orchard stood a small hill, about 30 meters high, teeming with golden monkeys. They nimbly leaped between the branches, as though guarding their territory. However, Chen Lu was astounded to discover that one of the golden monkeys had reached bronze 1-star level. Stunned by this revelation, Chen Lu muttered under his breath, "Seriously? No chance to catch my breath. And there's a bronze-level monkey already on the first level?" His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the throng of golden monkeys. Before he could voice further complaints, the monkeys seemed to sense their presence. They screeched menacingly, leaping down from the hill like a black whirlwind, charging towards Chen Lu and Xiaotian in the orchard. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Chen Lu did not hesitate. He swiftly drew his dragon-slaying sword, gripping it tightly as he prepared for battle. The first to charge was a golden monkey at black iron 8-star strength. Moving with astonishing speed, akin to lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it was upon him. Chen Lu and Xiaotian shared an unspoken connection. Without the need for words, Xiaotian swung his massive paw and sent the golden monkey flying. At that moment, other golden monkeys began to surround them. These monkeys were remarkably intelligent. Recognizing Xiaotian's might, a portion of them engaged him, while the remainder focused their assault on Chen Lu. Despite Xiaotian's bravery, the sheer number of golden monkeys posed a significant challenge. Chen Lu swung his sword with all his might, desperately fending off the monkeys' fierce claw strikes. Despite his efforts, several golden monkeys managed to inflict wounds upon him, and he swore that the searing pain was unlike anything he had ever experienced. Unable to contain himself, he shouted, "Xiaotian, hurry, I can't hold on much longer. Protect the crystal first." Xiaotian, equally anxious, responded, "Boss, I want to finish them off quickly too." but there are just too many of them. In that fleeting exchange, Chen Lu suddenly felt a chill on his back. The bronze-level golden monkey had somehow mingled with the black iron-level monkeys and seized the opportunity to unleash its skill, Shadow Strike. Chen Lu braced for the worst, anticipating pain, yet felt nothing. It turned out Xiaotian's loyal protection skill had activated, transferring the lethal damage away from Chen Lu and onto himself. The injury was merely a scratch for Xiaotian. Without a moment's pause, Chen Lu swung his dragon-slaying sword at the bewildered golden monkey behind him, mentally urging, "Forget about the one in front. Take out this one first." Xiaotian swiftly reacted, forcefully clearing the golden-haired monkeys obstructing its path and charging directly towards the bronze-tier monkey. In the blink of an eye, before the bronze one-star monkey could even comprehend the situation, it was brutally torn apart by Xiaotian. Blood splattered across Chen Lu's face, but he paid no mind to wiping it off. Instead, he turned to continue his fierce battle with the other golden-haired monkeys. Xiaotian, resolute and undeterred, utilized its massive frame and sharp claws to repel the hordes of golden-haired monkeys. The combat was exceptionally intense, with Chen Lu and Xiaotian gradually gaining the upper hand. At last, the final golden-haired monkey fell to the ground, marking their victory in this fierce encounter. Breathless, Chen Lu sat on the ground, surveying the battlefield littered with monkey corpses and the blood on his own body, overwhelmed with emotion. Damn, if the first level is this difficult, how am I supposed to face what lies ahead? He muttered to himself. No sooner had he spoken, the surroundings began to shift once more, reverting to their previous state. And the injuries sustained by both him and Xiaotian were entirely healed. First layer of the trial tower cleared. Reward, 10 points. Will you continue the challenge? Chen Lu did not hesitate to select no. Goodness, had it not been for Xiaotian's unwavering loyalty, I would surely have failed the challenge. The dangers encountered in the D-tier secret realm paled in comparison to this trial tower. After exiting the trial tower, Chen Lu wasted no time and hurriedly made his way to the student cafeteria. Upon arrival, he was breathless. He quickly ordered a portion of exquisite food and another of high-quality food. The exquisite food was for Xiaotian, while he deemed a single portion of high-quality food sufficient for himself. Back at his residence, Chen Lu released Xiaotian to feast. Upon seeing the delectable meal, Xiaotian excitedly barked and eagerly began to devour it. At this moment, Chen Lu had accumulated enough points to purchase the materials for a skyward pill. However, he was acutely aware that a single skyward pill would hardly suffice to satiate Xiaotian's appetite. Therefore, he exchanged the fruits he had previously extorted for points to acquire additional materials for another skyward pill. After completing these preparations, Chen Lu took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening with focus. He softly spoke, "System, it's time to get to work. Enter the fusion space. Ignite the furnace." Understood. As soon as the words left his lips, he found himself in the fusion space. After deducting 2 million alliance coins, the auxiliary furnace began to rotate. Half an hour later, Chen Lu exited the fusion space, thoroughly satisfied, with 2 bronze-tier skyward pills in hand. Eagerly, he fed one to Xiaotian, and its body immediately began to undergo dramatic transformation. Impure substances erupted from Xiaotian like a fountain, the entire process both comical and spectacular. Half an hour later, Xiaotian emerged stronger and more agile, its fur shimmering with a faint bronze glow, exuding an imposing presence. However, this did little to mask its foul odor. Chen Lu pinched his nose and unceremoniously kicked Xiaotian into the water basin, compelling it to take a bath. Once cleansed, Xiaotian emerged with its head lowered, looking revitalized as if reborn. Chen Lu promptly opened the data panel. Name, Xiaotian. Attributes, gold, poison. Level, bronze 3 stars. Potential, gold. Skills, golden scale protection, sharp fangs. Evolution route, none. Current status, continuously refining the elixir. Estimated time required, 30 days. Note, refining a bronze-tier skyward pill takes 50 days. Excellent, indeed. The initial consumption of the skyward pill consumed 20 days of its potency, and remarkably, it also elevated its level by 2 stars. This was likely due to Xiaotian's prior level nearing the threshold of bronze 2 stars. However, with Xiaotian's level rise, the time required for refining the skyward pill had significantly increased. Originally, the black iron tier skyward pill could be fully refined in just 15 days. But now the bronze tier skyward pill demanded 50 days for complete absorption. Despite this, Chen Lu felt neither disheartened nor disappointed. On the contrary, he was filled with anticipation and exhilaration. For within this trial tower lay the means to expedite Xiaotian's refinement. Naturally, Chen Lu would not squander this opportunity. He intended to elevate Xiaotian's level to at least bronze 5 stars before departing this place. Chapter 75, Parasite, 1000-Touch Demon Squid. On the following morning, Chen Lu meticulously packed his belongings and set forth towards the trial tower with unwavering determination. However, just as he was about to leave his abode, he fortuitously encountered Duan Su, who had once battled against him. At that moment, Duan Su was making his way to the training ground. A deep furrow of worry etched across his face, as though he were grappling with a profound dilemma. Chen Lu, filled with curiosity, thought that since they were both students of the training camp, and considering Duan Su's beast had once willingly paid him a protection fee, he decided to approach and inquire if he could offer assistance. Duan Su, what troubles you today? Chen Lu asked with genuine concern. Duan Su looked up, his eyes reflecting a mix of helplessness and worry, and he sighed deeply, saying, Brother Lu, I find myself at a significant crossroads in life, feeling as though I stand at a bifurcation. Hearing this, Chen Lu was momentarily taken aback. After all, Duan Su was a scion of a wealthy family akin to Jiang Chuan, and it was surprising that he faced issues that weighed heavily on his mind. Speak up. Let me help you analyze it. The disciplinary instructor says my body is too frail, forbidding me from engaging in such activities, and insists I break up with my girlfriend. Yet I truly cannot bear to part with her. Chen Lu was once again taken aback. For a normal person, he would also find this matter exceedingly challenging to decide. On one side lay his girlfriend, and on the other, his future. If Duan Su was unable to pass the instructor's training, he would be unable to continue his studies elsewhere. The most arduous aspect of life is falling for someone difficult to be with during the final year of high school. The likely outcome is that their relationship would adversely affect their studies, ultimately preventing them from gaining admission to a reputable university. Reflecting on this, Chen Lu said, Su, you are still young. You should prioritize your studies at this time. Consider that your family awaits your success. With a heart free of distractions, one can wield their sword with purpose. Duan Su raised his head, a hint of reluctance flickering in his eyes, but he quickly reaffirmed to Chen Lu, I understand now. Brother Lu, thank you for your guidance. I have decided to return today and break things off with my girlfriend. Instantly, Chen Lu's face fell. Go, go, go. Get back to training. With that, Chen Lu disregarded Duan Su and strode directly towards the trial tower. Break things off with her, he muttered. I knew it. This elite training camp would never allow relationships. Upon entering the trial tower, without further ado, Chen Lu summoned Xiaotian and instructed, Today, if there are numerous ferocious beasts, you shall stand guard before me, protecting me as your master. Understood, boss. Soon, a mechanical voice echoed. Shall we commence the challenge of the second layer of the trial tower? After selecting yes, the surroundings began to transform once more. In the blink of an eye, he and Xiaotian found themselves adrift upon a boundless sea, seated on a small wooden raft. The waves ceaselessly battered the raft, producing a crisp sound. Above the ocean's surface, the occasional emergence of ferocious fangfish and venomous jellyfish glimmered dangerously in the sunlight. Chen Lu's eyes widened, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. He gazed incredulously at the scene before him, internally cursing. What the hell? Was yesterday's kiwi fruit orchard truly a novice level? This is utterly absurd. He had initially believed himself adequately prepared, but it now seemed he had grossly underestimated the intensity of this trial tower. At that moment, a faint voice interrupted his thoughts from behind. BB boss, I think I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Chen Lu turned around to see Xiaotian, pale-faced, lips quivering, his eyes filled with fear and discomfort. Goodness, this foolish dog is seasick. Chen Lu thought, feeling that this was just adding insult to injury. In an effort to revive Xiaotian's spirits, he quickly retrieved a bottle of crimson potion from his backpack and held it to Xiaotian's lips. Hurry, drink this. It will alleviate your dizziness. Xiaotian raised his head, looking curiously at the potion in Chen Lu's hand. Boss, what is this? Chen Lu, filled with urgency, replied, Oh, don't ask so many questions. This is, of course, a remedy for seasickness. Quickly now, can't you see those fangfish are about to charge at us? After a moment of hesitation, Xiaotian took the potion, but just as he was about to drink, he paused again. Wait, boss, why does this potion smell like that hot sauce you used the last time you had meat? Ah, you caught me. Chen Lu admitted with a chuckle. But the situation is dire. Just make do and drink it. As he spoke, he swiftly pried open Xiaotian's mouth and unhesitatingly poured the entire bottle of hot sauce down his throat, then tightly held Xiaotian's mouth shut, shaking it vigorously to ensure he swallowed every drop. Once he was certain Xiaotian had consumed the sauce, Chen Lu finally released his grip. All right, how do you feel now? Still dizzy? Xiaotian's eyes were reddened from the spice, tears brimming. It's so hot, I can't take it. The heat is normal, just endure it a bit longer. As long as you're no longer dizzy. Chen Lu reassured him. While they conversed, a bronze one-star giant tooth shark suddenly appeared in the distance, accompanied by a diminutive octopus perched atop its back. The giant tooth shark charged ruthlessly towards Chen Lu and Xiaotian. However, Chen Lu was utterly perplexed. This doesn't make sense. Normally, this giant tooth shark should at least be a silver one-star. How could it possibly be a bronze one-star? Even if it had evolved early, This is downright ludicrous. But then he noticed the shark's vacant eyes. It seemed to be dead. Could it be? The little octopus on its back? Without hesitation, Chen Lu issued a command to Xiaotian to deal with the giant tooth shark while he scrutinized the information regarding the small octopus. Name, 1000-touch devil squid. Attribute, water. Dark, level, bronze 1 star. Potential, gold. Skills, attachment, parasitism, rebirth. After reading the explanations of the 1000-touch devil squid's 3 skills, Chen Lu was genuinely astonished. This creature was undoubtedly a parasite among ferocious beasts. None of its skills were offensively oriented. Rather, they focused solely on replacing and controlling other ferocious beasts. Attachment allows it to decrease its presence, silently attaching itself to other ferocious beasts. Parasitism, after attaching, it can gradually absorb the life force of the ferocious beast to enhance its own strength. Rebirth, when the life force of a ferocious beast is depleted or just after its death, it can revive it, utilizing its skills. Having reviewed the information on this enigmatic creature, although Chen Lu devised a strategy to counter it, he remained profoundly astonished. The 1000-touch devil squid had truly taken him by surprise.